This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Choice. You are about to enter a brand new world. But you must make a choice about what you have. 1. Keep your personal strength and enter the new world alone. 2. Your personal strength is reset to 0. And you enter the new world with everything in the tomb. De Leon looked at the dialogue box that suddenly appeared in front of him, and did not rush to make a choice. He felt that something was wrong, and the whole game was wrong. In the corner of his vision, the countdown for shutting down the server due to the game update was still decreasing second by second. But he kept clicking the exit option, but there was no response. He contacted his friends in the game through the internal communication of the game, and also used the emergency customer service channel and the forced exit program. But there was no response at all. What happened? Is it a game bug? Or do I need to choose in this dialog box and complete the whole process of opening the God plane to restore everything? Hero World is a holographic simulation game. Once it was publicly tested, it became an inseparable second world for people with its infinitely real characteristics. Players can explore, socialize, travel, and do everything they can and cannot do in reality in this virtual world. De Leon is one of the players in the Hero World, and he is the most accomplished player. He grew and developed step by step from a small and ignorant character who just entered the game. With his witty mind and a little luck, he formed the neutral camp of the Five-Colored Flag Alliance. In the decisive battle of the crucible city of good and evil, he laid out layer by layer, and ended the war in all planes started by the original good camp and the evil camp, and promoted the establishment of an orderly world. He is Prince Fachin, one of the 3 kings of the first empire of the main world, one of the main alliances of the Five Colors Alliance, the Lord of Black Fire, the Death Mentor of the Undead Kingdom, the Bone Eviscerating Monarch, the Immortal King, the Side-by-Side King of the Dwarves, the Founder of the Drought Kingdom, the Chief Advisor of Angel Cloud City, the Master of Hell, the Order Executor. These are the titles that De Leon has obtained in the Hero World, each of which represents a peak, a journey of maneuvering, and a legendary story. And when all these peaks are concentrated on one person, he is a conqueror admired by all players and system heroes, a black hand that can manipulate the ever-changing world of the game. However, De Leon, who had already touched the top of the power system, was attracted by the higher-level God plane. That was a hidden plane, in which there were more powerful gods, or God-level heroes. De Leon decided to open the God plane and let the game enter a new era. He gathered all his alchemists to start the research on opening the God plane. At the same time, he also realized that the coming of God might cause a devastating impact on the game world at this time. If he wanted to protect himself in the conflict of planes, he had to prepare for the rainy day. Therefore, while De Leon was fully investing in the research on opening the God plane, he also mobilized most of his financial and material resources to build a last refuge for himself, the Great Tomb of the Burial Ground, a super underground fortress that can survive in the War of Gods. Today, De Leon presided over the opening of the God plane experiment. The whole process went very smoothly. Everyone in the game heard the sound of the door opening when the God plane was opened. And then the system notified the entire server the game needs to be updated. Please log off. The abnormality appeared at this time. De Leon didn't know if other people had encountered the same situation as him. He clicked the exit option, but didn't get any response. All external communication channels were invalid, as if he was left in the game. There was only an abrupt dialog box in the middle of his vision. Entering a new world. Does it mean the God plane? No more hints. Perhaps this is because he is the first to open the God plane, and the system gives an Easter egg. De Leon can only give himself this explanation. However, he has become a little worried because he cannot contact customer service. There is no close option on the dialog box, so he must make a choice on it. 1. Keep your personal strength and enter the new world alone. 2. Your personal strength is reset to 0, and you enter the new world with everything in the tomb. De Leon glanced at his attribute box. Name, De Leon. Main hero status. Main hero, human. Level 93. Attack, 264, affects hero attack power. Defense, 263, affects hero defense. Intelligence, 365, affects magic attack power and effect. Knowledge, 366, affects mana. Health, 21,200. Morale, 1 to 2. Luck 2. Hero specialty, Magic Mage. Hero's specialty: Master Wisdom, Master Navigation, Law Level Fire Magic, Master Earth Magic, Master Intelligence, Master Witchcraft, Master Air Magic, Master Dragon Magic. Skills: Desperate, Meteor Shower, Landmine, Summon Iron Fist, Landslide, Chain Lightning, Scorching Gun, Thunder Bomb. Secondary hero status: Basic attributes of Flame Lord, 15th level Fire Elemental Body. Attack 40, Defense 50, Damage 700 to 750, HP 8000. Biological specialties: Defense Enhancement, damage reduced by 50%. Flight, Enemy Morale -1. Bursting Flame. Hero unit, level 85. Attack 465. Defense 465. Intelligence 334. Knowledge 338. Hero specialties: Flame Lord, Fire Magic increased by 25%. Fire Magic skills +1. Hero specialties: Shared with the main body. Skills: Shared with the main body. Equipment: Shared with the main body. Remarks: Law level Fire Magic is upgraded to God level Fire Magic, weakened. Daliang has 2 hero states. The main hero is a human. Before he mastered the Law level Fire Magic, he could fight the strongest hero in the game undefeated with his top grade equipment and Krypton gold props. Now, because of the opening of the God Plane, his Fire Magic skills have been upgraded to the Law level, and the hero level and basic attributes have also been greatly improved. Personal strength is of course very strong. In addition, Daliang has a second hero state. He can transform into the ultimate creature Flame Commander, which is a pure fire element creature with super high defense, attack power, physical strength, and affinity for fire elements. After Daliang transformed into the Flame Commander, not only did his overall attributes get a greater improvement due to the talent of the ultimate race, but his Fire Magic specialty also strengthened his newly promoted Law level Fire Magic to the God level. Although the God level Fire Magic has a weakened suffix behind it, which means that he cannot yet exert the power of the God level skills. If the new world is the God Plane, there is a weakened version of the God level Fire Magic, which can definitely improve his survival ability when he is exploring the land. But if he chooses to enter the new world with his personal strength, it means that he has to give up everything except his personal strength, including his accumulated wealth. Army and Subordinate Heroes. Chapter 2: Big Trouble. The Bone Burial Ground is located in the plane of the Kingdom of Death of the Undead. Daliang has the title of Immortal King among the Undead, and is the Bone Eviscerating Monarch, one of the 9 monarchs of the Kingdom of Death, because he proposed the ultimate belief and spread the new Immaculate Doctrine. He also has the title of Death Mentor in the Immaculate Church of the Undead. Therefore, although Daliang is a human, his status in the Undead is second only to the sorrowful Pope of the Immaculate Church, and he has great power in this Undead plane. When studying the God Plane, Daliang mobilized countless undead to hollow out the entire Bone Burial Ground to build the last shelter for himself in the God War. As the earth excavated from the ground piled up on the surface, a mound similar to a grave mound with a radius of more than 10 kilometers and a height of hundreds of meters was formed. Daliang named this underground project the Great Tomb of the Buried Land. The main body of the interior of the Great Tomb of the Buried Land is 5 cities, which occupy 5 large excavated caves, namely the Griffin City of the human race, the Pegasus City of the Elves, the Lion Scorpion City of the underground race, the Frost City of the Undead, and the Flame City of Hell. After the 5 cities were built, Daliang selected the civilians in his territories around the world and moved them to the corresponding cities in the Great Tomb. At the same time, he used alchemical magic to transform the underground caves where the 5 cities were located into an environment suitable for the lives of various races. There is a magical sky above the cities of humans and elves, with the sun and the moon alternating in the sky. Outside the cities are grasslands, forests, and rivers and lakes formed by groundwater drainage. There are about 500,000 civilians in the 5 cities, and various races are combined into a self-sufficient small ecological system based on their specialties. Humans are responsible for commerce and material circulation. Elves are responsible for agriculture and wood manufacturing. Dwarves are responsible for smelting. Underground creatures are responsible for ore collection. Undead are responsible for providing labor. Hell is responsible for managing underground magma and alchemical resources. The surplus manpower is responsible for the repair and maintenance of the entire tomb operation. The civilians in the 5 cities are the worker ants in the underground fortress of the Great Tomb, ensuring that once there is an external attack, the Great Tomb can repair itself and obtain a steady stream of war materials in the face of a long-term siege. In addition to the 5 cities, the Great Tomb is the outer defense circle and some core facilities. Here are the defense troops of the Great Tomb: the Alchemy Laboratory, the Alchemy Factory, and the residences of De Liang and senior heroes. This underground fortress concentrates most of De Liang's wealth in the game, the most elite troops transferred from various territories, and most of the senior heroes. It can be said that, in De Liang's overall strength, his personal strength only accounts for a small part of it. Moreover, at this time, the Great Tomb contains not only De Liang's own things, but also important property and personnel of the 5 Colors Flag Alliance, one of the 3 major camps in the game. The second option in the dialogue box is to reset De Liang's personal strength to 0 and enter the new world with everything in the Great Tomb. 2 choices represent 2 ways to start the new world. De Liang did not hesitate too much in his choice. Throughout his gaming career in the hero world, the number of times he really fought was really small. Most of them were conquering people with virtue and never fighting if you can talk. Besides, if my personal strength is gone, I can practice again. The things contained in the Great Tomb cannot be reproduced without opportunity, and De Liang is reluctant to give up too many. Whatever the new world is, let's face it together. De Liang reached out and clicked on the second option in the dialogue box. The dialogue box disappeared, and there was no change around. When the countdown for the game server to shut down ended, De Liang was still in the game. He opened the system menu and clicked on the exit option again. No response. This time it was really troublesome. And there are more troubles. De Liang saw that his outstretched hand became smaller. The skin on the back of his hand became white and tender. The objects around him became taller and larger. And the clothes on his body were extremely loose. How could the sight be so low? A bad premonition surged in De Liang's heart. He snapped his fingers and used the shaping magic, wanting to create a mirror in front of him to see what he looked like now. As a result, there was only a crisp sound, and not even a smoke was released. How could this happen? With his own strength, how could an inconspicuous shaping spell fail to be released? Thinking of something, De Liang opened his attribute panel again, and then saw that all the attribute values on it disappeared. Basic attributes, specialties, hero stunts, skills, magic, all became blank. De Liang realized the seriousness of the matter. He originally thought that personal strength reset to 0 meant that all attributes would be restored to their initial values, and then he would have to start from scratch. And now his current state seems to be even worse. At the same time, this change also means that the Great Tomb and himself have entered a new world. We must confirm where we are as soon as possible. The change in personal attribute status gave De Liang a deep sense of crisis. He must know what the new world looks like as soon as possible. And even whether he is still in the game. He has already felt that the things around him have changed slightly. So much so that it is impossible to tell whether this is a game world or the real world. Before closing his attribute bar, De Liang casually flipped down a page. Then he found that his secondary hero status, the Flame Commander, had not changed. It was still powerful, with specialties, stunts and skills, but all the values were gray. Gray means unusable in the game. De Liang switched his hero status, and it showed that the conversion failed. Master, what happened to you? At this time, a surprised voice sounded behind De Liang. De Liang looked back and his eyes were looking at the abdomen of a man in a tuxedo. When he looked up again, he saw his butler, Old Elf Mike, looking at him with surprise. Why did you become smaller? De Liang closed the attribute bar. Now was not the time to study how to become the flame leader. He took a step back so that he could look at Mike without looking up too high, and then said, "Prepare a mirror for me. I want to see what I have become." In Mike's long life, he had seen many strange things. His steady character made him calm down quickly, thinking about his master's ability and what he had done. He didn't need to be too surprised by any strange situation that happened to him. Mike was a 15th level elf wizard. Making a mirror was as easy for him as breathing. He stretched out his slender index finger and spun it elegantly in the air for a few circles. A mirror formed by water magic appeared in front of De Liang. Chapter 3 Butler. There was a boy standing in the mirror, wearing a funny and oversized princess dress, with delicate features and very cute. Only his tender face showed a little bit of the temperament of a superior. and the little adult's appearance showed a little humorous expression, which made him look even more like a boy. De Liang recognized that this was what he looked like when he was 6 years old, when he was still in kindergarten. The child in the mirror frowned and showed a helpless expression. De Liang knew that he had really pitted himself this time. The individual strength was reset to 0. Not only the attribute changes, but also the body became a toddler without any self-protection ability, without magic and strength. I can't even beat the weakest big-eared monster. Fortunately, I still have the Great Tomb, and the army and heroes loyal to me. Loyalty? If this is the real world, the contract effect in the game may not be able to restrict these heroes under my command. De Liang believes that no matter what he becomes, most of his subordinates will still be loyal to him, but the others may not be. For example, his butler, Mike. De Liang saw Mike standing behind him through the mirror. He was thin and wore a decent black tuxedo. The wrinkles on his face recorded the vicissitudes he had experienced in his long life. But even though he is old, he still stands tall, with the elegant temperament of an elf, and wisdom and kindness in his eyes. At this moment, he is like a loyal servant waiting for his master's order. But you must not be deceived by Mike's appearance. The first time De Liang met Mike was in the foggy area of Sai City in the Kingdom of Death, where the world's notorious fugitives gathered, and it was the Valley of Evil in the game world. At that time, De Liang did not have the strength and power he has now. He was just a young boy who had just entered the undead plane, while Mike was the boss of one of the 3 gangs in the foggy area. Mike did not have the noble character of an elf. In the chaotic, poor and multi-ethnic foggy area, if you want to survive, you have to cheat and do all kinds of evil. Mike's ability to gain a foothold in the foggy area shows that he is not an ordinary villain. In the past, De Liang was a fat sheep in Mike's eyes. However, after De Liang used the strategy of killing 3 men with 2 peaches to kill the other 2 gangs, he controlled the foggy area, and the situation forced Mike to choose to surrender. Mike, who came to work for De Liang, first managed the Destiny Manor in the foggy area for De Liang. After showing excellent management ability, he was transferred to the Great Tomb by De Liang to be responsible for the later construction here and became the steward of this fortress. Managing the Great Tomb fully brought out Mike's talent, and the huge underground fortress was organized by him in an orderly manner. Mike contributed greatly to the fact that the Great Tomb could be put into operation when the God Plane was opened. But before, De Liang's strength could suppress Mike. But now, De Liang, who has become a child, is just an ant that can be slaughtered at any time in front of Mike. Through the mirror, De Liang glanced at Mike and asked casually, "Mike, can I still trust you now?" Mike stood behind De Liang. He didn't know what happened to his master, but he could feel that the master's terrifying magic power had completely disappeared. Now he has completely lost all his power. He is just a human child. There is a huge gap between his strength and his. But Mike has no intention of resisting De Liang. He knows that the real terrifying thing about this master is not just his strength, but also his wisdom. He is a conspirator. Many top heroes who have made great achievements have disappeared from this world in the blink of an eye. He can become the master of hell and make the most treacherous lords of hell surrender, not because of his military strength. So when Mike noticed that De Liang began to doubt him, he was so scared that cold sweat immediately broke out on his back. Mike knew that his strength was very strong. A 15th level person could be called a strong person in any plane, but in the Great Tomb, his strength was not the best. The master was standing 1 step in front of him. He lost all his strength, as if he could break his neck with just a hand. Mike had killed human children before, and he never hesitated or felt any remorse. But this time, facing his master who had turned into a child, he dared not move at all. He knew, if he could not dispel his master's doubts about his loyalty, then he would be dead. Even if there were only him and his master here. Even if he had a 15th level power. Even if his master was a child who could not even tie a chicken. At this moment, Mike was only worried about whether he could survive. Mike knelt on 1 knee behind De Liang, bowed his head to his master, who was still much shorter than him, and said humbly, "Your Highness, my master, no matter what you become, it will not reduce my loyalty to you. Please do not doubt my loyalty, because your name alone is enough to make me dare not have any idea of betraying you." De Liang turned around, and his longer pants made it a little inconvenient for him to move. He had to pull the belt secretly with his hands to prevent his pants from sliding down, to prevent him from making a fool of himself in front of his subordinates. De Liang looked at Mike, who was taller than him even when he was kneeling. and felt helpless about the changes in his body. Dalian was not worried that Mike would suddenly attack him. Not to mention that he would never be able to leave the tomb alive if he killed him. Even if he wanted to. He could not touch him, even if there was only one step between him and him. He could not take the step. Looking at Mike kneeling humbly in front of him, Dalian stared at him for a while and asked, "Get up. Are all the people here?" Mike breathed a sigh of relief instantly, which meant that he had passed the test. Although he was not sure whether the master still doubted him. At least in the eyes of the master, his credibility was above the warning line. Mike stood up and returned to his serious butler appearance. In response to Dalian's question, he answered, "Master, at this time, the senior heroes in the Great Tomb have arrived at the Immortal Palace, waiting for your arrival. Before that, I suggest you change into a suitable piece of clothing. Should we ask your maids to come over and tailor a dress for you now?" Dalian nodded, then tugged at his clothes. He was now wearing the dress of the prince of the First Empire of the main world. The gorgeous decorations showed the noble status of the prince, but the weight of the cloth and accessories was still a bit too heavy for a 6-year-old child. Dalian said to Mike, "Don't bother. I remember that there are ready-made clothes in the clothing store of the Griffin City of the human race. You can pick one for me immediately. I will go to the Immortal Palace as soon as possible to discuss the possible crisis with my heroes." "Yes, my master." Mike saluted to Dalian. And then an oval light door opened behind him. He took a step back and retreated into the light door. Chapter 4 Night. After Mike left, a black shadow appeared out of thin air beside Dalian. A slightly cold female voice asked with a worried tone, "Your Highness, how did you become what you are now?" Dalian did not move. He had to concentrate on grabbing his clothes. In fact, he didn't need to look back. He knew who was talking. Shadow Dragon. Night. A 15th level creature. An extremely powerful assassin. Dalian is the creator of the Shadow Dragon, and has the absolute loyalty of the Shadow Dragon race. Night is the first Shadow Dragon created by Dalian, and it is powerful, and can be ranked in the top 5 among the many heroes in the Great Tomb. The Shadow Dragon race is a natural assassin. They can make their bodies enter a nothing state, so that any detection magic cannot detect their existence. As the strongest Shadow Dragon, Yisei is good at controlling space, and even has the ability to intervene in time. Dalian dared to test Mike's loyalty, because Yisei never left his side. Although Mike is strong, he is only a quasi-level 15 hero, and there is still a big gap compared to a real 15th level creature. If Mike makes any unlawful moves, Yisei can instantly transfer Dalian to a safe area, and then slowly punish this traitor. As he spoke, Yisei flew from Dalian's side to his front, and her appearance was fully revealed. The Shadow Dragon has 2 forms, one of which is the human form of Yisei now. As a modified creature of the undead, the Shadow Dragon is not a living being, and its appearance is very different from that of a living being. The whole body is black with a bright piano lacquer color, and the slender body is like a work of art. The limbs are not hands and feet, but 4 sharp long sword-shaped limbs. As a modified creature of the undead, the Shadow Dragon has no facial features. Her head is covered with a closed mask, and the eyes are red diamond crystals. Yisei was suspended in the air, and she saw all the changes that Dalian had just made, especially the disappearance of all his magic power, which made her extremely worried. Now that Mike went to Griffin City to get clothes for Dalian, she couldn't help but show up, wanting to know what happened. The body structure of the Shadow Dragon demon made it impossible for them to land, so Dalian could only raise his head higher and said, "About my changes. It's hard to explain, and you don't need to know. In short, I don't have the ability to protect myself now, and your responsibilities will be heavier in the future." Yis immediately saluted Dalian, and then said, "Your Highness, please rest assured. I am your last barrier, the strongest line of defense. Do you need me to gather all the other Shadow Dragon demons?" Dalian said, "In the Great Tomb, there is no need to mobilize so many troops. It's not too late to call them back when I need them. You stay on standby." "Yes, Your Highness." Yisei saluted Dalian again, and then disappeared without a trace. Just like her appearance without any signs, Yisei returned to the nothing state to guard Dalian's side. And then a portal opened, and Mike walked in with a set of clothes. "I'm sorry, my master. I didn't find any clothes that suit your status in the Griffin City clothing store. This set is their best." Dalian took the clothes from Mike, a set of children's clothes. Clothes prepared for civilians are of course not made too gorgeous. But the fabric and cutting craftsmanship are pretty good. As for the size, Daliang believes that Mike's experienced eyes will never bring inappropriate clothes. The delay was quite long, and Daliang still needed to meet his heroes and face the unknown new world together. So Daliang took off his large prince's dress and changed into the children's clothes that Mike brought. Then he looked at himself in the mirror again. A white hem shirt made of linen. A vest with blue stripes on a black background. Light gray pants also made of linen. And a pair of pointed leather boots on his feet. At this time, Daliang was no different from the children running and playing on the streets of Griffin City. Except that he had a strong soul in his body. Mike helped Daliang tidy up his clothes and said, "This set of clothes is really too shabby for you. But there are no nobles in Griffin City. Master, please bear with it for a while. I believe your maids will soon make a suitable dress that suits your noble status." Daliang looked at himself in the mirror. Although he felt helpless and unaccustomed, he could only accept it since he had become smaller. After he felt that there was no problem, he said to Mike, "Send me to the Immortal Palace." Mike waved his hand and opened a portal, then stood at the door and made an invitation gesture. Daliang walked into the portal without saying anything. In the majestic and magnificent palace hall, more than 10 3-meter-thick stone pillars supported the towering dome. The stone pillars and the surrounding stone walls were carved with exquisite patterns, and the ubiquitous enchanted alchemical runes flowed with magical halos. The frost dragons of the undead race climbed on the top of the stone pillars, their broken flesh wings half spread. Their thick bone tails swayed slowly. Their white eyes showed indifference to life, and a faint death mist emerged from the gaps between their turned-out fangs. The holy archangels lined up in neat rows and guarded the steps of the throne on the high platform. They stood with their wings folded and swords leaning on them. They wore white magic armor and wide hoods on their heads, which made their appearance more mysterious. The demons and fallen angels from hell hid in the shadows at the corners of the hall. The dragons of various colors quietly crawled under the throne. These were the guards of the immortal palace of the Great Tomb. And the greater significance of their existence was to highlight the noble status and majesty of their master. At this time, in the immortal palace, in addition to these ultimate biological guards, thousands of high-level heroes from the Great Tomb gathered in the hall. They have the Black Fire Leader heroes directly under Daliang, and the alchemy masters sent by the Five Colors Alliance to participate in the research of the God Plane. When opening the God Plane, Daliang ordered all the high-level heroes in the Great Tomb to gather at the Immortal Palace. These heroes were waiting here after receiving Daliang's orders, waiting for Daliang to lead them to see what the world where God descends looks like. However, after a period of anxious waiting, many heroes saw a portal open next to the throne, and a child in civilian clothes walked out of it, and then sat on the throne. The heroes were shocked, but they did not talk to each other in confusion, but all looked at the holy angel standing next to the throne. If it was really an ordinary human child sitting on the king's seat, the holy angel would never behave so calmly. At this time, some heroes have seen the identity of the child, and most heroes are waiting for someone to tell them the answer. Chapter 5 Immortal Throne. Julian, 15th level Holy Angel. Angel Julian is the first hero recruited by Daliang in the game world. She accompanied Daliang through the whole process of becoming a conqueror step by step from a small character. After Daliang rescued her from the hands of evil, Julian made the most solemn oath to become Daliang's guardian angel, and to take charge of the Artifact Angel Alliance for him, and command the angel army of the Black Fire territory. In terms of military strength, seniority, and status in Daliang's heart, Holy Julian is the first. Now a human child sits on the throne of the king, and the hero who does not know the truth naturally has to look for the answer from Julian. Julian had beautiful golden wavy shoulder-length hair. She wore a light golden half-body armor, a red petticoat with the same light golden skirt armor, and over-knee metal boots that highlighted her slender legs. Behind her were angel wings, and golden holy light condensed into liquid drops. When Daliang, who had turned into a child, walked out of the portal, Julian was stunned at first, and then immediately recognized the person he swore to protect for his whole life. No matter what he became, Julian's calmness kept the hall quiet and orderly. Sitting on the throne, Daliang first made a gesture to Julian that he didn't need to worry, and then leaned on the back of the throne as usual. Then he found that it was really uncomfortable for a child to lean like this, complaining about his body again in his heart. Daliang had to sit up straight and snapped his fingers at the other side of the throne. A glass of red wine was placed in his hand by his captain of the valet. Sophia. A 15th level hero. A vampire transformed creature of the undead clan. A blood-sucking sword guard whose race is half undead and half demon. In the army directly under Daliang. The blood-sucking sword guards are extremely balanced in strength. They can fight in close combat, cast spells from a distance, fly, and suck the enemy's blood to heal their injuries during battle. The versatile characteristics make the blood-sucking sword guards Daliang's favorite type of soldiers. More importantly, the blood-sucking sword guards have a high overall appearance. So Daliang selected a group of powerful female blood-sucking sword guards to form his own guards and maids. Sophia is the commander of the guards and maids, and the captain of Daliang's attendants. As the first vampire sword guard transformed by Daliang, Sophia is the ancestor of the entire race, and her talent and strength are naturally excellent. With short black hair, cold eyes, and a serious guard beside Daliang, she waits for his orders at any time. Sophia's clothes are also very capable, with a tight black leather jacket inside and a black leather windbreaker outside. The hem of the windbreaker covers an exquisitely decorated sword. After putting the wine glass filled with red wine in Daliang's hand, Sophia took a step back, stood behind the throne with her hands behind her back, and continued to perform her guard duties. Daliang took a sip of the red wine in the glass. The sweet aroma stimulated his taste buds, but it was too stimulating. The heavy alcohol made Daliang choke and cough. In the game, Daliang liked to drink red wine, which was also the basic social etiquette among nobles. A certain elf king also gave Daliang an elf palace winemaker to brew his favorite elf charm for Daliang. There would be no problem with the red wine made by the winemaker. Daliang could only attribute this excessive reaction to the alcohol in the red wine was still too strong for the body of a young child. Alas, it's all my fault. Daliang sighed in his heart, and the holy angel Julian beside him finally couldn't help but whispered worriedly, "Your Highness." What happened? Daliang didn't dare to continue drinking this strong liquor. He gave the glass back to Sophia, and made a gesture to Julian not to worry, and then said to the heroes standing in the hall of the immortal palace under the throne, "I am Daliang, the lord of the Blackfire territory, the owner of the Great Tomb, and the king to whom all the heroes of the Blackfire territory are loyal. I think you all know. We opened the gods' plane and sent our world into a new era. Perhaps there are gods outside who have come to show their miracles. Perhaps there are changes that we cannot imagine. And in the process of opening the god plane, it seems that something went wrong. As you can see, I became like this. I lost all my power, and my body became a human child. But I am still me, still your lord, and still the king who leads you to conquer the world. In the new era, I will still lead you and continue to let the black fire burn all over the world." In the hall, the dragons bowed their heads. The angels and demons folded their wings and knelt on one knee under the throne with all the heroes of the Blackfire territory, reciting the oath of allegiance to express their loyalty to Daliang. Daliang was very satisfied with the performance of his subordinates. He waved his hand to let all the heroes stand up, and then said to Mike, the steward of the Great Tomb under the throne, "Open the Eye of Truth at the top of the Great Tomb. I want to see what changes the coming of God has brought to the outside world." When Daliang ascended the throne through the portal, Mike also came through the portal and stood in his position under the throne. Hearing Daliang's order, Mike cast magic to open the Eye of Truth at the top of the Great Tomb, and displayed the scene seen by the Eye of Truth to Daliang through mirror magic. Then, all the heroes in the hall were moved by what they saw in the mirror. The burial ground is located in the Kingdom of Death, which is the base camp of the undead, and has the most suitable environment for the undead. There is no scorching sun in the sky of the Kingdom of Death. A layer of gray death mist always covers the earth, making the entire space cold and extremely desolate. The image transmitted by the Eye of Truth is definitely not the environment of the Kingdom of Death. Under the scorching sun is an endless yellow desert. The light refraction caused by the high temperature exposure causes the sand on the surface to distort and fluctuate. All you can see are undulating sand dunes. No animals or plants can be seen. The only moving thing is probably the skeleton staggering on the sand. This lowest level of undead has no wisdom. They act only on instinct, wandering around a small area and killing the lives they see. The heroes in the hall did not pay much attention to the skeletons. There are countless low-level undead like this in the Great Tomb. As the immortal king of the undead, the bone-eating monarch, although Daliang has lost his power, he has not lost his achievements and titles. as long as he wants. He can recruit those wandering skeletons to become laborers in the Great Tomb at any time. Therefore, Daliang's mind is not on the low-level undead he found. He recalled the information revealed in the selection dialog box. Now it seems that the Great Tomb of the Burial Ground is no longer in the land of the dead. An unknown force has moved the entire underground super fortress intact to a new world. What exactly does this so-called new world look like? And what level does the power of the Great Tomb belong to? When Daliang was thinking about how to explore the new world, Mike pointed to the magic image and said, "Master, there seems to be something here." As Mike enlarged the magic image, Daliang also saw what he was pointing at. In the distance, a black railway runs through the desert. You can vaguely see a train with white steam running along the railway line. Chapter 6 Railway. Railway? Train. Steam train. In the game world, in addition to magic alchemy technology, there is also mechanical manufacturing technology. However, compared with the mainstream and powerful magic alchemy, the development of mechanical manufacturing is extremely slow. Although steam engines have also appeared, railroads and trains are very rare for heroes in the Great Tomb. As a player, Daliang certainly knows what this is. Being able to build a railway into the desert and allow steam trains to run at such a speed, Daliang immediately had a general outline of the technological level of this new world. However, whether there are other power systems in this world, whether there is magic, or even whether there are gods, we need to learn more. Sophia. Daliang called his captain of attendants in a low voice. Sophia immediately stepped forward and saluted Daliang. "Your Highness. What are your orders?" Daliang pointed to the train in the image with his little hand and said to Sophia, "Take someone to take a look. Keep a low profile. And everything is based on protecting the secrets of the Great Tomb. When you are sure it is safe enough, grab someone. We need to figure out what the world we live in is like." "Yes, Your Highness. I will be careful." Sophia took a step back. The portal opened and closed, and she disappeared into the palace. At the top of the upper dune of the Great Tomb, the portal opened and closed quickly again, and Sophia appeared in the desert sky. Suspended in the air, the scorching sun shone directly down, and the whole desert was steaming with unbearable high temperatures. The dry wind swept through, rolling up the sand and dust, and instantly submerged the skeletons, blocking the front without a trace. In such an environment, even if she was not thirsty, Sophia couldn't help licking her lips with her tongue. She first used water magic to release a state of keeping herself cool, and then based on the picture seen in the magic image, she located the direction for the reconnaissance target. The north is still a desert with no end in sight, and it is difficult to distinguish the railway from the yellow sand in the entire field of vision. But what the Eye of Truth sees is definitely not wrong. Sophia turned into a black bat in the air and flew towards the direction of the railway. Behind her, the portal opened frequently, and more than 10 identical bats appeared in the sky and chased in the direction Sophia flew. All of Sophia's reconnaissance actions were presented to Daliang by the Eye of Truth. However, the Eye of Truth cannot see too far, and how to reconnaissance still requires Sophia and her vampire guards to respond flexibly. Daliang waved his hand to let Mike close the Eye of Truth, and then said to the heroes in the hall, "Where we are now needs further confirmation. But I have reason to believe that the outside world has a lot to do with the God Plane. For our safety, I decided to continue to seal the Great Tomb. Without my order, no one can leave here, nor can they take the initiative to contact anyone from the outside world. This order is not only applicable to the heroes of the Blackfire territory, but also to friends of the Five-Colored Flag Alliance. Not far from the throne, a group of mages in blue and white magic robes stood. They are alchemists sent by the Five-Colored Flag Alliance to assist in the research of the God Plane, and they master the most advanced alchemy technology in the game world. Led by a female alchemist, the alchemy master saluted to Daliang and promised, "Your Highness, my people, and I will obey your orders until we find the fairy garden. Thank you for the understanding of the fairy dragon clan." Daliang returned the gift to the alchemy masters, and then said to the leading female alchemist, "After the meeting here is over, please ask Princess Ziedling to stay. I need to know what my current physical condition is." The Five-Colored Flag Alliance is a neutral camp led by Daliang in the game to fight against the powerful good camp and evil camp. The 5 main alliances of the Five-Colored Flag Alliance are the First Empire of the main world, the Magic Forest of the Fairy Dragon Clan, the Crystal Mine of the Crystal Dragon Clan, the Sulphur Cave of the Poison Dragon Clan, and the Blackfire territory directly under Daliang. Among them, the Fairy Dragon, Crystal Dragon, and Poison Dragon are all super-level dragons that are born as 15th level creatures. And their strength is extremely powerful. Fairy dragons are a magical dragon clan. Each fairy dragon is a super magic turret with the best spellcasting ability in the game world. De Liang has a very close relationship with the fairy dragon clan. He saved Princess Zi-Ling and helped the fairy dragons escape the crisis of extinction. So when De Liang wanted to study the divine plane, the fairy dragon clan immediately asked Princess Zi-Ling to bring a team of fairy dragon alchemy masters to the alchemy laboratory in the Great Tomb to help. De Liang is the brain of the Five-Color Flag Alliance, and naturally he is trusted by the fairy dragons. Besides, the fairy dragons have also seen what the outside world looks like. Facing the unknown world, it is safer to stay in the Great Tomb. Princess Zi-Ling looked at the cute little boy sitting on the huge throne and said in a teasing tone, "Your Highness, don't worry too much. You just got smaller. Just eat more and exercise more, and you will grow up in a few years. As for the disappearing magic power, it's even simpler. In this big tomb, are you still afraid that you can't learn advanced magic? I can be your teacher. Eat more, exercise more, and you will grow up." De Liang couldn't help but curl his lips. But in the eyes of Princess Zi-Ling, her heart melted. If she didn't need to maintain his dignity in this immortal palace, she would have hugged him and pinched his tender face. Seeing Princess Zi-Ling's eyes glowing, De Liang thought about how she usually treated Black Pearl, and felt that he had better stay away from this dragon, now that the alchemy masters of the fairy dragon clan were willing to obey orders. De Liang jumped down from the throne and ordered the heroes in the hall, members of the Imperial Council, stay, and everyone else immediately return to your positions and do your work. Strictly keep the secrets of the Great Tomb. Remember, our enemy may be God, and there is no force in the Great Tomb that can directly confront God. Dismiss. As De Liang's orders were issued, dense portals opened in the Immortal Palace, and the heroes in the hall returned to their positions through the portals in order. The effective coordination and connection of various departments allowed the Great Tomb to operate stably. Soon the hall of the Immortal Palace became much emptier. In addition to the palace guards, there were dozens of core heroes of the Blackfire territory left. They were the top military force of the Great Tomb, and had a place in the ruling class of the Blackfire territory, and were qualified to participate in the imperial meeting set up by De Liang. Soon, the imperial meeting was held in a small palace next to the hall of the Immortal Palace. On the long conference table, the top heroes sat on both sides. De Liang, who was sitting in the first seat, had his head just a little higher than the conference table. Princess Zi-Ling on the right touched De Liang's head and said, "Eat more, you will grow taller. You will grow taller." De Liang's face darkened. Chapter 7 Brown Jennings. The Dosan Railway crosses the Dosan Desert, connecting the western mainland of the Vlamic Empire and the eastern Marcellus province, and is an important lifeline for the Vlamic Empire. The Vlamic Empire was once a landlocked country. The harsh living environment has cultivated the empire's culture of advocating military force. The Imperial Musketeer Cavalry Regiment is rampant on the continent. No country dares to fight with this air-ground coordination. Light and heavy cavalry, and cavalry corps directly under the Magician Regiment in the field. At the same time, because of the powerful military force of the Vlamic Empire, the surrounding countries have to unite to contain the expansion of this empire on horseback. The long and narrow Tosan Desert from north to south is a natural barrier that blocks the eastward advance of the Vlamic Empire. The eastern countries also believe that this death desert filled with undead souls is enough to cut off the Vlamic Empire's prying eyes on the fertile land in the east. But no one can understand the desire of an inland empire for the ocean. The Eastern Sea and the wider world overseas always attract the generals, nobles and emperors of the Vlamic Empire to look east. Finally, 200 years ago, the Vlamic Empire launched an eastward expedition with all its strength. The imperial army crossed the Tosan Death Desert and captured the Marcellus province after more than 10 years of war, and got the sea outlet that the empire longed for. But it is not easy to capture land, and it is even harder to keep it. All the countries in the east know what it means to let the Vlamic Empire gain access to the sea in the east and gain a foothold. The entire eastern part of the continent is exposed to the iron hoof of the Vlamic Empire. So the 100 Years' War broke out again around the competition for the Marcellus province. The existence of the Dosan Desert made it difficult for the empire to support the Marcellus War. Most of the war materials will be consumed in the transportation of the desert. They not only have to face the extremely harsh environment of the desert, but also the attacks of the undead. Moreover, The empire, which is located in the inland, is not rich in materials and war expenses. During the difficult period, the empire did not send a grain of food or a soldier to the Marcellus province for a year. During the 100 Years' War, the Fleming Empire lost control of the Marcellus province several times. However, the thirst for the ocean made the entire empire tighten its belt, save everything that could be saved, and use all its national strength to support the counterattack army. The Dawson Railway was built during the war. It took the Fleming Empire 100 years to build a railway with a length of 800 kilometers. Every sleeper on the railway was soaked with blood, from road builders, imperial soldiers, and troops from the eastern countries who came to destroy the railway. 100 years ago, the Dawson Railway was opened, when a steady stream of imperial troops and war supplies were sent to the Marcellus province. The war that had been fought for 100 years also ended. The eastern countries and the Fleming Empire had exhausted their last bit of strength for this war, and no one could continue the war. So the Treaty of Marcellus was signed. The eastern countries recognized the Fleming Empire's legitimate rule over the Marcellus province. The Fleming Empire allowed the Marcellus province to be autonomous and form a parliament. The empire could send a governor to the Marcellus province, who was the commander-in-chief of the empire's garrison in the Marcellus province, but was administratively controlled by the parliament, and provincial officials must be elected and then appointed by the parliament. The two sides compromised. The treaty came into effect, and the Marcellus province finally ushered in peace. Although the Fleming Empire lost some rights in the Marcellus province, it finally did not have to continue to bleed for this land. The 100 Years' War really exhausted the national strength of Fleming. Even if the Dawson Railway was open to traffic, they did not know who would win or lose in the war. The eastern countries were unwilling to fight. They lived on the fertile land on the eastern coast. The comfortable life made their soldiers far less willing to fight than the Fleming Iron Cavalry. With the opening of the Dawson Railway, the Fleming Empire's support for the Marcellus province will be more convenient, and the anti-war sentiment in the countries is serious. After the signing of the treaty, the control and influence of the Fleming Empire on the Marcellus province was greatly reduced. They believed that the residents of the Marcellus province had the blood of Eastern civilization, and they would use their own way to stop the expansion of the Western barbarians. Peace lasted for 100 years. With a huge inland market, the Marcellus province quickly became the oriental pearl of the Fleming Empire. The land here is fertile, the climate is suitable, and the maritime trade has made this province quickly get rid of the trauma of war and become the richest province in the empire. The Dawson Railway connecting Fleming's homeland and the Marcellus province has become the most important artery of the empire. Countless people and materials travel through this death desert every day. Brown Jennings is a 9th-level senior magician. He is a Fleming and the eldest son of Baron Jennings. The Baron has a manor near the imperial capital, with nearly 100 serfs and dozens of free people. Baron Jennings also serves as a minor official in an important department in the imperial capital. He has a little power and status, and his life is worry-free. But as the first heir to the Baron, Brown Jennings has no interest in inheriting the manor and the Baron title. This return home is simply a torment for Brown Jennings. The dirt roads in the countryside are full of potholes, and the ride is bumpy and uncomfortable. When walking, you have to pay attention to the animal feces under your feet at all times. It is bearable if you are careful, but after a heavy rain, you can never imagine what kind of smell the whole manor exudes. The people in the manor are even more vulgar. They don't take a bath for several months. Their clothes are full of grease and stains. Their hair is dirty and tangled, and lice crawl on them very arrogantly. What's more terrifying is that they are all very enthusiastic about Brown Jennings, who is on vacation, and like to gather around this worldly eldest son of the family, and Baron Jennings. On the first day Brown just returned home, he was pulled out by his father, riding a horse and carrying a musket to hunt in the forest. He and his family knights rode on horses, shouting and driving the deer, firing guns everywhere without restraint. They also shamelessly opened their chests, revealing their thick chest hair, rubbing the mud off their bodies while telling dirty jokes. What made Brown want to vomit was, they filled wine bottles with deer blood, and then drank it in big gulps mixed with strong liquor, and let him drink it. No wonder the people of Marseilles called the Vlaminx country barbarians. I really don't know how my ancestors crossed the Death Desert and conquered the beautiful Marseilles province. This is probably what Brown Jennings likes most about this family. Without the 100 Years' War, he would not have seen what civilization looks like, and he would have been like his father, a drunkard with foul language. Fortunately, The vacation is finally over. Chapter 8 Train. Brown Jennings boarded the train bound for Marcellus Province. He said goodbye to his father, who forced him to use the latest revolver-enchanted pistol. Said goodbye to his mother, who smeared powder on his face, like applying it to the wall. Said goodbye to his brother, who served in the musketeer regiment with 4 guns stuck in his body. There were also newborn foals, and those peasant women who liked to flirt in front of him. Finally, he was going to return to the civilized world. As a 9th-level senior magician, Brown Jennings was a magic professor at the Saroying Advanced Magic Academy in Saroying City, the capital of Marcellus Province. He became a 9th-level senior magician at the age of 32, and was 1 step away from being promoted to a 10th-level magician. Brown Jennings can be described as a magic genius, which makes him very valued at the Saroyan School of Magic. In addition to teaching applied magic courses to junior magic students, he also holds a position in the school's admissions office. There are rumors there is a vacancy in the school's junior magic department's academic office, and he, Brown Jennings, is a strong contender for this position. Being able to enter the junior magic department's academic office, in addition to improving his status in the school, also means an increase in salary. If he can be promoted to a 10th-level magician within 2 years, he can be promoted to the intermediate magic department. With the qualifications of the junior magic department's academic office, he can be promoted to the intermediate magic department's academic office. With the salary increase, plus the savings over the years, and some money borrowed from my father, I should be able to buy a house of my own in the land-scarce city of Saroyan. Although it is just an apartment, the space is not as big as the bedroom of the manor in my hometown. But this is Saroyan, the capital of the Marcellus Province, the center of civilization, and the air there is fragrant. How can it be compared with the country manor? With a house, I can find a good-looking woman with a decent job to marry. Then I will be a real Marcellus person, and a citizen of Saroyan. Brown Jennings sat in his carriage reading the newspaper, thinking about the future plan. On his left hand was a cup of steaming black coffee, and on a plate next to it was a sausage and 2 slices of bread. Although Brown's position in the Saroying School of Magic was not high, outside, the professors of the Saroying School of Magic were very prestigious and influential. Otherwise, Baron Jennings would not have let his eldest son rent a house and work in such a far place. Although he was rude, he could feel the envious eyes of his colleagues because of Brown. Moreover, Brown was a 9th-level senior magician, which was enough to be a professor of the intermediate magic department in a magic school in a small city, and even to guide 7th and 8th-level senior magicians. Let senior magicians teach magic apprentices and junior magicians, and the Saroying School of Magic can become a world-class magic school. This is the foundation. 9th-level senior magician, magic professor of a famous school. Even though the train to Marcellus is very tight, the conductor still arranged a separate compartment for Brown, with 6 seats, a quiet and closed space, enough for Brown to rest well during the journey. The train sped eastward along the railway, with monotonous yellow sand and a cloudless sky outside. The low-level undead in the Death Desert could not stop the train at all. Even if high-level undead appeared, it would be difficult to stop the high-speed train under the attack of the defense personnel. The Dosen Railway was very safe, but the hot and dry air came in through the gaps in the windows, and Brown, who was wearing a formal suit and tie, soon couldn't stand the heat. His shirt was soaked with sweat. Brown put down the tabloid with only gossip and advertisements, and took out a magic wand from his sleeve. Then he chanted something, and as he chanted the spell, one end of the magic wand flashed. A trace of cold air was released, and the temperature in the car quickly dropped. This is the advantage of being a magician. There is always a way to make yourself more comfortable. Brown was very proud of the spell he cast. He could imagine what the people in other cars were like. It was hot to begin with, and a few people squeezed together. It was simply hell. After the temperature in the compartment dropped to a very comfortable range, Brown put away his magic wand, picked up the tabloid again, took a sip of coffee, and continued reading. At this time, with the sound of the door being pushed open, a person walked in and asked, "Did you cast the magic just now?" Being interrupted, Brown was of course very unhappy, especially when the other party opened the door. The hot wind from outside blew in, causing the temperature in the compartment to rise again. Brown wanted to drive the person out, but when he looked up and saw the person coming in, he immediately stood up and said with a little hospitality, "Beautiful lady, I guess you were too hot outside. The Dosan Desert is so disrespectful to ladies. But here, you can enjoy the coolness of Saroying Beach. I am Master Brown Jennings, a professor of magic at Saroying School of Magic. I am very happy to spend the rest of the journey with you. Brown invited the woman who came in to sit down, and then took out his magic wand to lower the temperature in the compartment. Seeing that the woman was very interested in casting magic, he felt that his luck had come. The other party was a very beautiful woman. Black eyes, black short hair. Her skin was very white, and her tight leather coat outlined a figure that men dreamed of. However, a section of the hilt of a sword was exposed in the hem of the windbreaker, showing that this woman was not only beautiful, but also had some martial arts skills. After the woman sat down, she saw Brown cast another water-cooling magic, and she knew she had found the right person. She crossed her legs, leaned back on the backrest, raised her chin slightly, and said coolly, "For a magician, your spellcasting ability is pretty good. My name is Sophia. Just now you said you are a magic professor at a magic academy?" The woman who entered Brown's compartment was Sophia, who came to investigate under the order of Daliang. After entering the train, she found that everyone in the train was a scum with a combat power of 5 or less. She didn't need to do anything at all. Any vampire guard could kill everyone here. However, Sophia kept in mind Daliang's instructions. In this unknown world, the first thing to do is to protect the secrets of the big tomb, especially next to the big tomb. You must not do anything too eye-catching. So Sophia walked around in the train, trying to find someone who looked a little knowledgeable to take away. During the period, she knocked down a few hooligans who wanted to tease her. And then she felt the fluctuation of magic here, and it was obvious that someone released magic. So Sophia came over. Seeing that the other party's clothes were neat and well-tailored, he should be a person of status, and he also knew low-level magic, which barely met the requirements of the master. Chapter 9 Invitation. It's the Saroying School of Magic. Brown emphasized the place where he worked. He could see that Sophia's speech and behavior revealed an unattainable nobleness. He hoped that his identity as a professor at a famous magic school would arouse the other party's interest. With a good start, there would be topics to continue the conversation. Brown continued to introduce himself. "I am a 9th level senior wizard, teaching applied magic in the junior magic department of Saroying School of Magic. Ms. Sophia, you seem to be very interested in magic. Then during this trip, I will show you the mystery of magic." Brown thought that being a professor at a famous magic school and a senior wizard who was one step away from becoming a magician was enough to improve his impression in the heart of this beautiful lady. He did not say that he was the heir of the Baron, because he thought Sophia was from Marcellus, and Marcellus generally looked down on Flemings. Being the heir of a country baron would not add many points to him, and if the other party was an upper-class person in the Marcellus province, he would probably leave immediately because he was Flemings. This was the current situation in the Marcellus province. The Flemings' army occupied Marcellus, while the mainstream consciousness of Marcellus was excluding Flemings. This is not something Brown can change. All he can do is accept the fact and try to become a true Marcellus. Sophia still had a cold expression, but she could tell the little magician in front of her seemed to have some status in this unknown world. So Sophia asked, "Professor of the Magic Academy, it seems that you know a lot more about this world than those outside?" Brown answered confidently, "When I was studying, I traveled for a few years and took a boat to the Highland Kingdom of the Elves. If you are interested, I can tell you what I saw and heard during my travels." Very good. Sophia felt that this person should meet the requirements. She said, "Mr. Jennings?" Brown said kindly, "Just call me Brown." "Miss Sophia." "Brown?" Sophia changed her words and said, "I am formally inviting you on behalf of my master. He has some questions, and I hope you can answer them for him." Hearing this, Brown was suddenly shocked. Such a gorgeous and noble woman turned out to be someone's servant. Then what is the identity of the master she mentioned? Is he a high-ranking noble, a senior official, or a wealthy businessman who is as rich as a country? But no matter who it is, Brown feels that this is an opportunity for him. If he can be favored by this great man, it will definitely be of great help to his life. Brown asked solemnly, "Excuse me, who is this gentleman? What does he want to know from me, so that I can make some preparations?" Sophia spread 10 gold coins on the table and said to Brown, "Don't ask me any questions, as long as you agree to go with me. These are your rewards." It seems that there is another great man sitting on this train, Brown speculated secretly. But when he saw the gold coins on the table, his eyes almost popped out. 10 gold coins were a lot of extra income for Brown, who earned 2 gold coins a week. But it definitely wouldn't make him lose his composure like that. He quickly grabbed the gold coins on the table and couldn't help but shout, "It's an ancient gold coin! It's an ancient gold coin!" According to limited historical records, before the Dark Ages, magic civilization reached a level that could make mortals become gods. And any city of any size had several 15th level saints. The highest achievement of alchemical magic could make a city fly. And even the gold coins used for transactions were luxuriously engraved with special space magic using alchemy. That was a great era. Brown's eyes sparkled as he spoke of his admiration for ancient magic civilization, while he pointed at the pattern on a gold coin. The gold coin immediately disappeared. And then Brown felt that the gold coin was in a certain space, and he could take it out at any time. Brown knew very well that he would never be able to perform such advanced space magic. This was undoubtedly an ancient gold coin, which contained alchemical technology that could not be cracked in this era. Looking at the other 9 ancient gold coins in front of him, Brown couldn't figure out who would use ancient gold coins as a reward casually, and took out 10 at a time. Brown was a little confused, but he knew what he should do at this time. He pushed the remaining 9 ancient gold coins in front of Sophia and said, "It is my honor to help your master. I didn't intend to charge for it. But these are ancient gold coins, the crystallization of ancient magic. I can't refuse. This is a very precious thing. I will take one as a family inheritance. The rest, please take it back, Miss Sophia. And please don't show outsiders that you have so many ancient gold coins. I know your background must be very prominent. But some petty thieves don't have so many scruples. Just 10 gold coins. His Highness has a whole vault of gold coins." Sophia muttered in her heart. Since Brown only took 1 gold coin, Sophia did not continue to talk to him. She swept her hand across the table, put away the 9 gold coins, and said, "Since you have accepted the master's reward, then follow me now." Brown did not dare to be negligent when he was going to meet a distinguished person. He took his hat off the hook on the wall and took his suitcase off the gift rack. When traveling alone, you must take good care of your belongings. He didn't want to wait for him to come back and find that this place was visited by a thief. After bringing everything he needed, Brown put on his hat, tidied his clothes, picked up his suitcase, stood by the door, and said to Sophia, "Which compartment is the respected lord in? We can go there now." Sophia sat there and watched Brown prepare quietly. When Brown was ready, walked to the door, and was about to open the compartment door for her like a gentleman, Sophia stood up, took out a magic scroll, and said, "My master is not on this train. Please go this way." After that, Sophia unfolded the magic scroll in her hand, and a portal emitting a light green light appeared in front of Brown. Looking at the portal that suddenly appeared, Brown was shocked and stepped back repeatedly, shouting, This is the time-space gate. The time-space gate stored in the magic scroll. Who are you? Who is your master? No. I shouldn't ask. This is the ancient gold coin. I'm sorry, Miss Sophia. I can't go through. I'm just an ordinary magician. I will definitely disappoint your master. Chapter 10 Imperial Conference. Although ancient gold coins are rare, they were common trading currencies in the ancient magic era. The excavation of some ancient ruins has brought many ancient gold coins to light. Therefore, ancient gold coins are rare, but not rare. The magic scroll of the Gate of Time and Space is different. The Gate of Time and Space itself is a 13th level magic. And if you want to record the Gate of Time and Space on a magic scroll that can be used at will, you need at least a 14th level super magician who specializes in alchemy to do it. According to the current magician rating level, level 1 to 3 is a primary magician, level 4 to 6 is an intermediate magician, level 7 to 9 is a senior magician, level 10 to 12 is a magician, level 13 is a great magician, level 14 is a super magician, level 15 is a holy magician. You should know that the dean of the Saroying School of Magic is a 14th level super magician. In the entire Forming Empire, there are only 6 known masters who are equivalent to super magicians. As for the masters of the saint level, they seem to exist, but there is no evidence to prove their existence. As for the higher 16th level low level and gods, they were all things before the Dark Ages. In other words, the magic scroll of the Gate of Time and Space used by Sophia can only be made by a magician of the level of the dean of the Saroying School of Magic. And he must be a super magician who is proficient in both alchemy and space magic. It can be seen how precious it is. Brown was shocked by the other party's careless use of such a precious magic item. And he didn't think he was valuable enough to deserve the other party to use the Space Gate magic scroll in an ordinary meeting. This was definitely not a simple meeting. Brown was timid. He felt that he must have been involved in some big event. In the eyes of these big men, a high-level magician was just an ant. It was the wisest choice to withdraw at this time. But Brown also knew there was little hope. Sophia certainly didn't know that an ordinary space magic scroll would make Brown so scared. This was just a standard magic item for high-level heroes in the Great Tomb. It recorded the spatial coordinates of the Great Tomb, allowing heroes who went out to return to the Great Tomb quickly. Hasn't he seen the space magic scroll? Sophia didn't take the gold coins Brown handed over. She said, "Since you have received the money, you should do what you should do. You are not my only choice. If you die, I can find another one." Sophia put her hand on the hilt of the sword. The word death made Brown's whole body stiff and unable to move. Brown never thought that when death came, he would be so powerless. A 9th-level senior magician is also a strong man in this world. But now, he can't even move a finger. The murderous aura emitted by the other party made him lose any resistance. The blood seemed to stop flowing. The hands and feet were cold. And the mind began to slow down. If I don't go, I will really die. But will I survive if I go? This is no longer what Brown needs to consider now. The desire to survive makes him move his lips with difficulty and say, "No. Don't kill me. I will go to see your master and tell him everything I know." The pressure disappeared instantly. The suitcase in his hand fell to the ground. And Brown sat down on the seat, sweating all over, breathing heavily for the rest of his life. Sophia loosened her hand holding the sword and said, "Hurry up. I have made the master wait for too long. Don't worry. You may not die. That is to say, you may still die." Brown didn't know what happened to him. But now he had no way out. He could only stand up reluctantly and walked into the portal with a sigh. Sophia picked up the suitcase on the ground and followed into the portal. The portal closed, leaving only an empty train compartment. The train continued to speed towards Marcellus. While Sophia was investigating the train passing by the Great Tomb, De Leon was discussing how to restore his magic power in his imperial meeting. The maids wearing maid outfits designed by De Leon poured a glass of red wine for each hero present and placed some fruits and cakes on the table. Soon, the chefs pushed the dining cart and placed the carefully prepared delicacies on silver plates on the long conference table. De Leon likes to eat with his heroes in the imperial meeting and discuss the problems they are facing. This helps the unity of the team and allows subordinates to speak freely. He waved his hand and asked the maid to remove the red wine in front of him and replace it with a glass of milk. He is growing up, and proper nutrition must keep up. However, when the heroes at the table looked over, De Leon finally realized. In this situation, a child only showed his head on the table, and there was a glass of white milk in front of him. What kind of picture is this? When Princess Ziling put a roasted chicken leg on her plate, De Leon's eyes twitched. Drink more milk and eat more meat. You will grow taller. Looking at Princess Ziling's suppressed smile, De Leon knew she was definitely doing it on purpose. Ignore. De Leon knocked the milk cup with a spoon, and the room immediately became quiet. I am like this now. Not only you are uncomfortable, but I am even more uncomfortable. I am now a human child without magic power. And you have the highest knowledge and the strongest power. Tell me what you think. Is there any way to help me recover my strength quickly, without waiting for other heroes to make suggestions? Princess Ziling spoke first. The relationship between magic and body is like the relationship between water and container. Your Highness cannot bear too much magic now. If you want to recover your strength quickly, the best way is to change your body. Master Nicole and our fairy dragon alchemist can create an extraordinary level of constructed life form and transfer your soul into it. I think Master Nicole can restore 50% of your magic. And as for the rest, you can recover slowly. When Princess Ziling mentioned Master Nicole, De Leon glanced at the room and found that she was not there. Master Nicole is the chief alchemist of the Great Tomb Alchemy Laboratory. She has a weird personality and basically does not appear in such meetings. Thinking of Master Nicole's enthusiasm for alchemy and her crazy behavior that sometimes makes her brain short-circuit, De Leon dare not give his soul to this alchemy technology geek. And De Leon does not want to change his body into a construct. In addition, De Leon has not figured out what happened to his Flame Commander status. If he changes his body, does he have to say goodbye to this superpower? Don't think about changing your body. Daliang directly rejected Princess Xiling's proposal. Princess Xiling could only helplessly say, I can't think of any other way to quickly restore magic power. I can only watch you grow up slowly, and then slowly teach you from the most basic magic theory. Don't worry, the most talented fairy dragon princess sitting in front of you. 10 or 20 years will pass quickly. Under my guidance, you will definitely become a powerful wizard. Now let's see, what magic is suitable for you to learn first. Stretch out your hand. Chapter 11 Another bad news. How could this happen? Princess Xiling placed a gray magic light ball on Daliang's open palm, and the conference room was extremely quiet. After the previous failures, everyone held their breath this time, as if they were afraid that the airflow from their exhalations would blow the magic light ball away. However, even if they were more careful, this magic light ball was like all the previous magic light balls. Under everyone's gaze, the moment it touched Daliang's palm, it burst and dissipated like a punctured bubble. As a magic dragon clan, the fairy dragon is proficient in all the magic in the world. This is the confidence of Princess Xiling to say that she has trained Daliang into a powerful wizard. But in the test of Daliang's magic affinity, the result was beyond Princess Xiling's imagination. Logically speaking, Daliang, who was once a world-class strongman, should have a very strong magic affinity even if he became a child. However, Xiling used all magic attributes and energy attributes to test Daliang. But without exception, all attributes of magic energy could not resonate with him. This phenomenon only occurs in ordinary people who are completely unable to learn magic. Could it be that Your Highness is not only smaller, but also has a deteriorating physique? In the end, Princess Xiling could only come to this conclusion. Without talent, no matter how knowledgeable the magic teacher is, he can't turn a useless magician into an extraordinary strongman. Looking at the solemn Princess Xiling, Daliang knew that she was not kidding him. But he still asked unwillingly, is there no other way? Except changing the body. Princess Xiling thought for a while, and said, I have never seen such a situation. After all, we fairy dragons have never encountered a situation without magic talent. I wonder if others have a better way. Julian, can you angel solve the dilemma facing His Highness? As Daliang's guardian angel, Julian has been standing quietly behind Daliang's seat, and he is also distressed by Daliang's dilemma at this time. After Daliang turned his head to look over, Julian said, a strong swordsman also needs a certain amount of magic or energy to release combat skills. Otherwise, no matter how much training, it will only make the body stronger. Don't worry, Your Highness. Whether you can recover your strength in the future or not, I will not let anyone hurt you. The fairy dragon and the angel have no way. And seeing that all the subordinates are frowning, it is estimated that they have no way to turn a magic loser into a strong man. Do you consider changing your body? Daliang immediately shook off this terrible idea. The hero in the big tomb has no way to recover his strength. But it does not mean that there are no other ways. It is still unknown what the world in which the Great Tomb is located is like. If there is a higher power than the Great Tomb here, then there may be hope. I don't know how Sophia's investigation is going. The atmosphere of the Imperial meeting was very low, and no one wanted to touch the wine and food in front of them. At this time, Sophia walked in from outside the door. She walked to Daliang and whispered in his ear, Your Highness, I brought someone from that train. He seems to have a certain understanding of this world, and should be able to answer some questions for you. Finally, there is good news. The unknown outside world made Daliang uncomfortable, and his body became smaller, and he had no strength, which made him feel very bad. Daliang drank the milk in the cup in one gulp, and then said to the heroes at the meeting, there are always ways to solve difficulties. Don't let me affect your duties. Princess Xiling, come with me to see the man captured by Sophia. The meeting will continue to be chaired by Kaka, and the defense and stability of the Great Tomb will be the top priority. Kaka is a strong orc ogre, with 2 protruding fangs at the corners of his mouth, making his face extremely hideous. After receiving Daliang's order, he immediately stood up respectfully and said in a loud voice, Yes, Your Highness. I will rearrange the defense system of the Great Tomb. Daliang, whose mind was no longer here, waved to Kaka, who stood up more than 2 meters tall, then jumped down from his seat. Under the escort of the angel Julian, he and Princess Xiling followed Sophia out of the conference room. However, when they walked out of the conference room, they saw a girl with long light purple hair standing in the corridor, outside the door. The girl leaned against the wall of the corridor, with her waist-length hair, and a beautiful and charming face. The white lace stockings showed her slender calves, and the simple clothes exposed her icy skin on her thighs and abdomen. She was wearing a black dress with 3 black flames swaying around her like the hem of her skirt, and the bottom of her high heels was emitting jumping black flames. 2 long swords, one black and one white, were tied on both sides of her slender waist. Except for her temperament and hair color, the girl's appearance, height and body shape were exactly the same as Julian's. After seeing this girl, everyone immediately became nervous because Daliang had lost his power. Julian even stood in front of Daliang and asked the girl, "Juliet, what are you doing here?" The girl called Juliet smiled evilly, looking at Daliang, who had turned into a child, and said, "Sister, don't be so nervous. I just heard that His Highness suddenly turned into a child, so I came here to see." Sure enough, not only did the body become smaller, but the terrifying power was gone. Alas, there is no sense of accomplishment even if I kill her. Julian took a step forward, and the hard armor pushed Juliet against the wall. He stared at his sister and said viciously, "If you dare to threaten Your Highness, I will kill you first." Daliang did not stop at all because of Juliet's appearance. He turned and walked forward along the corridor, and casually said to the 2 sisters who were bickering, "Julian, you should know your sister better than me. She had many opportunities to kill me before, but she didn't do it. Now she will not do it. Killing me will not do her any good. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I will keep an eye on Juliet." Julian let go of his sister and chased after Daliang, who was moving away. He did not forget to warn Juliet, "Be honest recently. We may be in big trouble. Don't go out to cause trouble. If you really can't bear the killing intention, go and kill the undead in the undead summoning array. And be respectful to His Highness." Juliet curled her lips and said unconvincedly, "How did I disrespect him? It's you who don't let me do this. Don't let me do that. I'm almost sick. Hey, what are you doing? Wait for me." Black flames rose up, and Juliet's figure flashed behind Daliang and walked with her sister. Seeing that Daliang's little feet and legs walked so slowly, she was about to kick Daliang's butt. But Julian glared at her fiercely, so she reluctantly took it back. Sophia led a few people to the door of a room, and then said to Daliang, "Your Highness, the magician named Brown Jennings is inside. I didn't reveal your identity to him. We will call you Master after you go in." After that, Sophia glanced at Juliet. She was very worried about this devil, fearing that she would do something wrong or say something wrong after she went in. Juliet stretched and yawned, walked to the door, and lazily said to Daliang, "Master, do you need me to open the door for you?" Chapter 12, Big Shot. At this time, Brown was sitting in a room decorated with gorgeous decorations. Sophia left him here and left. After a while, a beautiful maid came in with a tray of red wine and wine glasses. After she poured a glass of red wine for Brown, she stood by, and her manners and demeanor showed the prominent status of the owner of this room. Brown did not dare to talk to the maid, nor did he have the heart to taste the wine. He guessed in his heart what happened to him, and looked at the decorations around him, trying to find some clues from them. This was probably an ordinary reception room, but the luxury of the decoration made Brown have never seen or heard of it before. Just the magic lamp above his head made Brown know what luxury is. The 1-meter diameter lamp panel was inlaid with layers of crystals, and each crystal was an independent light source. It was dazzling and gorgeous, not only illuminating the entire room, but also drawing a colorful halo in the air. There was a soft and moderate carpet under his feet, and the seats could be changed according to the different body shapes of people. There was light music in the air. There were swords and shields hanging on the wall, and Brown could see that those were high-level magic weapons. The more Brown looked, the more nervous he became. The application of magic and alchemy here was far beyond his cognition. There are also ancient gold coins used as trading currency, and scrolls of space-time portal transmission that are used at will. Looking at the artworks and sculptures that only exist in ancient ruins, they all tell Brown that this place has a great connection with the ancient magic civilization. Nervous Brown touched the magic wand in his sleeve with his hand, and after feeling that magic might not help him here, he touched the alchemical revolver hidden in the holster under his armpit. Harpoon A20. The newly developed weapon of the Imperial Arsenal contains 3 modes: normal mode, armor-piercing mode, and blasting mode. With 6 rounds of bullets and huge power, the armor-piercing mode can effectively penetrate the level 4 defense shield released by the magician. In fact, if it shoots suddenly, The magician who does not have time to release the defense shield will be shot to death. Baron Jennings has always been worried about the safety of his eldest son in Sirloin City. Although the security of the Marcellus province is much better than that of Florming, some extreme forces are bent on promoting the independence of Marcellus. As an official of an important department of the empire, Baron Jennings knows that although the peace treaty has been signed, the battle has never ended. According to Baron Jennings's idea, a family knight should be sent as Brown's personal bodyguard. But Brown refused. Those family knights who look like his father followed him around. Wouldn't it be telling others, "I am a Flormink"? Besides, Brown didn't have much spare money to hire a bodyguard. You know, the consumption level in Sirloin City is very expensive, and he still has to save money to buy a house. Instead of sending a bodyguard, Baron Jennings used his connections to get a harpoon A20. He thought that Brown's thin magic wand was really not as good as a gun. During the 100 Years' War, the Vlaminck Empire relied on the musketeer cavalry regiment that swept through the eastern countries and made the magician regiments unable to find their way. In the past, Brown never thought that his magic was not as good as a gun. But now, the existence of a high-powered alchemical revolver finally made his heart beat less fast. Brown didn't know why Sophia didn't search him and take away his magic wand and pistol after bringing him here. But he also secretly made up his mind that if the other party really wanted to kill him, then he would draw his gun and give it a try. If he could kill that big shot, it would be worth dying here. At this time, Brown suddenly found that he was indeed worthy of being a Fleming, and he had a ruthless spirit in his bones. Let you see the courage of the Fleming. When the door of the room was opened, Brown knew that the big shot had finally come. He secretly pressed the pistol with the inside of his upper arm, so that he could feel its position at any time, so that he could pull it out quickly. Then he stood up. Risking his life was only the last resort, so he should try to leave a good impression on this big shot. Who would it be? When Brown was guessing who he would meet, a soft light came in from the door, bright but not dazzling, and gave people a sense of stability. But when Brown saw the light clearly, his heart could not be at peace. An angel walked in under his dull gaze. She had a face that could intoxicate the world, but it did not make people have any blasphemous thoughts. The wings emitting light golden light filled the whole room with holy light, blowing away the vulgarity of the world. Brown's mind was blank. He had been thinking for so long, but he never thought that he would see a real angel here. This was definitely not the angel shell that the Knight of the Temple put on with divine magic. She was a real angel, a supernatural creature that had long disappeared in the legend. She was so beautiful, so holy, so charming that people could not help but kneel down and worship her. Brown instantly threw away the desperate idea and knelt on one knee to offer his praise to the angel with the highest etiquette. "It is the greatest honor in my life to accept your invitation. I feel deeply ashamed for my thought of hurting you just now. The most beautiful angel in the world. Please accept my praise. I will open my whole heart to you, and I will tell you everything you want to know. Do you want to hurt me?" The angel stopped and asked Brown with sharp eyes. Brown quickly took out his magic wand and pistol and placed them on the carpet in front of him, and said devoutly, "Because I made malicious guesses about this invitation, I had the idea of attacking you. That is really a blasphemous thought. You are an angel, the representative of kindness in the legend. How could you hurt me? Please accept my most sincere apology." Brown bowed to the angel and begged for her forgiveness. As a result, he saw a child standing in front of him, and then reached out to take the magic wand and pistol. Where did the child come from? Seeing the child looking at his pistol, Brown exclaimed loudly, "No, no, no, that's not a toy. Put it down quickly. It will hurt you." But the child did not put down the pistol, and sat down on the chair opposite Brown, and looked at the magic wand in his other hand, and then asked Brown, "Are you going to kill me with these two things? What's going on?" Brown continued to maintain a stupid expression. At this time, only this human child was sitting in the room, and the angel, who had just been worshipped by him, stood behind the seat. And Sophia, who he brought with him, stood on the other side. Through the positions of the two beautiful women who came in, Brown finally knew who the big shot who was going to see him was. If you can have an angel as a guard, no matter how small, you are still a big shot. Chapter 13 History. De Leon sat on a chair, playing with Brown's pistol and magic wand in his hands. The silver revolver was very well made and had 6 bullets in it. The bullets and the gun body were engraved with complex magic patterns, which were industrialized alchemical weapons at first glance. and also gave Daliang a general understanding of the level of military power in this world. Train. Pistol. Looking at the clothes of the human in front of him, it can be judged that this world has entered the era of steam thermal weapons. Steam engine technology is mature and widely used. Metallurgical technology has reached a certain level. Manufacturing industry is standardized and industrialized, and production capacity is very high. In addition, there is magic in this world, and magic and alchemy are used at a high level. Technology and magic coexist and have reached a certain level. It is a very interesting world. And this human captured by Sophia also knows angels. This shows that there are angels in this world. Daliang is even more curious about the outside world. Daliang handed the magic wand and pistol to Princess Xiling. With her eyes, she could easily see what level of alchemy technology was contained in them. Then Daliang looked at Brown, waiting for his answer. At this time, Brown was sweating profusely. He dared not regard Daliang as a harmless human child. Even the extinct supernatural creature Angel appeared. God knows what ancient creature this person sitting in front of him was transformed from. Although he could not feel any magic fluctuations on his body, it further showed that the other party's control over magic had reached the level of returning to nature. This must be some ancient demon god. Brown looked at the angel Julian for help. The ancient legend made him instinctively rely on the kind angel. After seeing Brown's eyes, Daliang said, "You don't need to look at my guardian angel. If I ask her to kill you, she will definitely not hesitate at all. Well, since it didn't happen, I won't hold you responsible for your attempt to assassinate me. Now I have some questions for you to answer. It may take a long time. You can stand up and answer." Brown stood up woodenly. His spirit was depressed, and he was still immersed in the panic of ancient civilization. He asked with a trembling voice, "Respected Your Excellency, may I ask, what do you want to know from me?" "Everything. Everything about the outside world. Let's start with yourself. I will interrupt you from time to time and ask you something I want to know." Brown didn't know why the other party asked these questions, but he could only introduce himself truthfully. From the Jennings family to the Vlaminck Empire, from the Marcellus province to the 100 Years' War, the situation on the continent, the foreign races overseas, industry, magic, alchemy, education, political system, and the lost history. Time passed little by little, and Daliang interrupted Brown's story at any time to ask his own questions, and then brought up another big topic. Daliang spent the whole day talking with Brown. He didn't waste any time or rest. He asked the maid to bring the meals here, and talked with Brown while eating. Brown temporarily forgot the dangerous situation he was in because of the food and wine he had never tasted before. As a magic professor at the Saroying School of Magic, he had a knowledge of all kinds of knowledge in the world. Even if he could not give an accurate answer to some of Daliang's tricky questions, he could still give some general answers. It was about the same as Daliang's estimate. The application of steam technology in this world has reached a level that was not reached during the first industrial revolution on Earth, mainly because magic and alchemy technology have miniaturized steam engines and made better use of thermal efficiency. Steam technology has brought about a rapid development of the entire social industry, and metallurgical technology has allowed the world's war mode to transition from cold weapons to hot weapons. Magicians are transitioning from frontline combatants to logistical researchers and strategic forces. Ordinary magicians, who can be killed by civilians with high-powered alchemical pistols, no longer have the transcendent status they once had. They are still respected, but their privileges are no longer so obvious. The political systems of various countries are also diverse, including centralized imperial systems, federal systems, congressional systems, autocracy, democracy, abdication, recommendation, too many to mention. Races exist in a concentrated form. Humans occupy the most suitable land for survival on the largest order continent, while elves, orcs and other vulnerable races are squeezed into the mountains and snowfields in the north. There are other continents overseas, but the conditions are far inferior to those of the order continent. The human race is also widely distributed in the overseas continents, but they are not as strong as the human race on the order continent. They are basically dependent on some powerful ethnic countries. The situation of the entire world cannot be explained in a few words. Brown's knowledge and experience are also limited. It is impossible to fully present the world to Daliang. He can only tell a general impression. Most of the topics of Daliang and Brown are about the history of the world. Due to historical reasons, there is a serious fault in the civilization of this world. According to the summary of existing data, history is divided into 4 stages: Ancient Magic Age, Theocracy Age, Dark Age, an age of discovery. The ancient magic age was a period of prosperity of magic civilization. According to the archaeological excavation of some ancient relics, the ancient magic world consists of many planes. The human race, beast race, elf race, elemental race, and even the undead race all have their own huge planes for the continuation and survival of the race. Each race is guarded by several 16th level low-level heroes. And each race also has unique extraordinary creatures. At that time, angels, demons, behemoths, titans, and other creatures that were born as 14th level extraordinary beings could be seen on the streets at any time. And there were even creatures that were born as 15th level saints. In the ancient magic era, there were so many extraordinary people and saints everywhere. Magic and alchemy civilization reached its peak. People could teleport over long distances and travel across planes. It was unprecedented. The era of theocracy followed the ancient magic era, when magic civilization reached a bottleneck that could not be upgraded. An unknown law-level strongman opened the divine plane and let the gods descend. The world entered the era of theocracy. Soon, the gods launched a war of gods to compete for the world's faith. In that era, some mortals became gods, and some gods fell. The war affected all planes of the world. No race could survive alone. They either fought for their gods or for themselves. The once glorious magic civilization was destroyed over and over again, and countless lives disappeared in the 500-year-long war between gods. The earth was torn apart. Rivers and seas flowed backwards, and planes collided and merged into a new world. A large number of races disappeared in that doomsday war, until one day the war suddenly ended. The gods seemed to have all left the ruins, probably thinking that this lifeless world had lost its meaning to be fought for. And those lives that survived the war between gods began to rebuild the world. Chapter 14: A familiar yet strange world. Then came the Dark Ages of about 500 years. The once flourishing magic civilization became a forgotten history. After the War of Gods, civilization was interrupted, and the surviving intelligent creatures were almost beaten back to the Stone Age. At that time, no one reminisced about the past. In the cruel living environment, how to survive was the most important thing. The aftermath of the plane collision has not yet dissipated. The sky was covered with dust. Earthquakes and volcanic eruptions overturned the earth. After a tsunami of 100 meters high, the ocean became land, and the land became the ocean. The ancient civilization was buried deep underground, and the living people were struggling to survive. The remaining races fought for limited resources, gradually forming the current distribution pattern. This is the Dark Ages, where ancient civilization lost its heritage, and many things were buried in the darkness. After the Dark Ages, it was the current age of discovery, when the world's terrain gradually stabilized. The intelligent life that had survived the Dark Ages gradually developed. The population grew rapidly, and countries emerged. The excavation and research of ancient relics put the evolution of world civilization on the fast track. It took only 1,000 years for civilization to bloom again. The use of steam and the application of magic alchemy technology are making the world change with each passing day. But unfortunately, the application of magic in this era is far inferior to that of the disappeared ancient magic era. No matter how much magicians study and practice, they can't touch the highest treasure of magic. The 14th level extraordinary is almost the peak of the personal power level in this world. And the 15th level saint, I don't know if it exists. This is a pity. But because magic has stagnated, applied science has received more material and financial resources, allowing the age of discovery to take a different path from the ancient magic age. After asking some questions about the ancient magic age, Daliang finally knew where he and the Great Tomb had gone. This is the game world of the past, but it is the game world after 2,000 years. The law-level hero who opened the god plane is himself, and he also traveled into the game world for some reason, and woke up in the Dosan Desert with the big tomb 2,000 years later. This place called the Death Desert should be the burial place of the former undead plane. But the collision and fusion of the planes made the burial place a part of the Order continent. The undead wandering in the desert also proves that this land comes from the Kingdom of Death. Daliang didn't know that opening the god plane would cause such a great disaster to the world, and he couldn't help but worry about his former NPC friends. He wanted to ask more about the ancient magic era, but history was interrupted for such a long time. The earth changed, and there were too few texts handed down to the present. In fact, most of people's understanding of ancient things now comes from the excavation of ancient relics, which are very rare. And some secrets are not accessible to Brown. Where did the gods go? They can't suddenly disappear for no reason. God is a threat to the great tomb. And Daliang is eager to know whether God is still here. Brown said, "This kind of thing is not something I can know. However, since the Dark Ages, no god has ever appeared. But some of the power of gods has been left behind. Some people who believe in God formed a church. And they can use magic by praying to God. That is a power different from magic. And there is no way to explain how it exists, and is used by people. Depending on the different gods they believe in, different churches are established. However, the power of the Supreme Church is very large on the Order continent. And some powerful knights can even use magic to turn themselves into angels. On the Order continent, the Supreme Church calls other churches heretics. And once they are discovered, they will definitely send out knights to eliminate them. So other churches are hidden very secretly on the Order continent. Fortunately, the power of the national government and the Magician Association on the continent is also very strong. In addition to requiring the citizens of the Holy See to believe in the God of Light, the Supreme Church will not force people without faith in other countries to believe in the God of Light. At this point, Julian couldn't help but ask, how is this possible? Angels are pure light energy. Some people can use angel fighting skills after training, but they can never become angels. Angels can't submit to a certain god. Brown is now very sure the people and angels in this room, except himself, are from the ancient magic era. He doesn't know why these ancient extraordinary heroes who disappeared for 2,000 years appeared and came to him. But at this time Brown can only cooperate and answer all questions. I used to think that they could really let angels possess people. And their tricks did deceive many people into becoming believers of the Church of the Good. But after seeing the real angel, after seeing this beautiful angel, in my eyes, those angels transformed by the knights of the palace are just shells with nothing on them. The holiness and sanctity they show are as dim as fireflies under the bright moon in front of you. Brown patted Julian's light gently. But Julian's expression did not change at all. And the whole room fell into a long silence at this time. Everyone was shocked by what they were facing. And without any feeling, 2,000 years passed just like that. The world is no longer the world they know. But there are traces of that world everywhere. What should we do? Princess Ziling, Sophia, Julian, even Juliet, who was afraid of chaos in the world, looked at Daliang, waiting for him to point out the direction. Daliang slowly tapped the armrest of the chair with his fingers, and then asked Princess Ziling, "That gun, what do you think? Can we make it?" Princess Ziling knew what kind of weapon it was after getting the pistol. After all, in the ancient magic era defined by this world, there were already muskets. It's just that it was a front-loading volley gun, and its power was far less than this alchemical revolver. After hearing Daliang's question, Princess Ziling opened the gun and took out the bullets inside. The design of this gun and bullets is very creative, and it can fire 6 bullets quickly. I have seen the alchemical enchantment array on the gun body clearly, which is a very low-level ballistic stability blessing, armor-piercing effect and burst effect. There is an energy recovery enchantment on the bullet, and the recovered energy can activate the enchantment effect on the gun body to enhance the power of the shot. The interesting thing is, even ordinary people can use the energy recovery of bullets to trigger ballistic stability blessing. If it is a person with magic power, the armor-piercing effect and burst effect can be activated. As for manufacturing, Princess Ziling fired a shot at a set of armor accessories in the corner. With a bang, the bullet left a white spot on the magic armor. I have to admit, if we use the power of the alchemy laboratory, we can make a more powerful alchemy pistol than this. But this one, we can't make it yet. Enchanted weapons that can be used by ordinary people. The combination of magic alchemy technology and manufacturing technology in this world is stronger than ours. Chapter 15 Ordinary People and Magic. Princess Ziling is the second alchemist in the Great Tomb Alchemy Laboratory. As the heir to the patriarch of the Fairy Dragon clan, her vision in magic and alchemy is trusted by Daliang. The Great Tomb, which comes from the ancient magic era, is far superior to this world in terms of magic alchemy technology. As long as the alchemy masters are willing, they can create a pistol that does not require bullets and purely relies on alchemy to fire destructive magic. But this kind of alchemical weapon must be used by people with magic power. The greater the power, the higher the magic level of the user. And Brown's alchemical revolver, even if it is in the hands of ordinary people, can get limited assistance from magic, making the bullets range farther and more accurate. Princess Zi-Ling admitted that the alchemy technology of the Great Tomb could not do this. In the ancient magic era, people who could possess magic were called heroes. And in that heyday, there were really too many heroes. In some elite armies, a captain who led 10 soldiers to fight could be a hero. In that era, magic and alchemy technology served heroes, and never considered how to let civilians use magic. But now, 2,000 years later, the decline of magic has prompted the emergence of magic that can be used by civilians. This kind of downward magic alchemy technology is not available in the high-end magic alchemy technology of the Great Tomb. But this technology can narrow the gap in force between ordinary people and hero units. Ordinary people who master magic power do not have the abnormal defense of the armor made by dwarves. In addition, this is just a defensive pistol. According to Brown's introduction to the army of this era, they have more powerful rifles, large-caliber heavy artillery, steam airships, magician air combat troops equipped with alchemical aircraft, steam-driven integrated mobile fortresses, and steel warships. In terms of basic troops, the defenders of the Great Tomb, which are still in the cold weapon mode, are in a comprehensive backward position. In terms of high-end military power, the heroes of the Great Tomb are absolutely crushing the military power of this world. Of course, this is based on the premise that the gods do not appear, and the existence of the church and divine arts makes Daliang have to worry about whether those gods, who suddenly disappeared, will suddenly come again. Keeping a low profile should be the long-term policy of the Great Tomb. Then, we should fully understand the world and find out what happened in the theocracy era. And, can we meet the friends and subordinates who were left in that era? Daliang glanced at Brown, who became silent, and asked the last question. Although your magic achievements are not high, some of your applications are really admirable. I have another question for you. Can an ordinary person, a person without magic talent, learn and use magic? Recovering strength is probably the most important thing for Daliang. Now he no longer wants to reappear the law-level power of his peak period. He is satisfied with being able to use some magic at will, and have a certain self-protection ability. This conversation has come to an end, and Brown also knows that his last time is up. The other party came from the ancient magic era, but it seems that they have not experienced the theocracy era. They don't know what happened at that time, nor do they know what the world is like now. It's like suddenly appearing here after 2,000 years. Knowing their secrets, it is almost impossible to leave alive. Will I be killed after answering this question? Brown made a final struggle to stay alive, although he knew that what he said was the fact that would happen soon. Daliang did not answer. This was already an answer. Brown sighed for his fate. He had a bright future, but he was going to die in this unknown place. Finally, Brown answered, there are very few people with magical talent in this world. But in order to protect magicians, and allow ordinary soldiers to use advanced enchanted weapons, countries around the world have conducted research to allow ordinary people to learn magic, and achieve certain results. As long as ordinary people undergo a certain amount of practice and are assisted by alchemical potions, they can change their physique and gain magical potential. Some people can even open up a high level of magical potential after training. And it is not impossible to become a high-level magician. Moreover, this training process also helps talented magicians improve their magic power. So it is also the teaching material for junior magicians in major magic academies. It's just that the cost of learning magic for ordinary people is very high, which is not affordable for everyone. But some wealthy families will try their best to let their children learn magic. Magic itself is a social circle and a person's business card, regardless of the level of spellcasting ability. With a junior magician certificate issued by a magic academy, it is easy to find a good job and make a name for yourself. Saroying Magic Academy is a world-renowned magic academy. Families throughout the Fleming Empire and Eastern countries want to send their children there, because magicians who come out of it don't need to worry about their livelihoods for the rest of their lives. And many people can also enter the upper class and change their lives. Half of the members of the Marcellus Parliament graduated from the Saroying School of Magic. In this world, magic certificates are diplomas. The more famous the magic school, the higher the value of the magic certificate. It can enable ordinary people to open up their magic talents. For Daliang, it is simply when you reach the mountain, you think there is no way out. But there is another village after the dark willows and flowers. I didn't expect that the problems that so many 15th level saints in the Big Tomb couldn't solve were solved by a civilization with such a low magic level. It turns out that there is investment only when there is demand. In the ancient magic era, there was no need to consider letting ordinary people learn magic. And the magicians with superior status would not consider letting lowly ordinary people learn magic. They only needed to continuously climb to the top of the magic technology tree. In today's world, the development of firearms has reduced the status of magicians. They need more low-level magicians to replace them on the battlefield or engage in other dangerous occupations. Alchemical weapons that ordinary people can use and technologies that allow ordinary people to become magicians have naturally been developed. This is absolutely great news for Daliang. Before Daliang can continue to ask questions, the appearance of this magical achievement made Princess Xiling, who thinks she is an authority on magic, ask first. You can really enable ordinary people to open their magic talents. How do you do this? Brown replied, if ordinary people want to open their magic talents, they should not be over 7 years old. If you open your magic talent after this age, the effect will become worse and worse. After entering the academy, we will gradually cultivate students' perception of magic energy by absorbing special magic potions, training meditation, learning magic theory, and the structure of the spell. This is an uninterrupted training process. Most ordinary people can complete the training of primary magicians, and some students with high potential can be promoted to intermediate magicians or even senior magicians. At present, the highest achievement of ordinary people in learning magic is the 11th level magician. This training process is also suitable for students with magic talent to redevelop their potential. Saroying Magic Academy has very good experience in this regard, and also has its own unique training methods. The magic potential inducing potion is also the most advanced in the world. Chapter 16 Thoughts on Enrollment. A brand new magic training system was presented to Princess Xiling. If she didn't learn it, she wouldn't be worthy of being the princess of the Magic Dragon clan. Princess Xiling couldn't wait to say to Daliang, I'm going to the Saroying Magic Academy to snatch this training method back. In this way, my brother, you can learn magic again. The Dragon clan is very direct about what they like. They think snatching is the simplest and most effective means, and they don't feel any guilt. Of course, Princess Xiling didn't forget Daliang. She was not a hero of the Black Fire territory system, so she wouldn't call him master. But a brother showed her close relationship with Daliang. In order to learn magic again, Daliang must obtain this training method that can allow ordinary people to have magic. Daliang nodded and said, we have to go to the Saroying Magic Academy, but not to snatch this training method. This is not something that can be taken away. It is a complete scientific and technological system with a theoretical basis. Forced plunder will inevitably lead to a war between us and the Framink Empire. And before we fully understand this world, we cannot show ourselves to the world. The best way is to learn quietly. Not only you have to go, I have to go too. I don't know what my current physical age is, but every day I delay, I may miss the best opportunity to develop my magic potential. As Daliang's guardian angel, Julian didn't expect Daliang to leave the Great Tomb and the heavily guarded underground fortress under such circumstances to go to the unknown world outside to learn magic. She said worriedly, Master, is it too dangerous for you to leave here in your current body? I believe in you and my guard's ability to ensure my safety in any situation. I must go to the Saroying School of Magic, Daliang said very firmly, and then said to Brown, you have won a chance to survive. I need a guide who is familiar with this world and works at the Saroying School of Magic to help me adapt to the outside world. Bringing an ordinary person without magic talent to study at the Saroying School of Magic. It's no problem for you, right? This, although Brown Jennings also serves as the admissions office of the Saroying School of Magic, it doesn't mean that he can just admit anyone to the school. The Saroying School of Magic is a world-renowned school. Many powerful and wealthy people rack their brains to send their family children to this school to study magic. Even if there are talented magic apprentices who want to study at the school, the Saroying School of Magic will be picky. Not to mention that ordinary people without magic talent want to enter this top magic temple. Ordinary people who want to enter the Saroying School of Magic must meet one of the 3 conditions. First, the legitimate son or second son of the hereditary nobles of Framink. Second, 2 relatives of the members of the House of Representatives of the Marcellus province. Third, a letter of recommendation from the Marcellus branch of the Magicians Association. There may be other ways to enter the Saroying School of Magic, but this is not something that a small character like Brown can do. Brown knew that the human child in front of him must be a super powerful person in the ancient magic era. But for some unknown reason, he lost his terrifying magic power. And there was no way to relearn magic through normal means. If you don't want to die here, the training method in the Saroying Magic Academy that can enable ordinary people to open up their magic talents has become your last straw. At this time, you can't say no. Since they know the existence of this method, anyone can do the task of guiding. Brown quickly said, no problem. In addition to being a magic professor in the junior magic department of Saroying Magic Academy, I am also responsible for the enrollment of magic apprentices. The summer vacation is about to end. I can arrange for you to enter the new magic apprentice class. You can only agree to save your life first. As for how to arrange this ancient demon god into the magic academy, you can think of a way after returning to Saroying City. Of course, De Leon didn't know that Brown had no ability to send him to the Saroying School of Magic. In his impression, the admissions office was a very powerful department, and getting a few students in was a simple matter. His admission to the Saroying School of Magic was settled. De Leon pointed at Princess Ziling and said to Brown, "This is Princess Ziling." Of course, to conceal her identity, you can call her Miss Ziling outside and call me Master Liang. Another thing you need to do is let Princess Ziling work in the Saroying School of Magic. It is your honor that Her Royal Highness is willing to serve as a magic professor in your school. With her knowledge of magic, she is more than qualified to be your dean. What? Get another person to join the Saroying School of Magic as a magic professor? You can't just get in with magic knowledge. Look at the backgrounds of the students in the Saroying School of Magic. This is the elite training center for the upper class in the Marcellus province of the Vlaminck Empire, and the private land of the Marcellus branch of the Magicians Association. To be a magic professor there, in addition to having outstanding achievements in magic, you must also have a clean family background, need to be recommended by people of status, and need to be recognized by the academic staff of the school who look down on the world. The fact that Brown Jennings can become a magic professor at the Saroying School of Magic is inseparable from his own magic talent and his background as the eldest son of a hereditary baron. In addition, he was a top student of the Saroying School of Magic, and was hired as an assistant teacher of the school after he was promoted to the 8th level senior magician at the age of 23. Then he worked as an assistant teacher for 7 years, and was officially promoted to a magic professor at the age of 30. As a Flemish who is often excluded, Brown was able to make a small space in Saroying City, and only he knew the sweat and hard work he put in. Brown did not dare to doubt the level of magic knowledge of this princess from the ancient magic era. But he had no legitimate identity, no prestigious introducer, and no educational qualifications. How could Saroying School of Magic recruit a person with no talent for magic as a magic professor of the school? This is more difficult than recruiting a civilian child with no magic talent to learn magic. Besides, I am just an ordinary teacher in the recruitment office. Recruiting magic assistants and professors for the academy is the business of the Academic Affairs Office and the Personnel Office. Looking at Princess Ziling, who was in high spirits and looked like she had found a bargain, Brown could not say the word "can't do it anyway." Alas, anyway. It is an impossible task to let this young Master Liang enter the Saroying Magic Academy. And it doesn't matter if he replaces the academy to recruit a magic professor. In short, it is important to save your life first. When you arrive in Saroying City, find a chance to escape. Whether you can escape from the hands of the demon god of this ancient magic era depends on the arrangement of fate. No problem. Princess Ziling can come to our Saroying Magic Academy as a magic professor, which will definitely open a new chapter in the history of the academy. Chapter 17. No problem. Brown Jennings, who was in a state of fearlessness, readily agreed to get Daliang and Princess Ziling into the Saroying School of Magic, as if it was just a matter of filling out a form. This made Daliang and Princess Ziling smile with satisfaction, and Brown's life was saved. However, Julian, who was loyal to his duties, was worried about Daliang's safety. She said, "Master, you entered the Saroying School of Magic as a student, and Princess Ziling joined as a magic professor. If we want to conceal our identities in the school, Her Royal Highness will definitely not have time to protect you all the time. I also hope to enter the Saroying School of Magic. I can protect you as the guard of the school." Brown didn't know the status of Daliang in the ancient magic era, nor did he know that Ziling was the fairy dragon princess. But he could really see that there was a real angel in front of him. Looking at her appearance, she seemed to be a very high-level angel. Having a high-level angel as the guard of the school will definitely make Saroying School of Magic flourish and become the world's #1 magic school. But these demons have to hide their identities. In the limited historical records, angels can fold their wings and transform into human forms. If this angel works at the Saroying School of Magic as a human, he will face the same problem as Princess Ziling. The school will never hire a person with no qualifications to protect the noble children in the school. But what is there to worry about now? 1, 2, 3. Anyway, it is an impossible task. Just when Brown was about to arrange Julian's work, Daliang said, No. 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 The security guards of the school have a lower status than the magic professors. You will be trapped in tedious work and delay other important things. And we can't put all our energy on the Saroying School of Magic. We really know too little about this world. Since there are magic training methods that we have not mastered, there must be more things beyond our cognition. For example, the magic related to God. The Church of the Most Good? They seem to be able to turn themselves into angels through some magic. But I don't think the angels in Cloud City will serve the God of Light. I need you to investigate the Church of the Most Good and track down the information of Cloud City. Take Juliet with you. Don't let her cause me trouble. In the ancient magic era, Cloud City was the home of the angels. At that time, there was no God. Cloud City ruled the plane of the heroic world, led the good camp, and managed the whole world together with the evil camp and the neutral camp. Daliang knows Yunzhong City very well. Angels do not believe in God. They regard God as a creature that possesses divine power and try to make themselves the new God. Daliang does not believe that the arrogant angels will kneel down to a certain God, nor will they allow people to become angels to cheat. Julian was originally a 14th level archangel in Yunzhong City. For some reason, she accepted Daliang's employment and became his first hero. Later, she was promoted to a 15th level holy angel in Yunzhong City. Julian has a special feeling for Yunzhong City. It is her birthplace and the hometown of every angel. Although she is no longer a member of Yunzhong City, she still thinks about the safety of Yunzhong City in her heart. Yes, I will find out the details of the Church of the Most Good, and I will also look favorably upon Juliet. Juliet, a 15th level hell angel, born because Julian was eroded by evil energy. She shared a body with Julian at first, and gradually devoured Julian to completely possess his body. Later, they were separated by Daliang and became two independent individuals. Unlike Julian, the Hell Angels were cruel and bloodthirsty. During the period when they were out of control, massacres were simply routine activities every once in a while. But Juliet was eventually defeated by Julian, and recognized this sister. But even after being recruited by Daliang, her actions were still difficult to control. This is also the reason why Juliet's sudden appearance made Julian, Sophia, and Princess Ziling nervous. In the past, Daliang could suppress Juliet. But now, the only one who can make the unruly Hell Angel obedient is probably her recognized sister. If Daliang and Julian both leave the Great Tomb, Juliet's stay here will be a time bomb. Even if you take her away, you must take good care of her. Otherwise she might cause trouble. Hearing that Daliang and her sister were worried about her, Juliet raised her eyebrows, widened her eyes and said, Don't treat me as a child. You are the one who needs to be taken care of. If it weren't for my sister, I would have poked 2 holes in your ass with my sword. Juliet. Julian was about to scold. Juliet was afraid of her sister and immediately laughed. Just a joke. Just a joke. You are his guardian angel. How dare I hit him? Julian didn't know how sincere his sister was. But now was not the time to pursue her. After giving Juliet a warning look, she asked Daliang, If Juliet and I go to investigate the Holy See, who can protect you in the Saroying Magic Academy? The night is not suitable for public appearances to deal with some minor conflicts. The heroes in the Great Tomb all knew that the Shadow Dragon Demon Yisei was always by Daliang's side. But Yisei's appearance was too special. Once he appeared in public, it would mean that Daliang's identity was exposed. Some minor troubles that were not life-threatening were not suitable for Yisei to solve. Princess Ziling smiled and said, Don't we still have Black Pearl? It's settled. Daliang confirmed the accompanying personnel for studying at the Saroying Magic Academy this time, and then said to Brown, Thank you very much for bringing me so many useful things. I promise you that as long as everything goes well, you will not be in any danger of life. You can rest here today. You can take away anything you like in this room. If you need anything, tell my servants. They will try their best to meet your requirements. Have a good rest. We will go to Saroying City together tomorrow. Daliang and his group left the room, and the last maid saluted Brown and said, Mr. Jennings, you are a guest here now. I am the master's maid Hannah. You can tell me if you need anything. I am outside the door. Waiting for your orders at any time. Maid Hannah saluted Brown again, and then prepared to leave the door. Brown immediately called her, "Miss Hannah, please wait a moment." Maid Hannah stopped and asked, "Mr. Jennings, what's the matter?" Dalyong's departure relieved Brown's pressure a lot. He took a deep breath and said to Hannah, "I am very curious about everything here. Can you introduce me to the exhibits here? For example, this full body armor." Chapter 18 Ancient Magic. Bringing one person into the Saroying School of Magic is beyond Brown's ability. Let alone bringing 3 people. The lie will be exposed sooner or later. And Brown will have no choice but to die. If he wants to live, he must take advantage of every opportunity to escape from the clutches of these people. So Brown needs to know the level of power the other party holds. And then he can formulate a way to escape. In the limited information of the ancient magic era, angels, such extraordinary creatures, occupy 4 levels: ordinary angels at the 13th level, archangels at the 14th level, holy angels at the 15th level, and supreme angels at the 16th level. Brown saw a real angel here, and could vaguely see the status of this angel in this ancient relic, which should be a reference for Brown to judge the strength of this ancient relic. Now all he had to do was to get the strength of the angel named Julian from the maid. Brown was a guest at this time, and Dalyong allowed him to take away what he liked in the room. Therefore, Brown wanted to understand the furnishings in this room. So he invited Hannah to give him a detailed explanation. Seeing that Brown was interested in the full body armor, Hannah walked to the side of the full body armor. The silver gray full body armor was placed in a standing position, without any support around, showing that the balance of this set of armor was very good. Just now, it was hit by a pistol at close range, and the armor only shook and did not fall, showing its full weight. The closed helmet only opened a 2-finger-wide eyelid at the position of the eyes, and the integrated brim and neck guard provided the maximum protection for the head in all directions. The upper body armor was divided into 2 layers. The inside was chain mail, and the outside was plate armor. There were some patterns on the outside of the plate armor, which were not only beautiful but also the magic patterns of the enchanted magic array. The armor of the arms and legs took into account the flexibility during combat, using leather connections at the joints, and attached a layer of retractable fish scale armor to protect the joints to the greatest extent. In both hands of the full body armor, there is a double-edged sword. The width of the sword is as wide as a palm, and the hilt and the hand guard form a cross. Hannah took out a towel and wiped the place hit by the bullet. The white mark disappeared, and the metallic luster was revealed again. Then Hannah introduced to Brown, "Dwarves are good at forging weapons and armor, and the weapons and armor made by the dwarves of Obsidian City are the best. This full body armor is the work of the dwarves of Obsidian City. It is not only strong and difficult to be destroyed, but also enchanted using the dwarven rune technology. It can be adjusted to a small extent according to the wearer's body shape, and its center of gravity will also be adjusted to the center of gravity of the wearer. In addition, it reduces the strength required to wear it, which can make a well-trained warrior feel as easy as wearing a piece of clothing. Heavy cross armor is the name of this set of armor. Of course, as the decoration of the owner's room, ordinary heavy cross armor is not qualified to be placed here. After this set of heavy cross armor was delivered, it was enchanted again. As she said this, Hannah pushed the heavy cross armor with her hand. The armor tilted, and when it was about to fall, 2 red lights suddenly lit up in the gap of the helmet eye. The left leg of the armor took a step to the side to stabilize the balance, and then quickly retracted it to stand again. It was flexible as if there was a person inside. However, after the red light in the eye went out, Brown could clearly see that there was nothing inside the helmet. What's going on?" In response to Brown's question, Hannah said, "It is now an alchemical puppet. If someone enters this room without permission, it will attack. But you can rest assured, Mr. Jennings, you are a guest here, and it is its duty to protect your safety." Brown was really amazed. He had seen the war puppets of the Vlamic Empire army. The shortest steam-driven machine was 3 meters high, and someone had to operate it inside. It had to stop for a while every 3 hours to add water and dissipate heat, and it often went on strike. Brown couldn't see the principle of this heavy cross armor at all. "Ancient magic is really magical." Brown asked, "Can I take it away?" Hannah said, "Of course. You can take anything you like in this room. If it is inconvenient for you to carry, we can also deliver it to your residence. Nothing is more important than the master's recovery of magic power. You helped my master, and we are all very happy." Do you need me to assemble this heavy cross armor for you? Hannah lifted her skirt and knelt to Brown. She has beautiful chestnut long hair, which is braided and tied behind her head. As a vampire sword guard with both undead and demon blood. Her skin is not pale, but white with red and crystal clear. Hannah is one of the 12 guard maids personally selected by De Leon, and her appearance is really one in a million. A pair of light red eyes always makes Brown's heart beat fast. Hurrying to put away his mind, Brown refocused on the armor in front of him. Brown really likes this heavy cross armor, and he will be very happy if his father can wear it. But Brown's plan is to escape. God knows if there is any positioning and tracking magic in this armor. He doesn't want to lead a group of strong people from the ancient magic era to his own manor. Brown didn't plan to take anything in this room, but that didn't stop him from asking about everything he was interested in. The sculptures of ancient elves were lifelike, and the wooden Pegasus could even make many different movements. The jungle and the oil painting on the wall showed the changing of seasons, the migration of migratory birds, and the vague appearance of animals. There were 3 palm-sized little demons living in the fireplace. When Hannah clapped her hands, the 3 little demons flapped their wings and flew up clumsily, lighting the fire and keeping the room at a comfortable temperature range. In this seemingly ordinary room, every corner was filled with alchemy and fantasy items, which made Brown dazzled. In addition to being amazed at the greatness of the ancient magic era, he was also amazed at the greatness of the ancient magic era. But Brown did not forget his real purpose. Miss Hannah, just by looking at the furnishings in this room, I know that your master must be very noble. He can even make an archangel loyal to him. In your time, he must be a very high-ranking person. Hannah replied, I really can't tell you about the master without his permission. As for Lady Julian, she is not an archangel, but a holy angel. Lady Julian is a very kind and easygoing holy angel. But her sister, Mr. Jennings, I need to remind you, do not be alone with Lady Juliet under any circumstances. Chapter 19. The night before leaving. Sure enough, it was a holy angel. Although Brown had guessed that Julian was a 15th level saint, he was still very surprised after getting Hannah's confirmation. This was an existence that surpassed the strength of the dean of the Sorroying Magic Academy. In this era of great discovery when magic was declining, he was probably an invincible existence. Julian was already a saint. So what were the strengths of the other people? For example, Juliet, who Hannah just mentioned. Brown had already seen that Juliet's expression was like those problem students in the academy, who liked to make trouble and disobey discipline, and would make a mess at any time waiting for the teachers of the academy to clean up. But such students generally had good strength and talent. To learn more, Brown asked, Lady Juliet calls Lord Julian her sister. Is she also a holy angel? But I feel that her aura is very violent. Hannah replied, Lady Juliet is not a holy angel. In short, it is safer not to contact her. If she kills you, the current master really can't do anything to him. Brown solved the big problem of De Leon not being able to practice magic, and the loyal Hannah had a good impression of him. Juliet is also an extremely unstable hell angel. For the safety of the guests, Hannah couldn't help but kindly remind him of more things to pay attention to, and naturally revealed some things about the sisters Julian and Juliet. Brown, who was interested in exploring the secret, got another piece of information. If he couldn't do anything to Juliet, it meant there was no force that could subdue her. Another 15th level saint, Princess Zi-Ling, had a very high level of magic skills, and was deeply respected by the man who called himself Master Liang. He was probably also a 15th level saint. At least 3 saints. Master Liang could make the saints surrender before he lost his magic power. He must have been a saint or even a law-level strongman. As expected from the ancient magic era, he was so powerful that he was invincible. It also meant that the escape plan was more difficult. Thinking of a dead end, Brown's expression could not help but be gloomy, full of worry about whether he could survive. Hannah saw Brown's look and thought he was afraid of Juliet. She comforted him, Sir, you don't need to worry too much. Since the master said you are a guest here, Lady Juliet will definitely be more restrained. Julian, Lady Juliet is the first hero to follow the master, and the master's words still have a certain binding force on Lady Juliet. It's getting late. Mr. Jennings, you have a good rest. I'm just outside the door. If you need anything, just ring the bell on the table, and I'll come in. Brown, who was worried about his fate, glanced at the bell on the table. When Hannah was about to walk out the door, he hurriedly said, Miss Hannah, I have one last question. The impact of the bullets didn't shake the heavy cross armor, but you almost knocked it down with just a slight push. You should also have very strong strength. Can I know how big the gap is between us? When Hannah pushed the heavy cross armor, Brown noticed something strange. Brown knew the power of the harpoon A20 very well. When he was hunting with his father, this alchemical revolver could blow off half of the head of an adult wild boar with one shot. The heavy cross armor didn't move at all when the harpoon A20 shot at close range, but was almost pushed down by Hannah, which was enough to show that this seemingly weak maid had a terrifying power. Hannah had opened half of the door. When she heard Brown's question, she tilted her head and thought for a while before she smiled and answered, "I am the master's maid, and you are the master's guest. This is the difference between us. Good night, Mr. Jennings. You have talked with the master for so long. You should have a good rest." Hannah, who answered the question wittily, walked out and slowly closed the door. Only Brown, who was not sleepy at all, stayed in the room, and De Leon had already fallen asleep on the big bed in his room. A human child has limited physical strength and energy, and also needs enough sleep to meet the growth of the body. After talking with Brown for a day, he couldn't help but fall asleep. He lay on the soft velvet quilt. His face was pink and tender, and he was very cute. Princess Ziling was sitting by the bed. She was wearing a blue and white magic robe with a stand-up collar. She looked at the sleeping child with a loving and gentle look, and then she couldn't help leaning down and kissing De Leon on the forehead. Still cute like this, Sophia walked in gently from the door, holding the clothes that the maids had made for De Leon in her hands, and slowly put them on the bedside table. Then she said to the already cute Princess Ziling, "Princess, your highness needs to rest. Just leave it to me." Princess Ziling could tell that Sophia was politely asking her to leave. She slowly stood up and said to Sophia, "You probably don't have experience taking care of children, and I have taken care of many baby dragons in the magic forest. Human children are like baby dragons. They need company when they sleep, to tell them stories, and to sing songs. There are many things to pay attention to when eating. You need to drink more milk, eat more meat, and eat fruits and vegetables. Don't let him be picky about food. In the future, you can leave the care of your brother to me. I will raise him to be fat and white." Sophia's face darkened. "Princess. Princess. His Highness has only become smaller in body, but his soul is still a great conqueror. His Highness doesn't need someone to accompany him when he sleeps. And he's not picky about food. He knows better than any of us what is right. In addition, it's our maid's job to take care of His Highness. You should take care of Black Pearl." After Sophia's reminder, Princess Ziling suddenly realized that the sleeping child in front of her was not the cute child she imagined. Thinking about what she had just done to Daliang, she couldn't help but cover her mouth with her fingers and then looked at Daliang's face. Sophia followed Princess Ziling's gaze and saw the faint lipstick mark on Daliang's forehead. Her face became darker. This was definitely a major mistake for her as the captain of the attendants. She asked Princess Ziling with a bad face, "Princess, you didn't do anything weird to His Highness, right?" Princess Ziling immediately looked nonchalant. She said, "This is just my goodnight farewell to my brother as a sister. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Be gentle. Don't wake your Highness from his sweet dream. Goodbye. Good night, Princess." Sophia bowed her head to Princess Ziling. As Daliang's attendant, she should be alert and respect every friend of Daliang. She knew that Princess Ziling treated her Highness as a child like Black Pearl. This fairy dragon seemed to have an obsession with cute children that must be forcibly intimate. After Princess Ziling went to the room, Sophia looked at Daliang, who looked childish, and her originally cold eyes softened. Then she inspected the room and left and slowly closed the door. Chapter 20 Desert Traveler. The night enveloped the entire Death Desert. On the night sky, the stars clustered around a crescent moon, embellishing the clear night sky and illuminating the layers of sand dunes on the ground. Without vegetation and water sources, the temperature of the dry desert would drop rapidly at night. Without the scorching sun, the breath of death emanated from every grain of sand, and soon formed a layer of gray mist attached to the top of the desert, and the wind became as cold as if piercing the bone marrow. This was the environment of the former kingdom of death. In the shroud of the breath of death, the undead monsters buried in the yellow sand slowly woke up. They dug out the hole and staggered out, and their broken vocal cords emitted a low-frequency hissing sound, like the sound of the wind, but with more anger than the wind. Skeletons and zombies are the most common undead monsters in the Death Desert. They wander around without any purpose, and then gather in clusters to patrol in a specific area. In addition to these low-level undead monsters, some large undead often appear in the Death Desert, making this desert a forbidden zone for life for a long time. Even now, magic and firearms are widely used, and it is difficult for a single creature to live in the Death Desert to see the sunrise the next day. But no matter how dangerous the night in the Death Desert is, there are still people who stay in this area shrouded in death for various purposes. The Dosan Railway is an important lifeline of the Vlaminck Empire. Whether it is day or night, there are always trains running on it. During the day, most of the undead fear the scorching sun and high temperatures and lie dormant under the yellow sand. When the dead air rises at night, the undead become more numerous and begin to threaten the safety of the railway. Airships are important equipment for the Vlaminck Empire to protect the Dosan Railway. At night, there are at least 4 guerrilla airships patrolling along the 800-kilometer-long Dosan Railway. The balloon on the top of the guerrilla airship is 110 meters long and shaped like a slender torpedo. The interior of the balloon is a steel frame, and the outer skin is a composite material that is resistant to high temperatures and wear. The lower end of the airship is a nearly 30-meter-long cabin with 4 twin-mounted rapid-fire guns that can carry out ground-to-air attacks. The bomb bay stores high-explosive bombs and incendiary bombs. In addition, there is a small anti-aircraft machine gun cabin in the front, back, left, right and roof of the airship, which serves as air defense firepower. In addition to these weapons fixed on the airship, each guerrilla airship has 2 to 4 air combat mages on duty. They are equipped with steam flying wings and can use alchemically enhanced guns for air combat. Like most airships, the guerrilla airships of the Vlaminck Empire also rely on steam to provide lift and power. The roar of the huge propeller at the tail is particularly clear in the quiet night. The guerrilla airship patrolling along the Dosan Railway maintains an altitude of 200 meters and travels at a speed of 150 kilometers per hour. Several searchlights driven by magic and electricity constantly scan both sides of the railway, carefully identifying every undead that may threaten the safety of the railway. Guerrilla airships simply ignore a few low-level undead. The locomotives of the Dosan Railway have been specially reinforced, and plow-shaped ram armor has been added to the front near the rails. If 1 or 2 undead dare to stay on the rails, they will be smashed to pieces. But if there are too many undead, too many broken limbs will be entangled in the wheels and transmission rods, which will cause the train to be unable to move forward. Some powerful undead may also cause the train to derail. Therefore, in order to ensure the smooth flow of the Dosan Railway, the railway line has been included in the key patrol area by the Imperial Air Force. When patrolling at night, the airships will immediately bombard the undead group once they find a large group of undead approaching the railway. If there are more, they will throw high-explosive bombs and incendiary bombs to eliminate them if they can, and lead them away if they cannot. The sound of cannons and explosions accompany the passengers on the Dosan Railway to sleep peacefully. In addition to the Dosan Railway, there are also human activities in the heart of the Death Desert at night. 40 kilometers southwest of the Great Tomb, there is a temporary camp. More than 20 people rested around 4 campfires. They wore thick clothes to resist the cold of the desert at night and used flames to dispel the invading dead air. Their dinner was cooked in an iron pot on the campfire, and a faint smell of meat floated in the air. The guns were placed where they could easily reach them, although the camp had made perfect preparations to defend against the undead. In the Death Desert, any caution was not too much. These people are mercenaries, a special group who gamble their lives for wealth. The one who hired them to go deep into the Death Desert this time was Sir Charles, a world-renowned explorer, archaeologist, and inventor. Due to his significant contributions in the fields of archaeology and science and technology, Sir Charles was named an honorary noble by many countries, and was hired as an honorary professor by many well-known magic academies. Sir Charles can be said to be a man of the times, and is admired by countless people. Sir Charles, who is already 56 years old, is still very strong, with a thin face, a mustache under his hooked nose, and a monocle stuck in his eye socket. In the silent Death Desert, he did not look afraid of the dead like the mercenaries, but was still immersed in his work. He wore a proper gentleman's suit and a dark gray cloak to protect himself from the wind and sand. He sat on a foldable bench and wrote down his discoveries during the day's exploration in a notebook with a fountain pen in the light of the campfire. Under his feet was a map of the Dosan Desert, and a cane with a golden hoop was pressed on the map to prevent the wind from messing it up. On the map, there were lines and marked circles, indicating that Sir Charles had been exploring the Death Desert for a long time. "Sir, it's time to eat something." A girl about 20 years old came to Sir Charles with a bowl of hot soup and a piece of dry bread. The girl was wearing canvas denim clothes, a triangular scarf around her neck, chestnut hair in a ponytail, a cowboy hat on her head, and a pair of spur boots on her feet. A leather bullet belt was wrapped around her waist, with yellow round bullets inserted in it. A holster was tied to the outside of her right thigh, with a silver revolver inserted in it, and a slender leather bag was pinned on the left belt, with a magic wand handle exposed outside the leather bag. There were some red spots on the exposed skin on the girl's face due to sun exposure, but the skin on her neck and wrists was extremely delicate and white. Holding the hot soup, the girl sat down on the sand next to Sir Charles, watching him continue writing without raising his head. The girl advised, "Sir, when are we going to leave the Death Desert? I would rather go to the glaciers in the far north with you than be baked by the sun here. Look at my face. If it continues to be exposed to the sun, I'm afraid even magic can't save it. No boy will pay for me in the bar anymore." Chapter 21. Jessica. Hearing the girl's coquettish complaints, Sir Charles finally raised his head. He took off his monocle, rubbed his slightly dry eyes, and pulled the gold watch chain on his chest to pull out a gold pocket watch from his jacket pocket. After opening the watch cover and checking the time, Sir Charles put away the map and put it in a leather bag beside him, and then took out a tablecloth from another canvas bag and spread it on the sand in front of him. After the girl put the broth and bread on it, she said, "Jessica, I thought you wanted to explore the secret of your life experience like me. Why can the secret medicine made from your blood, sprinkled around, block the approach of the undead? Why were you the only one who survived in that orphanage that was massacred by the devil?" Jessica interrupted Sir Charles from reciting these old stories, and she said dissatisfiedly, "That was originally a devil summoning ritual organized by an extreme sect. They succeeded, and a projection of a powerful devil appeared in the orphanage where I was. All the orphans became sacrifices to the devil. Only me. To be honest, I was too young at that time, and I can't remember what happened. Those disgusting guys called me the evil maid chosen by the devil, and wanted to bury me alive under the devil's altar, so that my soul would serve the devil forever. Fortunately, you saved me. I don't know why the demon didn't kill me. Why my blood can block the dead. Maybe it's because my soul really belongs to evil." Seeing the cheerful Jessica become depressed, Sir Charles said kindly, "No, Jessica, you are one of the kindest people I know. Think about how many times you saved me. In the Kite Canyon, in the Sea of Thorns, you are simply the best helper sent to me by the gods. Your soul is definitely not evil. I think the visions that happened to you, including your outstanding talent in magic, are all related to your bloodline. I think your bloodline is nobler than most people. It should come from a great family in the ancient magic era or theocracy era. Even after more than 1,000 years, your bloodline can still scare the undead and demons." Jessica sat cross-legged on the sand, drawing circles on the sand with her fingers. "But what does this have to do with me? It has been so many years, and I don't even know who my parents are. Why should I look for my unknown ancestor? No matter how great he is, he has been forgotten by the Dark Ages. Do I still expect to inherit his legacy?" Sir Charles said with a very serious face, "Jessica, you should know, the projection of a higher demon was summoned by the extremists in the orphanage. He did not kill you, which shows that your ancestors had a very strong influence in the former hell plane. And the undead? The secret medicine made from your blood makes the undead dare not step into the 500-meter range around the camp. This shows that your ancestors also had a very strong influence in the former Death Kingdom plane. The Death Kingdom was the leader of the evil camp in the theocracy era, and the Hell Plane was the leader of the evil camp in the ancient magic era. According to my analysis of your blood, you are a pure human, and your ancestor must also be a pure human. A human can deter the undead and demons at the same time, even if it has been 1,000 or 2,000 years. When we have forgotten him, this deterrent power still exists. How powerful is he? Maybe he has become a god." "God?" Jessica looked unconvinced. "You said my ancestors were gods. Don't joke. If my ancestors were really gods, I wouldn't be eating sand with you here." Sir Charles also knew that his guess was too bold, but he had to persuade Jessica to help him complete this expedition. Without her blood to keep the undead away from the camp, the expedition team would face many crises, or even be wiped out. Jessica, the extremist who summoned demons to massacre the orphanage, is a member of the Church of Gazing into the Abyss, which believes in the hell dread Lord Urgus. Although the Church of Gazing into the Abyss was wiped out by the Knights of the Holy See last time, the Church of Gazing into the Abyss has shown a tendency to revive in recent years. These evil fanatics will definitely track down the incident of summoning the upper demon. Although I have hidden your identity, I cannot guarantee that they will not find you. If you do not want to be harmed by the Church of Gazing into the Abyss, you must prove that the upper demon did not kill you. Not because he chose you to be his servant, but because your ancestors made him dare not kill you. It is too dangerous to summon the upper demon to inquire about your life experience. The blood sacrifice will attract the Holy See. Of course, we cannot kill innocent people. We can only think of a way on the undead. This is the Death Desert. I think this desert should be part of the plane of the Kingdom of Death. There must be an ancient undead with wisdom that can be communicated with somewhere here. If we find him, we can solve the mystery of your life experience. Staring at the Abyss Church made Jessica feel a deep sense of crisis. These people with extreme ideas are completely unreasonable. The demons they summoned are all projections, which are the residual power of some demons in the ancient magic era. They have low intelligence and cannot communicate, but they can exchange power from them through the exchange of souls. The higher the level of the demon, the greater the power exchanged. The upper demon summoned by the orphanage caused a sensation in the entire Order continent. In the propaganda of the Church of the Most Good, demons are the mortal enemies of angels. The appearance of the upper demons directly led to the Church of the Most Good to implement a comprehensive suppression of the Church of Gazing into the Abyss. That attack saved 4-year-old Jessica when she was about to be buried alive. Because all the believers of the Church of Gazing into the Abyss were killed at that time. No one knew that Jessica was chosen by the devil as the evil maid. She was dug out from the pit under the demon altar by the Knights of the Church of the Most Good, who believed that she was a sacrifice to be sacrificed to the devil. When the Knights of the Temple finished the battle and prepared to take Jessica back to the monastery, Sir Charles, who happened to be nearby, saw this poor girl and took her from the Knights of the Temple to adopt her. Then, in the process of raising Jessica, through his investigation and Jessica's sporadic memories, he pieced together the process of the Church of Gazing into the Abyss summoning the upper demon, and gradually discovered the power hidden in Jessica's blood. In order to find the secret of Jessica's ancestor in the ancient magic era, Sir Charles began to search for ancient relics all over the world, so that although he did not find what he wanted, the unimaginable wealth and fame brought to him by the results of exploration and archaeology made him a household name. But these did not become an obstacle for Sir Charles to explore Jessica's life experience. When Jessica graduated from the Magic Academy, she became Sir Charles's assistant, and the two ran around the world for their goals. After the secret medicine that can drive away the undead was successfully developed this time, Sir Charles couldn't wait to organize an expedition team to go deep into the Death Desert to find ancient undead who could answer his questions. Chapter 22 Breakfast. In the Death Desert at night, there are still all kinds of people staying in this dangerous and unknown life-restricted area for different purposes. In the big tomb buried deep underground, De Leon, who was heavily protected, recalled the memories before the time travel in a peaceful sleep. In the ancient magic era, to be precise. In the game world 2,000 years ago, all high-level NPCs were artificial intelligence. In that virtual world, there was no difference between them and real people. They could even have a love affair and get married. Opening his eyes, De Leon was pulled back to reality from his dream. 2,000 years. From virtual to real. Experienced the Theocracy era and the Dark Ages. The world has changed a lot. Even the gods have disappeared. How can people resist the passage of time? De Leon sat up, saw his small fists and body, thought of his situation, and couldn't help but sigh again. Now it's useless to think about anything. How to learn magic to restore strength as soon as possible is the most important thing. Otherwise you can't do anything you want. Today it's time to set off for the city of Soroing in the province of Marseilles. At this time, Sophia, who had been guarding outside the door, keenly heard the sound of De Leon getting up. She pushed open the door and walked in with 4 maids. The maids helped De Leon put on the clothes they had made yesterday. The shirt made of smooth silk fabric is close-fitting and breathable. It will not stick to the body due to sweating, nor will it wear the skin like rough linen. The cloth made of unicorn mane has a natural magic resistance effect, and can also resist the piercing of sharp swords. After alchemical enchantment, the defensive effect is even better. This kind of cloth is naturally very precious. But in the eyes of the maids, No matter how precious something is, it is not as good as a hair of the master. The unicorn mane cloth is made into a vest. The cloth exudes the unique luster of magic materials, and it is soft and hard. It not only highlights the noble temperament, but also has a very practical defensive effect. The coat and pants are formal clothes made according to Brown's clothing. According to what Sophia saw on the train, the style is commonly worn by children from wealthy families, because it is outerwear, and Daliang has to conceal his identity. The maids did not use too shocking materials, but the fabric is also very exquisite, made of Rex rabbit fur from the hands of elf weavers, which is light and shape-keeping. The outerwear is not alchemically enchanted. One piece of alchemical defensive clothing is enough. If someone can break through the layers of defense and attack Daliang at close range, no matter how many defensive props there are, it will be useless. He wears a pair of deerskin boots on his feet and a gray felt hat on his head. The whole outfit looks ordinary, but it exudes a unique atmosphere everywhere. With Daliang's insightful eyes, his appearance and body have a very strong contrast. Daliang stood in front of the magic mirror released by Sophia, unable to complain about himself in the mirror. Looking at the maids behind him through the mirror, they all have heart-shaped eyes and look intoxicated. And he knows what kind of cute thing he is in their eyes. Ahem. Daliang coughed dryly to remind the maid of his identity, and then asked Sophia, leaving the Great Tomb and going to the Sorroying Magic Academy, "How are the preparations going?" Sophia stood up straight immediately, but leaned forward slightly and replied, "All those who followed His Highness to Sorroying City are already waiting in the restaurant, and Brown Jennings was also taken there by Hannah. As for how to go to Sorroying City, it still needs Your Highness, you to decide." "Well?" Daliang nodded to show that he knew, and then said, "After I left, have all the things in the Great Tomb been arranged?" The last time His Highness asked General Kukka to preside over the imperial meeting, he had redefended the Great Tomb. In the maze of the upper level of the Great Tomb, there are 10,000 undead warriors patrolling day and night, and all the magic traps are activated. There are a large number of wandering undead on the surface. General Kukka plans to send out necromancers to gradually recruit these low-level undead and establish a surface warning zone to deter humans from entering the dune area where the Great Tomb is located. General Kukka also suggested sending out drow thieves to conduct reconnaissance of human settlements and countries within 1,000 kilometers to fill in our map. Then, as needed, expand reconnaissance in specific directions. Daliang only considered it for a moment, and then said, "I agree to recruit the low-level undead wandering around the Great Tomb and let them provide the first level of early warning for the Great Tomb. As for sending out drow thieves, we don't know much about the outside world yet. If we rashly send thieves out to investigate, it will be easy for people to see their differences. The power of this world is not as bad as we imagined. Being followed here by someone will expose our secrets. This time when I go to the Sorroying Magic Academy, I will pay attention to collecting maps and information of this world. It will not be too late to extend our tentacles when the Great Tomb is fully prepared." Sophia replied, "Yes, Your Highness. I will convey your instructions to Lord Kukka." Putting on a black bow tie, Daliang finally finished all the dressing with the help of the maids. He asked Sophia to put away the magic mirror, and then led the way out of the bedroom. In the dining room of the Immortal Palace, Brown Jennings sat nervously in his seat, looking nervously at a man with a bull's head in chef's clothes, who placed a plate full of food in front of him. The maid Hannah poured him a glass of red wine. After the scary-looking Minotaur pushed the dining cart away, Brown breathed a sigh of relief and whispered to Hannah, "Is the chef just now the legendary Minotaur? They like to stay in the underground maze, smash the bones of intruders with sharp battle axes, and then grind them into powder and smear them on their bodies." Seeing that Brown was so afraid of the Minotaurs, the maid Hannah smiled and replied, "Have you never seen Minotaurs? They are not as scary as you say. Although Minotaurs are evil creatures, they will not attack people at will. If you have heard them sing, you will know what kind of sound can cleanse the soul. The one just now was the master's private chef. The food he made was really delicious. Mr. Jennings, the master will be here soon. All those who dine here are those who will follow the master to the Sorroying Magic Academy. Princess Ziling, Lord Julian, Lord Juliet. You have seen them all. Standing behind the main seat is the butler, Mr. Mike. As you can see, he is an elf. Lady Sophia is responsible for internal affairs. Mr. Mike is responsible for all external affairs. Sitting next to Princess Ziling is Miss Black Pearl, who will accompany the master to the Sorroying Magic Academy. Chapter 23 Black Pearl. It is indeed a minotaur. Brown did not expect to see a long-lost creature here. Considering that there are extraordinary creatures like angels here, it is not surprising to see a minotaur chef. During Hannah's introduction, he quickly forgot his fear of minotaurs and turned to look at the butler Mike, who stood behind the main seat like a gentleman. Mike was wearing a black tuxedo without any wrinkles, a bow tie on his white shirt, and from time to time, he stretched out his white-gloved hands to direct the maids to set the table. When he noticed Brown's gaze, Mike bowed very elegantly to him, and Brown was so surprised that he immediately stood up to return the greeting. The kind smile of the elf Mike greatly dispelled Brown's nervousness. Then Brown looked at Black Pearl. Black Pearl was a girl who looked about 6 or 7 years old. Her black hair was tied into 2 round buns, with colorful hairbands and big pink bows on them. Her cheeks were a little chubby, and there was a dimple on each side of her pouty mouth. Her eyes were big, revealing the childishness and curiosity of a normal child. Her lips were red and her teeth were white, which was very cute. As for Black Pearl's clothes, Brown could only describe his mood as amazing after seeing them clearly. The 4-layer princess dress with thousands of folds was hung with various bright decorations, but the skeleton inside the petticoat held up the hem of the skirt, so that the skirt did not fall down and become messy because of these heavy objects, but was like a blooming flower. Dazzling. Such a skirt, with so many ornaments and gems, would be heavy even for an adult woman. So is it okay for such a young child to wear it? But it really looks very beautiful. At this time, Black Pearl was lying on the dining table, concentrating on a grilled fish on the plate in front of her, pursing her lips and swallowing her saliva, looking like she wanted to eat but didn't dare to. Princess Ziling, who was sitting next to Black Pearl, kept moving the fish towards Black Pearl's mouth with a fork, making Black Pearl even more greedy. But she always resisted and didn't put the grilled fish into her mouth. "The master is here!" A shout made everyone at the table stand up. Black Pearl jumped off the chair, ignoring the weight of her skirt, and ran towards the door of the restaurant holding the edge of her skirt. When she saw De Leon coming in, she was stunned by his appearance at first, and then hugged him more happily. She wanted to hug his legs at first, but because of De Liang's body at that time, she gave him a big hug, and then pulled De Liang to the dining table. "Captain, you really become like me. That's great. We can play together in the future. We can also sleep together at night. Her Royal Highness the Princess told me that I will protect you outside. No one can hurt my captain." Black Pearl's tender voice expressed happiness for De Leon becoming the same size as her, and she was determined to protect him. Dao Liang had a dark face all the way. He regretted letting Black Pearl follow him to the Saroying School of Magic. Black Pearl had always been very attached to him, and from now on, there would probably be no quiet days. Black Pearl jumped and pulled De Leon to Princess Ziling. She stood side by side with De Leon, and tried to hold her chest and head high, and then boasted to Princess Ziling, "Your Highness. Look! 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 I am taller than the captain now." Princess Ziling cooperated with a surprised expression, praised and touched Black Pearl's little face and smiled. "Yes. Black Pearl has grown taller again. I told you that if you eat more fish, you will grow up soon. Now you are taller than your captain. You must eat well in the future." "Well," Black Pearl clenched her fist to cheer herself up, "I must grow taller and prettier than Her Royal Highness the Princess. Captain, you must eat more fish too." De Leon felt like he was about to explode. Be patient. Be patient. Children speak without restraint. Children speak without restraint." Then he forced out a smile and said to Black Pearl, "Okay. Okay. I get it. I will eat more fish." De Leon pulled out a chair very gentlemanly for Black Pearl to sit back in her seat, and then walked to the main seat at the table. Mike pulled out a chair, waited for De Leon to sit down, and laid a napkin for him, then handed the rest of the work to Sophia. Sophia was only responsible for serving De Leon, while Mike's job was to command the maids and attendants to provide food and beverage services for all diners. As soon as he sat down, De Leon noticed that the chair was raised, so that he would not be in a funny position with his head on the table. In some details, Mike, who was smooth and shrewd, was more thoughtful than Sophia. This was also the reason why De Leon decided to take Mike to Saroying City. In the process of integrating into this world, he would definitely encounter various things, many of which were not convenient for De Leon to solve in his current state. At this time, he needed the knowledgeable old elf. Sophia placed a glass of milk in front of De Leon. On De Leon's left were Princess Ziling and Black Pearl. On his right were sisters Julian and Juliet, and Brown sat opposite Daliang as a guest. Daliang picked up the spoon and knocked on the cup, and everyone looked over. First of all, welcome our guest, Mr. Brown Jennings, and thank him for helping me solve a big problem. After breakfast, we will go to the city of Saroying in the Marcellus province of the Vlaamic Empire. For a long time in the future, we will live in Saroying. Learning magic is my business, and learning to integrate into this era is our common business. Let's raise our glasses and wish for a better tomorrow. Daliang picked up the milk cup in front of him, and the others picked up their glasses and said together, "Bless the master, brother captain." Breakfast officially began, while others used knives and forks to cut the food on the plate. Black Pearl had already grabbed the grilled fish with both hands and started to eat. At this time, she had only one thought in her mind, that is, eat more and grow taller quickly. Daliang looked at Black Pearl eating fish, and thought in his heart, eat, eat. You won't grow taller no matter how much you eat. Seeing Brown eating carefully, Daliang asked, "How long will it take if we take the train to Saroying City?" Hearing Daliang's question, Brown quickly took a sip of wine to wash down the food in his mouth. He wanted to stand up and answer, but Daliang raised his hand to signal him to sit down. Brown thought about his many trips by train between Florence and Marcellus, and then answered, "The Dosen Railway is 800 kilometers long, connecting the eastern end of Florence and the western end of Marcellus province. And the city of Saroying is in the eastern bay of Marcellus province, and it will take another 600 kilometers of train ride. In the Death Desert, the speed of the train can be maintained at 150 kilometers per hour. But after entering the Marcellus province, the speed will drop to 100 kilometers per hour. At each station, it will slow down, wait, start, load and unload goods, which will delay some time. This journey takes about 15 to 16 hours, and it will be longer if there are unexpected circumstances." Chapter 24 Reincarnation. 15 to 16 hours. The steam train of this era is definitely not as comfortable as the high-speed train that Daliang had taken before. Then Brown added, "I don't know where this is, but with the strength of you and your subordinates, it shouldn't be difficult to fly directly to Saroying City. Now Brown just wants to leave here quickly. When he arrives in Saroying City, he can find an excuse to leave these perverted strongmen from the ancient magic era, and then escape with his familiarity with the city." All night, Brown was thinking about the escape plan. As long as he could reach the dock smoothly, he could take a boat away from Saroying City. With his strength as a 9th-level senior magician, he can make a living anywhere. Sophia bent down and whispered to Daliang, "I have experienced that train. It is smoother than an ordinary carriage, but still a bit bumpy. If you have to take a 15-hour train, it is not a good experience. I suggest taking an airspace battleship to Saroying City. There will be angels and dragons escorting along the way. It will take at most 4 hours to reach Saroying City. The food in Saroying City may not suit your appetite. We can have lunch on the battleship before landing." Daliang considered Sophia's suggestion and said, "Taking an airspace battleship, escorted by angels and dragons, is really too ostentatious. There are airships and mages equipped with steam wings in the sky of the outside world. Saroying City is the capital of the Marcellus province, and it must be heavily guarded. If we fly there directly, we will definitely be discovered. Let's take the train. If we want to integrate into this world, we must first get used to their means of transportation." "Yes, master." Sophia would not have any objection to Daliang's decision. She replied, "I will arrange a separate compartment for the master to rest." Continuing to eat, Daliang asked Brown some questions from time to time, trying to understand as much as possible the living environment and learning environment he would soon face. Space battleship, angel, dragon. Brown heard a few more keywords. The super battleship that only exists in legends is completely driven by magic and is a powerful firepower platform and magic platform. As long as there is energy, it can always fly in the air and deter enemies on the ground. Here, the space battleship is just a means of transportation. Angels, dragons and other extraordinary creatures do not seem to exist in small numbers, but can be used to escort a trip. Brown suddenly felt that the escape plan he made was like a mouse playing tricks in front of a cat. On the sea, can the fastest ship outrun angels, dragons and space battleships? Alas, I'm dead. I'm dead. While Brown was doing two things at once, worrying about his life while answering questions, Daliang asked the maid to put the magic wand and alchemical revolver that he had taken away on a tray in front of Brown. Hannah told me that you didn't take anything from your room. I don't want to take your things anymore. Please keep your pistol and magic wand. Mr. Jennings, I can see that you are very nervous. In fact, you don't have to be afraid of us. The land you live on now is actually the land we have been protecting. Don't worry. After I, Black Pearl, and Princess Ling enter the Sorroying Magic Academy, we will no longer disturb your normal life. If you need help, I am also very willing to serve you. At this time, Sophia has left the Great Tomb through the portal and appeared in the desert sky again. The scorching sun in the east has just risen. The temperature of the yellow sand in the sun rises rapidly, and the death fog that originally covered the desert slowly fades and disappears in the high temperature. At night, groups of undead gradually stop moving under the direct sunlight. They fall on the sand and are then buried under the wind and sand. Only a few skeletons are still walking under the scorching sun, but their movements have become very slow. With the experience of last time, Sophia already knows the location of the railway. However, she did not rush to fly to the railway, but simply inspected the environment around the Great Tomb. At the top of the sand dune of the Great Tomb, a magic eyeball with a diameter of 10 meters was suspended in the air. The eyeball emitted golden light, and the pupil in the middle was blood red. It floated, turned, and scanned without any support. This is the Eye of Truth, which can see through disguise, invisibility, darkness, and thick fog. It is the most important reconnaissance alchemical item in the Great Tomb. The Eye of Truth rotated with Sophia's flying position, confirming the environment around the Great Tomb through double reconnaissance. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, Sophia made a gesture to the Eye of Truth, and then transformed into a bat and flew towards the railway. The Eye of Truth also closed and disappeared in the air. Then the portals opened frequently within the sand dunes of the Great Tomb, and the necromancers in gray smocks appeared in the desert. There were skeletons holding bone swords, zombies holding short knives, floating ghosts, and liches with jewel ornaments on their bodies. They were necromancers affiliated with the Great Tomb, responsible for the defense of the upper maze of the Great Tomb. In game terms, they were elite monsters in the first level of the Great Tomb dungeon. In the morning, Dalian approved the plan to recruit the wandering undead around the Great Tomb. As the commander of the Great Tomb's defense, General Kuka, the ogre, immediately began to implement the plan to establish a cordon around the Great Tomb. These necromancers were sent out to recruit the ownerless low-intelligence undead in the desert. If any high-level undead are found, Kuka's order is, send them to see the god of death. The necromancers who came out of the Great Tomb each occupied a large piece of sand, evenly distributed within a range of 10 kilometers of the sand dunes of the Great Tomb. Then all the necromancers chanted the soul-calling spell together, and the gray death gas surged out from under their feet, spreading along the surface like rolling clouds, forming gray circles against the background of the yellow sand. At this time, larger circles of light shone from under the sand layer. A three-dimensional magic circle appeared in the air, with magic circles of various colors enclosing magic circles, and layers of magic runes rotating in opposite directions between the magic circles. The dead air that was originally spreading along the ground was stirred and attracted into the air by the three-dimensional magic circle. After being amplified and blessed, it became more concentrated and dense. The dead air rolled up and gushed out from the upper layer of the three-dimensional magic circle, sweeping towards the sand layer on the ground like an erupting dead air volcano, and seeping into the ground along the cracks in the gravel. The whole casting process was very fast. When the dead air covered the entire range of the large tomb, the large-scale magic circle in the air came to an abrupt end. The hot wind swept up the sand and dust, and submerged the remaining dead air under the sand layer. The necromancers also disappeared without a trace. Chapter 25 Robbery. The Dosan Railway has no stops along the desert. Every train leaves this dead zone as quickly as possible. The steam raises a trail of white smoke, and the black train runs on the track. But stealing a train is not a problem for Sophia, even though these steam trains run at a speed of up to 150 kilometers per hour. Sophia, who has turned into a bat, can easily get in through an open window. This is an economy car, and there is no independent compartment for VIP cars. The aisle is in the middle of the car, and passengers going to the Marcellus province sit on simple seats on both sides. Some people stare at the desert outside the window, looking at the undulating sand dunes and the skeletons of the dead that appear from time to time. Some people look at the newspapers they bought in advance. Some people gather together to gamble, and some people sleep on the table. All the passengers were concentrating on their own things. and almost no one noticed that a bat turned into a beautiful woman. Using the sleeping spell, the two people who noticed her lay on the table. And then she reached out and took away their memories for a moment. Small mental spells were easy for Sophia to use. After using her mind to explore the entire carriage and confirming that no one noticed her changes, Sophia walked in the direction of the train. There is a VIP carriage over there. With your noble status, you should drive everyone in the train off. But your highness is merciful. Being able to take the same train with your highness is an honor that can be recorded in your family history. Sophia looked at the passengers on the train with pride and walked forward along the aisle, her leather boots knocking on the wooden floor of the carriage. She first punched a drunkard with a lustful look to the ground, and then stepped on the drunkard's face and walked over. Sophia is tall, with a slender waist wrapped in a tight leather jacket under her open leather windbreaker. She has a cold temperament, a stunning appearance, and red lips as red as blood. Such a beauty naturally attracts a lot of attention. Some people can see that Sophia's dress and temperament belong to the upper class, and they don't do anything wrong except taking a few more glances. But there are also people who think highly of themselves and block Sophia's way to chat with her. Without exception, before he could say anything, he was punched to the ground. Breakfast at the Great Tomb was about to end, and Sophia had to prepare the carriages they needed as soon as possible. No one could stop her. After passing through 4 economic carriages, Sophia entered the VIP carriage area. Unlike the economic carriages, the aisle in the VIP carriage area was on the left side of the carriage, and on the right side were separate independent compartments, providing a quiet and relatively spacious environment for some guests who were willing to spend more money or had a distinguished status. It was in such a compartment that Brown was invited to the Great Tomb by Sophia. This time, Sophia opened the door of a compartment and said to the people inside, "This room, my master wants to use it. Please leave." A middle-aged man and a young woman were sitting in the compartment. The middle-aged man had a big beard, a big frame, and a sturdy physique. There was a scar under his eye that made him look very fierce. But his temperament was the power cultivated by being in a high position for a long time. A white silk shirt, blue woolen trousers, and very exquisite leather boots on his feet. The woman was wearing a light blue one-piece lady's dress, with a string of roses woven from her left shoulder to her right waist. She had a dignified and beautiful appearance, and it was obvious that she had a good family background and received a good education. When Sophia pushed the door in, the two were eating breakfast: sausages, fried eggs, bread and coffee, a standard train meal. At the moment the door rang, the bearded middle-aged man had already put his hand on the holster on the table. The lock on the holster had been opened in advance, and he could draw his gun and shoot at any time. Seeing that Sophia was alone and spoke so rudely, the middle-aged man glanced at the young woman opposite him, and did not attack rashly. Instead, he stared at the hilt of the sword exposed at the hem of Sophia's windbreaker and asked, "Who is your master? And do you know who I am? Why should I give this room to you? If the status is determined by strength, this lady is more suitable to talk to me. And your scar is really fake." Sophia flicked her thumb, and gold coins fell parabolically in the air to the table in front of the young woman. Sophia continued, "I am not interested in who you are. You don't need to know who my master is. Take the gold coins and leave, or I'll throw you out." The middle-aged man didn't expect that the beautiful woman who suddenly came in could see through his careful arrangement and disguise at a glance. His outfit was indeed very shocking and easy to attract attention, so that the young woman was ignored. Assassin, or a spy with other purposes? No matter who this woman is, her duty made the middle-aged man ready to draw his gun and fight. At this time, the young woman said in a very calm tone, "Captain, if the master of this lady really needs this compartment, then we will give it to them. I believe they are really just looking for a place to rest." But the man called the captain wanted to say something, but his eyes were immediately fixed on the gold coins in front of the young woman. 10 gold coins were neatly stacked together, without any deviation, and there was no magic fluctuation in the room. This was thrown out purely with strength and skills, which was enough to show that the woman who came in had reached a terrifying level in controlling strength. She was a very powerful swordsman. In this limited space room, the gun was not as useful as her sword. Thinking of his mission and the orders from his superiors, although the captain wanted to compete with this rude woman, he should not cause chaos on the train at this time. The captain immediately stood up, put on the crossbody leather shoulder strap, fixed the holster under his armpit, and then took his coat from the wall and put it on. He was tall, nearly 2 meters, with a strong back and strong waist, staring at Sophia with a pair of eyes, imposing. No matter who this woman and the people behind her are, the captain must let them know that he was not scared away by them. The young woman in lady's clothes did not show any emotion. She put away the gold coins on the table with one hand, and then put on a white lady's hat. The brim of the hat lowered a layer of net veil, making her appearance looming. Then she picked up a parasol from the table and stood with the captain. The two of them were dressed like an unreasonable officer of the Vlamic Empire, taking his newlywed wife to the Marcellus province for vacation. Sophia ignored the captain's provocation. She didn't want to leave a trace of blood here and affect the mood of the master's journey. After the two were ready, Sophia made way for the exit. The captain snorted with a heavy nasal sound, opened the door and walked out. The woman stopped in front of Sophia. She didn't speak. Her eyes behind the veil looked Sophia up and down, and then opened the door to meet the captain waiting outside. Go to the backup safe house. Chapter 26 on the train. The portal opened in the compartment, and Julian walked out first. As firearms gradually developed, metal armor was no longer the mainstream attire in this world. The warriors took off the heavy armor that made them targets for musketeers, put on casual clothes that did not affect their movements, and focused on training their body skills, sparing no effort to accumulate their speed and agility. Although people wearing heavy armor have not disappeared. For example, some countries still retain heavy cavalry and heavy infantry in their armies. But the heavy armor worn daily must have been enchanted with advanced alchemy to enhance the defense against bullets and reduce the weight as much as possible. Even so, those who wear heavy armor in public must be extremely powerful warriors, and they must have a special hobby for heavy armor. As a 15th level holy angel, the weight of the metal armor will not have any impact on Julian. But Dalyong's code of conduct for this trip to Saroying City is to be low-key. If the gorgeous angel armor that exudes holy energy is worn, it is estimated that it will attract all the dignitaries in the world. This time, accompanying Dalyong to Saroying Magic Academy to study, Julian put away all the holy energy that was released. She took off the angel armor and changed into a set of ordinary clothes that were convenient for fighting. Julian's clothes were made by the maids under the guidance of Sophia based on what she had seen and heard during her last reconnaissance on the train. White fabric, golden trim, straight top and pants, and a pair of white wide-heeled leather shoes on his feet. The overall style is neutral, similar to men's formal wear, and on this basis, changes such as waist tightening are made to reflect the beauty of women. With a head of golden wavy long hair draped over his shoulders and a long sword hanging around his waist, Julian, who is full of righteousness, is still imposing and dazzling even if he hides his strength. After Julian walked out of the portal, he blocked the door first and scanned the corridor outside through the glass window on the door. It was Dalyong who came out after Julian. It was Dalyong's first time riding a steam train, and he was full of curiosity. The train made a regular sound as it ran on the rails, and the carriage was constantly shaking, making Dalyong, who had just walked out, a little unsteady. But before Dalyong could finish scanning the compartment, Black Pearl rushed out of the portal and hit Dalyong's back. "Oh, I'm sorry, Captain." "Thank you, Princess." When Black Pearl and Dalyong were about to fall down while hugging each other, a force helped them stabilize their bodies. Princess Xiling, dressed as a noble lady, took off her blue and white magic robe and stood in front of the portal. She waved her lace gloves casually, and the originally narrow train compartment expanded a lot. This space spell was just a trick for Princess Xiling. Then she bounced a magic light ball onto the glass. It was a mirror spell with a mental hypnotic effect. People passing by here would automatically ignore this compartment. It can be said that this compartment disappeared from the train in a sense. Following Princess Xiling was Juliet. Her clothes were similar to those of this era. As long as she put away the black flames and was quieter, she would look like a girl next door. Before breakfast, she killed a group of low-level undead. After her murderous intentions were calmed down, Juliet, who was under the care of Julian, could still be quiet for a while. After she entered the compartment, she just looked around the walls briefly, then found a seat near the window and sat down, then patted the seat next to her and said to De Leon with a teasing smile, "Master, sit here. If you want, sit on my lap." Then came Brown and Hannah. And finally, after the butler Mike also entered the compartment, the portal closed. At this time, the captain and his boss disguised themselves as a couple, walked forward a section of the carriage, and after observing that no one was paying attention to them, they quickly opened the door of a compartment and walked in. There was only a young man in this compartment. He was wearing a beige jacket, had beautiful dirty blonde hair, and was handsome. Under the sunlight outside the window, he looked handsome with a sense of decadence. At this time, the young man was leaning on the chair, with his legs crossed, holding French fries in his hand, and a plate of ketchup on the table. He was leisurely eating French fries with ketchup and reading a book. He was so absorbed that he didn't even notice the captain and the young woman coming in. Seeing that the young man was so unprepared, the captain was furious. He stepped forward and snatched the book from the young man, and was even more angry after seeing the title of the book. He threw the book on the table and couldn't help but yelled, "Jeffrey Robin, we are not here for vacation. If I were an enemy just now, you would have been dead. I don't know why Miss Annie specifically asked you to go with us to Soroing City, but you can't even take care of a backup safe house. We will definitely be killed by you." "Miss Annie? Mondo Eric. Why are you here?" Robin didn't expect that he would be caught for being lazy during the mission. He quickly threw away the half of the French fries in his hand and stood up properly. However, his eyes couldn't help but glance at the book on the table, his face full of reluctance to the sudden interruption of the plot. And he didn't forget to defend himself. "Eric, don't frame me in front of the lady. I am conscientiously acting as a traveler who goes out alone. Is there anything wrong with a lonely traveler reading a book during a long journey? Do you want me to stand behind the door with a gun and stare at the pedestrians outside?" Eric didn't expect Robin to dare to argue for himself when he was obviously negligent. He turned to Miss, and who was already sitting by the window, and said, "Miss, don't believe Robin's nonsense. When he was at the headquarters, this guy would only be lazy and read those whimsical and nonsense garbage books. This time we went to Soroing City, facing extreme separatists and foreign infiltration forces, not the relatively safe environment of the headquarters. Letting Robin follow us will seriously affect our work efficiency." "Yes, yes, yes." Robin agreed with Eric's complaint on this point. And he also said to Miss and Miss, "Eric is our best agent, and I am just a civilian who dares not even fire a gun. You take over the reorganization of the Special Security Bureau in Marcellus Province, and you need an elite agent like Eric, a human-shaped weapon. I, a small clerk who is just idling around, should stay at the headquarters so that you don't have to worry about me. Or, I will take the return train at the next stop." "Yes, Miss, let him go." Eric felt a sense of identity with Robin for the first time. Chapter 27 Agents. Put the parasol against the table, and take off the lady's hat, and put it on the table. Miss N has changed from a harmless newlywed to an imposing agent-chief. She said in a voice that was not loud but powerful enough. "Do you need to question my decision? Is it time to quarrel now?" Robin did relax his vigilance and did not fulfill his duty to keep an eye on the safe house. "And you, Eric? Are you acting like a qualified warrior that the Empire has devoted all its efforts to train?" Eric immediately realized that his emotions were out of control. He stood up in a standard military posture and apologized. "I'm sorry, Miss N." Robin was disappointed that he could not leave the mission. His dream was to be an idle clerk, sitting behind his own desk, and being lazy while processing documents. Bloody field work was definitely not the life he wanted, especially in the current Marcellus Province and Soroing City, where he had no idea who was the enemy and who could be trusted. The former director of the Special Security Bureau was assassinated in his office. The current director of the Security Bureau did not dare to take the airship to Soroing City, but disguised himself and took the Dosen train to take office. You can see how dangerous this trip is. Eric is the ace agent of the headquarters, and it is expected that Miss N will take him to Soroing City to clean up the mess. Robin couldn't figure out why Miss N brought him along. Was it because? Eric glanced at the book on the table again. At this time, Miss N took the book in her hand and slowly read it from the first page, and then said to the two subordinates, "Eric, since this happened, it means that there is a loophole in our disguise that we didn't notice. In the next journey, we have to change our identities. Robin, go to the last safe house and see who is inside. Attention! Just take a look. If you encounter any resistance, come back immediately. Don't disturb the people inside." "Yes, Miss." Even as a civilian in the Security Bureau, Robin had received some training. Eric and Miss N rushed into this backup safe house, which meant that there was an emergency in the previous safe house. However, there were no traces of fighting on the two of them, and they did not look nervous. which at least showed that their identities had not been completely exposed. And this mission should not be dangerous. They certainly could not go back to investigate, so they could only send their backup personnel. Robin took out a revolver from his armpit, checked the ammunition inside, and put it back into the holster, and then took a felt hat from the wall and put it on his head. After checking that there was no one else outside the door, Robin lowered his hat and walked out. After Robin left, Eric lowered the curtain on the door and turned to sit opposite Miss N. He took out a suitcase from under the table and placed it on the seat next to him, and quickly took off the beard, scar and other disguises on his face. Eric returned from a middle-aged man to a young man. Then he took off his clothes and put on the old clothes in the suitcase. After some dressing up, he turned into a servant of a wealthy family, and even his temperament changed subversively. He stuffed his original clothes and disguise props into the suitcase, and took out the new identity documents from the interior layer and stuffed them into his coat. After completing the change of his new identity, Eric opened the window and threw the suitcase out. After the suitcase landed, it kept rolling on the sand, and flames burst out from the inside and burned, and soon it turned into a pile of black ashes and was buried by the yellow sand. "Miss, I have changed my clothes," Eric said, and stood up and stood facing the door. Anne's eyes moved away from the words in the book. She glanced at Eric, who had completed his new disguise, and then put the book on the table and took out a suitcase from under the table. There were all the things and had changed her identity, and did not feel shy because the male subordinate was in front of her. She changed her clothes as quickly as possible, and finally threw the abandoned identity and the suitcase out of the train, picking up the book again, and said to Eric, "Okay, you can sit down." At this time, Anne was dressed like a rich lady, wearing the most popular lotus leaf skirt with a knitted cardigan in the eastern coastal countries, crystal stilettos that had been sought after by upper-class women in recent years, and a pink pearl necklace around her neck. Clothes and other accessories, regardless of style, design, you can tell at a glance that they are handmade by famous artists, expensive and luxurious. At this time, Anne was a socialite with the characteristics of the Oriental countries, and there was no trace of the Flemish Empire. Eric, who received the order, sat opposite Anne. Seeing his boss pick up the book again, he couldn't help asking, "Miss, who is occupying our compartment? That woman doesn't seem to know our identity. But why did she come to us?" And continued to read the book and answered casually, "Didn't Robin go to see it? When he comes back and brings information, let's analyze who he met." Robin? Eric was distrustful when he heard the name. Although he couldn't question his boss's choice, he couldn't help but speculate in his heart that Miss Anne could tolerate Robin's sneakiness. She must have taken a fancy to Robin. A pretty boy. She couldn't have been unaware of what was in the desk of this lazy guy. All of them were bizarre novels, and the content inside was the crazy imagination of those drug-addicted writers, spreading the twisted values of gaining powerful power without working hard. I picked up an ancient magic secret book. Ancient angel fell on my bed. My cellar connects to ancient ruins. Law-level hero came to see me. What are these things? Robin is obsessed with these worthless things and never gets tired of them. It has become his daily routine to read novels during work. Miss can tolerate Robin's dereliction of duty under her nose again and again. The most serious punishment is probably to take away his books. But Robin will bring a new novel the next day and continue reading. There is no punishment effect at all. If this isn't because she's attracted to Robin. This pretty boy, what is it? You know. And is very strict with her subordinates. Their department has always been the most efficient team in the Imperial Intelligence Department and has been awarded medals by the Imperial Emperor many times, and was able to accept the task and was appointed as the director of the Security Bureau of the Marcellus Province, which already shows her ability. In comparison, Miss Anne used her power for personal gain to protect the scum Robin in her team, and she brought him with her when she took office, which was too obvious. Looking at the book in Miss Anne's hand, "I have a date with the ancient magic age." Eric thought evilly, how could Miss read such a rubbish novel? She must love the whole house and the whole dog. Who knows what she is fantasizing about? Women are easily blinded by emotions. This trip to Saroying City is really dangerous. Chapter 28 Confusion. But Anne's identity and status made Eric have to endure Robin's presence, and he hoped that his boss would see through Robin's nature as a fool as soon as possible. The room entered a brief silence, with only the sound of and turning pages, as if she was really reading the contents of the novel. After a while, with a knock on the door like a secret code. Robin opened the door and walked in. He looked very relaxed, holding a paper bag in his hand, which was filled with fragrant melon seeds. His appearance was completely different from Eric's imagination. Facing such a powerful swordsman, it was impossible for Robin to not be discovered with his ability. He should have been driven back dejectedly, but he looked quite rewarded. Could it be that he had been hiding his abilities? In fact, his identity was the ultimate trump card that Miss deliberately hid? Eric felt that he seemed to have discovered Robin's secret. He overturned his speculation that, and had a crush on Robin. That was even more absurd than the most absurd novel. How could the wise miss, and keep a useless person in the organization? Robin's previous actions were all disguises. If you want to deceive the enemy, you have to deceive your own people. This is the real master of disguise. Playing the role of a fool for several years, and being among the most vigilant people in the world without discovering any flaws. The real Super Ace agent is always the one who is least taken seriously. They only show their fangs at the most important moment. Eric's eyes changed immediately when he looked at Robin. He looked at his colleague with admiration and automatically moved inward to make room for the ace to rest. Robin sat down, poured all the melon seeds in the paper bag on the table, and said to Anne and Eric with a smile, "The sunflowers in Zickham have the most abundant sunshine and the most suitable climate in the entire empire. Such melon seeds have a unique fragrance and taste after being stir-fried with caramel. As a Zickham native, I can smell the taste of my hometown with just a sniff. Miss, Eric, you all have a taste. I'll treat you." Eric didn't grab the seeds. He looked at Robin, waiting for the results of the investigation. He was really curious about the identity of that woman and her master. And he took her eyes off the novel. She looked at the sweet-smelling seeds on the table, and then looked at Robin, who was already cracking seeds by himself, and asked, "I asked you to go to a safe house to see who is inside. What answer are you going to give me?" Robin suddenly stopped cracking seeds, with an expression of trying to recall on his face, and then said in a panic, "Sorry. I forgot about this. Maybe it was because the smell of my hometown distracted me." Eric's face suddenly changed. At this moment, he really wanted to pull out his gun and shoot the shameful guy with one bullet. How could such an important task be forgotten? At this time of life and death, can the lady's life be worth less than a few melon seeds? When he arrived in Saroying City, could such teammates be relied on? Eric felt that he would never be able to take the return train. Feeling the volcano about to erupt in Miss Anne's complicated eyes, Robin knew that he had messed up. He quickly stood up and said, "Miss, give me another chance. I will go to the next safe house immediately. I promise I won't be affected by anything else." Then, without waiting for Anne's order, Robin rushed out of the room. Eric touched his forehead helplessly. For his own life, he continued to advise and Miss, "I don't know why you think so highly of Robin. If you really appreciate him, the clerkship at the headquarters is the best job for him. If he follows us, we will only be in danger." Annie turned her attention back to the novel in her hand, but also responded to Eric's suggestion. The headquarters in Saroying City also needs clerks. I am a little selfish to take Robin with me. After all, I don't know if I can come back alive. And I can't work all day in Marcellus. Although Robin is not qualified to be an agent, he is very good at choosing books. Ah? Eric opened his eyes wide, as if he had discovered a secret. He couldn't believe that Miss Anne had such a hobby. "Ah, what? Now I realize how wise it is to bring Robin. I am already looking forward to what he can bring to me." Annie slowly turned the pages of the book, immersed in the story in the book. What can he bring? That woman is very strong. I guess he will be discovered as soon as he approaches. Annie didn't answer this time. After a while, with a rhythmic knocking on the door, Robin pushed the door open and walked in, still with a relaxed expression, still holding a paper bag in his hand. The paper bag still exudes the smell of caramelized melon seeds. Eric was stunned. Robin was also stunned when he saw the melon seeds scattered all over the table in the compartment. What happened? Robin suddenly remembered something, and he apologized to Anne repeatedly. "I'm sorry, Miss. The taste of my hometown is so tempting that I forgot." "Don't be angry. I will investigate immediately. I will definitely not be affected this time." Robin apologized repeatedly and prepared to leave. At this time, Anne said expressionlessly, "No need to go. Sit down, and then we will guess who those people are." Eric didn't say anything this time. He had seen something as he was often on field missions. Robin shook his head and sat down. He didn't know what happened to him. Logically, he might have been absent from the mission the first time he forgot it. But why did he forget it the second time? Annie didn't blame Robin. She asked, "What did you see when you got out of here? Or what happened?" Robin tried to recall. "After I got out of here, I went to the next car. I met a train attendant, and he helped me open the connecting door of the car. I didn't see anyone else along the way. I went through a car and arrived at the car where the previous safe house was located, which was compartment 603. At this point, Robin suddenly paused. He tried to recall, but it's strange. I can't remember what compartment 603 looks like. In my memory, it just jumped from compartment 602 and 604. Then, I went to the dining car to buy a bag of melon seeds and came back. It happened twice. It's a bit weird. Can anyone tell me what happened? Why I can't remember compartment 603 and suddenly forget my mission?" Eric said, "You were hit by a mental confusion magic, which makes people still confused when they are alert. It seems that there is a very powerful magician on the other side. Probably a 13th level great magician. It's very easy for such a person to get an independent compartment on the train. And even the entire compartment can be cleared for him. Why did he occupy our compartment?" Chapter 29 Intelligence Analysis. Maybe because there is no place for them on the train. They just got on the train and don't want to squeeze into the economy car, so they come to grab ours. And made her own analysis. But as an excellent agent, Eric immediately refuted based on his own experience. "Miss, you know that our train does not have any stops along the entire Death Desert. At the same time, in order to avoid encountering too many undead, the train speed is 150 kilometers per hour at this time. I don't think anyone can get on a high-speed train here. That's simply suicide. I think these people must have boarded the train at the starting station of the Dosan Railway. They initially planned to hide their identities and blend into the economy car. Then, they couldn't stand the environment of the economy car, so they ran to the VIP car to grab a compartment. They didn't know our identities at all, but we just happened to be sitting in the compartment they liked. As for their identities, when we arrive in Saroying City, we can send a telegram to the headquarters to investigate the passenger list of this train. That female swordsman is so ostentatious. We can easily know who they are." Annie glanced at her capable subordinate and continued to insist on her opinion. "Eric, you also said that the female swordsman was so ostentatious. Like hiding her identity in the economy car? This is the middle section of the Death Desert, and the train has been away from the starting station for 4 hours. Do you think they endured 4 hours in the economy car before they could not help but come to the VIP car to grab a compartment? Didn't they endure those 4 hours in vain?" Eric also felt that his analysis had a big loophole, but he didn't think anyone could get on a speeding train halfway. Seeing that Eric wanted to say something else, and waved her hand to stop him from speaking, and put 10 gold coins on the table, and turned to ask Robin, "These gold coins were given to me by the female swordsman who robbed our compartment. Can you tell their identities from these gold coins?" Robin didn't expect Annie to ask him. There are his immediate superiors and elite agents here. So how can a civilian like him have the right to speak? And this kind of intelligence analysis is not his specialty. However, when Robin saw the style and pattern of these gold coins, he immediately became excited. He reached out and touched the pattern of the gold coin, and the gold coin disappeared immediately. Eric on the side shouted, "It's an ancient gold coin." When he first saw these gold coins, Eric was just shocked by the swordsman's method of throwing gold coins. The precise power control ability brought him a lot of pressure. At that time, Eric was thinking about how to protect Miss Annie, and did not pay too much attention to the style and pattern of the gold coins. Now seeing that these are ancient gold coins, and there are 10 of them, Eric is even more confused about the identities of these people. He tried his best to recall the information in his mind, trying to find out why the other party gave him 10 gold coins. 10 ancient gold coins are enough to buy a whole train. Robin showed great interest in ancient gold coins, or in people who use ancient gold coins. He couldn't help but say eloquently, "Based on my usual novels, no, work experience, based on the analysis of similar cases I have read. When ancient heroes suddenly descended into our current era, they would just wave their hands and throw out a few ancient gold coins to pay the bill. They don't know what the value of ancient gold coins is in modern times, and those who get these ancient gold coins are like us now, stunned by the ancient gold coins and shocked by this unexpected windfall. This contrast in values will stimulate readers to have an indescribable sense of comfort, and they can't help but continue reading." wanting to see what other jaw-dropping things the ancient heroes can do. Usually at this time we will show great greed. We don't know that this ancient hero is an ancient hero. We will only be greedy because of these ancient gold coins, and then ambush him. Of course, the result is to be beaten by the ancient hero. And the crushing difference in strength will give readers greater pleasure. Eric said with a dark face, I don't think you have ever encountered a case involving ancient heroes in your work experience. And these ancient gold coins don't make me greedy. Miss, don't listen to this guy's nonsense, using absurd novels to explain our situation. This guy is a waste. And every word he says is an insult to your ears. Leave this case to me. I will find out the identities of these people. Annie said to Eric, since I let Robin speak his mind. Don't interrupt his train of thought. Robin, go on. With the support of his boss, Robin raised his eyebrows to Eric in protest, and then continued to use his imagination. Miss just said, they are a train halfway. Eric also said that no one can get on a train with a speed of 150 kilometers per hour. No one can do it now. But it does not mean that the heroes in ancient times could not do it. Flying is a skill that almost every high-level ancient hero must master. For the high-level heroes in the ancient magic era, the speed of our train is as slow as a turtle. They even mastered the technology of super-distance transmission. They only need to open a transmission door to walk out and sit in their seats. Even using space skills, he could expand the narrow compartment to the size of a palace, use ancient gold coins at will, board high-speed trains at will, make compartments disappear from trains at will. Miss, who do you think they are? Ancient heroes who suddenly woke up from some ancient ruins. And they are very powerful. Robin, I found you are very talented in this area. Annie and Robin smiled at each other, feeling a little bit of mutual appreciation. Seeing that his boss's thinking was actually led astray by Robin, Eric was deeply worried about his future, and he felt that he needed to set things right. Miss must be facing the situation in Marcellus. She is under too much pressure, so she chooses those absurd novels to relieve stress. Miss must not follow Robin's train of thought. Miss, nothing in the fantasy novels is true. We have never seen ancient heroes. And even the elves with long lifespans have not survived to the present as the elves before the Dark Ages. 2,000 years have passed. Do you think the female swordsman we saw has lived for 2,000 years? Annie said, Eric, you must admit that the ancient magic age and theocracy age really existed. The magic and divine arts of that era far exceeded our current cognition. Although we have not seen the real ancient heroes yet, it does not mean that one day they cannot appear beside us after 2,000 years. Eric, take a close look at these gold coins. Has time left any traces on them? Chapter 30 Trump Card. The gold coins on the table were shining brightly, just like they were newly minted. Eric had seen ancient gold coins excavated from ancient ruins before. Although the powerful alchemy of ancient times could preserve the gold coins intact, they still showed signs of the passage of time. Moreover, most of the ancient gold coins had lost their space storage capacity, which doubled the value of the ancient gold coins that still had space storage capacity. This was also one of the reasons why Eric did not recognize these ancient gold coins at the first time. They were too new. If Robin had not just verified the space storage capacity of the ancient gold coins, Eric would have thought that these were all counterfeit imitations. Why are they so new? Eric still didn't want to accept Robin's incredible analysis, but he didn't know how to refute Anne's inference. But this is too. Eric shook his head, and then said firmly, any analysis we have now is just speculation. Miss, I formally apply to hand this case over to me. The other party's destination is also the Marcellus province. I will find out their identities. If they really come from the ancient magic era, I will catch them and let them serve the Empire. Robin next to him sneered. Catch them? Eric, do you know what terrible consequences your actions will cause in the novel, in previous cases? These ancient heroes all possessed extremely powerful powers, and even mastered forbidden spells that could destroy a city. How many civil servants like you have tried to use force to control these ancient heroes? But what happened? All of them were brought down without exception. But you people refused to repent, mobilizing the army, colluding with evil alchemists, funding crazy scientists, rushing towards the ancient heroes like moths to a flame, constantly providing readers with a pleasant reading experience. In the end, the ancient heroes destroyed the evil kingdom, took away the beautiful princess, and lived a happy life. Some even unified the world and gathered the princesses of the world in their own castles. These are all failed cases of catching ancient heroes. Are you going to repeat the same mistake again? Eric finally couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, Robin, I have tolerated you for a long time. No kingdom has ever been destroyed by ancient heroes. And the world has never been unified by ancient heroes again. I am an agent trained by the Empire. I have 100 ways to stuff your ass into your mouth. If you continue to mislead the lady, I will definitely let you taste that taste. Miss. Annie used her fingers to pop a water ball and hit Eric in the face, and said sternly, although Robin's words are a bit exaggerated, I don't think using force against ancient heroes is a good way. Robin. Eric won't interrupt you now. If the other party is really an ancient hero, how should we deal with it? Eric's outburst just now really scared Robin. But with Miss Anne's support, Robin glared at Eric again, and then replied, of course. There are successful cases in my memory. To sum it up, it is to cater to his needs. Give him what he wants. Make friends with him. It's best to be their younger brother. This is not a question of dignity. How prosperous the ancient magic civilization was. We have created our current prosperous era by simply developing a small number of ancient relics. If this ancient hero can give us a little bit of the technology of the ancient magic era, I think the technological level of the Empire will definitely be ahead of the whole world for a short time. At that time, Marcellus is nothing. They will definitely cry and cling to the thighs of the Empire. And they will definitely not be kicked away. Eric just wiped the water off his face with a towel. He was warned by Anne, and could only look at Robin's nonsense with contempt, and fell into thinking for a long time, and finally made up her mind and said, the independent society in the province of Marcellus is now very rampant. There is intelligence that they have received funding from certain countries, and controlled some members of the Marcellus Parliament. The last director of the Special Security Bureau was stabbed to death in his office. Which means that the Security Bureau has been infiltrated by the enemy. Many people are coveting the fat piece of meat of Marcellus. If they are not careful, a war will be triggered. And the eastern countries will also take the opportunity to compete for it. The people who occupy our room are very powerful and very strange. We must find out who they are. This case will be handed over to Robin. Ah, this is absolutely not possible. Robin did not expect Anne to hand over this case to him. And he hurriedly refused, Miss, I am just a civilian. You hand over such an important case to me. You trust me. I am not confident in myself. Those are ancient heroes. I will definitely mess them up. You should let Eric take charge of this case. I can give him some advice. I don't need your advice. Eric seized the opportunity to speak. He was full of energy, and recommended himself to Anne. Miss, now I am your most suitable candidate, although they have hidden compartment 603. As long as they get off the train, I will find them out. And ignored Eric's self-recommendation, and said to Robin very sternly, Geoffrey Robin, do you know why I tolerate you reading these novels while working? The purpose is, if we really encounter a similar emergency, we can send the most professional agents to deal with it in the first place. Fantasy writers from all over the world have recorded all the things that would happen if ancient heroes suddenly appeared in our era in books. And you are the only agent in the world's intelligence organizations who spends his toilet time reading these valuable materials. You are the trump card I have been secretly cultivating. Now is the time to activate your trump card. How to face ancient heroes. How to make ancient civilization bloom again in the Empire. There is no more professional agent in the world than you. You shoulder my expectations for you, and the Empire's cultivation and trust in you. If you don't carry out this mission, I will never let you, an expert in handling ancient heroes, fall into the hands of the enemy. Robin and Eric were stunned. The lady is too far-sighted. At this time, Miss Anne no longer cared about her two stunned subordinates. She picked up the novel she had just put down and read it with interest, cracking melon seeds on the table. She finally said, Robin will be responsible for this case. And Eric, you will be responsible for assisting him. If the other party is confirmed to be an ancient hero, Robin has the right to deal with it at a preferential price. If the other party is confirmed not to be an ancient hero, the case will be handed over to Eric. You two should handle this matter for me. Chapter 31 Contradiction. Crack. Crack. In compartment 603 of the train, heroes from the ancient magic era were cracking melon seeds around the table. The caramel-flavored melon seeds were plump and crispy, which made Dalian hungry. However, the shell of the melon seeds was too hard for his small body. Sophia and Julian had to break it open to make it easier for him to eat. At this time, They didn't know who the previous owner of this compartment was. Nor did they know that they had just left the big tomb, and the intelligence chief of the Vlaminck Empire had analyzed their origins through 10 ancient gold coins. It's just that Sophia didn't listen to Brown's advice, and stopped showing the ancient gold coins. In her eyes, the Master's reputation is above everything else. As the world's order executive, the Master can requisition everything in this world, which represents supreme power, but necessary compensation must be paid, which represents fairness, justice, and the Master's kindness. Fortunately, the elf butler Mike was more cautious. After entering the train, he went out to look around and stole some money. Then he bought some food, drinks and newspapers and brought them back. If they want to integrate into this world, they must start to understand it from now on. De Liang sat next to Juliet, picking up melon seeds from the plate and putting them in his mouth while reading the newspaper in his hand. Although he cannot use magic, any hero under him can give him the ability to understand languages, so it is not difficult for him to read newspapers after 2000. Juliet lay quietly on the table. She rested her head on her arm and looked at De Liang. Her lavender eyes were motionless. She just listened quietly to the crackling sound when De Liang bit the melon seeds. Looking at De Liang was creepy. Finally, he couldn't help asking, "Why are you looking at me like this? I always feel like you are going to do something." Juliet still lay there without moving, muttering, "What do you want me to do? You won't let me kill everyone on the train. I can only imagine the feeling of killing like this. Do you know that the sound of you eating melon seeds is very similar to the sound of chopping skulls? When you eat a melon seed, I feel like I killed a skull, and my murderous intent will decrease a little bit. Don't stop. That sound is so beautiful." At this time, De Liang's face darkened, and when he ate melon seeds again, he felt like he was putting a skull in his mouth. I really shouldn't ask this neurotic hell angel. At this time, Black Pearl, who was sitting opposite De Liang, was attracted by Juliet's words. In front of her was also a plate, which was filled with melon seeds peeled by Princess Zi Ling for her. Originally, Black Pearl was eating one by one like De Liang, but after hearing Juliet's words, she grabbed a handful of melon seeds and stuffed them into her mouth, chewing them with a crunch-crunch sound, and puffed her cheeks to ask Juliet, "Sister Juliet, if I eat like this, am I chopping a bunch of skulls?" Juliet's eyes lit up. "Yeah. Let me imagine. Chopping a bunch of skulls, and then chopping another bunch of skulls. Great. Okay. Let Black Pearl accompany Juliet to chop skulls." De Liang put down the newspaper and asked Brown, "I saw in this newspaper that the Marcellus Provincial Council is vigorously promoting currency reform and wants to issue paper money to replace the metal currency currently in circulation. But the Empire seems to be uninterested in currency reform and insists on using metal currency. I think paper money has a great advantage over metal currency and can save a lot of resources. The transition of currency is an unstoppable trend. The Empire should not be so short-sighted, especially when other countries have already started using paper money. Insisting on using metal currency is a major damage to national strength. What is the reason that makes it difficult to implement currency reform in the Vlaminck Empire?" The quarrel between Vlaminck and Marcellus over currency reform occupied a large space in the newspaper, which naturally aroused De Liang's interest. He wanted to understand the economic status of this world and see what the world's economic system looks like. The narrow compartment has become very spacious after the expansion of space magic. The table that could only seat 6 people has been lengthened to allow everyone to sit down. Brown sat diagonally opposite De Liang, ready to answer De Liang's questions at any time. Currency reform is also the main topic of discussion among the residents of Saroying City after meeting, and Brown naturally knows something about this. Speaking of currency reform, Brown first introduced the currency currently in circulation in the Flemish Empire. Gold coins are also called gold pounds, the largest currency in circulation, only because the gold pound has a large value. Urban residents generally do not use gold pounds in their daily purchases. They will exchange their gold coins for silver dollars through banks, or exchange silver dollars for gold coins and deposit them in banks. Silver dollars, also known as silver coins, are one of the main circulating currencies, and the exchange rate of gold pounds to silver dollars is 1.24. Then, there are copper ropes, and the exchange rate of silver dollars to copper ropes is 1 hour 80 minutes. The smallest currency unit is the penny as a subsidiary currency, and the exchange rate of copper ropes to pennies is 1.10. From the exchange rate, it can be seen that it is very inconvenient to exchange gold pounds for silver dollars, and silver dollars for copper ropes. And the exchange rate sometimes changes due to the price of precious metals. If the currency reform can be carried out and the unified decimal paper money is used, the settlement time of the imperial currency will be greatly improved, and paper money is easier to carry than metal money. As for the promotion of finance and economy, paper money has too much advantage over metal money. This is also something that everyone in the world knows. Various countries are also promoting their own currency reforms, but the powerful Flemish Empire is blocking this trend. I learned from my father, Baron Jennings, that the empire is actually very eager to complete the currency reform as soon as possible and replace the heavy metal currency with light paper money. But, Brown continued, after introducing the current currency system of the empire, the Marcellus province has no precious metal mines, so the coinage of metal currency is in the hands of the empire. The empire can manipulate the exchange rate of metal currency and many other methods to affect the economy of the Marcellus province. If currency reform is implemented, the right to issue paper money will be in the hands of the empire, and the empire will certainly be willing to use paper money. However, the Marcellus province has a high degree of autonomy, and the influence of the Marcellus parliament has become greater in recent years. The empire is afraid that once currency reform is carried out, the Marcellus province is likely to get rid of the empire's economic control over them through this reform. Through public opinion, we can see how fierce the differences and arguments between the two sides on currency reform are, and the contradiction between Fleming and Marcellus is deeper. After arriving in Rouen City, don't say that you are Fleming people. Of course you are not. In short, some Marcellus people are very unfriendly to Fleming people. Chapter 32 Pharmaceutical Company. Currency Reform. Dalion is not interested. If he were still in the game, he would definitely find some player friends who understand finance to promote currency reform in the Fleming Empire, and then speculate from it. Now he doesn't have the brains to play financial leverage to exploit the interests of the empire. But he can also understand how sharp the contradiction between the Fleming Empire and the Marcellus province has become. Marcellus has no sense of belonging to Fleming. They think they are a member of the Eastern civilized society, and reject Fleming's occupation from the bottom of their hearts. The Fleming Empire also knows what the Marcellus province will do after the currency reform. It would rather suffer losses in trade with other countries than let Marcellus be economically independent. Political independence, economic independence, and then military independence. However, these have nothing to do with Dalion. As long as it does not affect his studies, he will not care if Vlaminck and Marcellus beat him up. After talking about currency reform, Dalion began to ask ordinary people about the development of magic potential. As a magic professor at the Rouen Magic Academy, Brown is quite clear about the development of magic potential. The most important thing in the development of magic potential is the magic potential inducing potion. The effect of the potion determines what kind of magic talent an ordinary person can open. Since the first generation of magic potential inducing potions was invented, 4 generations of magic potential inducing potions have appeared. It should be noted that all the 4th generation magic potential inducing potions now come from the alchemy potion company called Scarab. This is a supercontinental giant consortium. Just relying on the magic potential inducing potion, it has obtained many privileges in major countries in the world. Other alchemy potions produced by the Scarab company are also crushing their peers, and their world status is unshakable. The appearance of magic potential inducing potions immediately became something related to the foundation of the country. After the first generation of magic potential inducing potions were launched on the market by the Scarab Alchemy Potion Company, all countries and alchemy research institutions tried to crack the formula of the potion. There are results. However, when the formula of the first generation of magic potential inducing potion was developed by a certain alchemical research institute and put on the market, the Scarab company immediately launched the second generation of magic potential inducing potion, which was more effective than the first generation. When the second generation inducing potion was developed, the Scarab company launched the third generation of potion. Now the Scarab has put the 4th generation of magic potential inducing potion on the market, which is pressing all the institutions that develop inducing potions. During this period, countless alchemical institutions went bankrupt because their products were backward and they could not recover their costs. Those who were able to continue to develop magic potential inducing potions had a big backer behind them, who was willing to lose money, but not be controlled by the Scarab company in inducing potions. The Scarab Alchemy Company has firmly monopolized the inducing potion market with the 4th generation magic potential inducing potion. In the process of studying magic potential inducing potions, Some alchemy institutions have discovered a method to catalyze and strengthen the inducing potion, which can increase the inducing effect by several or more than 10 percentage points. The Alchemy Research Laboratory of the Sorroying Magic Academy can further strengthen the 4th generation magic potential inducing potion by 14 percentage points, which is already the top level in the world. It is not enough to have only magic potential inducing potions. Directly absorbing potions is a waste and will not have any effect. When talking about his profession, Brown talked freely. Absorbing magic potential inducing potions must be combined with the correct training method. You must have a certain basic knowledge of magic and understand the structure of the ritual to be able to enter meditation and let the magic generated be integrated into the body, rather than dissipating immediately after it is generated. During this period, a magic instructor must accompany and observe, and guide students to adjust their meditation state at any time to achieve the best induction effect. Magic academies with conditions will also build special meditation rooms, all for the purpose of making the potion play the greatest effect and stimulating the students' magic potential to the greatest extent. Sorroying Magic Academy lets senior magicians guide the junior magic department in order to give students the best guidance. Scarab Alchemy Pharmacy Company. Dalian remembered this name. People who are born with magic talent are rare after all. So magicians who use magic potential induction potions have become the main source of grassroots magicians in various countries. The Scarab Alchemy Potion Company has the most advanced 4th generation magic potential induction potion, which brings not only huge profits, but also political capital for bargaining with various countries. Moreover, the process of inducing magic potential for ordinary people is more complicated than Dalian imagined. It is not possible to implement potential induction with inducing potions. Teaching materials and equipment, experience, and the entire potion system are the essence of this technology. Dalian was somewhat glad that he did not agree to Princess Xilink's robbery plan. Only by putting down his attitude, asking questions, and studying these technologies that were ignored in the ancient magic era. Can he really get it? Dalian asked again. Does the Sorroying Magic Academy use the 4th generation magic potential inducing potion? Yes, all 4th generation potions. Although the Sorroying Magic Academy has developed its own 3rd generation potions, with the support of the Marcellus Parliament. Those dignitaries who can send their children to the academy will never use the 3rd generation potions. Dalian chatted with Brown from time to time, and the train continued to drive towards Marcellus, including the journey to Sorroying City. They still need to take about 10 hours of train ride. Outside was endless yellow sand, and countless dead souls were buried under the land of the former Kingdom of Death. When Dalian fell asleep on Julian's legs, the train entered the territory of the Marcellus province, and the window finally welcomed the green and prosperity. At this time, in the south of the Great Tomb Sand Dunes, an expedition team rode camels under the scorching sun, heading north. Jessica, wearing a wide-brimmed cowboy hat, sat in the middle of the double camel humps and walked at the front of the team. Every time she walked a distance, she would take out her magic wand and dip a little secret medicine from the water bottle she carried with her, then chant a spell to summon a water ball to dissolve the secret medicine, and then project it upward. The water ball formed a small rainfall above the team, cooling down the entire expedition team, while also quietly sprinkling the secret medicine on the team members, so as to prevent the undead under the yellow sand from attacking the team. When Jessica released the cooling magic again and screwed the lid of the kettle, a sturdy man rode a camel from the middle of the team and walked side by side with Jessica. The man was dressed as an adventurer, and his multi-pocket vest was filled with various emergency items. In the holsters on both sides of his waist, there were 2 alchemical revolvers, and a lance was placed horizontally on the saddle. Chapter 33 Suspicion. Miss Jessica. The man glanced at Jessica's water bottle containing the secret medicine, and then asked, "This can be said to be the easiest task I have completed in all these years in the Death Desert. In the more than 10 days since we entered the Death Desert, we did not encounter a single attack by the undead. It was as easy as coming here for vacation. After returning, I was embarrassed to brag to my colleagues. My mercenary group and I accompanied the world-renowned adventurer Sir Charles and Miss Jessica to the Death Desert to search for buried ancient ruins." Miss Jessica, how did you do it? Jessica glanced at the mercenaries next to her and said, "Captain Stillwell, isn't it good if there are no undead attacks on us? Sir Charles and I chose to hire you to escort us into the Death Desert because you are the mercenary group with the highest mission completion rate in the Death Desert area. We are here to find ancient ruins, not to experience what it feels like to be attacked by the undead. So far, You have completed your mission very well. And I think Sir Charles will be very willing to give you a considerable additional reward after the mission is completed. Jessica knew. The fact that there was no attack from the undead along the way had made Captain Stillwell suspicious. But she didn't plan to tell the other party about the secret medicine. After all, anything related to the undead was taboo. And she didn't want these mercenaries to associate her with the necromancers who desecrated corpses. There is a group of magicians in this world who specialize in studying the undead, called necromancers. They capture existing undead, or directly steal corpses and transform them into undead using undead magic, trying to gain immortality by finding the secrets of the undead. Desecrating corpses makes necromancers despised and become rats that everyone shouts and beats. But necromancers do have many spells that can control the undead. The secret medicine that Jessica made with her own blood is very similar to the undead spell in terms of the effect of expelling the undead. If Captain Stillwell were to confirm that the team had no encounter with the undead, and that it was related to Jessica, it would definitely cause big trouble for her and Sir Charles. Jessica's explanation obviously could not dispel Stillwell's suspicion. And he continued to ask, "Miss Jessica, can I see what's in your kettle? Why do you use your magic wand to dip something in it when you cast magic?" "Of course, the kettle is filled with water?" Jessica said Stillwell's question was very funny. "I use the magic wand to dip a little water when casting a spell because the effect of water magic is very poor in the dry desert environment. If there is a little medium to guide the spell, more water elements can be gathered to form rainfall." "Captain Stillwell, I am a 10th level magician. I don't need to explain too much to you about magic. And I need to remind you, mercenaries have their own rules. Get paid for work. Don't ask too many questions. Don't look too much. And don't take too many things. I reserve the right to complain about you and your mercenary group. I don't think you want your credit score in the mercenary industry to be lowered. Right?" Jessica threatened Captain Stillwell implicitly. Mercenary is an industry with a relatively low threshold. As long as you are willing to work hard, you can do this job. But those who can really make money in this industry are always those with good credit. No employer is willing to entrust his safety to a mercenary with low credit. No employer is willing to hire a mercenary with low credit to accompany him to explore ruins and search for treasures. Sir Charles is a very famous person in the world. If he complains about Stillwell's mercenary group, it will inevitably greatly reduce his credit rating. Stillwell can't search Jessica without evidence. Moreover, Jessica is a 10th level magician, and Sir Charles's unknown strength. If a fight really breaks out, his mercenary group will definitely suffer heavy losses. After hitting a soft nail, Stillwell smiled awkwardly, saluted Jessica, and slowly retreated to the back. Stillwell's retreat made Jessica secretly relieved. She knew that it was really weird not to encounter undead sneak attacks in the Death Desert. But if she stopped using the secret medicine, she could not guarantee that when she was attacked by the undead, it would be a few skeletons, or a group of corpse lickers suddenly drilled out of the sand. It would be even more troublesome if she encountered a march of stone brain worms. Moreover, if he stopped releasing the secret medicine at this time, after being attacked by the undead, it would only make Stillwell more convinced that the undead were expelled by him using undead magic. Jessica looked back at Sir Charles, who was walking in the middle of the team. At this time, Sir Charles was completely immersed in the exploration of ancient ruins. He rode a camel and looked around. And from time to time, he took up the camera hanging on his chest to shoot the sand dunes not far away. As for Jessica's experience, I don't know if he didn't see it, or he believed that his right-hand man could handle such a small matter. Looking at Stillwell again, he had retreated to the end of the team, and guarded the adventure team with several mercenaries. They were all the most experienced mercenaries, who had been hired many times to perform protection missions deep in the Death Desert, and knew that in most cases, attacks from behind were more deadly. When Jessica saw Stillwell, Stillwell also looked at Jessica. After making sure that his voice would not be heard by the people in front, Stillwell said to a mercenary wrapped in a cloak beside him, "I just tested Jessica. She was very calm. I can't tell if she is using necromancy to expel the undead. And she doesn't look like a necromancer who studies necromancy. Her skin is shiny and elastic, and not infected by death. Very beautiful. Very charming. If I can buy her one night, I am willing to go bankrupt." While Stillwell was speaking, he stretched out his hand to greet Jessica. And the response was? The beauty turned her head away, and then launched a water ball into the sky. The drizzle of rain dropped the temperature around a lot, which was the most luxurious enjoyment for people walking in the desert. Even the camels made happy calls, and licked the falling raindrops with their tongues. The man in the cloak had a hood and a scarf on his face to block the wind and sand. People who explore the desert basically wear this kind of clothes to prevent their skin from being exposed to the sun and reduce excessive loss of water in the body. But the breath flowing out of this person is a little bit cold. He took a deep breath of the slightly humid air and said, "My judgment is correct. This rain has added something to us, making the undead under our feet unable to move." Chapter 34 Greed. There are undead under our feet. Stillwell was horrified. And then he sternly rebuked the cold man in a low voice. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? Your duty is to help me avoid these damn undead. Marcus, I warn you. If you do this, we will all die here." Marcus' tone did not fluctuate at all. He said to himself, "That woman is not a necromancer. The secret should be in that kettle. Even I can't guarantee that the undead will not approach us every time. But she can easily keep the undead away, even if we step over them. These undead do not move. I have been patrolling around our camp for the past few nights. Do you know what I found?" "What?" Stillwell stared at the sand below carefully, fearing that the undead would suddenly come out from below. Marcus' tone began to become excited. "I didn't find the undead wandering until I was 500 meters away from the camp. Within this range, even if there were undead buried under the sand, none of them would move, no resistance at all. This is something that all the necromancers I know can't do. The undead is a very difficult species to control. And the more powerful the undead, the more difficult it is to control. But the things in the woman's kettle can suppress the undead indiscriminately, which is what all necromancers dream of." Hearing Marcus' greed, Stillwell immediately persuaded him, "Marcus, I warn you. Mercenaries have their own rules. During the period of employment, not even a grain of sand can be put into our pockets that is not ours. This is related to the future survival of our group of brothers. Since you said that Miss Jessica is not a necromancer, then what is in her kettle has nothing to do with us. Let her continue to exorcise the undead. It is not easy to find a job that pays for no work. This time everyone can go back safely." Stillwell's words did not dispel Marcus's peeping at the kettle. He murmured, "You don't know? You don't know what the things in it mean to a necromancer. Every time she uses that thing to exorcise the dead, my heart aches. If that thing is in my hands, I can control an army of dead souls. I can uncover the secrets of the dead souls, break the boundary between the living and the dead souls, and gain eternal life." "Stillwell, do you want to gain eternal life? If you want, help me grab the contents of the kettle." "I don't want to," Stillwell said firmly. He grabbed Marcus's collar and pulled him in front of him. Threatening, "Miss Jessica is a 10th level magician, and Sir Charles is a famous adventurer. He is definitely a strong man. If we clash with him, we may all die here, and I have no interest in becoming like you. Listening to your voice, I doubt whether you are still a man now. Marcus, I warn you. The honor of a mercenary is the life of a mercenary. If you dare to harm Miss Jessica, I will smash your head first." Marcus' body has been lifted up from the camel's back by Stillwell. He raised his hands to surrender and begged, "No. No. No. Stillwell, please forgive me. I just lost my temper. I promise not to cause you any trouble. For so many years, you have been protecting me. I will never betray you and our mercenary group." Stillwell let go of Marcus, as they were at the end of the team, and kept their voices low. No one else noticed the conflict between them. Marcus seemed to shrink on the camel's back in fear. Stillwell looked at the timid necromancer with contempt and drove the camel forward. At this time, a black beetle landed on Stillwell's back and found a gap in his clothes and got in. The expedition team continued to sneak. Jessica didn't know that a crisis was quietly approaching. Sir Charles was still concentrating on observing the terrain of the desert, taking pictures from time to time, and taking out a notebook to record his findings from time to time. However, no one noticed a faint shadow attached to the back of his ear, and the shadow was like a little demon whispering in his ear. The expedition team was heading north all day, according to the itinerary arranged by Sir Charles. They would first arrive along the Dosen Railway, and then the military airship of the Vlamic Empire would drop off supplies for them. After getting the supplies, the expedition team continued to explore southeast until they entered the territory of Marcellus Province, ending this expedition across the desert, with limited conditions and limited manpower. Exploring the Death Desert will be a long process. In order to uncover the secret of Jessica, Sir Charles formulated a plan for 20 expeditions into the Death Desert. He decided to rest in the city of Saroying, which had convenient information and abundant supplies, and received the convenience provided by the Vlaminck Empire. But the first expedition was not over yet, and he and Jessica would have to face a crisis. After nightfall, the expedition team camped on the top of a large sand dune, where the view was wide. If there were undead approaching, they could find them early and decide whether to destroy the undead or escape. When the bonfire was lit, the camels were driven to the periphery of the camp to form a circle. And then the mercenaries took out holy water and sprayed it on the camels one by one. At night in the Death Desert, the rising death energy would seriously endanger the health of living beings. The holy water provided by the Holy See has a weak effect of removing negative states. Although it cannot drive away the dead, it can keep the living from being affected by the dead air for a period of time. After properly placing the camels, the mercenaries sprinkled some holy water on each other. After sending out the night sentries, everyone gathered around the fire to eat something and prepare to rest. At this time, a small drizzle fell from the sky. After being inhaled, the slightly moist air made people feel very comfortable. The mercenaries began to be thankful that their employer this time was a magician. This large-scale rainfall magic was simply a magic wand wave for Jessica. This made their trip to the desert less arduous than before. Although there were a few mercenaries with magic power in the mercenary group, their magic power was stimulated by using low-level magic potential-inducing potions and some folk methods. All conditions could not be compared with those of a regular magic academy, and the magic power could only allow them to use some combat skills or trigger the enchantment formula in the low-level alchemical musket. The alchemical musket narrowed the gap between ordinary people and high-level magicians. Even if Jessica was a 10th-level magician, she could not deal with the attack of more than 20 rifles at close range. Chapter 35 Camp at Night. The night gradually deepened. When the temperature dropped, the deathly aura gradually rose, shrouding the desert in a layer of mist, and the originally bright full moon became hazy. The bonfire dispersed the gathering deathly aura, and the mercenaries gathered together to eat and whispered about which tavern had a few more dancers. Sir Charles was still as taciturn as ever. He carefully took out the film from the camera and stored it in a sealed iron box. Then he spread out the map, picked up the notes, and made a more detailed analysis of the area explored during the day. Finding an ancient relic is a result that can attract the world's attention. But the process is boring day after day. As an excellent explorer, you must have enough patience and the ability to withstand pressure, because efforts may not always be rewarded. In fact, most explorations of ancient ruins end in failure. Jessica patrolled the camp. The conversation with Stillwell during the day made her a little more vigilant. Although she didn't think Stillwell would violate the contract with herself and Sir Charles without evidence. As an assistant to a successful explorer, she knew that under any circumstances, caution is definitely not redundant. And there seemed to be a lot of undead wandering outside the camp. This was Jessica's first time using the secret medicine in the wild. Even though the secret medicine had never failed to work on the undead in the experiment, the wild was different from the laboratory environment, and she didn't know if there was an upper limit to the secret medicine's effect on expelling the undead. And there was Stillwell. He directed the mercenaries to deploy the camp as usual when he was camping. It seemed that the conversation during the day was just an ordinary chat. But Jessica always felt that there was a dead air around Stillwell. Maybe he was contaminated with a little dead air outside when he was patrolling just now. As long as he was roasted by the fire and sprayed with some holy water, there would be no problem. Seeing that Stillwell had no intention of provoking her, Jessica took some food and came to Sir Charles again. She used water magic to apply a layer of water film on her skin to treat the damage caused by exposure to the sun during the day. At the same time, he told Sir about Stillwell's visit to him during the day, and then asked, if we enter the Death Desert without being attacked by the undead, anyone will be suspicious. If we continue to go, Stillwell's suspicion will only grow. Sir, what should I do? Should we let a few undead in tomorrow? Sir Charles closed his notes and said to Jessica, our secret medicine can keep the undead away from us. But without using the secret medicine, we have no way to choose which undead to let approach. As an excellent explorer, the first thing to do is to protect yourself. And don't let the risks that can be avoided happen. Don't worry. I didn't choose to hire Stillwell and his mercenary group casually. Stillwell is a very trustworthy person. He won't arrest us as necromancers based on speculation alone. He can't afford the price of misjudgment. After this expedition, I will have a good talk with Stillwell. We will enter the Death Desert many times, and he will not mess up this big business. Jessica, I remind you, Don't tell the formula of the secret medicine under any circumstances. Your blood cannot satisfy the greed of some people. If someone forces it, give him these secret medicines, and say that we found them in an ancient ruins. I know. Sir, as a 20-year-old magician, Jessica certainly knows the value of the secret medicine made from her blood. Especially for those necromancers who are not willing to see the light. Thinking of the undead she saw during her patrol just now, Jessica said to Sir Charles, "Tonight there are more undead around the camp than in the past few days. I also saw some large undead and floating ghosts. Will the secret medicine be ineffective?" Sir Charles looked at Jessica with admiration in his eyes. "Jessica, the secret medicine made from your blood does not expel the undead. It deters them. These two effects look the same, but they are essentially different." Jessica pouted. "Sir, do you really believe that I am the descendant of some ancient hero? What if it's just that my physique is a little special, and there happens to be substances in my blood that can interfere with the undead? You also said that the effects of exorcism and deterrence look the same. Are you sure those undead are deterred and dare not approach?" Sir Charles nodded and said, "I'm sure, very sure. I will definitely uncover the secret of your bloodline." "Okay, you are the boss. Listen to you." Jessica has become accustomed to Charles's answer, although she doesn't think she can be related to a superhero in the ancient magic era. This is Charles's persistence. As a daughter raised by Charles, Jessica also likes the current adventurous life very much. As usual, Jessica stopped arguing with Sir Charles on this issue. She helped him put away the map and prepared to spread the tablecloth to eat something together. But at this time, the mercenaries exclaimed, "Captain, the captain was attacked by the undead. How could this be possible?" Jessica stood up immediately and saw that the mercenaries were surrounding Stillwell's position. She said to Sir Charles, who had already stood up, "Could it be that the secret medicine has failed and the undead have come out from the middle of the camp?" Sir Charles looked at the direction where the mercenaries were gathered calmly and said, "No. If the undead came out of the camp, the battle has already begun. The secret medicine is still effective. Let's go and take a look. Be careful. I think things are very strange." Thinking of the conversation he heard during the day, Sir Charles felt that things did not end as he imagined. He picked up his cane and walked towards the place where Stillwell had the accident. While reminding Jessica, Jessica opened the lock on the holster, held the magic wand in her hand, and walked behind Sir. Stillwell is the leader of this mercenary group. It is his persistence and leadership that allow every member to have a good income. The mercenaries respect him very much. Looking at Stillwell lying on the ground motionless, everyone seemed to have lost their souls. At this time, Stillwell was dead. His skin was shriveled. His eye sockets were sunken. His pupils turned white. His eyes looked at the night sky sadly, and his body exuded a foul smell. His originally strong body turned into a mummy, and his clothes were limply spread on his body. This is a characteristic of being hit by the magic of the dead. All the mercenaries felt a chill behind their backs while they were sad. Encountering a necromancer in the death desert is almost a certain death. A mercenary hugged Stillwell's head and cried, muttering, "Just now the captain was talking to me, asking why we haven't encountered the undead for so many days. But he fell down." Chapter 36 Necromancer. "Marcus, what did the captain tell you?" A prestigious senior mercenary shouted to Marcus, who was crying while holding Stillwell. Seeing that he was still crying, he kicked Marcus angrily and shouted, "Now is not the time to cry. A necromancer is nearby. We must not only avenge the captain, but also find the damn necromancer for our own lives. I have long felt that it was strange that we did not encounter the undead along the way. Did the captain find something?" Marcus got up from the ground and lifted his hood to reveal his appearance. His face was very pale, and he looked sick all the time. If it weren't for the fact that Captain Stillwell felt sorry for him, and he was a bad magician, the mercenaries would have kicked this bounty-sharing burden out of the mercenary group long ago. In the mercenary industry, a low-level magician is not as important as an excellent gunman. Marcus behaved as usual, timid and extremely cowardly, and he didn't get angry after being kicked. He narrated in an extremely sad voice, "The captain told me that there are no undead in the death desert, which is a strange thing he has never encountered before. He just finished inspecting the camp, and there are more undead wandering around us than in previous nights. But the routes they walk deliberately avoid the direction of the camp. It seems that there is some power that prevents them from approaching here, controlling the undead. Only the necromancer can do it, and this necromancer is in this camp. Even among us, The leader has already suspected someone, and asked me to find evidence to prove that this person is the necromancer when she releases the necromancy. When Marcus described his conversation with Stillwell, he used the word she specifically referring to women. And instantly, more than 20 rifles were aimed at Jessica, the only woman in the expedition team. Pulling the bolt, loading the bullet, and aiming were done in one go, showing the excellent combat qualities of the mercenaries. The situation changed so fast that Jessica, who was listening carefully to Marcus's story, did not react at all. She had to slowly raise her hands, let go of the magic wand and dropped it on the beach, and then argue for herself. I swear, I did not kill Captain Stillwell. When Captain Stillwell was attacked, I was with Sir Charles, and he can prove my innocence. Several guns turned to point at Sir Charles, who had to raise his hands and said, I can prove Jessica's innocence. She is definitely not a necromancer, and did not kill Captain Stillwell. But the mercenaries held their guns very steadily. The mercenary who just kicked Marcus has a high prestige in the mercenary group. After Stillwell died, he took over the command of the mercenaries. He held a gun in both hands, one pointing at Jessica and the other at Sir Charles. Sir, because of your relationship with this suspect, your testimony is not recognized by us. We are all mercenaries who earn money with our lives in the Death Desert. No one knows this place better than us. The team has not encountered undead. Maybe it's our good luck, but the probability of having a necromancer in the team is definitely higher. I saw Captain Stillwell and Miss Jessica have an unpleasant conversation during the day, and then he was killed by the undead magic at night. Miss Jessica is a magician. We have reason to believe she has practiced the necromancy magic that is despised by the world. Sir Charles defended, there is more than one magician in this team. Jessica, I am also a magician, and there is one in your team. Ha ha ha. The mercenary laughed. Yes, we also have a magician. Marcus. His only role in the team is to use his pitiful magic power to squeeze out a little light to illuminate the toilet for me when I go out to shit at night. The mercenary leader's words caused the mercenaries to laugh. However, they thought of the recent death of the leader and the necromancer in front of him, and immediately refocused their attention on Jessica and Sir Charles. Fortunately, before more people were killed by the necromancer, they found the murderer. Now they can pull the trigger immediately with just one order. Marcus, who was spying on the secret medicine, was eager to get the water bottle on Jessica's waist. He jumped out and emotionally defended himself. The leader took me in and took care of me. I won't kill him. And I don't have the strength to kill him. You two are both hateful necromancers. You definitely didn't come to the Death Desert to explore and find ancient ruins. You tricked us here just to kill us and do terrible necromancy experiments. It must be like this. Everyone, shoot quickly and kill them. Don't let them delay. Otherwise they will summon the undead to surround us. Surround? Marcus' words stopped abruptly at this moment. Everyone stood still, not saying a word. Only their eyes rolled in panic, and big beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads. The moonlit night was quiet. The wind blew over the hills, and the burning bonfire crackled and emitted sparks. Jessica's body also became stiff. She was not hit by any magic, but like all the mercenaries, she did not dare to make any moves. Because, I don't know when, they were surrounded by undead. Stillwell's death drew everyone here. When the mercenaries focused all their attention on Jessica, the necromancer, the undead had already surrounded them. The skeletons and rotten zombies approached quietly and strangely, and walked to the front of the camp under the cover of the fog and darkness that had thickened at some point, and then stood there blankly. They were motionless like sculptures, and the line stretched into the mist of the night. No one knew how many undead there were here. Their brains had already gone blank, fearing that a sound would stimulate these undead to attack. Fortunately, these undead just stood there, at the edge of the camp, neither moving forward nor backward. The scene was extremely strange. Miss Jessica, the mercenary leader, kept aiming with both guns, and he lowered his voice and said, "How about this? You let us go, and we let you go. We will keep your secret. How about it?" Jessica also cursed in a low voice. "You idiot. Do you still think I am a necromancer? I have the ability to summon so many undead. Will you still point a gun at my head now? Put the gun down quickly. No. 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 Keep aiming at me. If the undead want to kill me, please shoot more accurately." The mercenary leader didn't know whether he should continue to point his gun at Jessica. At this time, A terrifying roar sounded in the sky. And then a giant black shadow fell heavily on the sand. The ground shook. And skeletons and corpses were knocked down. There was another roar. And the black shadow stood up, spreading its wings, showing its extraordinary figure, and stepped on the humble undead with its strong limbs towards the expedition team that was fighting. The expedition members finally saw what this terrifying creature was. A giant dragon. To be precise, this was not a living giant dragon. It had a giant dragon skeleton, and the outside of the skeleton was covered with a layer of keratin-like armor, making it look stronger and more powerful than the legendary undead super creature Bone Dragon. Chapter 37, Home. Soon, the undead dragon came to the side of the camp. With one slap, it smashed the undead, blocking its way into pieces. The undead dragon raised its ferocious head and stared at the tiny humans below with its pale eyes from the height of a 3-story building. The expedition members were desperate. Dragons are extraordinary species. They are also extraordinary species after death and transformation into undead dragons. Their powerful strength is simply not something that ordinary people can resist. The mercenaries did not think that the muskets could cause harm to the undead dragon. Not to mention the undead around them, who were more numerous than their bullets. What they couldn't figure out was, how could there be extraordinary undead dragons in the Death Desert? Shouldn't they, like all the extraordinary creatures, disappear before the Dark Ages, in the War of Gods full of countless mysteries? There are dragons in the Death Desert. Even if they are undead dragons, it is definitely a discovery that can shock the world. But the expedition members were not thinking about spreading the news of the discovery of extraordinary creatures, but were worried about how they would survive. But the strange thing is, after the undead dragon stood up, it no longer made any movements. Only the white mist and surging pressure from the gaps between its fangs continued to suppress the expedition members, and made them dare not move. At this time, Marcus rolled and crawled over and knelt at the feet of the undead dragon. Great Lord of Death, I am a believer in the God of Death, a necromancer who has devoted his life to the magic of the dead. Please accept my praise and my humble loyalty. Please teach me the secrets of necromancy, and let me become a great and eternal lich. I will bring blood and soul to you, and I will make the world tremble with your name. The hills returned to peace. The undead dragon did not respond to Marcus and remained standing. The mercenaries finally knew who was the necromancer, and who killed Captain Stillwell. The mercenaries put down their guns aimed at Jessica and Sir Charles, angrily looked at Marcus, who was flattering the undead, and then waited for death. When the mercenaries put down their guns, the undead dragon finally spoke. It's really rude to point a gun at the lady at her doorstep. What the undead dragon said made everyone confused. Who is the lady? Everyone looked at Jessica at the same time. She was the only woman in the entire expedition team. Could it be that the undead dragon was referring to her as the lady? But when the undead dragon called her lady, it was obviously putting itself in a lower position. How could a human girl be so respected by an extraordinary undead dragon? Even Jessica was confused, not knowing what was going on. Only Sir Charles had a fanatical expression on his face. If it weren't for the tense situation, he would have jumped up and cheered for his efforts over the years. Just when most people were confused about the situation, the teleportation array in front of Jessica flickered, and 2 lich wizards holding magic wands stood in front of her. This is a true lich of the undead race, with immortal attributes and superb spellcasting ability, which is the highest realm that those human undead wizards pursue throughout their lives. When Marcus saw the lich, his eyes glowed with fanaticism. That was the form he longed for. But the 2 lich wizards waved their magic wands to set up 2 layers of defense walls between Jessica and the mercenaries. There is no doubt anymore. The lady in the mouth of the undead dragon is Jessica. All the undead here came because of her. Because her life was threatened. And she was threatened at the door of her home. But what is going on? Sire. Sorry. Sire. I don't know. Marcus finally realized what kind of mistake he made. He crawled in front of the undead dragon and begged him, "Please forgive my ignorance. I didn't know that Miss Jessica's identity was so noble. Please forgive me for the fact that this misunderstanding did not happen, and for the fact that I am a believer in the God of Death." The undead dragon said in a contemptuous tone, "Yes. You don't know a lot of things. First of all, I am not the Lord of Death, and I don't like blood and souls. However, since you didn't threaten the lady with a weapon, I can forgive your rudeness. But whether the God of Death is willing to forgive you, I think you need to ask in person." Before Marcus understood, the undead dragon raised 1 foot and stepped down, looking at the blood-stained sand under his feet. he said with mist in his mouth. I don't know the god of death. Marcus died just like that. Without making a sound, the mercenaries looked at the feet of the undead dragon with pale faces. The blood spread on the sand, and their hearts were full of fear of death. The only person in the camp who could make these undeads afraid to act rashly was Jessica. But when they put down their guns, Jessica was protected by the Lich. Miss Jessica. This is a misunderstanding. The mercenary pleaded with Jessica behind the defensive wall. We are just too sad because of Stillwell's death. We didn't mean to hurt you. We were all deceived by Marcus. Please save us. We all have families. The mercenaries put down their guns and prayed to Jessica. Jessica couldn't bear to see so many people die here. She asked the undead dragon, My name is Jessica Elsie. You can call me Jessica. Can I know your name? The undead dragon bent down and bowed to Jessica, then replied in a respectful tone, Miss Jessica, I am the frost dragon Astro. Jessica didn't expect that she could really make such a powerful supernatural creature obedient. She began to believe Sir Charles's guess about her bloodline. Her ancestor was really powerful enough to make an undead dragon bow to his descendants, who were unknown generations after 2,000 years. Then it should be no problem to plead with this frost dragon and let him let these mercenaries go. Jessica glanced at Sir Charles and found that his attention was all on the frost dragon. She mustered up the courage to say, These mercenaries have no intention of really hurting me. They were just provoked by the dead necromancer to hate me. Since I'm fine, can you let them leave safely? The mercenaries were expecting the answer from the frost dragon. They could see the respect this extraordinary creature had for Jessica, although they didn't know why a human girl could make the undead dragon bow its head. As long as they could survive, that was enough. The frost dragon Astro stood up again. He looked down at the mercenaries and said coldly, I'm sorry, Miss Jessica. It's my duty to protect you. But you have no right to order me now. Please go to the guest room to rest for a while. This will be over soon. After the voice fell, a portal appeared next to Jessica. Two Lich mages lifted her arms and pulled her into the portal. Jessica struggled, but was still slowly pulled in. She shouted loudly, Don't kill Sir Charles. He is my father. If you dare to kill him, I will commit suicide. At the moment when the portal closed, Jessica saw a portal open next to Sir Charles. And then, there were charging undead, gunshots, and cries. Chapter 38 Great-Great-Great-Granddaughter. The wind and sand covered the corpses in blood, and the night made the hills quiet again. It also made the world outside the train quiet and dim, except for the occasional whistle that pierced the darkness. Only the sound of wheels rolling over the rails accompanied the passengers' sleep. They had left the Death Desert and entered the safe province of Marseilles. Under the moonlight outside the window, villages and fields in the distance could be vaguely seen. The air was moist with the smell of soil and flowers, which made De Leon, who had left the dry desert, feel extremely comfortable, and even more comfortable lying on Julian's soft legs. The train continued to run, stopping at train stations along the way from time to time, leaving some passengers and taking some away. Master, Astro just sent a magical message. Sophia called the sleeping De Leon softly. In order to obtain the situation of the Great Tomb in time when in Saroying City, Sophia would locate the Great Tomb through space magic every once in a while, and complete a cross-space information exchange. The information sent by Astro this time was so important to Sophia that she didn't have the heart to call De Leon. De Leon opened his eyes slightly and asked, We just left the Great Tomb. What could happen there? Is there anything that Astro can't handle? He can't handle it. You can find Kuka. Find Minia. Sophia recalled what the frost dragon Astro had just told her, and she also found it incredible. She said, after nightfall, a human team broke into the sand dunes on the surface of the Great Tomb. In this human team, there is a human girl. She has your blood in her body. She is your descendant. What? De Leon suddenly sat up in shock, and he asked nervously, Is Astro mistaken? How could this happen? All the heroes in the compartment became alert. They looked at De Leon and Sophia, waiting for her answer. Only Brown was still sleeping on the table. Before waking up De Leon, Sophia used mental magic to hypnotize Brown. Sophia replied, It should be correct. The undead are very sensitive to the living, and the girl used her own blood to make an alchemical potion to intimidate the low-level undead on the surface of the hill, so that they were not discovered until they reached the top of the tomb. Astro was very firm in his judgment. That girl is your descendant? Joyce? De Leon couldn't help but think of the woman he had a love affair with in the game. and the birdcage on the elemental tower. Sophia felt Dalyang's sudden depression and said carefully, "She is the descendant of you and King Joyce. Because she has not been recognized by you, she is now placed in a secret room in the maze by Astro. And a man she called her father. But they are not related by blood. So he should be her adoptive father." Although Dalyang was in turmoil, his face remained calm. He quickly adjusted his mentality and considered how to treat this descendant who suddenly appeared. It was a bit unexpected. He didn't even know he had a son or daughter. But he had to face a great-great-great-granddaughter who was countless generations away. My body is only 6 years old. And my heart is only in my 20s. No experience. Also, admitting that this girl is his descendant is not a simple matter. Even if it is just a matter of words, the Great Tomb has unimaginable power for this world. Even Dalyang doesn't know what the world will become if he fully releases the power of the Great Tomb. Acknowledging that this girl is his descendant is equivalent to acknowledging that she is his legal heir. Without knowing this descendant, it is definitely not a good thing to rashly let her attain the power of the Great Tomb. This may harm her and affect his own plans. Dalyang looked at the heroes in the compartment. They all showed great interest in their descendant, especially Black Pearl. She was more curious about Dalyang's descendant and asked with wide eyes, "The captain's descendant. She should call me Aunt. Right?" "No. She should call you Aunt." Dalyang ignored Black Pearl, who was thinking about the generation of Aunt, and turned to Sophia and asked, "What is the name of the girl and her adoptive father?" "The lady's name is Jessica Elsie. And Miss Elsie calls her adoptive father Sir Charles. Astro said that this human has the smell of hell." "Hell? Interesting. If he has no ill will towards Jessica, don't hurt him." After Dalyang made a decision after sufficient consideration, he said to Sophia, "Inform Astro not to reveal my identity to Jessica and Charles. Let him set up a mirror magic circle and project me into that secret room. I want to talk to my granddaughter. Change my appearance. Don't let her see that her ancestor is a child." "Yes, Master." The upper maze of the Great Tomb is the first barrier of the entire underground fortress defense system. The Frost Dragon Astro leads the undead army to guard this maze. The undead have very low demand for materials. So after Astro received Jessica, he couldn't find a decent room in the entire undead maze to accommodate the descendant of the Master. At the same time, because Jessica has not been recognized by Dalyang yet, the underground fortress cannot be opened to her. So Astro put Jessica and Sir Charles was sent to a secret room in the maze. Jessica was very scared at this time, especially in this stone house that looked like a tomb. Although she often went in and out of some cemeteries when accompanying Sir Charles on the expedition, she dug up tombs to explore ancient secrets. But there was no undead dragon lying in those tombs. The secret stone house was indeed a bit small for the huge body of the Frost Dragon. But as a supernatural creature, it has two forms. The large form is a complete combat form, used for duels between supernatural creatures. The small form allows them to adapt to the small environment and facilitate communication with those small creatures. The Frost Dragon that entered the secret room became the size of a colt, and then silently crouched in a corner, neither speaking nor looking at the two humans in the secret room. Jessica could see this was not the Astro she met in the desert, but another Frost Dragon. Can this kind of extraordinary creature also appear in pairs? Jessica felt that all her adventures combined were not as bizarre as what she encountered today. A supernatural creature that only existed in ancient times called herself Miss, and said that a sand dune in the Death Desert was her home. Is this inside that sand dune? If this is her home, Jessica really doesn't think there is anything good about having a home that looks like a tomb. Moreover, the undead rejected her request and killed all the mercenaries, which made Jessica unclear about their attitude towards her. We can't be too optimistic. The danger still exists. My unknown ancestor may be able to deter low-level undead, but it may not be able to stop these two Frost Dragons from killing us. Chapter 39 Ancestors. Sir, Jessica was afraid of disturbing the Frost Dragon, so she whispered to Sir Charles, "What should we do now?" Since entering the secret room of the stone house through the portal, Sir Charles has been very calm. He put on his monocle and raised his cane. The magic light ball on the top of the cane made the stone house, which was not dark to begin with, even brighter. Sir Charles looked at the walls around him and said to Jessica irrelevantly, "This room can be filled with light without any light source. It is definitely a technology from the ancient magic era. This should be the interior of an ancient ruin, just below the sand dune where we were just now." Jessica reminded Sir Charles. Sir, I know we are under that sand dune. I want to know what we should do now. This place makes me feel creepy. Charles took out his pocket watch, looked at the pointer on it spinning randomly, and said, there are very strong magic fluctuations here. Stronger than the magic fluctuations in all the ruins we explored. This is not an ordinary magic trap. We should be in the middle of a super large magic circle. No matter where this place is. It is built for large-scale wars. Jessica knew that Sir had fallen into a frenzy of thinking about archaeological discoveries. She pulled Sir's arm and raised her voice and said, Sir, now is not the time to study this ancient ruins. We should find a way to escape. Escape. At this time, the frost dragon suddenly raised its head and looked over, making Jessica realize that her voice was a little loud. Jessica smiled awkwardly. Fortunately, the frost dragon did not make any other moves and quickly lay down. Jessica patted her chest with lingering fear and said to Sir Charles in the lowest voice, I feel like a prisoner. I believe in your judgment. One of my ancestors seems to be really respected by the undead. But 2,000 years have passed. He is him and I am me. The frost dragon ignored my request and killed all the mercenaries. I think my ancestor is not as deterrent to these extraordinary creatures as we imagined. Otherwise they should let us go now. Charles finally heard Jessica's words. He looked at the motionless frost dragon and said to Jessica, even in the ancient magic era, extraordinary creatures had a very high status. Jessica, do you think if we were prisoners, we would need a frost dragon as a jailer? In fact, these undead respect you more than you think. Think about what the undead did when we were pointed at by mercenaries. I believe they are fully capable of protecting you before the mercenaries open fire. But even if the risk of you being hit was only 1 in 10,000, they did not let you take risks. When the muzzle of the gun left you, they started to act. Think about your last call again. I was saved by your threat. I have reason to believe that if your attitude was more resolute, the frost dragon would not kill those mercenaries. Really? Thinking of the screams of those mercenaries when they were killed, Jessica was still a little frightened. If what Sir Charles said was true, she began to regret not saving them all. But, do these ancient undead really think so much of me? Do you remember that the frost dragon named Astro called you miss, and said this is your home? Sir Charles continued, look at the frost dragon lying there. Does it look like a hound guarding the master's house? Jessica also looked at the frost dragon. Although it had become smaller, it was still ferocious and exuded the breath of death. It was hard to associate it with a hound. But if you look closely, how is his state at this time different from that of a hound watching the house? But, who can raise a supernatural creature as a hound? Sir, I am confused. You seem to have seen something. But I don't have your wisdom. Can you explain it more clearly? Sir Charles sorted out his thoughts and said, the frost dragon Astro, who sent us here, has a higher status than this frost dragon. He has not appeared. But let the supernatural creatures of the same level accompany us. But this frost dragon does not talk to us. This means that they don't know what identity to face us. That is to say, they have no right to identify your identity. Jessica was surprised. They are extraordinary creatures. They have no right. Then who has the right? Of course, it is the owner of this home. It can be seen that these undead spirits are not occupying this ownerless ancient ruins. But they themselves belong to this ancient ruins. They are the guardians of this home. When the young lady with the blood of the owner comes back, they must report to the owner first. No way. Jessica couldn't accept Sir Charles's absurd reasoning. You mean, my ancestor is still alive? No. No. No, still exists. He has become an undead, raising 2 frost dragons, lying somewhere in this mausoleum? And then he is ready to see my great-great-great-granddaughter, who has been here for countless generations. Yes. Yes, what? This is too scary. I don't want to see him. What if he wants me to stay here with him? I'm only 22 years old. And there are still many places in this world that I haven't visited yet. At this time, a round of applause sounded, and a beam of light was cast from the ceiling of the secret room. A tall figure wrapped in a cloak was projected through mirror magic. Then a deep voice came from the shadow under the hood. Sir Charles, I admire your reasoning ability very much. You can analyze that I still exist in this world. And Jessica, I am very surprised by your existence. When Astro told me about your being here, I didn't know how to face you at this moment. The frost dragon, who was lying on the ground just now, stood up immediately after the projection appeared. He was really like a loyal dog who saw his master, shaking his head and wagging his tail, circling around the mirror image back and forth. And he just needed a tongue to stick out. How could he look like a supernatural creature with a flattering look? Sir Charles and Jessica already knew who they were facing. A superhero from the ancient magic era, who had extraordinary influence in the two powerful races of Hell and the Undead. He was also Jessica's ancestor. A mystery that Sir Charles wanted to solve. When Jessica didn't know how to face her ancestor, Sir Charles stepped forward. First imitated the noble etiquette of the ancient magic era to salute the projection. And then said, respected Jessica's ancestor. No. I haven't acknowledged her identity yet. Chapter 40 True Face. The train was connected to the magic communication link of the Great Tomb. And Dalian saw his great-great-great-granddaughter through the mirror magic. How embarrassing. But this granddaughter did inherit the excellent bloodline of her ancestors. A standard beauty. If she was equipped with a sword and wore a crown, she really had the temperament of her great-great-great-grandmother. Oh my god! What am I thinking about? Dalian continued to look serious. The frost dragon Astro said that Sir Charles smelled like a demon, which made Dalian alert. Although he was the Lord of Hell, that was when the defeated Hell was extremely weak. Several Hell Lords elected him to preside over the overall situation. His influence on the demons of Hell was not as good as the previous two Lords of Hell. Now 2,000 years have passed, and I don't know what Hell looks like now. The plane collision has invalidated all the previous plane coordinates. Dalian doesn't know if there are other planes outside this world, whether Hell still exists, and how it exists. But if a person can be related to the devil, it means that there are still devils alive. Which devil did Charles contact? How much does he know about Hell now? Dalian did not acknowledge Jessica's identity. He asked Sir Charles directly, "You raised Jessica and trained her very well. I thank you. But you seem to have hidden something from her. For example, the little guy living in your glasses and the hidden evil magic. Jessica should not know. I'll give you a chance to explain the matter clearly, and then I'll decide whether to kill you or not." Charles didn't expect that the other party could see him so clearly. He was indeed a superhero in the ancient magic era. He had such a strong insight with just a mirror projection. Jessica was also very curious about what her adoptive father was hiding. Charles took off his monocle and threw it on the ground. Then he chanted a spell and raised his cane to hit the lens hard. The glasses turned into pieces, and a cloud of red mist evaporated. In a flash, the red mist turned into a fluttering flesh-red little inferior demon. It was only the size of a palm, with a pair of flesh wings, a tail with an arrow behind its buttocks, and a trident as thin as a matchstick in its hand. The little demon had no consciousness, and when it came out, it acted fiercely and demonstrated to the surroundings. Then it was swallowed by the frost dragon. The frost dragon said, "Master, this is not a native demon from Hell. It is created by using the negative emotions of children. And at least a child's soul that was frightened to death is needed." When the little demon flew out, Jessica was the most surprised. Then she heard the frost dragon story, and she couldn't believe what she saw. She couldn't believe that there was a demon creature hidden in the glasses that Sir Charles always carried with him. Thinking of her childhood experience, she found that she might have been living in a scam. Her adoptive father suddenly became so strange and so scary. "Sir, what's going on? Why do you raise a demon? Did you pick it up from some ruins?" Jessica tried to convince herself and defended Sir Charles. The frost dragon said to Dalian again, "Master, I am only half demon blood. If you want to explain how to create a little demon, you need a more professional person, right?" Frost dragon, half undead and half demon creature. The entire Frost Dragon clan was obtained by Dalian from transforming the Bone Dragon of the Undead clan. Like the Shadow Dragon Demon and the Vampire Sword Guard, they are all exclusive creatures of Dalian. The initial rank of the Frost Dragon is the 14th rank Extraordinary. The first batch of transformed Frost Dragons already have the strength of the 15th rank Holy rank. Dalian waved his hand to stop the Frost Dragon from continuing to tell the story. He said, "Hurricane, you step back first, since I gave Sir Charles a chance. I believe that Sir will tell the truth, clearly. Let's start with whether you picked up this little demon or created it." Hurricane trotted to Dalian's feet and continued to wag his tail. Sir Charles knew that this ancient superhero wanted to reveal his true identity in front of Jessica. But he had no fear in his heart. When he decided to betray the church, and when he decided to find Jessica, his ancestor, he was ready to face an ancient demon god. Death and life both have a 50% chance. And in the eyes of evil, the weak have no right to survive. and showing one's cowardly side will not do any good to the result. Sir Charles stood up straight and said, "Respected Sir, when I was young, I thought the essence of the world was evil. But it was painted by those hypocrites as a seemingly kind world. In fact, the world is filled with endless wars and deceptions. The devil at the bottom of the heart is the nature of human beings. Only by facing one's own evil can one gain the power to change the world. So I became a fanatic, who worshipped the devil's chaotic evil thoughts and joined a devil church called Staring into the Abyss. This little gremlin is the first demon creature I created. I don't want to describe the process of making the little gremlin here. Not because I blame myself, but because Jessica is a child who has not yet seen through the essence of the world. And I don't want to make her feel uncomfortable." At this time, Jessica was already stunned. No matter how she defended herself in her heart, the worst thing was still in front of her. In her memory, there were still fragments of the massacre. The Church of Staring into the Abyss occupied the orphanage where she was, summoned a projection of a higher demon with blood and soul. And then a larger-scale massacre began. Those crazy believers put the sacrifices at the feet of the devil and exchanged them for power. At that time, the blood formed a pool of blood, and Jessica lay beside the pool of blood and trembled. There were corpses of children all around her, and the roar of the devil was in her ears. This was definitely the memory that Jessica was most reluctant to recall. It took her a long time to stop having nightmares about that day. But she really didn't expect. The father who raised her was also a member of the Church of Gazing into the Abyss. He must have participated in the massacre at that time. His raising herself was also a conspiracy. "Sir, is this true?" Jessica's voice became choked. Sir Charles looked at Jessica and said, "You should really thank me. You are the only child who was not killed by the devil. I think your bloodline prevented the upper devil from killing you. But other believers think that the devil is fearless, and there is no one who cannot be killed in their eyes. Those idiots think that the devil chose you as an evil maid and wanted to transform you into a demon creature to serve him in hell. So they stuck you under the altar. At that time, I stood by and watched, my heart full of anger at their blasphemous behavior. They could not see how great your bloodline was. It also made me realize that staying with idiots will only make you stupid. And you will never be able to see a more powerful demon. Or even the great Urgus, the devil who takes fear as his priesthood. So, I told the Church of the Good about the massacre, and the address of the orphanage." Chapter 41 The Lord of Fear. Even if Charles didn't tell me, Dalian could guess the rest. It must be Charles who took Jessica away in another identity, raised her, and tried every means to find out who her ancestors were. The truth has been revealed. And the one who suffered the most must be Jessica, who has been deceived and used. Looking at Jessica, who tried hard not to cry, but whose tears kept flowing, Dalian felt extremely distressed. But he had to admit that Charles did save her. Otherwise she would have died in the hands of the Church of Gazing into the Abyss. Even if she would not have died in the hands of the devil. For a moment, Dalian didn't know how to deal with this devil's fanatic. A cunning and shrewd human. And Dalian also heard a familiar name from Charles. Urgus. From Dalian's perspective, 2,000 years was just a moment for him. And Urgus had just met and talked with him. Now a believer in Urgus is in front of him, which is definitely a good opportunity to understand hell and the devil. Dalian tried not to be affected by Jessica's crying, and said to Charles at a normal speed, "Has that abyss python become a god? It is worthy of being a guy who not only touched the power of God, but also became the Lord of Hell. Let's continue the topic just now. Hell, demons, and your Church of Gazing into the Abyss. Tell me everything you know. I have been asleep for so long, and I have missed a lot of things." Charles confirmed his guess. The man in front of him must have fallen asleep before the Dark Ages for some reason, and then was forgotten in the era of theocracy. Now that he is awakened, after the gods and superpowers have disappeared, he has the power to subvert the entire world. And he has a very high status among demons and undead, which means that he was once an important member of the evil camp. His awakening will surely tear apart the hypocrisy of this world, allowing chaos and evil to spread unstoppably. What the Church of the Supreme Good, what the emperors and nobles, in front of the evil nature, all are scum. When this world becomes a new hell, as the spokesperson of this demon god, he will surely become the new Lord of Hell, commanding evil. All the efforts and all the forbearance will be rewarded at this moment. Charles told Dalian in detail about the world and history he knew. After the divine plane was opened by a super strong man, the world appeared with power other than magic, that is, divine power. God can use divine power directly. and his followers can be granted the right to use divine power. That is, to use divine magic. Although the gods have disappeared from this world after the end of the divine power era, their divine power still exists in this world, forming two power systems with the magic that has always existed. Magic requires the opening of talent, the training of affinity for magical elements, the accumulation of one's own magic power, the learning of spellcasting theory and spellcasting formula. For divine magic, only enough piety is needed to communicate with the residual consciousness left by the corresponding gods here, so as to obtain the right to use divine power. The Dreadlord Urgus was promoted from a law-level hero to a god after the opening of the divine plane. Gazing into the abyss is a sect that believes in Urgus and can obtain divine arts from him. Charles said that history before the Dark World has almost disappeared. Even if I explored some ancient ruins, there is no way to know what happened in that era. According to the information I got from the Church of Gazing into the Abyss, the Dreadlord Urgus is the first Lord of Hell to become a god in the Hell Plane. Fear is his priesthood. He can gain divine power from the fear of all creatures. He is the most powerful demon and the leader of Hell. De Liang asked at this time, in the information of the Church of Gazing into the Abyss, Urgus is the leader of Hell, not the master of Hell? Charles replied, this is exactly what makes the Church of Gazing at the Abyss confused. According to the limited information about Hell, the ruler of Hell is also called the Lord of Hell. But the records of Urgus include the Lord of Dread, the God of the Abyss, the Lord of Hell, the ruler of the earth, but there is no title of the Lord of Hell. According to Urgus's power as the strongest demon god, no one should dare to oppose his claim to be the Lord of Hell. This is also the biggest regret of the Church of Gazing at the Abyss. In that blank period of history, the records of the Lord of Hell are very confusing. It seems that the Lord of Hell has experienced many changes, which also means that Hell respects strength, and whoever is stronger can rule Hell. But Urgus always called himself the Lord of Dread. As the Lord of Hell, De Liang was surprised that Urgus did not usurp the throne. But it was also expected. In the hell full of treachery and deception, the Lord of Dread Urgus is an outlier. He was originally a low-level hell creature, a deep abyss python. After absorbing the extremely evil divine power that permeated into the abyss of hell from the hidden divine plane, he did not become a monster controlled by divine power, but grew into one of the original 7 hell lords of hell. Later, hell was in turmoil. Internal strife continued, and foreign enemies invaded. Urgus was also displaced and lived a life of escape. But his tenacity, trustworthiness, and wisdom were all appreciated by De Liang. Later, under various opportunities, Urgus was recruited by De Liang, who became the new Lord of Hell, and became a hero under the Black Fire territory. And the last order De Liang gave Urgus was to reorganize the Hell forces that were beaten to a pulp in the war between the good and evil planes. Now it seems, Urgus did not betray himself. This is not the style of the devil, but it is very consistent with Urgus's consistent character. I just don't know where Urgus and those gods have gone. Only the divine power with his consciousness remains in this world. De Liang continued to ask, it seems that you don't know whether hell still exists? Charles could see that the ancient superhero in front of him should be very familiar with Urgus, and his tone was not as humble as that of a lower person. Perhaps he was a god of the same status as Urgus. Charles was even more excited about his guess. He didn't dare to be negligent and quickly answered, when the planes collided, we lost all contact with other planes. I don't know if hell still exists. We can only use magic to create demon creatures without mind, or summon the ancient demon projections of the Lord of Fear to exchange souls for power and more advanced magic. These ancient demon projections are the condensation of the power of fear, and there is no way to communicate. Great ancient demon, may I ask, are you familiar with the Lord of Fear? Yes. Of course I know, or old acquaintances. There was a time when Urgus ran away when he saw me. Of course he had no legs, but he definitely ran faster than those with legs. De Liang recalled the experience of chasing Urgus and said, Urgus and I have a good relationship. I saved him, and he helped me. Chapter 42 I'm sorry to disappoint you. I once saved the dread Lord Urgus. Charles repositioned the strength of the demon god in front of him. He felt that he had made the right bet in the past 10 years. What he needs to do now is, take this demon god out of here, and let the world witness the return of the gods. Let himself embark on the path of becoming a god. Sir Charles knelt in front of De Liang, great ancient demon god. From the moment I took Jessica away from the orphanage, I have been looking for you. But I didn't expect you to still exist in this world. A living god is a gift to the world. When the miracle appears, The whole world will surely prostrate at your feet and tremble in your divine power. Please tell me your priesthood and title. I am willing to be your first believer and willing to obey your will. All hypocrisy will eventually be eliminated by evil. The devil and the undead will turn this place into a fertile land of killing and chaos under your grace. De Leon, who was still on the train, took a look at the scenery outside the window. The train was running along the track towards a big city with bright lights. Even from a distance, one could feel the prosperity of the city and the greatness of civilization. De Leon could not think of any reason to destroy the city and this world. Then, De Leon refocused on the mirror magic that Sophia released in front of him, and his mental power passed through space and returned to the secret room of the great tomb. Looking at Charles crawling at his feet, he was about to answer when he heard Jessica shouting excitedly, "No, sir, you can't do this. The world will be destroyed, and countless people will die." The Sir Charles the First No is not like this. When I was a child, you would tell me bedtime stories every day. You are so kind that I treat everyone with a tolerant heart. Charles said without turning his head. Jessica, this is your ancestor. He has an extraordinary influence on demons and the dead. And he is an important member of evil. And you have his blood in your body. And it is your destiny to become evil. But you always say that I am a kind person. Jessica really couldn't recognize Sir Charles in front of her. The perfect life she had experienced collapsed at this moment. And the person she was most familiar with became the most unfamiliar person. It turned out that she had never escaped from the hands of the devil. And her fate had always been played by the devil. Please forgive me for lying to you. I am a believer of the devil. In order to gain power, I can do anything. Kneel down to your ancestors. Dedicate yourself to evil, and gain his recognition. You will become the most noble person in this world. And you will own the whole world. Jessica has been crying, and the sudden change has made her confused. She said to herself, "No, no, no. This is definitely not my destiny. This is certainly not your destiny." De Leon could not remain silent. He had already got what he wanted. And the sad Jessica made him feel very bad. He said to Jessica, "I have a piece of advice for you. That is, never take the words of the devil seriously, including the devil's believers. The devil did not kill you, and the undead were afraid of you. Does it mean that you are evil? Your understanding of evil is too one-sided. In the ancient magic era defined by you, the evil leader and the good leader could sit together and drink tea. I have no interest in conquering the world. At least not for the time being. Don't cry anymore. Your weakness will bring shame to your ancestors. Now it's time to decide your fate. Charles, are you very disappointed? You found me. But I'm not what you imagined. You think I'm evil because I can lead the undead and make demons fear me. But the fact is, your guess is totally wrong. You only see evil. So you think the world is evil, but I can see another side of you." Jessica stopped crying and looked at her ancestors with tears in her eyes. Charles looked up at the projection of the demon in front of him in confusion. He didn't know what the other party was thinking. But no matter what he was thinking, he was powerless. The god in front of him did not admit that he was an evil god. Charles found that all his guesses, all his hopes, and all his efforts had become a bubble. The upside-down flip made his strength drain away. He sat on the ground. His faith collapsed at this moment. The beautiful future he had compiled became a bubble, and his first half of his life became a clown show. But he was obviously a good friend of the great Dreadlord Urgus. And the demons were afraid of him. He stood in the shadows, with a supernatural undead dragon crawling under his feet, living in the mausoleum, and driving the undead at will. If he is not on the side of evil, then which side is he on? How is it possible that the leader of evil and the leader of good drink tea together? Charles asked absent-mindedly. In ancient times, a decisive battle between good and evil broke out. It was a war that affected all planes, and both camps were fighting hard to destroy each other. Great demon, if you do not believe in my loyalty, if I still need your test, I will prove that I have dedicated everything to the devil. Of course the war will end. There is no test here. What happened today was completely beyond my expectations. And listening to you talk about your ridiculous ideals like a monkey is really a waste of my time. Now I am controlling not to give the order to kill you, because I can see that evil is not all you are. No matter what your purpose was in raising Jessica. From Jessica now, I know that you are not really evil. Maybe that is your disguise. But kindness that can be disguised for more than 10 or 20 years is real kindness. Face your nature. Don't blindly label yourself as a devil and do bad things. Devils are not all bad guys. Give up your extreme thoughts. Urgus doesn't even want evil to rule the world. You little fans who haven't even seen Urgus are worrying about it. You have won a chance to live, but you will not take anything and promises from me. Finally. Jessica. De Leon turned to Jessica and said, I am not ready to accept you now. And you probably don't know how to face an ancestor like me. After all, there is a 2,000-year generation gap between us. And we all need some time to adapt to the sudden appearance of new people. If you are still confused about the good and evil of your blood, I suggest you look for my history, which will help you understand me. Jessica wiped her tears and asked, Your history? What's your name? De Leon laughed and said, It's meaningless to say it out. I look forward to meeting you next time. Hurricane will arrange for you to leave here and help me keep the secrets here. After that, De Leon cut off the mirror connection, and the projection disappeared from the secret room. Chapter 43 Farewell. After the projection of De Leon disappeared from the secret room, at his feet, the frost dragon called Hurricane immediately recovered the dignity of an extraordinary creature from the appearance of a spoiled pet. Hurricane raised his head, and the blue soul fire emerged from the cracks in his keratinous outer layer, showing the power of a dragon. He said to Jessica, who was wiping her tears, and Sir Charles, who was a little absent-minded, Miss. Sir, where do you need me to take you? Jessica, who had suffered an accident, was silent. She had not yet recovered from the shock of the sudden change in her fate, and she didn't know where she should go in the future. Sir Charles slowly got up from the ground. His movements were slow, and he seemed to have aged instantly, picking up the cane that fell on the ground. Charles took a deep breath and saluted Hurricane and said, Please send us to the vicinity of the Dosen Railway. I have an agreement with the patrol airship of the Vlamink Empire. They will take us away to the city of Soroing. In the secret room, after an unpleasant meeting, Jessica heard that her ancestor, whose face she had never seen, arranged for the frost dragon named Hurricane to send herself and Sir Charles away from the home hidden in the desert. But Jessica really didn't expect that they would leave in this way. The cold wind in the desert blew past my ears in the dark night. Above my head was the bright moon and the sky that was almost touchable. Under the white moonlight, there was a continuous desert in the distance. There was a layer of mist above the desert, and above the mist was a clear sky. In her previous adventures, Jessica often took an airship to places where there were no roads. She liked to sit in the position closest to the window and look outside, to experience flying, to imagine herself soaring in the air. But she never thought, one day, she would ride an extraordinary dragon and really touch the sky. Although this was a frost dragon of the undead race, Jessica did not have any fear or disgust for this evil creature. He has a huge and hard body, with a wingspan of more than 20 meters. The cuticle outside the bones feels like jade in the hand, and through the cracks in the cuticle, you can see the light blue soul fire filling the inside of his entire body. A pair of broken flesh membranes full of holes cover the outer layer of the bone wings. Every powerful flap drives the entire dragon body to climb upwards, and then the wings stretch as much as possible to glide steadily. Jessica sat on the back of the frost dragon's neck. The protrusion of the cuticle here is just the shape of a dragon saddle, allowing her to sit comfortably in it. I am probably the first person to ride an extraordinary dragon since the end of the theocracy. The excitement of riding a frost dragon made Jessica's gloomy mood much better. When she thought of Sir Charles, she couldn't help but look sideways and down. Sir Charles could not be treated like Jessica, no matter how Hurricane was like a pet dog in front of De Leon. It could not change his nature as a supernatural creature. All supernatural creatures would not accept low-level creatures to ride casually. If you want to own them, you must conquer them first. Of course, Jessica was not qualified to ride a frost dragon, but her bloodline was powerful. The domesticated frost dragon Hurricane liked the smell of her very much. Even though De Leon had not recognized Jessica's identity, Hurricane was still willing to be ridden by her. And at the same time, he would not fly violently to take care of the lady who was riding a dragon for the first time. But Sir Charles didn't have this treatment. He was caught in Hurricane's claws. The frost dragon was very powerful, and Sir Charles felt like he was trapped in the middle of four walls, except for his neck. He couldn't move at all. This was definitely not a good flying experience. Fortunately, the Great Tomb was not far from the Dosen Railway. After seeing the black railroad track, Hurricane swooped down and landed next to the railway in the dust. There was no train passing by at this time, and there were no patrolling guerrilla airships in the sky, spraying white dragon breath. Hurricane swept all the undead, who didn't have time to hide to the ground with a flame that could burn the soul. After throwing Sir Charles onto the sand, he crawled down to get his neck as close to the ground as possible, then propped up his dragon wings to build a staircase for Jessica to walk down. After Jessica came down, Hurricane rubbed her body with his head, showing intimacy before standing up. "Miss, I will send you here. I will watch you nearby and see you leave. If no one takes you away, you just need to release magic in the direction of home, and I will appear. You are a beautiful and kind lady. Go and find the magnificent history created by your ancestors. I believe that as long as you know him, you will no longer be afraid of him, but respect him and be proud of him. You will be recognized by the master, and I also hope that you can become our princess." After speaking to Jessica, Hurricane turned to Charles, who had climbed up from the sand, and said, "I thank you for saving Miss Jessica. Chaos and evil are the nature of demonic creatures. Killing and devouring souls with negative energy are just their hobbies. Foolish humans think that demons gain power from this and imitate them to make soul deals with demons. This is obviously wrong. I have always believed that humans and demons are equally great creatures. You may not know. The demon you worship is crawling at the feet of a human, and you kneel too low to see the dignity that hero brings to the human race. Face your nature and take good care of Our Lady." After saying that, Hurricane spread his wings. Before he flapped them, the strong wind was already howling, and the air pressure pushed the sand and dust outward to form a circle of shock waves that spread along the ground. Then the bone wings flapped gently, and the frost dragon Hurricane soared into the sky, rising straight up, and disappeared in the night sky in a blink of an eye. This is the posture of Hurricane flying at full speed. He just brought Jessica and Sir Charles here, and he was very restrained. The desert in the dark night returned to silence, with only the cold railroad tracks lying across the sand and extending to the night on both sides. Jessica and Sir Charles stood 5 meters apart, and at this moment, they didn't know how to face each other. At this time, a bat flew from nowhere and circled around Jessica. Sir Charles said, "There can't be bats in the Death Desert. This is a gift from your ancestor. Take it. We still have a lot to do. If we want to find the secret of your ancestor, we will have to go through more dangers together." Jessica stretched out her hand after hearing what Sir Charles said, and the bat immediately fell into her palm. It curled up tamely, and its body hardened like a black stone sculpture. Jessica put the bat into the pocket of her clothes, and then asked Sir Charles, "Can I trust you again?" Sir Charles laughed at himself. "You should believe your ancestor. I think the human that the frost dragon Hurricane said, who made the demons crawl at his feet, should be your ancestor we just met. He is more powerful than I thought. He is a hero who conquered demons and undead. How dare I do anything to harm you?" Jessica. Hearing Charles's call as before, Jessica responded instinctively. "Since I raised you, I haven't done any experiments on summoning demons." Chapter 44 Arrival. De Leon has been in a bad mood since he came to this world. His body became smaller, and his strength disappeared. Facing a strange world, he had to use his small body to shoulder the fate of a huge tomb. This is not a game. Whether it is his subordinates or everyone he meets in the future, they are no longer a panel. What he will face in the future will only be more complicated than the game world he used to face. There are confusing gods and people like Charles with various purposes. Fortunately, Charles did not train Jessica to be evil when he raised her. Everyone has two sides, and Jessica is actually the kind side of Charles. Therefore, De Leon is more relieved to let Jessica continue to follow Charles. "I will have to observe this great-granddaughter for a while." After coaxing Black Pearl to sleep, Princess Zi-Ling looked at De Leon, who looked sad, and said with a smile, "This is really unlike your character. Do you remember when you broke into the magical forest, the home of the fairy dragons? Alone? I was captured by the crystal dragons, and Yunzhong City was waiting for the war between the fairy dragons and the crystal dragons. At that time, you didn't have a big tomb, and there were not so many powerful heroes around you. You were just a human who rashly broke into the home of the fairy dragons. And what did you do? Why are you so confused now? Fairy dragons, crystal dragons, and poison dragons have avoided the fate of being exterminated because of your appearance. You took back the home of the crystal dragons from the hands of the angels, and the home of the poison dragons from the hands of hell. You saved my life. Are you still carrying the 4-leaf clover I gave you at that time? After crossing, the player's private space backpack can still be used. De Leon reached out and took out the 4-leaf clover. The cross-shaped leaves were emerald green. De Liang said to Princess Ziling. I always carry the 4-leaf clover that the princess gave me. Then carry it with you. Princess Ziling took the 4-leaf clover from De Liang, and then inserted it into the left breast pocket of his shirt, admiring it, and said, even in the magic forest, the 4-leaf clover is very rare. It represents luck. And I met you when I was in the most dangerous time. We are indeed facing many problems now. But I always believe that no problem is a problem in front of you. Show your confidence, and let me see what the leader of the 5-colored flag alliance looks like. I am still waiting for you to take me to the magic forest and the fairy garden. At this time, the speed of the train was decreasing. During the braking process, the harsh friction sound of the wheels and rails came from the window. The train was slowly driving into a large city, which was the city that De Liang saw not long ago, and was brightly lit in the middle of the night. The train's terminal, Saroying City, has arrived. All the heroes stood up, and Hannah woke up Brown, who was still sleeping. De Liang stood on the chair. A confident smile reappeared on his face. Miss Ziling is right. For the unknown, fear of it will only make it worse. It's just losing power. It's just facing a god whose existence is unknown. Urgus has become a god, and gods are just like that. Before the god plane was opened, the law-level heroes were the strongest. But we can't count the number of law-level heroes we have sealed on one hand. If there are gods in this world, if they are not honest, we will kill them. Since entering the new world, influenced by De Liang, the hearts of the heroes were shrouded in obscurity. During the entire train journey, almost no one spoke, for fear of making De Liang unhappy. Seeing the leader who once led them to fight against the sky and the earth return, the heroes' morale immediately rose. Julia drew her swords and shouted, let's start the massacre. Starting with this train. Everything from this car onwards belongs to me. The city south of the railway also belongs to me. You can do whatever you want with the rest. Julian, keep an eye on your sister. De Liang curled his lips and rolled his eyes at Juliet. You have followed me for so long, and you still can't figure out the intention of the leader's speech? For things like slaughtering gods, just shout slogans to boost morale. And everyone knows it well and is fun. Do you really want to rush up when you meet a god? And you're still massacring the city. If you've killed everyone, why did we come all the way to Saroying City? Will I still go to school, learn magic, and be a good student with both good conduct and good academic performance? De Liang walked to the end of the seats with his hands behind his back, then jumped down and said to the butler Mike, who was opening the door, do you have any more melon seeds? Give Black Pearl a pack. Don't let her eat so fast. Mike opened the door, bowed gracefully and replied, yes, my master. The aisle outside the door was full of passengers getting off the train, because this was a VIP carriage. There weren't many people, and they were all well-dressed and had a certain status and position. Everyone followed the order, kept a certain distance from each other, and walked forward very politely. At this time, De Liang came out of compartment 603, and immediately attracted the interest of the surrounding passengers. Clothes cut in the style of adult formal wear, worn by a 6-year-old child. No matter how formal it is still children's wear. The smaller De Liang is already a pink and tender boy, walking with the pace of an adult. It seems to be imitating the behavior of adults, and politely taking off his hat to the people he met, which shows good family education and is lovable. A lady with heavy makeup was fascinated by De Liang and couldn't help but exclaimed, so cute. What's your name? If you call me sister, I will give you candy. Looking at the candy in the palm of the lady's lace gloves, De Liang said with a dark face, eating too much candy will make people stupid, and you are not a sister. I can only call you auntie at most. A serious child's appearance. Wow. Everyone was more cute. Even the lady, who was called Annie, laughed out loud. She wanted to touch De Liang's head, but before her hand touched the felt hat on De Liang's head, another hand grabbed her wrist tightly. If you dare to disrespect my master again, I will chop off your hand. The murderous aura was everywhere, and the coldness filled everyone's heart. The lady wailed in pain, and all the candies in her hand fell to the ground. The man next to her wanted to help, but he couldn't move after being lifted by Sophia. No one dared to make a sound. They all felt the powerful strength of the female swordsman in the leather windbreaker. Then came the people who came out of the compartment, each of them with a strong aura of transcendence. This must be a great noble from the Vlaminck Empire. I can't afford to offend. I can't afford to offend. I'm sorry. I don't mean to offend you. The lady felt that her wrist was about to break. Tears were already rolling in her eyes. She apologized repeatedly, and wanted to beg for forgiveness. At this time, Black Pearl came out of the compartment. When she saw the candies on the ground, she immediately lay on the ground and picked them up one by one, and boasted to Dalian, "I have so many candies. Captain, do you want one? I can only give you one. A small one." Chapter 45 Beautiful Encounter. Dalian took a candy from Black Pearl and put it in his pocket. Then said to Sophia, "This lady really has no intention of offending me. Let her go. There are already many people crowded in the back." After that, Dalian walked towards the exit of the carriage, and people along the way made way against the wall and saluted this noble son of outstanding status. After all, the Marcellus province is still the territory of the Vlamic Empire. Not everyone can afford to provoke the nobles from the empire, even if this child may be just one of the many heirs of a noble. Thank my master for his grace to you. Otherwise I will definitely break your dirty hand. Sophia let go of the lady and chased after Dalian, shocking the person who was already pressed against the wall to press even tighter. "Thank you. Thank you. Ouch. Ouch." The lady groaned in pain. She really didn't expect that teasing a cute child would lead to such an unexpected disaster. The pain in her wrist almost made her faint. But at this time, a hand lifted her wrist, and a gentle voice sounded in her ear, "I'm sorry, madam. Miss Sophia is just doing her duty as a close attendant. After all, the master's status is noble, and it is easy to be hurt. Let me see your injuries. Maybe I can relieve your pain." The lady had never heard such an elegant and caring male voice. The gentleness relieved the pain in her wrist. She looked up, and her heart melted instantly. An elf. In the international metropolis of Saroying, there are many non-humans, including many elves. As a member of the city's upper class, the lady had naturally seen all kinds of elves. But the elf in front of her was different from all the elves she had seen. Elves are beautiful and elegant, but they always have some unpleasant arrogance, which gives people the feeling of being artificial and deliberately showing that they are superior to other races. You can only watch from afar and treat them as vases. If you get close, you will be bored. But the elf in front of you is not like this. The years have left traces on his face, but he does not look old. Instead, he has shed the slightly effeminate beauty of male elves and presented another kind of intellectual male charm. He has the unique temperament of elves, but he is mature, steady, convincing, and willing to rely on him. That slightly poetic smile makes people recall the sweetness of first love and want to hang all their hearts on him. The lady stared at the elf's eyes. Her mind was already completely trapped in it. What's the pain in her wrist? She was already entangled in the heartache of you showed up so late. I'm already married. What's your name? Beautiful lady. I'm the elf Mike, the master's butler. Mike gave the lady a charming smile, which completely melted her heart. Then he slowly took off the lace gloves on the lady's hands, looked at the bruises on her wrists, and said distressfully, "Any scars on such a white and delicate hand will destroy its perfect beauty. But, madam, please rest assured, I will heal it." Mike held the lady's injured wrist with one hand, and gently placed the other hand on the bruise, as if he was gently touching the most precious silk. Then when Mike's hand left the lady's wrist, the bruise had completely disappeared. Throughout the whole process, the lady's eyes never left Mike's face, as if she would not feel anything even if her hand was cut off. "Okay." Mike kissed the lady's hand politely and said, "Please protect your hand and don't let it get hurt. Otherwise, I will feel bad. Goodbye. I think my master needs me to keep up with him." The lady immediately grabbed Mike's hand, like a lover experiencing a painful separation. Every bit of separation was like a knife stabbing her heart. She asked sadly, "Can we meet again?" Mike pulled his hand back, and bowed to the lady as he stepped back, saying, "Of course. My master and I will live in Saroying for a while. As long as we are on the same page, we will definitely meet. Goodbye, beautiful lady." Mike turned and walked towards the door. At this time, De Leon and his party had already got off the train. After Mike's figure left, everyone in the carriage put down their worries and whispered to each other, "What barbaric Flemish people are. Even the nobles of high status are all rude and uneducated. The nobles are the parasites of the world. They do nothing and can take our taxes to decorate their luxurious lives. Marcellus should have gained independence from the colonization of the Flemish Empire earlier. I don't want to see these noble gentlemen stepping on our heads anymore." While everyone was condemning the Flemish people for their barbarity and rudeness, someone suddenly shouted, my wallet is gone. My wallet is gone." And my pocket watch is gone. There is a thief. There is a thief. My necklace is gone. The passengers checked their belongings one after another, and almost everyone was missing some valuable items. The lady also came back to her senses from the separation after a wonderful encounter. When she heard that there was a thief in the carriage, she immediately checked her belongings, and then she also shouted, "My ring is gone. My wallet is gone. My necklace is gone. And my bracelet is gone." The man beside her, who had just recovered from the murderous aura emanating from Sophia, said, "Did the elf just steal your jewelry?" "He didn't go far. Let's call the police." The lady immediately scolded the man angrily. "When your woman's life was threatened, you were afraid and huddled on the ground. Now you want to frame an elegant gentleman. You coward. Open your eyes and look out the window." Every move he makes shows his highest cultivation. The vulgar Flemish nobleman is not worthy of such a perfect butler. If you are still a man, rescue him from the rude Flemish nobleman. Only by becoming our butler can all his abilities be fully utilized. "Look!" He waved to me. "We will definitely meet again." The man picked up his hat from the ground. He didn't know if it was because of the bad light or because he was scared, but he always felt that it was green. He put on his hat and said to his wife, who was waving at the window, "That's a great nobleman from the Vlaminck Empire. Just a child has such an entourage. If you say he is the prince of the empire, I believe it. Don't say I'm just a small official. Even your father can't take the elf butler from them. Let's go. We must find the police at the station and tell them about the theft. There was a thief in the VIP car. These are all people of status. The police will definitely send someone to investigate." Chapter 46 Platform. As a villain who used to be good at cheating, stealing something is just a small test for the elf butler Mike. On the train, he knew that the currency used in this world was very low level. It was not reinforced with alchemical technology to reduce wear and tear during circulation, let alone burning space magic arrays for space storage. In contrast, the gold coins in the Great Tomb from 2,000 years ago were too high-end. It was a bit of a loss to use them, as gold coins used today to buy things. As the butler of the Great Tomb, Mike was very good at calculating. He insisted that every gold coin should play its due value. In short, Mike, who used to be afraid of poverty, was unwilling to suffer the slightest loss in terms of money. Mike, who returned with a full load on the train, caught up with Dalyong's team. When he arrived at the platform, he did not forget to wave goodbye to the lady he had just met, and gave her a kind and charming smile. Then Mike touched the coins in his pocket and asked Dalyong, "Master, where should we go now?" "But I suggest we go eat something. The food on the train is really terrible. As your butler, I will arrange a sumptuous dinner for you." "Captain, I'm hungry," Black Pearl said aggrievedly. Mike reached out and conjured up a bag of melon seeds and handed it to Black Pearl. "Miss Black Pearl, I will arrange dinner as soon as possible." Black Pearl took the paper bag from Mike. Juliet had already squatted beside her and tempted Black Pearl. "Do you want to know what it feels like to kill a train full of skeletons?" De Leon did not answer Mike immediately, but first observed the train station in Saroying City. They were now standing in the middle of the semi-enclosed platform of the station. There were many printed advertisements and small notices on the red brick walls and pillars, and the cement road was very clean. Various markings and signs were painted on the ground and walls to guide passengers on how to get on and off the train and enter and exit the station. At this time, the train has arrived at the terminal, and all the passengers are getting off, making the entire platform very crowded. However, the station has already arranged enough staff, who are dressed in neat uniforms to guide passengers to leave quickly, because the train will return to the mainland of the Vlaminck Empire after the locomotive is replaced. The waiting room is already full of passengers heading west. Only by letting the passengers who have arrived leave as soon as possible can the waiting passengers get on the train. In addition, in order to maintain order and respond to emergencies, there are soldiers in imperial uniforms in the station. They wear helmets and carry rifles, and patrol in teams of 4 or 5 people. In addition to the soldiers, De Leon also saw several people wearing black formal clothes and armbands. There was a white pattern on the armband, with a pistol and a staff connected to the fork. These people held magic wands in their hands to show their identity as magicians, and stared at the passengers coming and going vigilantly, and stopped some people from time to ask them for their ID cards and ask some questions. The passengers seemed to be afraid of them, and all of them cooperated obediently to accept the interrogation. They are agents of the Special Security Bureau, and the people of Marseilles call them cockroaches. Brown also noticed these special magicians. He rubbed his still dizzy head, knowing that this was the sequelae of mental magic, and his deep sleep on the train must be related to mental magic. But what can we do if we know? We can't beat them, so we can only find a chance to escape. Brown reminded, we'd better leave here as soon as possible. You don't have any ID, and you don't even have a train ticket. If they interrogate you, it will definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Just what he said came true. Daliang and the heroes of the Great Tomb were really too conspicuous. Their temperament was incompatible with the people on the entire platform, especially Princess Xiling, Sophia, Julian, and Hannah, who stood in 4 directions and surrounded Daliang in the middle, looking like they were facing a great enemy, and scared all the passengers around them to avoid him. It was hard not to attract attention. 2 security agents had already walked over here. At this time, Annie, Eric, and Robin were standing not far away. They recognized Sophia, and naturally knew which group of people had taken away their compartment. Robin said proudly, "See? How could one compartment hold so many people? They must have used space magic to turn the narrow compartment into a villa. Maybe there is a swimming pool inside." Eric also doubted his persistence. As an excellent agent, he must have very keen observation and memory. He said to Anne, "Such a trip scale, there are maids, butlers, guards, and their clothes and behavior all show that they come from a noble family. But I can't see your family crest. And I don't remember these people among the great nobles of the empire. Especially the protected child. Miss Anne, you are the eldest daughter of the Marquis Whitehead. And you know the nobles of the empire better than I do. Do you know them?" Anne said, "No. Since I was old enough to understand. My father taught me to know the family crests and members of all the nobles in the empire. He would let me remember who died or who joined any noble family. I don't know that child. Nor do I know any of them." "No. How come Brown Jennings, the eldest son of Baron Jennings, is with him?" Brown Jennings is a professor in the junior magic department of Saroying Magic Academy. Since he has come into contact with these people, he should know some of their secrets. Let Brown continue to follow his line. Don't contact him directly. I will find time to talk to Brown in person. The agents of the Special Security Bureau have noticed them. It's your turn. I can go to the headquarters by myself. If there is nothing important, don't go to the headquarters directly to find me. You two should do this for me beautifully." "Yes, Mississippi." Robin and Eric answered together. And he put down the veil on the lady's hat, held up the parasol, read a book in one hand, and walked away on her own. The agents of the Security Bureau were getting closer and closer to the target. Eric said to Robin, "You better tell us what your plan is quickly. Once they are questioned by our new colleagues, it will not be easy for the two of us to solve it." Robin straightened his clothes and said to Eric in a leadership style, "Of course, we will implement our younger brother plan. This younger brother refers to me. I have seen so many cases and have sufficient experience as a younger brother. And you, do more and talk less. And just be my younger brother's younger brother. You." Eric held back his anger. Miss Anne's order was very clear. Before confirming the identities of these people, listen to Robin. At this time, Robin had already walked forward and said, "Hey, don't stand there stupidly. Go and send the cockroaches away. I'm going to start contacting my future boss. Your boss will always be Miss Anne, and cockroach is not a good nickname. We are also members of the Special Security Bureau now." Suppressing his anger, Eric quickly walked towards the 2 agents of the Security Bureau who were about to interrogate De Leon and his party. Chapter 47 Friends from Afar. "I am Lieutenant Colonel Hopkins of the Imperial Garrison Command in Saroying." Eric stopped 2 special security agents who were about to interrogate De Leon and his party in time. He did not reveal his identity to his colleagues, who did not know the enemy yet, but took out the disguised documents that had been prepared long ago. The burly Eric had the temperament of an officer. He said to the 2 agents, "These are the relatives of a certain Marquis of the Empire. They brought the grandson of the Marquis to Saroying Magic Academy to study. I was ordered to take them to their residence." The Marquis specifically instructed that he did not want his most beloved grandson to be frightened in any way. The 2 agents carefully checked Eric's ID and scanned it with a magic wand. The comparison between the photo, information and hidden magic mark was accurate. Looking at the people next to him, no matter their demeanor, clothing and behavior, they were obviously from a big family. One of the agents returned the ID to Eric and said in an apologetic tone, Please apologize to this distinguished young master on our behalf. You know, a tragedy happened in the security bureau. Now all the field staff in the bureau have been sent out to find clues. Each of us is forced to be like a neurotic. Express our apologies again. If you need us to do anything, you can call us at any time. Thank you. I hope the security bureau can solve the case as soon as possible and restore order in Saroying City. When Eric stopped the two special security agents, Robin had already come to Sophia. Just now Eric told him that the beautiful woman in front of him with black hair, black eyes, wearing a leather windbreaker, and a gorgeous sword hanging on her waist was the female swordsman who drove Eric and Miss and out of the room with 10 ancient gold coins. From her position, it can be seen that she is just a servant, and her status is not very high. But in order to connect with these mysterious people who are suspected to be ancient heroes, Robin can only use her as a breakthrough point. Robin bowed to Sophia and took off his hat, then took out the ancient gold coin that he did not return to Anne, and said with what he thought was the most handsome smile, "Beautiful lady, you should still recognize this gold coin, right?" Sophia glanced at Eric, who stopped the agent, and immediately saw through his new disguise and recognized him as one of the two people who were driven out of the compartment by her. Without hearing De Liang's instructions, Sophia did not use force against Robin. She said, "Of course I recognize. This is the compensation for requisitioning your compartment. I think the money is enough to pay for your tickets. If you have no questions, please make way. Of course it's enough to pay for our tickets." Robin glanced at the woman with dark purple hair dressed as a lady next to him. He could see that the child in the middle of the team who was protected must be the one with the highest status. But at this age, he certainly couldn't make decisions on his own. And the purple-haired lady looked like the temporary guardian of the child. But the purple-haired lady just stood aside and watched silently, with no intention of taking over the conversation. Robin could only continue to say to Sophia, "It's not just a ticket for a compartment. The gold coins you paid are very valuable, enough to buy a house. An independent house for all of you to live in. I don't know if you, this distinguished young master, and his followers have found a place to live in Saroying City in advance. If not, in Saroying City, where housing supply is tight, I'm afraid you won't be able to find a suitable house for you in a short time. My lady, you have met her once, and she happens to have a vacant property in the center of Saroying. She is also willing to transfer this house to you to compensate for the remaining value of the 10 gold coins after deducting the ticket." Sophia showed a surprised look. "Are the houses here so cheap? 10 gold coins minus the ticket money can still buy a big house? Ahem. Sophia, let that gentleman come to see me." Just now, Mike had whispered to Dalian about the difference between the coins here and the coins 2,000 years ago. And Dalian also knew that Sophia rashly exposed the ancient gold coins that could be called antiques. Since the other party came to the door, he must have seen something from those antique gold coins. Sophia, who is straightforward in doing things, is not suitable to negotiate with this guy who is obviously a slippery character. So Dalian prepared to listen to this person in person. What does he want to do by suddenly standing in front of him? But, Master, Sophia did not immediately give way, and her tone was worried. "We don't know this person. Your safety is the most important." Dalian walked up and said, "Don't really treat me as a child. Overprotection will only keep friends out. And I love making friends the most." "Yes, Master." Sophia immediately stepped aside to allow Dalian to face the stranger who suddenly appeared. The plan went smoothly as never before. Robin showed the brightest smile. He took out a few candies from his pocket and showed them to Dalian in a tempting way, saying, "Dear young master, my name is Jeffrey Robin. You can call me Robin. I am very happy to see you. Can you tell me your name?" Dalian saw the candies in Robin's hand, as well as the tone and smile of coaxing a child, and said coldly, "Tell me your purpose, and your true identity. I don't know what you saw from those gold coins, but if you lie to me, you and the tall man next to you will definitely disappear from this world." "Ah. Ahem. Hee hee." Robin took back the candy awkwardly. Obviously, the first plan of the younger brother's plan failed. But Robin was not discouraged. He believed that this group of people must be related to the ancient magic era, and their behavior seemed to want to hide in the metropolis of Saroying. If you want to integrate here quickly, you must need a guide and a younger brother. According to Robin's experience, facing a powerful ancient hero, cheating will definitely lead to a miserable death. Only honesty can win the favor of the ancient hero. To be a younger brother, you must have the awareness of being a younger brother. And Robin also saw that the child in front of him had a steadiness and majesty that did not match his age. Robin slowly scanned the surroundings. The mantis from the security bureau had been sent away by Eric, and no one nearby paid special attention to the travelers here. He bent down and whispered, "Dear young master, we really don't have any bad intentions. We just guessed from these gold coins that you and your followers came from a very far place. We just want to welcome your arrival and help you understand this relatively unfamiliar world for you. This is really not a place to talk. Why don't we go to the residence that my lady has provided for you first, and then talk openly?" Chapter 48. Going to see the big house. Something was hinted at from a very far distance. De Leon could be sure that the identities of his group had been exposed. However, such a bold guess could be made from just 10 ancient gold coins. De Leon had to admire the wisdom and courage of the man in front of him, and could not help but admire the life of this man called Robin. It is impossible to cross the generation gap of 2,000 years and seamlessly integrate into this future world. Some habits cannot be changed. Just like Sophia casually threw out the gold coins of 2,000 years ago, she did not realize that there was anything wrong with it. But for people nowadays, it was like the world before De Leon traveled through time, when someone took out a few copper coins from the Qin and Han dynasties to buy a pancake, which was surprising. The authorities are confused. As the heroes of the Great Tomb settle in Saroying City, more shocking things will happen in the future. At that time, more people will speculate about their identities. It is inevitable to expose the identity, but it is possible to control the scope within a controllable area. What De Leon needs to find out now is, who is Robin? Who are the people behind him? And what purpose they have in contacting him? And more importantly, how many people know that he comes from the ancient magic era? De Leon said to Robin, "Thank your lady for me. We are new to Saroying City, and we really need a suitable place to live. Since your lady is willing to sell her house to us, let's go together and take a look. If it's really suitable, we'll stay here." "Done. My plan is on the right track again." Robin immediately made an invitation gesture and said, "Young master, please go this way. We can take a carriage while enjoying the night view of the city. I believe you will like the scenery of Saroying City here." De Leon walked towards the exit and said to Hannah, "You take Mr. Brown home. Help Mr. Brown deal with our enrollment, and protect his safety." "Yes, master." Hannah saluted to De Leon, who was leaving, and then stayed with Brown Jennings, who looked bitter. The other heroes of the Great Tomb followed De Leon, but because of De Leon's calves, they were not walking fast. Robin lagged behind a little, and said to Eric, who looked very unhappy, "Run faster and arrange a few carriages. Then go to 578 Avenue de Champs-Élysées. Clean up the place, and order a dinner from a nearby restaurant to be sent over. Hurry up." Eric said in surprise, "How dare you give away the house on Avenue de Champs-Élysées casually? That is the property of the Marquis. Do you know how much the house is worth now? Have you asked the Marquis? Have you asked the lady? You want to die. Don't hold me back." Seeing that De Leon and his group had gone far away, Robin urged, "The lady's order, is it you or me? This is called early investment. Do you understand? As long as I can successfully become a younger brother, anything my new boss leaks from his hands will be more valuable than that house. Now I have officially started my plan. Don't hold me back. Be careful that I will report you to the lady. Hurry up. You don't have much time." After saying that, Robin quickly caught up with De Leon without waiting for Eric to answer, and asked with a professional smile, "Young master, what should I call you?" "Leon." De Leon answered simply. Robin immediately praised, "It's a name that represents light and warmth. Master Leon, you must be a very kind and great hero." De Leon did not answer. Before confirming the identity of this person, he did not intend to reveal too much information about himself. Embarrassed again, the younger brother encountered another setback on his road. Just as Robin was thinking about how to create a new topic again, he felt his arm being pulled. And then he saw the little girl in the team who was wearing a princess dress and looked at him with a pair of cute big eyes. "Brother, can you give me the candy in your pocket?" "Of course. How many do you want?" A child who can be tempted by candy is definitely a real child. Robin found that he had found a breakthrough in his plan. He took out candy and teased the girl, "But you have to tell me first, what is your name?" "All." "I want all." Black Pearl only had candy in her eyes. "My name is Black Pearl. You are not allowed to touch my head or hug me. I only let the captain touch and hug me." Robin smiled awkwardly and took back his hand that was stretched out to Black Pearl's head. Black Pearl got a handful of candy. She happily ran to Da Young's side, walked side by side with him, and boasted, "Look, I have so many candies. If you want to eat, I can give you one." "Keep them all," Da Young said. "Also, children should not take candies from strangers casually, or they will be cheated." Black Pearl had happily peeled off the candy wrapper, put the candy in his mouth, and said, I know. I only eat candies given by people who can't beat me." Hearing Black Pearl's words, Robin felt like he was walking with a group of monsters. "I don't know if I can live to see the completion of my plan. Now I can only take one step at a time. Take these ancient heroes away first. Avoid being discovered by more people. And then gain their trust as soon as possible. Become my younger brother." After leaving the train station, Eric, who had come out earlier, had hired a carriage waiting by the roadside, and he himself had taken another carriage to the Avenue de Champs-Élysées. The property of the Marquis of Whitehead had been vacant, but there were servants there to clean the rooms. He had to rush over as soon as possible to get the servants to leave and prepare a sumptuous dinner. Thinking that Robin had given away such a valuable property, Eric couldn't help but get angry. If these people were not ancient heroes, I would definitely be dead. Dead? Dead? Brown Jennings repeated the same sentence in his heart. He never expected that young Master Leong would leave his maid Hannah with him. The escape plan he had worked so hard to formulate had the most serious loophole at this moment. Brown had seen Hannah push down the armor that could not be hit by bullets with a light push. These were all heroes from the ancient magic era. Even though Hannah was the lowest in the team, Brown definitely did not have the courage to test Hannah's strength. What to do? I definitely can't escape tonight. I can only find another opportunity tomorrow. It was decided. Tomorrow I would go to the Siroing School of Magic under the pretext of handling young Master Liang's admission procedures. You can't follow me into the school. As long as I can get out of Hannah's sight, I will immediately find a chance to run. Whether I can run away or not, it depends on fate. Chapter 49 Siroing. Miss Hannah, you don't have to go back with me. My residence is really very simple. It can't be compared with your master's palace. I can go back by myself. Tomorrow I will go to the academy to complete the admission procedures for Master Leong, Miss Black Pearl and Miss Ziling. At that time, I will deliver the notice to the Avenue de Champs-Élysées. Brown made a final effort to get his freedom tonight. He wanted to take his suitcase from Hannah. Hannah did not hand the suitcase to Brown. She smiled sweetly and said, "Mr. Jennings, I'm afraid you don't understand the good intentions of the master. Those two people just now, well, one of them has a very strong smell of blood, which is not a smell that can be smelled directly, but a feeling. He has killed many people. The master is not sure how many people are still watching us, and he does not know if anyone will bother you after they leave to get the master's secrets from you. You are the master's guest. If you are in danger because of him, it will cause great damage to the master's reputation. Don't worry, Mr. Jennings. I will protect you." Brown realized that he just thought about how to escape and ignored another potential crisis. The two mysterious people who took these ancient heroes away must have very special identities. At least they have the ability to make the security cockroaches, who were about to come up for questioning, retreat. The Special Security Bureau of Marcellus is not a simple role. The Vlaminck Empire ruled the Marcellus province. When the parliament was not in control, it mainly relied on two violent agencies. One is the Imperial Army stationed in the Marcellus province, and the other is the Special Security Agency walking in the dark. The army is in the open, and is bound by military law. In order not to stimulate the conflict between Vlaminck and Marcellus, the imperial soldiers basically stayed in their respective garrisons, and would not interfere with the administration of the Marcellus parliament. But the Special Security Bureau does not have so many taboos. This secret service was established for the empire to keep a tight grip on the Marcellus province. It has no fixed scope of responsibility. Anything that harms the interests of the Marcellus province and the empire is under the jurisdiction of the Special Security Bureau. Eavesdropping, kidnapping, assassination. The agents of the Security Bureau use various shady means to find the enemies of the empire and then make them disappear silently. The omnipresent Special Security Bureau agents have earned the nickname cockroaches in the Marcellus province. Ordinary Marcellus people will not easily provoke cockroaches, and the Vlaminks are unwilling to be targeted by cockroaches. Today, these cockroaches actually wore armbands to publicly identify themselves and were checked at the train station. Something must have happened. And those two people were able to make the cockroaches retreat. So they must have a great background. At this moment, Brown found that his escape plan was even more difficult. An eye from somewhere was staring at this group of ancient heroes. If he stood with the ancient heroes, he must have been stared at as well. To escape from these ancient heroes, who were not familiar with the city of Saroying, you can still try your luck. If there was a big force behind those two people, it would really increase the difficulty. If I had known that I would encounter such a thing, I would have stayed at home for a few more days. I really missed the taste of my hometown. Knowing that Hannah stayed to protect himself, Brown didn't dare to let her leave. With the idea of surviving one night, Brown took Hannah out of the train station and stopped a rented carriage on the roadside. After telling the driver the location, the carriage drove along the road. Saroying City is a base city. When the Fleming Empire attacked Marseilles 200 years ago, it took a fancy to this best port on the eastern coast. Now Saroying City is the eastern starting point of the economic artery of the Fleming Empire, with the inland market of the most powerful empire in the entire Order continent, the busiest port, and the transportation lines connecting the eastern countries. Saroying City has become the most dynamic and richest city on the entire eastern coast. After the technology of large steam generators matured and the power grid system was developed, Saroying became one of the few cities on the eastern coast with electricity throughout the city. When many imperial cities were dark at night, and some wealthy families could only light candles for lighting, Saroying had already covered the main streets of the city with public lighting. The city's roads were paved with polished bluestones, and the gaps and uneven places between the bluestones were filled with cement, making the entire road very smooth, and carriages would not feel too bumpy when driving on it. On both sides of the road are buildings with modern Earth style, and some art sculptures can be seen everywhere, because there are too many people living in Saroying. Every inch of land here is worth a lot of money. There are almost no one-story or two-story houses here. Most of them are small buildings with more than 4 floors. Buildings with more than 10 or 20 floors can also be seen everywhere. Some large steam balloons and steam airships can be seen in the sky above the city. There are battle boats of the Imperial Army, sky mansions of super rich people, and simple balloons used by merchants to promote their products. The lights on the balloons and airships echo the lights of the city, making Saroying a city that never sleeps. In the clear night sky, silver wings can be seen flying over from time to time. That was a magician equipped with steam flying wings. The combination of alchemical magic and steam technology gave trained magicians the ability to fight in the air, which was an indispensable air control force in the war of this era. They were also called silver wings. This was the first time that De Liang saw the main air combat force in this world. Sitting in the slightly bumpy carriage, Robin saw that De Liang, who was sitting opposite, was very curious about the silver wings he saw outside the window. So he seized the topic and introduced, "Dear Master Liang, what you just saw was the Empire's latest steam flying wing, Griffin Heart 3. The core engine is the Gem 143, a pure magic thermonuclear, and it takes 14 seconds from preheating to maximum thermal effect. The maximum wingspan is 7 meters, and the minimum wingspan is 3 meters. It has 2 main steam nozzles, 4 afterburner steam nozzles, and 8 auxiliary steam nozzles. The maximum speed is 217 kilometers per hour, and the ceiling is 4,500 meters. According to the confidential information I know, the Griffin Heart 3 steam flying wing uses the most advanced positive and negative air pressure technology, which greatly increases the hovering cruising time and is the strongest air silver wing in the Empire. Since the Griffin Heart 3 has just started production, the limited production is all supplied to the Imperial garrison in Saroying City. Even the Griffin Heart 3 of the Empire's Royal Air Cavalry Corps is not as many as that in Saroying City. Speaking of the Empire's latest silver wing, Robin is also very proud. He was able to become a civil servant in the Imperial Intelligence Department, and he was also a powerful magician. He was assigned to the civilian department because he failed the Special Warfare Project assessment. Driving a silver wing is also a training subject in the Special Warfare Project, compared with the old model of silver wing that Robin had driven before. The Griffin Heart 3 can beat them. Chapter 50 Avenue de Champs-Élysées. De Liang listened to Robin's introduction and took another look at the silver wings passing through the sky outside the window. The appearance of the steam flying wing is 2 unfolded metal wings. The wings are movable wings that can be retracted and swung. There are large and small steam nozzles on them to meet the various tactical action requirements in air combat. In the middle of the 2 metal wings, there is an additional device that can fix the pilot on it. The appearance is very similar to an angel. The combination of steam technology and alchemy technology has produced a manned aircraft that is different from fixed-wing aircraft. Although it cannot reach the speed and load of fixed-wing aircraft for the time being, it has the air maneuverability that aircraft cannot do anyway. Just a long hovering maneuver can cause all fixed-wing aircraft to stall and fall. The technology after 2000 has really developed in a unique way. Seeing De Liang staring at the silver wing in the air with great admiration, Robin said complacently, according to historical records, in the ancient magic era, the main force of human air combat was the griffin. This kind of aerial beast is now very rare. It is said that the royal griffin can be ridden after being domesticated, but there has not been a royal griffin in the empire. But even if the royal griffin knight can take off again, I am afraid it will not be the opponent of the current silver wing. De Liang recalled the war in the game and said, a single-headed griffin is definitely not the opponent of silver wing. However, in the ancient military organization, a royal griffin knight commanded 9 griffins as a squad, 10 squads formed a squadron, and 10 squadrons formed a battalion. Small-scale military conflicts would require at least hundreds of griffins to participate, and larger ones would require thousands or tens of thousands. Of course, wars that require thousands of griffins would definitely use 13th Order angels and 14th Order archangels. There are also air and space warships to provide fire support, and air magicians to be responsible for strategic magic control. There is another point I forgot to mention. After the war begins, the Air Magician Corps and air and space warships will establish an air magic blessing area to ensure that each participating griffin has more than 4 targeted magic defense states. Robin was speechless. All his knowledge of the ancient magic era came from books, and the writers of the books were based on limited historical materials, and then used the current world as a prototype to make limited imaginations of the ancient magic era. But no matter how rich his imagination is, he cannot jump out of the inherent cognitive limitations, and cannot make the most realistic restoration of the ancient magic era. They know that people in the ancient magic era could tame griffins for combat, but the number of griffins now is so small that he can only imagine that a city raises 100 to 80 griffins for air combat. He also knows that angels exist, and there are many of them, probably thousands, and most of them are in Yunzhong City. Human cities should not have angels. If there are, maybe only a few cities have 1 or 2. You should know that there is no real angel in the world today. The fake angels of the Holy See are not counted. In addition, those imaginative authors tend to highlight personal heroism in order to cater to the tastes of readers. In their descriptions, the wars in ancient times were a one-on-one fight between a few high-end combat forces. The ordinary basic army would only be surprised and shout to highlight the might of the protagonists. In short, the impression of the ancient magic era by people in the Age of Discovery was the myths and legends that once existed. The high-end magic was really very high-end. But the war mode was in the era of cold weapons. The personal force was extremely strong, resulting in the backwardness of tactics and strategic thinking. Basically, when the two sides of the war meet, their high-level heroes will cast magic at each other, and whoever has the stronger magic will win. The army of this era uses hot weapons in the fields of people's livelihood, science and technology, culture, politics, military achievements, many aspects. The Age of Discovery has a lot of superiority over the ancient magic age. But after De Liang's casual remark, Robin suddenly found that the war mode of the ancient magic age was completely different from what he imagined. How many silver wings does the entire Imperial Air Force of Saroying have? Probably only 300, including some old models. But in the ancient magic age, wars involving thousands or tens of thousands of griffins seem to be the norm. Can 300 silver wings stop the attack of thousands of griffins? Behind these thousands of griffins are aerospace warships, angels, and various firepower support and magic assistance provided by the Air Magician Corps. In the war, an ordinary griffin has to accept multiple magic defense states for a long time. What a sufficient surplus of magic power! How spectacular is the confrontation of magic on the battlefield! This is probably impossible to describe or imagine now. In a few words, Robin presented the air battlefield covering the sky in the war of the ancient magic era in his mind. What a great era! Robin couldn't help but sigh, and secretly took note of it, preparing to report this important information to Miss N. But it has become the past. De Liang also felt the same way. I believe that your arrival will surely bring back the past glory. Robin gently flattered De Liang, and now he dared not treat him as a child. At this time, the carriage stopped. Robin looked out the window. and said to Daliang, Master Liang, we have arrived at the Élysée Avenue. Welcome to visit your new residence in Siroing City. Robin opened the door and got off the carriage first. And Eric was already waiting outside. He gestured to Robin that he was ready, and then took out the money to settle the fare for hiring 2 carriages with the coachman. Daliang and his heroes got off the carriage one after another. Élysée Avenue is a high-end neighborhood in Siroing City. Both sides of the street are 3-story villas with independent courtyards. Since almost all the houses in the entire block are properties purchased by high-ranking nobles of the Vlaamic Empire in Siroing City. Élysée Avenue is also called Imperial Avenue. At the same time, because most of these high-ranking nobles are not in Siroing City, many of these properties are vacant, and only a few servants stay to clean and wait for the owner to occasionally live there. Élysée Avenue is very quiet in the dark night, except for the house in front of it. The houses around it are all dark. 578 Avenue de Champs-Élysées is the property of Miss Anne's father, Marquis Whitehead. But Anne, who is the director of the Special Security Bureau, does not live here. She lives in a safer residence, which is the defense zone of the Siroing Empire garrison. If she wants to reorganize the Special Security Bureau, she must first ensure her own safety. The Imperial Army has little contact with the outside world and has not been infiltrated, so it is probably still safe. There is a half-person high fence outside the villa, and the main building is after a spacious lawn. Robin led Daliang and his party inside and introduced Eric. This is Mondo Eric. Because my lady is busy with official business, she entrusted the 2 of us to entertain the guests, who came from afar. The first floor is the main hall, and there is also a dining room, kitchen, utility room, maybe there are other rooms. But this is my first time here, so I don't know. The second floor is the bedroom. And the third floor, you can see the third floor for yourself. Eric has prepared a dinner here in advance. Please forgive me for letting the carriage go around a few more blocks. One is to let you know more about the city of Siroing, and the other is of course to give Eric time to prepare dinner. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. I believe this will be a night that changes the history of the world. Chapter 51 New Residence. A brown leather sofa was placed in the middle of the main hall, and a chandelier illuminated the room fairly brightly. The decorations and furnishings around were not complicated, and one could feel the original owner's rigor, meticulousness and high standards of life. Next to a large clock, Daliang also saw a film phonograph. The main hall on the first floor was connected to the second floor, and the open corridor connected the 2 floors through the zigzag building, making the entire main hall look very open and grand. Daliang just glanced, and did not stay in the main hall for too long. Under Robin's guidance, he led the heroes of the Great Tomb to the dining room behind the main hall on the tough wooden floor. The dining room was also very spacious, and could accommodate more than 10 people at the same time. The long dining table was placed in the middle, and there was plenty of space around it to build a wine cabinet, a seasoning and auxiliary material table, a temporary cooking table. The aisle also allowed the servants to calmly provide dining services on the table without affecting the host and guests dining. After the heroes of the Great Tomb came in, the dinner food was already on the table, all served with silver steel tableware, covered with a hemispherical lid to prevent the food from getting dusty, and to prevent the temperature from losing too quickly. Daliang walked to the main seat, and sat down after the butler Mike helped him pull out the seat. Then other heroes of the Great Tomb also took their seats. Sophia stood beside Daliang, reached out from her private space, took out a glass and placed it in front of Daliang, and then poured him a glass of milk. Mike had taken off the lids of all the food: roast goose, sausage platter, fried fish fillet, shrimp with sauce, steamed snails, steak, vegetable sweet soup. No matter whether the food was delicious or not, the whole process proved that Robin was still thoughtful. Robin sat opposite Daliang, watching these ancient heroes, who were basically confirmed to be ancient heroes, sitting calmly in their seats waiting for the dinner to start, his heart pounding. How could he say he wasn't nervous? He saw with his own eyes that the female swordsman named Sophia took out a glass and a milk jug out of thin air. He thought she was a melee fighter, but he didn't expect her magic level to be so high. The important thing is, such a powerful hero didn't even have the qualifications to sit down. God knows what kind of monsters they were with. Which era before the Dark Ages did they come from? Why did they suddenly appear at this point in time? What was their purpose in coming to Siroing City? Are they just individual cases, or is the whole world a large-scale return of ancient heroes? Just hearing this simple description of the ancient war by Master Liang, Robin felt that the many materials he had read were not enough, and his current understanding of the ancient magic era was really too little. However, one thing is certain, the plan of clinging to the thighs and being a younger brother is absolutely correct. With this basic policy as a guide, regardless of whether the task assigned by the lady can be completed, at least his own safety can be guaranteed. Probably. Robin glanced at Eric, who was sitting next to him. His expression was serious. He probably felt the pressure. But the agents who have been strictly trained have strong psychological qualities. Except for a little more sweat on his head, a little paler complexion, and a little stiff body. He did not look too nervous. Ha ha ha. At the critical moment, you still have to rely on the trump card that the lady, have secretly cultivated. Robin secretly pinched his shaking legs. At this time, the butler Mike poured a glass of red wine for Robin and said softly, "Thank you very much for your hospitality. It can be seen, my master is very satisfied with this place. This is the beginning of a friendly conversation. My name is Mike, responsible for the catering service of this dinner. Since the master's maids have not come yet, please forgive me for any inadequate care. If you need anything, you can call me at any time. Thank you very much." Robin did not dare to treat this elf butler as a real butler. This is an elf from the ancient magic era. Ding ding ding. At this time, De Leon knocked the milk cup with a spoon a few times, and then said to Robin, who was sitting opposite him, "I'm here. You must have guessed where we came from, but I still know nothing about you and your identity. Now you can introduce yourself, and then I will decide how to deal with you." For his own life, Robin immediately said, "My name is Jeffrey Robin, 27 years old. My father is a baron, and I am the third son of the family. 7th level senior magician, 6th level gunner. I used to work for the intelligence agency of the Vlamic Empire, the Imperial Garrison Headquarters, where I was a civilian staff member. Now I have been transferred to the intelligence agency of the Marcellus Province, Special Security Bureau. Today is my first day on the job. This is Mondo Eric, 31 years old. His father is a viscount, and he is the fourth son of the family. He once served in the Northern Empire Musketeer Cavalry Regiment and participated in the war against the Northern Orcs. He was awarded the 2nd-class Battle Hero Medal 3 times and the 1st-class Battle Hero Medal once. Later, he was transferred to the intelligence agency of the Vlamic Empire, the Imperial Garrison General Administration, A-level field agent, 8th level senior magician, 12th level gunner, 11th level fighter, 10th level silver wing pilot, 11th level steel battle fort pilot. He has performed 42 field missions with a 100% mission completion rate. Robin ignored the stunned Eric's frequent hints and recited all the information he knew about Eric, exposing him thoroughly in front of the ancient heroes. If the people sitting here were not too powerful and there was no order from Miss N, Eric would have stood up and killed the guy who leaked the information. Robin ignored Eric's hints and continued. Now Eric and I have been transferred to the Special Security Bureau of the Marcellus Province. The ladies Miss Sophia met on the train were Miss N, the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Whitehead, who was now transferred to the Special Security Bureau of the Marcellus Province. This is our identity. After Robin's introduction, De Leon already knew who they were. Agents of the Vlamic Empire. These are a group of highly alert and intelligent people who have been trained. It is hard not to be suspected when Sophia showed so many ancient gold coins in front of them. De Leon asked Robin, "How many people know our identity now?" "Only me, Eric and Miss N." After saying that, Robin, who was afraid of being silenced, immediately explained, "Please rest assured, we have no intention of spreading your identity. Without your consent, we will not even reveal a word to the Emperor of the Empire. We only respect our ancestors from the ancient magic era, and we have no malice. If you want to integrate into this world without disturbance, we are also willing to provide all the help we can." Chapter 52: The Little Brother Plan. De Leon was thinking seriously about how to deal with today's emergency. It was a very tricky thing for the intelligence personnel of the Vlamic Empire to know his identity. He didn't want to have too much contact with the ruling class of this country when he didn't know this world, especially when the contradiction between Vlamic and Marcellus was getting more and more serious. His first priority now was to enter the Soroing Magic Academy to study magic, rather than passively getting involved in this political incident or the military conflict that might break out in the future. However, if he could keep a proper distance from Marcellus's intelligence agency, it would definitely be more helpful for him to integrate into this world than Brown Jennings. The premise is that they can keep the secret, and know what can be done, and what cannot be done. Now look at this Robin. He still has some sense. You can observe him for a while. De Leon only thought for a short time, and then said to Robin, "Where we come from is only known to you three. If I know that you told this to the fourth person, no matter where you hide, I will find you. I am not interested in any fight between you, Vlaminck and Marcellus. Don't try to get anything from me. I pay gold coins to buy this house, so we don't owe each other anything. I am very satisfied with this dinner. If you have nothing else to do, drink this glass of wine, and you can leave. Let's toast to our first night in Saroying." De Leon picked up the milk cup in front of him, and the heroes raised their red wine together. Robin and Eric didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward to order them to leave, but they had to pick up their glasses. "Cheers to our first night in Saroying." With a bang, the door closed. Robin and Eric stood in front of the door in a daze. In the silent night, only their stomachs were grumbling. From day till now, they had not eaten anything except cracking 2 bags of melon seeds. "I feel we were cheated. We were given such a big house, a mansion in the center of Saroying, but we were kicked out without even a bite of food." Eric, who was originally muttering to himself and complaining, suddenly thought of something. He grabbed Robin's collar and lifted him up. "You really want to die, don't you? My information is top secret. If the other party asks, you will tell all my cards. Do you know that I can kill you right now for leaking secrets?" Robin's feet left the ground. He grabbed Eric's arm and tried to pry it apart, but found that he was like pulling an iron rod, and was not a heavyweight at all. He struggled and said, "You forgot the lady's order. If their identities are confirmed, I have the right to deal with it at your convenience. You let me go. I order you to let me go." Eric reluctantly put Robin down, although he still couldn't believe it, except that the people in the room didn't admit it in person. It was basically certain that they were ancient heroes from before the Dark Ages. Eric came from an imperial military family, and had served in the military for many years. He would not easily disobey orders, now that the identities of those people in the room have been confirmed. Robin is the chief officer to deal with this incident, and he has the right to deal with it at his convenience. If Eric has any dissatisfaction, he can report it to Miss N, and he must not directly oppose Robin. That's the rule. A dignified A-level agent will be commanded by a loser in the future. Although Eric was extremely dissatisfied and wanted to punch Robin in the face, he still obeyed and put him down. "I will tell the lady everything you did today." Robin tidied up his messed up clothes, and showed a look of wanting a beating, and said to Eric, "What do you know? I am an expert in this area. Being honest with the boss is the first step to being a qualified younger brother. The boss wants to ask for our information. Can I lie? I am a civilian staff, and my resume can be filled on a dry piece of paper. I don't know the lady's information. Don't stare at me. I dare to tell it even if I know it. I can only say that you're to be a qualified younger brother. You must not only be able to flatter, but also be capable. If you are capable, doesn't that mean I am capable? I have nothing to do with you." "Yes. How could it be otherwise?" Robin turned and walked towards the street outside, saying, "We are brothers in distress in this mission. The lady wants to reorganize the Special Security Bureau, and she will definitely not be able to help us. How can we follow up on this mission? This can only be done by the two of us. If we accidentally mess up one day, we will definitely not be able to return home alive. First find a place to eat, then find a place to sleep. Tomorrow I will keep an eye on this place. And you go to meet the lady and tell her about what happened here. Just say that everything is under my control." Watching Robin walk away, Eric also realized the many difficulties they were going to face. Miss and didn't let them go to the Special Security Bureau to find her, which meant that the Security Bureau was completely untrustworthy. Without the assistance of the Security Bureau and the Empire, the two of them could only rely on themselves. Eric had never experienced such a helpless situation. Thinking about Miss N again, he and Robin were not with her. She was really alone in the dragon's den and the tiger's den, and was more dangerous than himself. But Miss N would rather go to the Special Security Bureau alone to clean up the mess, and let herself help Robin here, which shows how much she values these ancient heroes. If we can get the support of these powerful ancient heroes, we may be able to reverse the passive situation of the Empire in the province of Marcellus. We can't let the young lady down. Eric looked back at the mansion, then quickly chased after Robin and asked, "Hey, why do I feel that Master Liang is not a normal child?" "No. Compared to those powerful heroes, he is just a normal child. I can't feel his strength and magic. But why does he give me the feeling of being very powerful? Robin has walked out of the yard and came to the roadside. He looked around and saw that there was no carriage for hire. So he walked along the street. If I have so many powerful ancient heroes loyal to me, I can also give you a very powerful feeling. According to my experience, you won't understand even if I tell you. Just treat him as your boss and my boss. My boss is missing. It's up to you. Just don't delay me from being a younger brother to the ancient heroes. I can't avoid it this time. I can only take a chance. If I lose, I die. And if I win, ha ha ha. The princess is for the boss. I'll take care of all the other ladies from the dukes, marquis, and earls' families. Chapter 53 Going Home. De Leon was not unwilling to let Robin and Eric eat here, because they had exposed many problems just after leaving the Great Tomb. The first is, don't use the gold coins brought out from the Great Tomb easily in the future. After the two agents left, De Leon said at the table, although we are not used to it yet, 2,000 years have indeed passed in front of us in an instant. Everything in the Great Tomb, including us, are antiques of this world, which are very tempting to some people. During my study period, I don't want to attract too much attention. Sophia knew that the two agents who had just left were brought here by her. She apologized to De Leon in a low voice. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Mr. Jennings actually reminded me. But it was all my fault that put Your Highness in crisis. De Leon did not blame Sophia. He drank milk and said, it's not all your fault. We did come out a little hastily this time. But it happened early. So we realized this mistake earlier. It's not necessarily a bad thing for these two people to come to us. It's much better than secretly monitoring us or publicizing our identities. And we have to stay in Soroing City. And there will definitely be things that need their help in the future. At this time, the butler Mike asked, Your Highness, if we can't use the gold coins brought from the big tomb in the future, how should we maintain our living expenses? The butler is responsible for the living expenses of everyone here. Although Mike stole a little today, it can only be a stopgap measure for temporary lack of money. The maintenance of such a big house. So many people eating. The money to be spent is not something that can be stolen. Besides, there will always be failures when stealing things. If someone comes to the door, it will be really embarrassing for the prince. Princess Ziling said, that's not easy. Just melt all the gold coins and cast them into gold coins used here. This seems to be a solution. But De Leon said, the gold coins in the Great Tomb are strategic reserves. Try not to use too much. We will use the smelted gold coins for the time being. And then find a way to make money and be self-sufficient. The gold coin issue was decided. And the decision was notified to the Great Tomb and all the heroes who left the Great Tomb. Then we have to talk about your strength. We all saw that Brown Jennings was a 9th level senior mage. And he already had a high status in this world. Mundo Eric. Among so many combat professions, no one exceeded the 12th level. But he was actually a very powerful agent. The power level of this world is really lower than I expected. Although you have suppressed your outward power, it still makes them very nervous. So many powerful heroes gathered together, and it is too noticeable. I ask you to restrain your power again, and not make people feel like dragons and angels walking on the road. The holy angel Julian said with some embarrassment, we have all been very restrained. But it is really difficult to compress the outward energy across so many levels. Yes, it is not an easy thing to restrain the outward energy, especially in the restaurant. Except for De Leon. There are 15th level creatures and 15th level heroes. It is really difficult to ask them to suppress the energy that is already overflowing. On the train, the heroes had tried their best to restrain themselves, and nothing could be seen at that time. But as time went on, the momentum that could not be suppressed could not help but grow upwards. For example, after Robin and Eric left, the relaxed Julian had already developed and glowed, and the dragon power of Princess Ziling could not help but flow out. It seemed that the holy angel wings and dragon wings would be unfolded at any time. Princess Ziling suppressed her dragon power, and then said, leave this to me. It is relatively easy to solve this matter without restraining your own power and just covering up the external energy. You only need to make an energy storage ring and then guide all the overflowing energy into the ring. If Black Pearl helps me, it can be done tomorrow. Okay, I'll make a ring for Her Royal Highness the Princess. I want a black one. Black Pearl nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Then looked at Dalian pitifully. Captain, when can we eat? I'm hungry. Dalian smiled and said, Eat. And tomorrow we'll go shopping in Saroying City together. Great. Black Pearl cheered and reached out for a plate of fried fish fillets. While Dalian and his heroes were having dinner together, Brown also brought Hannah to his residence, an apartment building. As a magic professor at Saroying Magic Academy, Brown's income is considered to be above average in Saroying City. However, Brown's goal is to buy a house of his own in this city and become a real citizen of Saroying. So he lives a very frugal life. An apartment of more than 30 square meters, with a separate bathroom and kitchen. Although the house is a bit old, the rent of only £1 a month is really suitable for Brown. Open the door. After not coming back for a whole holiday, a lot of dust has accumulated in the messy room, and there is a smell of an old house that has not been ventilated for a long time, which makes Brown, who suddenly brought a lady back, very embarrassed. Brown took out his magic wand and summoned a wind to blow open the window, and then increased the wind force to blow out the odor and dust in the room. As a result, he was nervous and did not control the wind direction well, so that the wind formed a cyclone in the room, which not only did not blow out the dust but lifted them all up. Achoo, cough cough. I'm so sorry. The flying dust got into Brown's nostrils and made him sneeze. The situation made him even more embarrassed. I think we should find a hotel outside. I will clean up the place tomorrow. Actually, I'm not so sloppy usually. It's just that I haven't been home for a while. Hannah put Brown's gift by the door and stretched out her hand. The chaotic airflow in the room was controlled by her. She just stretched out a finger and shook it slowly in the air, and the air was divided into dozens of airflows as if it was tamed, rolling up the dust and concentrating it, forming a powder ball. Then Hannah summoned a water ball to wrap up the dust ball, compressed it, and baked it with fire to turn it into a small round stone ball. Mr. Jennings, I am the master's maid. Cleaning the room, and cleaning is my job. Please give me a few minutes. You can rest soon. When Hannah instantly controlled the turbulence in the room, Brown stood aside and watched blankly. People who don't understand magic can't see anything. But Brown is a 9th level high-level magician. This wind was summoned by him, but he didn't control the direction well, so that the wind did not leave from the window, but hit the wall to form a cyclone. This low-level wind magic was actually still controlled by Brown, and Hannah stretched out her hand to take control. There may be factors that Brown was not prepared, but it also shows how big the generation gap between him and Hannah in magic control ability is. Chapter 54 Homeward Journey. Brown was really shocked. As expected, there was no ancient hero who was not a monster. Looking at Hannah, who had already started to clean up the room for him, she could use all kinds of magic at will, and the scattered clothes and books were automatically arranged. Many of the exquisite spells were just used for cleaning, which made Brown standing aside sigh in amazement. He wanted to help but didn't know what to do. Hannah, I'm going out to buy something. I guess you are hungry too. What do you want to eat? Hannah walked to the window and looked at the street outside. This is the 2nd floor. There is a street lamp every few meters on the road outside, and you can see a few pedestrians returning late, although no suspicious stalkers were found. Hannah still said vigilantly, Mr. Jennings, I don't see any shops open nearby. It's too dangerous for you to go out at this time. Why don't you? At this time, there was a knock on the door. Brown opened the door and saw a shy girl standing outside the door with a cake in her hand. Professor Jennings. The girl was happy at first when she saw Brown, and then her cheeks immediately turned red. I, just now, heard your door knock, and I was afraid that a stranger would go in. So I came to see. I didn't expect it was really you. Brown recognized the girl as Grace, the daughter of the landlord. The very cute girl was a student of the Saroying School of Magic, and happened to be a junior magician studying in the junior magic department where Brown was. Grace was discovered to have a talent for magic very early. Although her talent was not high, as a citizen of Saroying, she was still admitted to the Saroying School of Magic. If you don't have a high talent, you have to use a lot of magic potential stimulating potions to activate more potential, which is a huge expense. But her family has such a large rental apartment, not counting other income. The monthly rent alone is enough for all Grace's school expenses, because Brown rented Grace's house. He took good care of Grace in the school, so that the young girl who was just beginning to fall in love with her teacher actually fell in love with him. This also troubled Brown. He wanted to move to another place, But he couldn't find such a cheap, suitable house so close to the college. Grace, Brown said to the girl with freckles on her face in a professor's manner, the new semester is about to begin. I hope you can put all your energy into your studies. Your magic potential has been developed very smoothly. If your academic performance can be improved a little bit, you can get the certification of a 4th level intermediate magician. This will be of great help to your future life. Brown knew that Grace's academic performance was actually very good. But every time she took an exam, her performance was always a little bit worse. This time, Brown quietly reminded Grace, hoping that she could figure it out. There is a watershed between intermediate magicians and primary magicians. I know, Professor Jennings. I will try my best. The girl nodded, but did not understand what Brown meant. She asked again, just now when I was at the door. I heard the professor talking to someone. Is there a guest at your house? Oh, yes. Brown wanted to introduce Hannah. But when he turned around, he found that Hannah was nowhere to be seen in the house. Realizing that it was a hero from the ancient magic age, Brown said in order to prevent Grace from getting into trouble, maybe I was practicing the spell. The sound was too loud. You know the new semester is coming. I have to prepare for the course. Professor Jennings is the best magic professor. Grace smiled sweetly and presented the cake in her hand to Brown. This is a cake I made by myself. You must not have eaten anything when you came here from the train station so late. I added a lot of nuts and a little rose petals in it. For such a girl, Brown could only smile helplessly. He took the tray with the cake and said to Grace, thank you. I am indeed hungry. It is very late at night now. You should go to bed early. And be careful of the steps. Good night, Professor Jennings. Good night, Miss Grace. After closing the door and hearing Grace walking down the wooden structure to the first floor, Brown breathed a sigh of relief and turned around. Then saw Hannah standing by the window without moving. The room had been cleaned. And Brown put the cake on the dining table and said to Hannah, look, we have dinner. I assure you that the cake baked by Miss Grace is really delicious. Eat it while it's hot, and then rest. You sleep in the bed. And I meditate here. After seeing the magic you demonstrated, I feel very inferior. Hannah used the ice knife made by shaping magic to cut the cake into small pieces for easy eating. And then said, I don't actually need to rest. If you find it inconvenient, I can hang under the eaves outside your window. Hang? Under the eaves? Such a beautiful maid. Hanging outside her own eaves? Is it okay? When De Leon and Brown arrived in Saroying City and settled down in their respective residences, Jessica and Sir Charles also boarded the patrol airship that came to rescue. The expedition team was attacked by the undead. This was Sir Charles's explanation to the captain of the airship. The captain had no doubts. This was the Death Desert. And it was the night of the Death Desert. Even the most experienced mercenaries did not know what kind of undead they were buried under their feet. If it was some low-level undead such as skeletons and zombies, the mercenaries could still escape with their guns. But if they encountered some slightly higher-level undead, or were trapped in the tide of undead, they would basically be wiped out. Jessica and Sir Charles were in very bad condition. The captain thought they were still in shock after escaping death, so he did not disturb them again. He asked the soldiers on the airship to bring blankets, food and water to Jessica and Sir Charles, and let them rest in the cabin. Jessica leaned against the cabin wall wrapped in a felt blanket, looking at the night sky outside through the round glass window. The starry sky was very beautiful, but Jessica was not in the mood to appreciate the beauty of the sky in the Death Desert. That night she experienced something that changed her life drastically, an ancestor who was still alive after 2,000 years, who was in a high position in the ancient magic era, higher than the highest mountain she knew. And he was too high, too far away, invisible and intangible, just like a dream. But the feeling of riding a dragon just now was definitely not a dream. Jessica couldn't help but glance at Sir Charles next to her, who was also looking out the window, wondering what he was thinking. Compared to the vague ancestor, Jessica cares more about the man who raised her. Jessica can't hate Sir Charles. Without Sir Charles, she would have died in the hands of those fanatics who gazed into the abyss. From childhood to adulthood, he never hurt her. But he was indeed a member of the church who gazed into the abyss and participated in the massacre. His hands were covered with blood. Chapter 55 The Morning of Saroying. The past and the future. Jessica didn't know how to face it. She took out the bat from her pocket and held it in her palm. It was as hard as a rock. With its eyes closed, as if it was a stone craft. Jessica also knew that this was a gift from her ancestor, but she didn't know what it was for. Could it be guiding me to find his secret? What is this? A test. As long as she completes his task, she can be recognized by him and become the princess in the mouth of the frost dragon hurricane? Jessica didn't think that an ancestor from 2,000 years ago could have much affection for her. What really bothered her now was how to face Sir Charles. Sir. Jessica held the bat's hand close to the window, letting the moonlight outside shine on it. Then, pretending to observe the bat, she casually asked Sir Charles, 2,000 years. I don't know how many generations have passed between me and that ancestor, and I don't know how thin the blood is. Should I go find him? Sir Charles quickly replied, Do you know why I have always prevented you from calling me father? Because maintaining a great family depends not on blood but on inheritance. And inheritance is the history of the family. A family that is sustained by blood is only a shell without a soul, while a family that is sustained by inheritance will never lose hope no matter what happens. No matter who your parents are, they are part of this great family heritage. And so are you. I can't replace them. The inheritance makes your ancestor unable to ignore you. He could have killed me, but for you, he let me go. He could see that you had lost faith in the future and were trapped in a maze without knowing the direction. So he used himself to guide you. He kept saying that we couldn't get anything from him, but he still gave it to this bat. You think he is far away, but he is actually right beside you. He is an ancestor worth looking for, and your future will definitely be very bright. Unlike me, I really don't know what I have done for most of my life, and I don't know where the rest of my life is going. Helping you find your ancestor is probably the only thing I can do. Listening carefully to what Charles said, Jessica looked much better after figuring out some things. She said, after your analysis, it seems that my ancestor is not bad, at least he is not evil. Where should we search for his history? He will definitely not let us get close to the tomb under the sand dune again. The coldness in his body and heart made Sir Charles tightly wrap the blanket around him. He closed his eyes as if he was about to fall asleep, and murmured, Let's go to Saroying City first, and settle there. The Church of Gazing into the Abyss will definitely come to us. They believe in the dread Lord Urgus, and Urgus has a lot of connections with your ancestors. Let's start with the Church of Gazing into the Abyss. Speaking of the Church of Gazing into the Abyss, Jessica was still frightened by the shadow of her childhood. She asked worriedly, Sir, there are only two of us. If the Church of Gazing into the Abyss attacks us, how can we fight them? Sir Charles was completely covered by fatigue. He answered unconsciously in his light sleep, Didn't your ancestors give you a bat? Go to sleep quickly. We will be in Saroying City tomorrow. There are still many things waiting for us to do. How to use this bat? Jessica looked at the bat in her hand again and again, not knowing what the bat was used for. However, she heard the light snoring of Sir Charles, who was already asleep. Jessica was not sleepy at all. She continued to study the bat, and then thought of something. It's so hard. Could it be thrown to hit the opponent? Thinking of this, Jessica threw the bat forward. As soon as the bat left her palm, it immediately activated and spread its wings, and instantly flew back into her palm. Then a lazy female voice came from the bat's mouth. I'm sleepy. Don't disturb my sleep. Wait until you are really in danger before throwing it away. Jessica didn't expect the bat in her hand to speak. Looking at the bat that curled up and hardened again, she apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were sleeping. What's your name? No response. You fell asleep so quickly. Jessica had to put the bat back into her pocket, then wrapped herself tightly in the felt, and fell asleep against the wall. The patrolling guerrilla airship flew eastward along the Dosan Railway, and arrived at the city of Saroying at dawn. The refreshing sea breeze woke up this coastal city, and when the sun illuminated the entire city, the streets of the city were already full of pedestrians and vehicles. The city steam train ran along the rails in the middle of the main road, and it was crowded with citizens going to work in the morning. The carriages ran in their own lanes on both sides of the rails. Pedestrians walked on the edge of the road, and, who came out early, refused the carriage provided by the Imperial Army. She put on a women's formal dress that was convenient for work, held a parasol, and walked slowly along the road by the roadside with a book that she had not finished reading yesterday in her hand. However, even if she was concentrating on the content of the novel, she could still avoid anyone who was about to bump into her, until a drunk homeless man stumbled out from the corner of the street and touched her shoulder. The book and the half bottle of wine in the drunk's hand fell to the ground. Sorry, miss. The homeless man apologized immediately after seeing Anne's outfit, and then bent down to pick up the bottle. As a result, he was too drunk, and after grabbing the bottle twice, he not only failed to catch it, but also rolled to Anne's feet, and bent down to pick up the book in the bottle, and then handed the bottle to the homeless man, and then turned and walked away without saying a word. Thank you, Mississippi. The dizzy homeless man thanked a mailbox on the street repeatedly and praised, well, your green dress is so beautiful. You have a good figure. And you are so kind. I haven't eaten for 2 days. Can you give me 2 coppers to buy a loaf of bread? Annie had already walked away at this time. She continued to read the novel in her hand. But there was a note between the pages. Robin is really brave. But if they are really from the ancient magic era, the investment of a house is nothing. I will send a telegram to my father to tell him about the house. And Brown Jennings. Since he came into contact with these ancient heroes before us, he must know more than us. He also needs to be controlled. After reading the note, and closed the book and walked into an office building, when the guard of the building was about to stop her, and took out her ID and handed it over. I am your new director. And Whitehead, this is my ID. You take it to check. And then tell Deputy Director Camille that I will wait for him in my office. After checking this ID, ask him to send it to me. Chapter 56. Goodbye. Brown woke up in the morning and sat at the dining table to enjoy the breakfast Hannah prepared for him. Toast, sausage, fried eggs, chocolate peanut pie, some vegetable salad, a bowl of fruit soup, and a cup of hot coffee. Compared with the past when Brown could only buy a hot dog or sandwich on the street, this can really be described as a luxurious breakfast. But the taste is so delicious that Brown almost bit his tongue while eating in big mouthfuls. It's really delicious. Even with his mouth full, Brown kept praising, compared to the breakfast you made. Dart, who sells hot dogs on the street, is simply feeding his customers like pigs. God knows how I haven't been poisoned to death by eating his hot dogs for so many years. You really should open a cafe on this street. As long as you can open such delicious food, I guarantee that you can close all the food shops on this street. Hearing Brown's praise, Hannah was very happy. It is my honor to receive the compliment from you. As for opening a cafe, can you really make money? Brown took a sip of the coffee brewed by Hannah. After the slight bitterness, the mellow aroma that swept the taste buds made him let the coffee roll on his tongue for 2 weeks before swallowing it. After a long time of tasting, he said, the pace of life in Saroying City is very, very fast. People don't have time to enjoy a big meal that takes an hour to prepare and another hour to eat. A cup of coffee and simple and delicious food are what the busy working citizens of Saroying need most. Only the citizens of Saroying know how bad the food they eat every day is. I really hope to eat these foods every day, then drink a cup of strong and fragrant coffee, and then go to work in high spirits, which will make me feel good all day. I strongly suggest that you open a cafe. Yes. I forgot. You are the maid of Master Leong, and you don't need to worry about your livelihood. Brown remembered Hannah's identity and stopped persuading her, but quickly ate the food on the plate. Hannah was very interested in Brown's proposal. I think it is necessary to talk to the owner about opening a cafe. Maybe he will agree to open a cafe. Ah. Brown was stunned. He asked in disbelief, does Master Leong need the little money earned by the cafe? Anything he has can make a sensation in the world, but it can also bring a lot of trouble. Hannah knew what trouble Sophia had caused by the ancient gold coins she gave out through the space communication established last night. She said to Brown, the master ordered that the ancient gold coins should not be used in the future. I melted the ancient gold coins and cast them into the gold pounds you use, so that I could buy the ingredients for breakfast. And the master does not want to consume too many ancient gold coins. So we need to find some way to make money. What? You melted down the ancient gold coins and reused them. Brown knew the value of the ancient gold coins. He suddenly felt that the breakfast he had was really luxurious. Slowly putting half a piece of bread in his hand on the plate, he thought to himself, I ate an apartment in this meal, which was really scary. After calming down his surging mood, Brown said to Hannah, this is your freedom. But for Master Leong, opening a cafe is a loss of status. Hannah tilted her head slightly and smiled obediently. I am just the master's maid. Of course, I have to tell the master if there is a way to make money. As for whether the master is willing to do this, that is his decision. Moreover, The master himself is also a very successful businessman. He always says that he is a businessman. With such a caring maid, Brown couldn't help but envy Daliang. He said, "Miss Hannah, you are simply the most perfect wife. I don't know who will be lucky enough to marry you." Hannah's face turned red. She said shyly, "I am the master's maid. I will accompany my master for my whole life." What a loyal maid. At the same time, Brown also realized that his words were somewhat inappropriate. He stuffed all the remaining bread on the plate into his mouth, then stood up and put on his coat, and said to Hannah, "I am going to the Sorroying Magic Academy now to arrange for Master Liang's admission." Just when Hannah was about to follow Brown, Brown stopped her and said, "There are people everywhere outside now. I don't want those acquaintances to see a beautiful lady walking out of this room with me. This place is very close to the Sorroying Magic Academy. I can go there by myself." Hannah said worriedly, "But the master asked me to protect your safety. It's daytime in Sorroying City now. It's very safe here." Brown also waved his magic wand and said confidently, "Although my strength is very low in your eyes, but in this era, a 9th level senior magician is still very powerful. Don't worry. I will be fine. And I will be fine even more after entering the academy. You should go to Master Liang now and tell him about the idea of the cafe. And then we will meet at the cafe on the corner at noon. The location is very good, and its owner also wants to transfer the store, so we can talk to him." During the call at night, Sophia told Hannah the identities of Robin and Eric. Hannah knew that the Special Security Bureau did not send anyone to follow Brown when Brown was asleep. Hannah also searched the nearby blocks carefully and did not find anyone monitoring him. So Brown is still relatively safe now. Hannah said, "If you don't want others to see me, Mr. Jennings, I can fly out of the window. Then I will protect you secretly. After you enter the Sorroying School of Magic, I will go back to find my master." That's it. Last night, Brown thought a lot. It was an impossible task to arrange 3 people to enter the Sorroying School of Magic. Only by escaping can he save his life. If he wants to escape, he must get rid of Hannah first. Brown didn't expect that the first step of the plan would be so smooth. Hannah was sent away with a random idea of running a cafe. Now Brown only needs to enter the Sorroying School of Magic. No matter who the 2 people he met at the train station are, they have no way to follow into the school. After entering the academy, he could disguise himself and sneak out. Head straight to the dock, no matter where he went. Jump on the boat when it left the port. A perfect escape plan. Picking up his handbag, Brown said goodbye to Hannah, hummed a little tune and walked down the stairs, and then met Grace, who was waiting at the gate. After greeting the enthusiastic Grace, Brown walked onto the street. He looked up at the window of his room. There was a protruding eaves above the window to block the rain. He couldn't imagine what it would be like for Hannah to hang on it to rest. Anyway, Hannah hadn't rested when he fell asleep, and Hannah had already prepared breakfast when he woke up. Now Brown didn't know where Hannah was secretly following him. He could only say in his heart, "Goodbye, Hannah." Chapter 57, Sorroying Magic Academy. Number 578. Avenue de l'Elysée. The small teleportation array spanning more than 1,400 kilometers was completed with the joint cooperation of Princess Zi Ling and the Great Tomb Fairy Dragon Alchemist. The teleportation array was set up in the middle of the main hall, and the newly installed large chandelier was the activation hub of the teleportation array. Under the auspices of Princess Zi Ling, the magic crystal lamps on the chandelier were lit up layer by layer, and the originally scattered light condensed and projected onto the carpet below. The carpet also lit up, and circles of magic patterns and magic circuits combined into a hexagram magic array. The light of the magic array rose and perfectly connected with the light cast by the crystal lamp. The magic light curtain was formed, and the teleportation array was activated. Vampire maids in maid costumes and vampire guards in black leather windbreakers appeared in the middle of the magic array. They quickly walked out and lined up in front of Daliang. These were the attendants that Daliang personally selected for himself from the vampire sword guard race. There were a total of 12 maids and 20 guards, all of whom were commanded by the attendant Captain Sophia. When all the maids and guards arrived, they all knelt on one knee in front of Daliang. At this time, the teleportation array was closed. The light of the magic pattern on the carpet went out, and the light that was originally concentrated by the chandelier was scattered again, illuminating the room. Sophia, who was standing next to Daliang, leaned over and whispered, "Your Highness." Except for the maid Hannah and the guard Cindy, all the maids and guards are here. Dalian waved his hand to let Sophia step back, and then said to his attendants, "This is our new home in Saroying City. Your task is to take care of my daily life and protect the safety here. This is not a big tomb, nor is it our era. It is the world 2,000 years later. We are still very unfamiliar with this place, and we don't know if there is any force that can threaten us. Therefore, I ask you to restrain your behavior and don't let too many people associate us with the ancient magic era 2,000 years ago." How to do it specifically, Sophia will tell you. Start your work now. Yes, Your Highness. The maids and guards saluted Dalian together, then stood up and dispersed. The maids began to tidy up the room, while the guards set up magic detection and magic traps. Hannah came back at this time. "Good day, Your Highness." The smart and well-behaved Hannah walked in from the main door and knelt to Dalian. She held the hem of her skirt with both hands, showing the calmness and elegance of a noble servant. Dalian was a little confused when he saw Hannah. He asked, "Aren't you with Brown?" Hannah replied, "Mr. Jennings has now entered the Saroying School of Magic. It seems that my following him would be very troublesome for him. So after escorting him into the magic school, I came back." "Well, Your Highness, at breakfast today, Mr. Jennings praised the delicious breakfast I made and suggested that I open a cafe. I think this might really make money, so that we don't need to smelt ancient gold coins. So I came here and told you this proposal. Open a cafe." Dalian considered Hannah's proposal. A cafe is actually a restaurant. In addition to providing coffee, it also sells some convenient food. Unlike large restaurants, people eat in such cafes not to enjoy food and service, but to fill their stomachs and have a rest. Therefore, the profit of the cafe is relatively thin, but it wins in terms of large customer flow. If it is managed properly, the financial prospects are still very considerable. Dalian was somewhat tempted, and he said to Hannah, "I also want to have breakfast. Come with me to the restaurant. Let's talk about opening a cafe together." Saroying Magic Academy is a world-class school. Many nobles, officials and wealthy merchants are trying their best to send their children to Saroying Magic Academy, just for the gold-plated magician-level certificate with the seal of Saroying Magic Academy. Therefore, at the end of each summer vacation, the staff of the admissions office of the academy must report to the school in advance to review all admission applications to prevent those who are not qualified to enter the academy from sneaking in. The audit is randomly assigned, and multiple people cross-examine the materials. There are also special personnel who visit the students to confirm their identities. Brown has worked in the admissions office of the Saroying School of Magic for many years. He knows very well that it is impossible to get into the school through layers of review. Therefore, the purpose of his return to the school this time is to escape. The Saroying School of Magic is located in the northeast corner of the city. The main body is a large retro castle building, surrounded by some functional small buildings and magic practical training grounds, as well as some other functional facilities. The elite teaching model makes this magic school famous all over the world. But there are not many mages studying magic here, in addition to taking special care of students from the city. The Saroying School of Magic always selects students from other places. The high quality of teachers and students has created a hard brand for the Saroying School of Magic. As a result, other magic schools in Saroying City are eating the leftovers of the Saroying School of Magic, and their presence is very low. After entering the castle, Brown went straight to his office along the stairs. Since he lived alone in a public rental apartment with mixed crowds, he did not dare to leave valuables in his home. Since he worked in the safest place in the world, the money should be kept in his office. There is a private safe issued by the college for each professor. In addition to the complex mechanical combination lock, there is also a magic lock with alchemical enchantment. The entire safe is embedded in the wall of the castle, ensuring that no one can open it or move it. As long as you get the money, you can run away. However, just when Brown arrived at the floor of the Junior Ministry of Magic and was about to turn to his office, a middle-aged man in a retro magic robe called him, "Professor Jennings. Vice President Crick asked you to go to his office." "Go now, Professor Ralph." Brown stopped. He couldn't think of why Vice President Crick from the college's general academic office would meet him at this time. By the way, his office window faces the main entrance of the academy, so he must have seen me when I came in. Brown asked his colleague who was blocking him, "Do you know why Vice Dean Crick is looking for me at this time?" Ralph was very arrogant, and he felt superior to Brown. He said in a pitiful tone, "How do I know why Vice Dean Crick is looking for you? Maybe he wants to notify you to enter the Academic Affairs Office of the Junior Ministry of Magic." If he hadn't met those ancient heroes, it would have been Brown's dream to enter the Academic Affairs Office of the Junior Ministry of Magic. But now, he just wanted to take his money and leave Saroying as soon as possible. However, Vice Dean Crick wanted to see him, and Professor Ralph blocked him again. He couldn't force himself to go back to his office. That would only cause more trouble. Go see Vice Dean Crick first. And a transfer notice shouldn't take too long. Chapter 58 Copycat Version. Following Professor Ralph, he continued to walk up the stairs and arrived outside the office of Vice Dean Crick. Ralph had a smug expression all the time and looked at Brown with contempt and pity. Vice Dean Crick is inside. I wish you good luck. Vlominx barbarian. Ralph's sarcasm made Brown suddenly feel that Vice Dean Crick's visit to him might not be a good thing. Ralph in front of him was also a magic professor in the Junior Ministry of Magic. He was from Marcellus, and seemed to be very interested in the vacant position in the Junior Ministry of Magic's Academic Affairs Office. However, he was only a 7th level senior wizard, which was a certain distance from Brown's 9th level wizard. He was definitely not as competitive as Brown, who was about to become a 10th level wizard. If it was Vice Dean Crick who was looking for him for the vacancy in the Junior Ministry of Magic's Academic Affairs Office, Ralph would not have such an expression. Anyway, I just want to escape from the hands of ancient heroes now. So what does it matter if I get promoted or not? Brown said to Ralph, who looked like a villain. Professor Ralph, do you know, your face is really annoying? Ralph didn't expect that Brown, who had always been a good guy, would dare to humiliate him in front of him. His face turned from happy to angry, and he was about to curse. What he didn't expect was that Brown actually took out his magic wand. Before Ralph could shout, the light on Brown's magic wand flickered. Silence! Ralph's mouth was sealed, and he immediately touched his magic wand to fight back. Bound. Ralph's hands were tied behind his back by invisible magic. He wanted to rush into the door next door and ask for help from Vice Dean Crick. Imprisoned, Ralph's legs were fixed in place. Brown used wind magic to take away Ralph's magic wand and threw it far away. Then used magic to stick him to the wall, and then used multiple forbidden magic to fix him. Finally, Brown inserted the magic wand into the leather case under his waist and punched Ralph in the face. Ralph, you are just a crappy 7th level senior magician, and I am 9th level. I don't know what makes you feel so superior to me, but you must know, Marcellus has been a province of the Vlominx Empire for the past 100 years, and it will also be a province of the Empire for the next 100 years. And I am the eldest son of Baron Jennings. In the next 100 years, I will definitely become a baron. I am a nobleman. You are a commoner. You can't change this fact. Even if I am not in the Saroying Magic Academy, I am still nobler than you. Lower your head. Don't let me see your chin that looks like your butt. Ralph was still struggling, but he dared not move immediately after hearing Brown's words. He lowered his head, his face full of fear. After venting, Brown took a step back and admired his work with great satisfaction. He said, You confess here? I hope this is the last time I see you. No. I hope that when I leave here, it will be the last time I see you. After saying that, Brown opened the door behind him and walked in. Ralph was left facing the empty corridor. The college is still on vacation, and there are very few academic staff. Without special things, few people will come to this floor. Ralph, whose mouth was sealed, couldn't even call for help. Deputy Dean Crick. Brown walked into the office and saw Vice Dean Crick, and also saw a white-haired rosacea old man sitting opposite the desk. Brown also saluted the old man and said, Dean Morton. Hello. Dean Morton was very happy to see Brown. He stood up and saluted Brown in return. His eyes were full of admiration. He smiled and said, Professor Jennings? Hello. When Vice Dean Crick recommended you to me, I found that this was the best news I heard during the entire holiday. I believe that with your joining, under our leadership, the Saroying Pier Magic Academy will definitely enter a new glorious period. Brown was very puzzled. He asked Vice Dean Crick, Vice Dean Crick, what happened? Dean Morton is not the Dean of Saroying Magic Academy, but the Dean of Saroying Pier Magic Academy, which is east of Saroying Magic Academy, close to the sea. This is a private magic academy. The architectural style of the academy is basically copied from its neighbor Saroying Magic Academy. Of course, the main building teaching castle is much smaller. Then the main entrance of Pier Magic Academy is the same as its neighbor, including the name Saroying Magic Academy. But there is a very small word pier in the lower right corner of Saroying. If you don't pay attention, you will think it is an isolation number. That's right. Saroying Wharf Magic Academy is a copycat version of Saroying Magic Academy. It relies on the natural advantage of being adjacent to the genuine Saroying Magic Academy to make itself look like a branch of Saroying Magic Academy. Those students who were rejected by Saroying Magic Academy will naturally come to ask, when they see this academy, that is the same as Saroying Magic Academy. Then someone tricked them into the Wharf Magic Academy. Pay money. But this deceptive trick will definitely be exposed. Wharf Magic Academy looks like Saroying Magic Academy from the outside. But there is really not much inside. The facilities are backward. And the level of the teachers is far from that of the neighbors next door. Students who find out the tricks inside will definitely not continue to be cheated here. The locals of Saroying know what Saroying Pier Magic Academy is about. And they will not be fooled and throw money into it. Those who are cheated are all outsiders, who have no power, and can only hold their noses, and think that they are unlucky. It's just that when Saroying Pier Magic Academy became famous. Now, outsiders are not easy to cheat, although they are neighbors. Pier Magic Academy is a clown in the eyes of Saroying Magic Academy. And its Dean Morton is also notorious. Vice Dean Creek is about the same age as Dean Morton. But Vice Dean Creek is handsome, with short silver hair and even sideburns, which makes him look very energetic and capable. It was a sharp contrast to the wretched Dean Morton. In response to Brown's question, Vice Dean Creek said, "You know that the Dock School of Magic has been secretly doing some dishonorable things under our name. But fortunately, Dean Morton also realized, a magic school must have a strong teaching team to survive." Throughout the holiday, Dean Morton has been talking to our school about teaching assistants, wanting to hire some excellent professors and teaching assistants from us to improve the teaching level of the Dock School of Magic. This is a good thing. After all, there are so many people who want to enter the Saroying School of Magic. But we charge very little. If the Dock School of Magic can really become our branch, then more people will be able to receive education equivalent to the Saroying School of Magic. Chapter 59, Dockside School of Magic. Feeling the gaze of Dean Morton on his baby, Brown felt a little embarrassed. He said to Vice Dean Creek, "What does this have to do with me?" Vice Dean Creek replied, "The school has agreed to provide our neighbors with all possible help, including giving them some excellent teachers and staff to help them improve their backward teaching facilities. Let the Dockside School of Magic reach the teaching level of our Junior Department of Magic at the beginning of the new semester. If all goes well, the school will also support the Dockside School of Magic to establish the Intermediate Department of Magic and the Advanced Department of Magic until the Dockside School of Magic reaches the same teaching strength as us. At that time, the Dock School of Magic will be merged into our Saroying School of Magic. The expanded teaching scale will allow us to train more outstanding magicians for Marcellus and Vlamink. Professor Jennings, you have performed very well in the Junior Department of Magic of the Academy. Not only do you have a very high teaching level, but you also have good management and organizational skills. The Academy was originally planning to let you enter the office of the Junior Department of Magic. But I think you can fully exert your abilities at the Dock School of Magic. After you go back, hand over your work to Professor Ralph. Then work with Dean Morton to develop a Dock School of Magic's Junior Department of Magic Assistance plan, starting with teaching facilities. You only have less than a month, and you must meet the standards of Saroying School of Magic before the start of the new semester." Dean Morton bowed and complimented Vice Dean Creek. "Thank you. Saroying Magic Academy. Thank you. Vice Dean Creek. You not only forgave me for the damage to Saroying Magic Academy's reputation, but also helped me so much. If the Pier Magic Academy can become a part of Saroying Magic Academy, it must be the most glorious thing I have done in my life. Please rest assured, Vice Dean Creek, I will build the primary magic department of the Pier Magic Academy." Vice Dean Creek just waved his hand and began to look down at the documents on his desk. He did not give Dean Morton the respect he deserved, nor did he have the slightest intention of seeking Brown's opinion. Brown didn't expect that Saroying School of Magic would sell him to the Dock School of Magic next door without even saying hello. Obviously, he was cheated. The quota for entering the Junior Ministry of Magic's Academic Affairs office must have been taken by Ralph. And then he was kicked out of the school. It seems that he was entrusted with an important task. But in fact, it was just the school's top management clearing out dissidents. The influence of the Marcellus Council on Saroying School of Magic is getting bigger and bigger. And Brown is not only a Fleming, but also the heir of a baron. If he enters the management of the school, it will make many people uncomfortable. But what can he do? Anyway, Brown just beat Ralph outside. So he didn't think about staying in this school. His goal was to escape as quickly as possible and disappear from the city of Saroying before the ancient heroes found out he was missing. Yes, Vice Dean Crick. I'll go find Professor Ralph right now. He was with me just now. But I don't know where he went in the blink of an eye. Brown simply saluted to Crick and then left. Professor Jennings. Dean Morton immediately chased after Brown with his cane after seeing him leave. When he left, he didn't forget to salute Vice Dean Crick and then slowly closed the door. After seeing Brown and Morton leave, Vice Dean Crick just snorted and continued to do his own thing. Professor Jennings. Wait for me. Dean Morton chased Brown. And when he passed by Ralph, he was startled by the man trapped in the wall by magic. However, he ignored Ralph, who winked at him, and chased Brown down the stairs with agility that was totally unlike someone of his age. Brown didn't expect Dean Morton to chase him like this regardless of his status. He walked towards his office and said, "I'm sorry, Dean Morton. I have no interest in joining the Pier School of Magic. And now I am not a professor at the Saroying School of Magic. I am a free man. I will get my things from the office and leave here. Don't follow me. You don't need me." Dean Morton was obviously not so easy to get rid of. He stuck to Brown like a dogskin plaster and said quickly, "I know you are very angry. Even a fool can see that you have been excluded and Ralph has replaced the position that originally belonged to you. But I can guarantee, coming to the Pier School of Magic is definitely your chance." Brown stopped at the door of his office and turned to Dean Morton, who was entangled with him, and said, "Dean Morton, your guarantee is not convincing at all. I don't know how Saroying School of Magic can believe you. A liar. Anyway, I don't believe that you will build your Pier School of Magic well after receiving the aid. This is a scam. I will not become your accomplice even if I leave Saroying City." Brown's words deeply stimulated Dean Morton. And he said loudly, "Do you think I am just a liar? I am afraid that no one knows now. The Wharf School of Magic was built here when it was still a wasteland. My ancestor was a great navigator who had a huge ocean-going fleet. In order to let the children of sailors learn magic, he funded the establishment of the Wharf School of Magic. The Wharf School of Magic was also glorious, until the Saroying School of Magic was built next to us. How can a private magic academy run by a maritime merchant compete with the full support of the Marcellus Parliament and the Vlaminck Empire? When the Wharf Magic Academy was passed to me, it was already like this. The fleet of my ancestors was long gone, and I could only lie to keep the academy running. No, that's not cheating. The Wharf Magic Academy still has teaching equipment. Although it is a little backward, we also have magic professors. Although the level is a little lower, we still educate every child who is willing to stay in the Wharf Magic Academy with all our heart. But our neighbor is the Saroying Magic Academy. No matter how hard we work, it is dim under the shining of the sun next to us. Professor Jennings, I have one thing to tell you. Actually, the Saroying School of Magic has wanted to acquire my Wharf School of Magic for many years, but I have always refused. This time I really can't hold on any longer. I agree to merge the Wharf School of Magic into the Saroying School of Magic, but I must supervise the construction of the Wharf School of Magic. At the same time, all students of the Wharf School of Magic will be transferred to the Saroying School of Magic and can obtain the Magician rank certificate issued by the Saroying School of Magic. Professor Jennings, you are very familiar with the Junior Magic Department of the Saroying School of Magic. If you want the Wharf School of Magic to reach the level of the Saroying School of Magic in the education of junior magicians after the end of the new semester, I need your help. Chapter 60 Fast Food. Dean Morton spoke so sincerely that Brown, who seemed to have grasped something, stood at the door of the office and thought, If the teaching indicators of the Junior Magic Department of the Pier Magic Academy can reach the level of the Saroying Magic Academy before the end of the holiday, if the Pier Magic Academy can be merged into the Saroying Magic Academy, then Master Leong, Black Pearl's schooling problems, and Princess Xiling's employment problems will not be solved. Brown has some interests and can stay in Saroying City. Who is willing to escape to a strange place and start over? What position can I take when I arrive at the Pier Magic Academy? Hearing Brown's intention, Dean Morton was happy. I can appoint you as the Vice President of the Pier School of Magic, and be fully responsible for the construction of the primary magic department. You can rest assured now. I can leave all the negotiations with the Saroying School of Magic to you. No one is more suitable for this job than you. Vice President? Although he is the Vice President of the Pier School of Magic, he is also on the same level as Vice President Creek. after the Pier School of Magic is merged into the Soroing School of Magic. This will be a good management resume. And arranging a few people to enter the Pier School of Magic is not just a matter of a word from the vice president. Maybe things are not so bad. Brown opened the door of his office and invited Dean Morton. Dean Morton, please come in. Let's sit down and discuss some construction work of the Junior Magic Department of the Pier Magic Academy. Okay. Dean Morton walked in happily. 578 Avenue de Champs-Élysées. Dalian was eating breakfast and listening to Hannah's idea of opening a cafe in detail. But he was thinking about the bigger catering business plan. The Great Tomb has nothing missing. But it lacks the understanding of this world. It would take a long time for them, a few heroes, to fully understand this world. If more people can participate in the exploration of this world, it will definitely save a lot of time and speed up the process. It is a good choice to make money and build an intelligence network and develop the catering industry. Dalian praised Hannah. This is a good idea. When we are all worried about how to make money, I didn't expect that you were the first to come up with such a great idea. Open a cafe? I think we should be more direct and open a fast food restaurant. Fast food restaurant? The heroes who had breakfast with Dalian didn't know what a fast food restaurant was. This was something that didn't exist in their time. Dalian did not explain immediately, but took a round bread from the table and cut it horizontally into two sides with a knife. Then he put a layer of lettuce leaves, beefsteak, tomato slices, and fried eggs on the bottom slice of bread. All the ingredients were the food for breakfast, but they were just piled up layer by layer. Dalian asked the maid to bring salad dressing from the kitchen, squeezed a layer on the food, and finally covered it with another slice of bread. There was a thick layer of food between the two slices of bread. The brown color of beef, the green color of lettuce, the red color of tomatoes, the white color of eggs, and the salad dressing that looked like a milkshake, which was very appetizing from the appearance. But how does it taste? We don't know yet. After Dalian finished, he said to the heroes, fast food restaurants are restaurants that specialize in providing the most convenient food for customers. The purpose of fast food restaurants is to allow customers to eat food that is both filling and delicious without waiting too much. This is the main food of our fast food restaurant, hamburger. Black Pearl lay on the table, staring at the hamburger made by Dalian, and asked, Captain, why is this delicious food called a hamburger? Dalian really didn't know why the hamburger was called this name. He stood on the chair and said firmly, in the name of the prince of the first empire of the main world, the immortal king, the lord of hell, and the lord of black fire, I give this new food a name. It is called a hamburger. Wow! The heroes in the restaurant couldn't help but exclaim together, and they looked at the hamburgers on the table with different eyes. It was actually named by the most noble person in the world. Hannah said excitedly, we should sell the hamburgers named by His Highness for at least 1 gold pound each. Ahem. Seeing the reactions of his subordinates, Dalian was still very pleased. But he also knew his own limitations. Brown, a professor at a prestigious university, only earns 2 gold pounds a week. Only a fool would buy a hamburger for 1 gold pound. He said, regarding the price of the hamburgers. We will set the price after we calculate the cost of ingredients and the cost of opening the store. But the fast food restaurant in my mind is definitely not a high-profit restaurant. Look, a hamburger. There are bread, meat, eggs, vegetables, and all the nutrients a person needs for a meal are in one food. It is easy to make, does not require too many plates, and can even be taken away by just wrapping it in paper. Customers take food quickly, eat quickly, and leave quickly. This is fast food. Therefore, for a store of the same size, we can have more than 10 or even dozens of times more customer traffic than a normal restaurant. We do not need to make food into a highly profitable product, but should use small profits to stimulate more customers to consume in our fast food restaurants. Fast food restaurants are all about speed. In Dalian's world, it's a very ordinary fast food restaurant, so it's still a little difficult for people in this world to understand. But this hamburger looks really good. Anyway, everyone just needs to believe in the prince they are loyal to. Black Pearl was so greedy that she said to Dalian, Captain, can I eat this hamburger? Eat it. Eat it. When eating a hamburger, you must open your mouth and bite it from one side. Dalian sat back in the chair. After instructing Black Pearl on how to eat a hamburger, he said to Mike, do this and serve a hamburger to everyone. Under the envious gazes of the heroes, Black Pearl picked up the hamburger made by Dalian himself. and then opened her mouth as wide as she could, and took a bite. It's so delicious. I will eat hamburgers every day in the future. Afraid that Black Pearl would choke on the hamburger, De Leon pushed the milk cup in front of her. Then he said to Hannah, "Brown and you agreed to meet at noon?" Hannah replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Mr. Brown said that there is a cafe near his residence that he wants to transfer. If Your Highness really wants to open a cafe, a fast food restaurant, he is willing to help us talk to the owner of the cafe. De Leon said, "Then let's go and take a look." After breakfast, Black Pearl, Sophia, Hannah and I will go to see Brown. Juliet, you go to the Church of the Holy See. Mike said that the man named Robin was watching us nearby yesterday. You take him there. Remember? Just take a look. Don't cause any trouble. Without waiting for Julian to agree, Juliet said dissatisfiedly, "Got it. I won't cause any trouble. I am also an angel. And I also want to know what happened in Yunjong City." Chapter 61 Sisters. At this time, Robin was sitting on a chair for tourists to rest on the side of the Avenue des Champs-Élysées. Opposite the chair was the property that he had helped miss and to give away yesterday. Now a group of heroes from the ancient magic era lived in it. Robin did not hide his surveillance behavior. He just sat there openly. He held a book in his hand and a paper bag beside him. While enjoying the pleasure of reading, he took out some dry wheat grains from the paper bag from time to time and sprinkled them on the ground to feed the pigeons surrounding him. Compared with the lively and fast-paced Soroing city, the Avenue des Champs-Élysées was full of the leisurely atmosphere of the pastoral of the Fleming Empire. I don't know if Eric has seen Miss N, leaving me alone to face these ancient heroes. I'm scared. Only reading can calm me down. Soroing is indeed an international city. Many novels that cannot be found in the capital of the empire can be found here. I have begun to like this place, if there is no such task. However, when Robin turned a page of the book and was about to grab some dry wheat grains to feed the pigeons, all the pigeons around him fell to the ground almost instantly. All of them were motionless. And then blood slowly seeped out, soaking their feathers. Then Robin found that someone had sat next to him at some point. A woman with beautiful lavender shoulder-length hair. Robin recognized her as one of the ancient heroes he had seen yesterday, who looked harmless at the time. At this moment, the woman leaned on the back of the chair, with two swords on her waist, crossed her legs, and looked at him with a pair of eyes, as if she was considering where her sword should stab. "Madam, Miss." Robin felt his blood solidify. He could see the pigeons on the ground were all killed by this woman, killing these pigeons that were not dangerous at all. God knows how this woman disregarded life. I'm afraid that in the eyes of this woman, my life is almost the same as these pigeons. Robin immediately begged, "Please don't kill me. I'm not here to monitor you. I just want to provide you with services at any time. You see, I'm sitting here, without any hiding. You can easily see me in the room. My name is Juliet." Juliet chuckled and said to Robin, "Are you afraid of me? What should I be afraid of? Afraid that I will kill you? Haha. Don't worry. I won't kill anyone casually. Yes. 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 Miss Juliet, you look gentle and kind. How could you kill people casually?" Robin nodded repeatedly in agreement, but secretly said in his heart, "Yes. I don't kill people casually. But these pigeons didn't provoke you." However, when he looked at the dead pigeons on the ground, he was surprised to find that all the pigeons stood up. What happened? The pigeons cooed as if nothing had happened. And they were not frightened. They were pecking at the dry wheat grains on the ground leisurely. From time to time, they looked up at Brown and the paper bag beside him. They knew that the food was there. Coo! Coo! Robin felt that his brain was not enough. Why did the dead pigeons come back to life? Did I just blur my eyes? But how to explain the blood on the ground? However, since they are dead, how can they be resurrected? A handful of dry wheat grains were scattered on the ground, causing the pigeons to scramble to eat them. Juliet had already picked up the paper bag of dry wheat grains and scattered them to feed the pigeons. There was no trace of the murderous intent just now. At this moment, she was as lovely as a playful girl next door. "How, these pigeons are alive?" Robin pointed at the pigeons and asked. The shock of the pigeons' resurrection made him forget the fear that Juliet had just brought him. "These pigeons are alive." A voice sounded from one side, which scared Robin again. He turned his head to look to the other side, and saw a woman who looked like Juliet, but with big golden wavy hair standing there. "One of the ancient heroes I met yesterday." Unlike Juliet, who was playful and charming, this ancient hero was upright and majestic. Just a glance made Robin feel like a king. Robin quickly stood up and saluted. "Dear lady, I am Robin. Is there anything I can do for you? My name is Julian." Holy Julian, who was disguised as a human, spoke in a steady tone. She touched the ring on her finger, looked at her sister with a warning look, and said to Robin, "My master wants to know about the Church of the Most Good. Let's go to the Church of the Most Good in Saroying City. We are not familiar with the road conditions in Saroying City. Mr. Robin, are you willing to take us there? Can you say no at this time?" Robin knew that what he saw just now was definitely not an illusion. No matter whether the pigeons were dead or seriously injured a moment ago, they were now pecking at the food on the ground alive and well. And they didn't even know that they had suffered fatal injuries. These two women were extremely threatening. They could kill the pigeons and make them live. Robin didn't dare to take his own life to try what it felt like to be resurrected from the dead. The ancient heroes were really too powerful. No matter what they were doing in the Church of the Good, they had to take them there first. Robin said quickly, "No problem. I'll take you there. The largest Church of the Good Samaritan in Saroying is only 3 blocks away from here, and it can be reached quickly by carriage. Ladies, please follow me." Robin walked towards the streets of Élysée Avenue after he finished speaking. This is the industrial area of the nobles of the Flemish Empire, and rental carriages basically do not come here. After Robin walked a little further, Julian grabbed Juliet, who was about to follow him, and said, "Don't cause me any more trouble. The place I'm going to is a church related to God. Be more restrained. His Highness needs us to bring him news about the God of Light." I know. Juliet waved her hands and said nonchalantly, "I killed the pigeons because I knew you would use the resurrection spell to revive them. I released my murderous intent. But I didn't kill anyone. You should be very satisfied. Do you want me to go to the Church of the Good and start a massacre? Let's go. Sister, let's go see who is pretending to be an angel." After Julian, Juliet, and Robin left, De Leon and Black Pearl walked out of the courtyard accompanied by Sophia and Hannah. Brown, who was at the Saroying School of Magic, ended his conversation with Dean Morton. After he packed up his belongings, he left his office. Professor Ralph did not show up all morning. I don't know if he was stuck there, or if he was afraid of Brown and dared not show up. At this time, Brown still remembered that he and Hannah had agreed to meet at the coffee shop on the corner, although he had no sincerity when making this appointment. Since it could solve Mr. Liang's schooling problem, it would definitely be a good date to have a cup of coffee with the beautiful, smart and considerate Hannah at noon. Date? Brown felt that his idea was a little too crazy. Chapter 62 School Problems. But Brown's hope for a date was shattered when Da Liang walked into the cafe. He really didn't expect that Master Liang would come here at this time, along with Black Pearl and Captain Sophia. "Dear Master Liang, good day. If I knew you were coming, I would never meet Hannah in such a shabby place." Da Liang sat opposite Brown and said, "It doesn't matter where we meet. I'm here to open a cafe. Hannah told me that it was a good idea. In my time, I always said that I was a businessman, and a very successful businessman. Of course my business empire is gone, but I will take this cafe as my first investment when I start my business again. I just looked at the location of this store outside. It is close to the port and dock in the east, surrounded by residential and commercial areas, and there are many people coming and going. It is a very good location. If the owner of this cafe wants to sell it, you can call him over to talk to me." Brown didn't expect that Da Liang was actually interested in running a cafe, and he made up his mind to buy it so quickly. That kind of momentum really has some of the posture of a big businessman. Brown said, "Master Liang, let's talk about the acquisition of this cafe later. It's lunchtime now, and it's still quite busy here. I'm afraid Mr. Connie doesn't have time to talk to you about selling the cafe. Why don't we eat something first, and then talk about you and Miss Black Pearl going to school?" De Leon looked around. The entire cafe is about 200 square meters, which is a relatively spacious space for a small restaurant. However, except for the corridor and the counter, the boss here put tables and chairs in all the available space. The aisle is narrow, and if two people meet, they can only pass by sideways. The originally spacious space gives people a very depressing feeling. However, although there are many seats here, the occupancy rate is less than half. You know, it's already the peak of lunch. This is probably a typical case of poor management. "Okay, let's eat first. I want a glass of milk and 2 donuts. Brown called the waiter, ordered his own food, and then asked Black Pearl, what do you want to eat? I want a hamburger. There are no hamburgers here. Then, I will eat whatever the captain eats. De Leon said to the waiter, 2 glasses of milk. 4 donuts. A cup of coffee. A sandwich. Thank you. After ordering, Brown said to De Leon with an apology, Master Leon, there is a problem with your admission to the Sorroying Magic Academy. De Leon asked, is it serious? Do you need me to send someone to help you solve it? Brown knew who De Leon sent. So he quickly said, no. 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 It's just a small matter. And it's basically solved now. Here's the thing. When I returned to Sorroying Magic Academy today, I received a transfer notice. I have now left Sorroying Magic Academy and officially become the Vice President of Sorroying Pure Magic Academy. De Leon asked, what is Sorroying Pure Magic Academy? It sounds like an unreliable academy. I want to enter Sorroying Magic Academy. The best magic academy. The Pure School of Magic is the best. Of course. It's not yet. Brown explained to De Leon that the Sorroying School of Magic was going to merge with the Pure School of Magic. Finally, he said, you know that the land in Sorroying City is very tight, especially in the east near the coast. There is no extra land for the expansion of the Sorroying School of Magic. Sorroying School of Magic wants to expand its scale, and merging with the Pure School of Magic is the best solution. This way, not only can the school double its size, but the school can also be connected to the sea and have its own dock. Therefore, the Pure School of Magic and the Sorroying School of Magic reached a plan for a gradual merger. During this period, Sorroying School of Magic will do its best to help Wharf School of Magic improve its overall teaching level. Whether it is teaching facilities or teaching teams, the 2 schools will gradually be consistent and finally achieve a seamless merger. The first phase of Sorroying School of Magic's aid to Wharf School of Magic is the Junior Department of Magic. I will supervise the construction of the entire Junior Department of Magic and ensure that the upgrade of the Junior Department of Magic of Wharf School of Magic is completed by the end of the holiday. De Leon graduated from a famous university before crossing over, so he naturally knew that there were many fake universities that were swindling under the banner of famous schools. The most common scam was to add a suffix to the name of a famous university to force a relationship with the famous school. The Sorroying Wharf School of Magic has obvious characteristics of a swindler school. However, if the Sorroying School of Magic really wants to merge with the Wharf School of Magic, it will be another matter. It's like a swindler turning into a phoenix. The 2 most important indicators of whether a school is good or not are infrastructure and faculty. If the Wharf School of Magic can reach the same level as the Sorroying School of Magic, then there is really no difference between the 2 schools. De Leon only cares about his academic performance, and doesn't care about the academic qualifications issued by the Sorroying School of Magic. Besides, the Wharf School of Magic will eventually become part of the Sorroying School of Magic. De Leon didn't think too much about where to go to school. Anyway, Brown had been transferred to the Pure School of Magic. As long as this school could reach the teaching level of Sorroying School of Magic, it didn't matter where he went to school. Okay, I won't make it difficult for you. I, Black Pearl and Miss Ling can go to the Pure School of Magic. But you must promise me, the education I received is no different from that of Sorroying School of Magic. At this time, the waiter of the cafe had brought the food they ordered. Brown happily picked up the coffee cup and said, I am a professor of the Junior Magic Department of Sorroying School of Magic. I will personally supervise the overall upgrade process of the Pure School of Magic. I promise you with my reputation, there is no difference between the Junior Department of Magic at the Pure School of Magic and the Sorroying School of Magic. When you are promoted to an intermediate magician and a senior magician, the intermediate and senior departments of the Pure School of Magic will have been upgraded, and even the name will be Sorroying School of Magic. De Leon picked up his milk cup and clinked it with Brown. Congratulations on your promotion to the Vice President of the Pure School of Magic, and I wish us a smooth start in the new semester. Cheers! Black Pearl on the side, while eating her donut, complained, Captain, I think hamburgers are still delicious. Hannah comforted Black Pearl, Miss Black Pearl. After the owner buys this store, you can eat hamburgers named after the owner every day. After taking a sip of milk, De Leon said, yes. Go and invite the owner of this store. However, just as De Leon finished speaking, a huge explosion sounded from outside. Brown immediately determined the source of the explosion, and said solemnly, it's from the direction of the Church of the Good. Chapter 63 Azure Cathedral. On the continent of order, there is only one religion that can be preached openly, and that is the Church of the Most Good, which believes in the God of Light. The Church of the Most Good even owns a piece of fertile land and has established a church state. The Church of the Most Good preaches good and beautiful doctrines, so that it has a wide range of believers in the continent of order. The powerful military force allows the Church of the Most Good to wipe out any heretical sects found on the continent of order, even in the northern Orc wasteland and the southwestern elf community of the continent of order. The Church of the Most Good has a very strong influence and has a large number of Orc and elf believers. In the ancient magic era, humans, orcs, and elves are important members of the good camp. After the Dark Ages, the races of the original evil camp have declined and disappeared, and the original good camp races, mainly the human race, have taken the lead in the world. The compatibility of the doctrine of the Supreme Good has made the Supreme Church the largest religion in the world. The Supreme Church can be found in almost every city on the Order continent, and there are even multiple Supreme Churches in some large cities. In addition to developing believers of the God of Light, the Supreme Church is also responsible for searching and eliminating heretical sects. Therefore, each Supreme Church has a certain amount of military force, and the Church Knights are armed forces independent of the city's military system, depending on the size of the church. The size of the Church Knights belonging to each church is also different. A small church may have only a few priests who serve as Church Knights, while a large church not only has a complete Church Knight system, but also has palace knights who can summon angels to possess. Saroying City is an international metropolis. The entire city is divided into 8 districts, and the core district is the Azure District near the coast. The name of this district comes from the first attack here, the 9th Musketeer Cavalry Regiment of the Empire. At that time, most of the soldiers of the 9th Musketeer Cavalry Regiment of the Empire saw the sea for the first time, when they rode their bloody war horses through the smoke and saw the vast blue sea suddenly appearing in front of them. Everyone dismounted and cried to the sea. There was no railway. They walked through the 800-kilometer death desert, fighting with the dead. After entering Marcellus, they continued to fight eastward. They defeated one enemy after another. Whether they were dead or alive, they had only one goal, which was to own this sea. The 9th Musketeer Cavalry Regiment named this place the Blue Land, and then turned back to continue fighting to the death for this blue ocean. This corps regarded this place as the honorary place of the corps. Later, in the 100 Years' War, in the repeated battles for the province of Marcellus, whenever attacking Saroyan, the 9th Musketeer Cavalry Regiment would strive to be the vanguard. No matter which country's elite troops were stationed in Saroying City at that time, no army could stop the charge of the 9th Musketeer Cavalry Regiment. In this Azure Land, the 9th Musketeer Cavalry Regiment became famous again and again. Later, the Treaty of Marcellus was signed. After the war, the destroyed Saroying City began to be rebuilt. The Azure Land that the 9th Musketeer Cavalry Regiment guarded with their lives was officially named the Azure District by the Empire, and became the core urban area of Saroying City. The 9th Musketeer Cavalry Regiment was also awarded the honorary title of Azure Corps by the Emperor of the Empire, becoming the main corps stationed in Saroying City and continuing to guard this Azure Land. Saroying is the core of the Marcellus province, and the Azure District is the core of Saroying's politics, economy, and religion. Azure Cathedral is the largest and most perfect church in the entire Saroying City. Robin, Julian and Juliet stood in front of the Azure Cathedral and introduced Saroying's Azure District and Azure Corps to the Angel Sisters. Azure Land represents the glorious war launched by the Fleming Empire, where countless imperial warriors died. It can be said that every family in the empire has ancestors who died in that war. This is a place that every Fleming person is proud of, and it is also a place that will never be abandoned. Standing in front of the Azure Cathedral, even with the terrifying ancient heroes standing beside her, Robin couldn't help but fall into the emotion of the Great War. When introducing it, she inevitably added a lot of exaggerated boasting. Julian certainly didn't have any feelings about the war that had nothing to do with her. She stood in the big square in front of the church and looked up at the church, feeling the holiness and majestic momentum it exuded. On the layers of curved steps, there is a church as high as 100 meters. The exposed square bluestone was piled up layer by layer to build this miraculous giant building. People standing in front of the church are simply insignificant and have no sense of existence. The main entrance of the church is 10 meters high, and there are 2 6-meter-high statues of archangels in front of the door. This is the complete form of the archangels. They are wearing angel armor, with wings folded behind their backs, standing with swords, and the hoods on their heads cover their appearance. Although they are statues, they exude a sacred atmosphere, as if they will spread their wings at any time and draw their swords to fight for their faith. Between the archangel statue and the main entrance stood 2 rows of church knights, all of whom were wearing retro knight armor and holding long-handled battle axes and standing solemnly. At this time, the main door of the church was wide open, and many citizens who believed in the doctrine of the supreme good came in and out. They all had piety on their faces, and were not afraid of the murderous aura emitted by the church knights. Instead, they felt a sufficient sense of security, because there were powerful church knights guarding their faith. Juliet took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, saying, "Very authentic holy energy. Although it is much lighter, it is indeed the smell of Cloud City. Sister, it seems that we have overestimated your fellow angels. They have indeed become the lackeys of a certain god. I can only say that angels are too simple and too easy to deceive. They will sell themselves out for a little favor." Julian heard that his sister was mocking him for making a vow to become the guardian angel of Daliang. She said, "Holy energy originally comes from the divine power of kindness, and it is not exclusive to the angels. There are 2 archangel statues with holy energy at the door." Which doesn't mean anything. We don't know what happened at that time, and we don't know whether this god of light is a god who invaded from the god plane, or the title of a supreme angel after becoming a god. His Highness sent us here to find out the identity of the god of light, and where the angels in Cloud City went. Yes, the dread Lord Urgus has become a god. There must be a supreme angel who has become a god in Cloud City. Who do you think it will be? Metatron? Uriel? Or Gabriel? I don't know. And this is also the purpose of our coming here. Remember? Don't reveal that we are angels in front of outsiders. Julian waved his hand to dispel the soundproof magic that he had just cast on Robin, and said to him, "Can we go in and take a look?" Chapter 64 The Church of the Most Merciful. Of course. No problem. Robin didn't know that he had just been bewitched. When Julian was talking to him, he was still immersed in the honor of his ancestors. When he heard that the 2 sisters wanted to enter the Azure Most Merciful Cathedral, he said, "Except at night. The Most Merciful Cathedral is open to the public all day, whether you are a believer of the God of Light or not. You can go in and visit. Inside, as long as you are willing to donate a little money, you can get holy water blessed by the priest. Holy water can drive away some negative things. If it is just a minor physical ailment, there is no need to see a doctor or take medicine. They also have a confession room here. If you have something you don't want others to know, and you feel uncomfortable, you can tell the priest about it in that small dark room. The priest has sworn to the God of Light that he will never tell your secret." The 2 swords on Juliet's waist automatically popped out 3 inches. And she said coldly to Robin, who was chattering, "If you continue to talk too much, I promise you will never have the chance to enter that small dark room in the future." Robin was scared and hurried forward to lead the way. "I'm just afraid that you are not familiar with this place. So I will introduce you to the situation of the cathedral. I don't know why you come here, but please don't speak loudly. And please don't do what you did to those pigeons. Let's visit quietly. Then leave quietly. And finally find a restaurant to have lunch. I'll treat you." Julian followed up the stairs. She said, "Don't worry that we will cause you trouble here. At least not now. And you'd better let it rot in your stomach about the pigeons." Robin quickly said, "Yes. Yes. I won't say anything nonsense." Juliet had passed Robin, and when passing the archangel statue, she kicked the base of the statue with her foot and said to Robin, "We want to cause trouble here, and you can't stop us. If one day you find that everyone in this church is dead, just come to me directly. What I hate most is angels." "Hey!" When a church knight guarding the church door saw Juliet kicking the angel statue, he immediately shouted, "Stay away from the honorable archangel. If I find you blaspheming the statue again, I will definitely arrest you and hand you over to the church's discipline office." Robin rushed over from behind and stood in front of Juliet, apologizing to the church knight. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, a country kid. Seeing an archangel for the first time. I don't know how to express my excitement. Dear knight, I promise to take good care of my friend." After hearing Robin's explanation, the church knight returned to his position. Juliet looked like a naughty girl. It was common for such children to play tricks under the statue of the archangel. There were even younger children who urinated on the statue. But as long as they admitted their mistakes in time and did not intentionally blaspheme the statue, the church knights on duty would not pursue it excessively. The Church of the Most Good could be widely spread in the continent of order. not by high pressure and tyranny. On the contrary, it was because its doctrine was more moderate than other sections. The priests were willing to talk to any believers of the God of Light and those without faith, and provide help within their ability. The Church of the Most Good preaches kindness and love, so it can gain the recognition and support of the entire social class, and recognizes the Church of the Most Good as the only legal religion in the Order continent. Therefore, for Juliet's kicking of the Archangel statue, the church knight only gave a bluffing warning, and after Robin apologized, he ignored the 3 tourists, who were obviously outsiders. "We are not friends, and you can't control me," Juliet said behind Robin. If Julian hadn't come up, she would have raised her foot and kicked Robin's butt. "Let's go." Julian grabbed Juliet's hand and pulled her into the church, saying, "If you make trouble again, I will punish you with house arrest. This time, I will lock you up for at least 1 day." After hearing about the house arrest, Juliet, who wanted to teach Robin a lesson, immediately became obedient. She followed Julian obediently and begged, "Please don't lock me up. I promise I won't cause you any more trouble. At least not here. I'll listen to you." Seeing Julian and his sister enter the church, Robin saluted the church knights again before chasing after them. The main hall of the church is extremely wide, and the marble floor is as smooth as a mirror. There are a lot of myths and legends about angels carved on the surrounding stone walls. There is a floating cloud city in the air, a soaring angel army. There are scenes of angels fighting demons. There are scenes of angels purifying the dead. There are triumphs. There are worships of divine light. At this time, the hall was full of people, all of them praying to the statue of the God of Light in front of them. The music and hymns echoed between the stone walls, and the overlapping echoes made this place more sacred. Julian looked at the statue of the God of Light in front of him. He sat on the throne, looking down at the people below with his lofty majesty. The sacred energy emanating from the statue of the God of Light was more intense than that of the Archangel statue outside. But Julian could not see anything useful from the statue. She did not know this God of Light. At this time, a priest from the Church of the Most Good came to Julian. He wore a priest's robe, glasses, and held a copy of the Most Good doctrine in his hand. He said to Julian very politely, "Dear lady, I can see that you are a foreigner and not a believer in the God of Light. But the righteousness you exude is something I have only seen in the knights of the temple. You must be an upright person with a strong sense of justice. If you are willing to convert to the Church of the Most Good and be baptized, I think you will soon be favored by the God of Light, who will grant you the art of angels' descent, and you will become a warrior of the God of Light and be respected by the world." When the priest persuaded Julian to convert to the Church of the Most Good and tempted him with the art of angels' descent, Juliet on the side couldn't help laughing. Facing a holy angel who was higher than an archangel, he actually said he would teach her angels' descent. Ha 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 ha. However, when Juliet was about to open her mouth to ridicule the priest, she was glared at by Julian and shut her mouth. She knew that her sister would not easily threaten her with house arrest. But if she said it, it meant she was serious. Juliet could only hold back her laughter and watched with interest how her sister answered the priest whose head had been kicked by a donkey. Julian nodded to the priest and said, "I'm sorry. I won't believe in any god for the time being. But I am very interested in the God of Light. And the angels. They are so holy and beautiful. I really want to know them. Which is why we came to the Azure Cathedral. If you have time, can you tell us about the God of Light and his warriors?" Chapter 65 Fabricated Miracles. Julian's refusal disappointed the priest, but her desire to understand the God of Light gave him confidence to enlighten this lady. He noticed this righteous swordsman as soon as the 3 people entered the church. She had golden hair like an angel, and her holy temperament made him feel like he had seen a knight of the temple. But when she looked at the God of Light, she did not have the piety of a believer of the supreme good, which meant that she was not yet a believer of the God of Light. People like her are born warriors of the God of Light. Although she is not one now, she will definitely feel the grace of the God of Light in the future. Convert to the Supreme Good Church. Become a knight of the temple, or even a paladin. As a guide for a paladin, the priest will surely rise to a higher level in the church. The priest said enthusiastically, "As a missionary of the God of Light, it is my honor and my duty to spread his glory to the world. I believe that when you truly know the God of Light and feel his love, you will dedicate your life to the throne like me. Ladies, and this gentleman, please follow me. Next, I will take you to visit the Azure Cathedral. On the way, I will explain to you in detail the miracles performed by the God I serve." A priest from the Church of the Most Good was willing to be a tour guide. saving Julian a lot of trouble. At least they didn't have to ask around about the God of Light and the angels, thus attracting too much attention from the Church of the Most Good. However, when following the priest to visit the Azure Cathedral and listening to him talk about the so-called miracles, they didn't actually get much useful information. The main reason is, the God of Light was the God before the Dark Ages, and he had disappeared with other gods at the end of the Age of Theocracy. The Church of the Most Good was a sect that appeared after the Dark Ages and at the beginning of the Age of Discovery, and it took a long time to perfect itself before it gradually developed into its current size. There was a 500-year period of emptiness in between. The Church of the Most Good had no idea what happened in the Ancient Magic Age and the Theocracy Age. The priest excitedly told about the miracles that the God of Light had shown. But in Julian's eyes, they were all made up. The Church of the Most Good did not even figure out the identity of several supreme angels in Cloud City, and described Michael as the Archangel of Cloud City, saying that she led all the angels in Cloud City to convert to the God of Light and became the strongest warrior under the throne of the God of Light. It was so absurd that even Juliet could not listen to it. If Julian had not warned her, she would have definitely ridiculed her. Julian and Juliet's sisters both participated in the ambush against Michael organized by Daliang, and personally arrested Michael. If Michael led the angels to submit to the God of Light, then who is Michael sealed in the Great Tomb? All the descriptions of the Church of the Most Good about angels are wishful thinking. So how true are their records of the God of Light? No one knows. However, the magic of the angel descending from the Knights Templar showed that the angels and the God of Light were still somewhat related. As for what kind of relationship, Julian did not find the answer here. This ordinary priest just memorized the false history fabricated by the Most Good Church. Anyway, no one could provide evidence to refute them. So they made up whatever they wanted and believed it themselves. Perhaps there is real history in the Most Good Church, but it is not accessible to priests of this level. After following the priest to visit all the open areas of the Azure Cathedral, the four people returned to the hall. Although Robin was not a believer in the God of Light, he was fascinated by the magnificent miracles of the God of Light and the angels' repeated wars against evil. He wished he could be an ancient hero and participate in the war between gods. As expected of a priest of the Azure Cathedral, he is even better at telling stories than the priests in the churches of the Empire. The priest was also very satisfied with his performance. As a low-level missionary of the Azure Cathedral, his daily job is to explain the miracles of the God of Light to those who enter the cathedral. Today, in order to convince this female swordsman with a strong sense of justice to convert to the Church of the Good, the priest used 200% of his eloquence and tirelessly described the magnificent poem of the Theocracy. Dear lady, I believe you have a detailed understanding of the God of Light and the Church of the Good. Our doctrine is to illuminate darkness with light, guide confusion with kindness, and smash evil with justice. I can see that you have the noble character of a true knight. In the Church of the Most Good, you will become a knight who wields justice. Walking around the Azure Cathedral, Julian was very disappointed. The priest's eloquent words were just a bunch of repetitive nonsense in her ears. She said dissatisfiedly, "Where there is light, there will be darkness. What can guide confusion is the truth. Evil exists in everyone's heart. Do you dare to say that you have persuaded me to believe in the God of Light with so much effort, without a little evil selfishness? Don't waste your time on me." The priest didn't expect that someone would dare to publicly refute the doctrine of the Most Good in the Church of the Most Good. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Perhaps at this time, he should call on the church knights to arrest these heretics. But did he have any evidence to prove that the righteous lady in front of him believed in a false god? You. However, just as the priest kept saying you, a huge explosion shook the entire cathedral. The church rang the alarm bell, and the citizens praying in the hall wanted to flee in fear. But the church knights quickly controlled the church gate. A priest shouted, "Please don't panic. This is the Azure Cathedral. The church knights will protect your safety. Everyone stays in the church. The pagans attacking outside can't rush in. Believe in the God we believe in. The God of Light will protect everyone in the church." The panicked crowd quieted down, and the explosion sounded again from outside the church. The citizens were much calmer this time. Although everyone was still afraid, they all prayed to the statue of the God of Light under the guidance of the priests. After listening to the priest's words, the priest who led Julian and his friends to visit the cathedral turned around and tried to comfort the tourists he was receiving. But he found that the two twin sisters, with completely different hair colors and temperaments, were gone. Only the man who came with them was standing there in a daze. The priest said worriedly. Sir, where did the two ladies go? The outside of the cathedral seems to have been attacked by pagans. Please don't run around at this time. Otherwise you will easily be accidentally injured by the church knights guarding here. Robin spread his hands. I don't know where they went. I'm not familiar with them. I just saw these two beautiful ladies outside the church and wanted to chat with them. Chapter 66 Pagan Attack. Outside the Azure Cathedral. Two explosions blew up two statues of archangels. The rubble and shock waves swept all the church knights guarding outside the church. All the citizens nearby were killed in the explosion. And there were countless injuries nearby. Most of the church knights with heavy armor were able to get up from the ground. Some of them retreated into the church and closed the church door to protect the believers hiding inside. The other surviving church knights formed a human wall and pointed their long-handled battle axes at the two people standing in the middle of the square. The two people wore loose blood-red smocks and hoods on their heads to cover their faces. The cloak showed a pattern of a giant python, and under his feet was a magic circle with blood-red light emitting outwards. So calm, but exuding an evil aura. It can be concluded that the two explosions that just blew up the statue of the archangel were caused by them. They are pagans on the evil side. The Church of the Most Good can treat every believer of the God of Light and ordinary people without faith kindly. But it has always been zero tolerance for pagans who believe in false gods. As long as the traces of pagan sects are found on the Order continent, the Church of the Most Good will definitely send military forces to eliminate them. When the Church of the Most Good attacks pagan sects, the Church of the Most Good will sometimes be attacked by pagans. However, it is rare for a heavily guarded church like the Azure Cathedral to be attacked. The church knights guarding the cathedral came from all directions, and the magic they cast made their armor glow with a faint golden light. They used their guarding skills on each other, set up battle formations, and waited for orders to besiege the pagans who invaded the Azure Cathedral. The two pagans who were surrounded did not show any nervousness or fear. They stood firmly on the magic circle with their hands behind their backs. The church knights approached step by step, chanting prayers together, and the magic increased their strength and their protective ability. The light emanating from the armor became stronger and stronger, forming a light curtain with cooperative defense properties. Correspondingly, the magic circle under the feet of the two pagans was also expanding. The blood-red light condensed into a dancing flame, like a roar from the abyss, louder and louder. Suddenly, the ground under the feet of the two pagans rose rapidly, and the sudden abnormality made the church knights stop their advance cautiously. I am Ramses, the bishop of the sorrowing city of the Church of Gazing at the Abyss. One of the pagans spread his voice throughout the Azure Cathedral area. I am ordered by the president of the Church of Gazing at the Abyss to establish a branch of Gazing at the Abyss in Sorrowing City. Today is my first day in the city of Sorrowing, and I decided to say hello to the citizens of Sorrowing in this way. Urgus, the fearful demon who believes in the gaze of the abyss. Fear is his priesthood. Therefore, tremble in fear. Humble reptiles. The more afraid you are, the more powerful my God will be. The God of Light cannot protect you. The angels cannot protect you. And the Vlamic Empire cannot protect you. I am here, in the middle of this city, and I will take your soul away. Feel the fear brought by hell. Ramses had just finished speaking, and the ground covered by the entire magic circle, except for the place where the two believers of the gaze of the abyss stood, all collapsed instantly, and the real hell flame steamed. After a roar that reached the sky, a demon was summoned. The demon crawled out of the abyss and roared at the terrified crowd. He was nearly 7 meters tall, sturdy and strong, covered with dark red lava, with a pair of curved horns on his head, for sharp claws, and a thick tail behind his buttocks. A roar, with a fearful mental shock spread. Some church knights loosened their hands in fear, and their long-handled battle axes fell to the ground. It's a 13th level demon. Keep the formation. The commander of the church knights saw that the morale of his subordinates was frightened by the demon, and immediately shouted loudly, Defend! Defend! Wait for the support of the palace knights. We are the warriors of the God of Light. Before the leader of the church knights finished speaking, the demon disappeared in an instant, and then reappeared from above the head of the leader of the church knights. The huge body fell down fiercely, and the knight leader in heavy armor did not react at all, and turned into a flattened piece of iron. The demon roared again. It was a projection of the demon power condensed by divine power after being summoned. It had the strength of a demon, but not the mind of a demon. It was a brutal monster that killed by instinct. After killing the leader of the church knights, the demon waved its claws at the church knights around him. The heavily armored church knights were swept away in pieces, like bowling balls. Flames flew. Explosions occurred. And the demons continued to release magic while killing the knights around them. In a short time, the church knights, who had just been disciplined and neatly lined up, were lost in a wailing. In the absence of any burning materials, the soaring magic flame spread across the square. The quick-reacting Imperial army had sent silver wings to the airspace of the Azure Cathedral. But when they saw the demons on the ground, they did not immediately launch an attack. Demons are the ultimate creatures of the original Hell Plane, and they are born at level 13. Although they cannot fly, they can enter the subspace and move at will. In other words, the silver wings flying in the air are not safe when facing demons. All the silver wings of the Imperial Air Force received the order. This incident is temporarily classified as a religious conflict. According to the agreement between the Empire and the Church of the Most Good, when the Church of the Most Good and the pagans have an armed conflict, the Imperial Army will give the Church of the Most Good appropriate convenience. All silver wings are on standby in the air. As long as the Church of the Most Good is still fighting the demons, we will not intervene in the battle. The ground army will block the streets around the Azure Cathedral, evacuate citizens, clear the roads, and cover the battle fortresses entering the battlefield. The cruiser-class airship is about to enter the Azure Zone, and the Silver Wings will take over the cover. When the Imperial Army surrounded the Azure Cathedral and arranged combat tactics, the Palace Knights stationed in the Azure Cathedral arrived late. Actually, the Knights of the Azure Cathedral cannot be blamed. The tense situation in the Marcellus province has made the Imperial garrison in Soroing City tense at all times. The director of the Special Security Bureau was assassinated some time ago, and the Imperial garrison has even raised the alert level. They are loose on the outside but tight on the inside, so that when the Azure Cathedral just exploded, all the Imperial garrison in a state of combat readiness launched actions at the same time. The Knights of the Palace have been at ease for too long. No one would have thought that someone would dare to attack the Azure Cathedral, and attack so blatantly in broad daylight. No one would have thought that so many knights of the church could not deal with two pagans. When the demons were summoned, it was too late for the Knights of the Palace to rush out to support. Chapter 67 Demon. The Temple Knights of the Holy See are high-level combatants, who master the art of angel advent. The Temple Knights can summon 13th-level angels to possess them, but they cannot exert the full combat power of 13th-level angels. Compared with magicians, the Temple Knights are equivalent to 12th-level magicians. Compared with magicians, who have comprehensive mid-range and long-range attack capabilities, the Temple Knights are more inclined to close combat. But they also have the ability to use divine arts with sacred energy for long-range attacks. After the pagans who claim to be the Church of Gazing into the Abyss summoned demons to sweep the Azure Cathedral Knights, the 5 Temple Knights guarding the Azure Cathedral finally arrived. They flew down from the top of the cathedral together, with their illuminated angel wings spread out, holding the angel sword in their right hand and summoning the holy light shield in their left hand, like a falling comet. And at the same time, they launched a holy strike against the rampaging demon. Holy strike is a combat skill of the angels, using the high potential energy during a dive to strike the ground and low-altitude enemies with a strong impact. 5 Palace Knights simultaneously aimed at the huge demon, leaving a long trail of light behind them. 3 of the Palace Knights dived straight down from top to bottom, and the holy light shield in front of them emitted a dazzling light. The other 2 Palace Knights adjusted the angle of the angel wings when diving, forming 2 arcs to block the space where the demon could hide. After the appearance of the Temple Knight, the demon immediately sensed the breath of the mortal enemy angel. It roared at the air, but its body retreated and entered the subspace. The demon disappeared in the square, but the Temple Knight did not lose its target. When the demons moved in the subspace, there were traces to follow. Any of their movements would cause fluctuations in the space, and their body outlines would vaguely emerge. The demons who fought only by instinct did not know how to use the subspace to hide their positions. The demons entered the subspace not to avoid the attack, but to use the ability of subspace movement to counterattack the Temple Knight. A ball of bubbles surged up like boiling water, and the brightness of the holy light shield held up by the 5 Palace Knights reached its peak. When the 2 sides met in the air 20 meters above the ground, the demon rushed out of the subspace, waved his claws. A ball of explosive flames exploded above him. 5 holy strikes were released. The 2 forces collided, causing another explosion. A horizontal shock wave spread with flames and holy light, and a strong wind swept across the entire square, shaking the glass on the buildings around the square. Glass, bricks, and outdoor facilities fell down. and the citizens who were hiding screamed and ran away, and many people were smashed under the falling objects. Crying and shouting mixed together. The soldiers of the Empire were also frightened by such a battle. Ordinary soldiers had no idea how much damage the rifles in their hands could cause to such a terrible demon. They had never even seen a demon. Most people regarded it as an ancient creature that had long disappeared. Everyone was afraid, and strict military laws constrained the soldiers to continue to defend their positions. At this time, the battle fortress driven by steam engines arrived at the street near the church. These crab-shaped steel machines, with rotating turrets, moved their multi-legged mechanical legs into combat positions. After stopping, the mechanical legs depressurized, unfolded, and fixed to form a gun bracket. The large-caliber artillery on the top of the fortress aimed at the demon that was showing off its power in the blue cathedral square. However, according to the agreement between the Empire and the Holy See, when the Holy See and the pagans have an armed conflict, the Empire army will try not to interfere. This was originally a privilege obtained by the Holy See from various countries to maintain the religious uniqueness of the Order Continent. But this time, the Empire army used the privilege of the Holy See to watch the Azure Cathedral fight the pagans, deliberately letting the Church Knights and the Hall Knights consume the fighting power of the terrifying demons. Near the battlefield, some of the Church Knights, who were lucky enough to survive, struggled to get up. However, the battle between the demons and the Hall Knights continued to cause huge explosions, and the residual power of combat skills and magic blew the Church Knights, who had just stood up, out again. Their strength can't play any role in this level of battle. However, the Church Knights who keep up with the times are not only wearing armor and holding long-handled battle axes in close combat. These are just their usual show-offs in front of the citizens of Sorroying to highlight the sacred and majestic dress of the Church of the Good. The Church Knights not only undergo strict cold weapon battle formation training, but also have their own hot weapon arsenal. The Holy See has equipped its churches in various places with a complete set of weapons and equipment. And the cathedral itself is also an integrated offensive and defensive castle. The priests equipped with silver wings took off from the church, and long guns and short guns stretched out from the windows of the church. The demon was still fighting with the Palace Knights. The 13th level strength was not inferior to the 12th level Palace Knights. The demon had the physique of an extraordinary creature, whether in terms of strength or physical defense. It was far beyond the Palace Knights, who were just transformed into angels. The Hell race gave the demon a very strong affinity with fire magic. Various powerful fire magics were splashed out, making it impossible for the palace to fight in close combat. When they pulled away, they were chased and bombarded by magic. The Palace Knights were like driven flies, circling around the demons. All they could do was to try their best to contain them and wait for the support of the Church Knights. Ramses and another believer of the Church of Staring at the Abyss stood on the high platform in the middle of the demon summoning array, looking at the Palace Knights and Church Knights, who were like chickens in front of the demons with contempt. From time to time, he cast defensive spells to block sneak attacks. "My Lord Bishop," the believer standing next to Ramses flattered in a sharp voice, "the devil is indeed powerful. The president has given you such a powerful devil, and he must have high hopes for you and believes that you can develop the Sorroying branch at the fastest speed. If you can complete the president's task as soon as possible, you will definitely be able to take on more important responsibilities in the church." Ramesses, who has such a powerful devil, is also very proud. He said, "More than 10 years ago, the elite in the church were besieged by the Supreme Church because of the betrayal of a traitor. So we had to leave the Order Continent. Now we are back with stronger power to the center of this world civilization, so that fear can get more nutrients here. This attack on the Azure Cathedral is to avenge the pursuit by them. Let the citizens of the entire city of Sorroying know. I am here. I bring fear. I bring demons. The Church of the Good cannot protect them. Only by joining the gaze into the abyss can they be redeemed and enjoy the power brought to us by the fear of the entire city." While praising Ramses' wisdom and strength, the believer said worriedly, "Although we knew in advance that the bishop of the Azure Cathedral was not here, but the silver wings of the church have already flown out. And those guns? Will it cause harm to the demons?" Ramses nodded. "You are right. We came here just for demonstration, and destroying the Azure Cathedral is not in my recent plan. Prepare to retreat." Chapter 68 Perfect Attack. The 30 silver wings that flew out of the Azure Cathedral have reached the attack position. They dare not get too close to the battle zone of the demons and the knights of the palace, and all hover in the air about 200 meters above the ground. More than a dozen nozzles sprayed steam downwards, and the knights of the palace, who were driving the Silver Wings, aimed their alchemical rifles specially used for air combat at the enemies below. The commander in the temporary air combat control tower of the church shouted through the communication channel between the Silver Wings. First Squadron. Second Squadron, target demons. All activate armor-piercing techniques. Be careful not to accidentally hurt the knights of the palace. Team 3. Target the invading pagans. Activate the bombing technique. Everyone, load up. After the neat sound of bullets being loaded, the team leaders responded. Team 1. Armor-piercing technique. Target demons, ready. Team 2. Armor-piercing technique. Target demons, ready. Team 3. Bombing technique. Target pagans, ready. At this time, the tower commander had already informed the knights of the palace that Silver Wing was about to join the attack. After receiving the knights of the palace's response, the commander notified the Silver Wing battle group. 10 seconds later, Silver Wing will fire the first salvo. Pay attention to the position of the knights of the palace. After the volley, Silver Wing fired freely to assist the knights of the palace in the battle. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fire. In the sky, the crisp firing sounds of the alchemical rifles rang out almost simultaneously. 30 alchemical bullets were fired at the same time. And the enchanted spells on the rifles and the enchanted effects of the corresponding alchemical bullets produced a superimposed reaction, drawing a long tracer from top to bottom. Some of them shot at the demon, and the other part expanded into a ball of light while flying and bombarded the pagans on the high platform. The knights of the palace, who had already received the information about Silver Wing's attack, dodged outwards and avoided the trajectory of the bullets. All 20 bullets with armor-piercing effects hit the demon and passed through its body. This was the most serious injury the demon had received since the battle, and the pain made it roar at the Silver Wings in the air. Then the demon wanted to enter the subspace to attack the Silver Wings, but the palace knights who quickly filled and blocked the demon. The demon tried to enter the subspace several times, but was beaten out by them. The Silver Wings pulled a bolt and pressed another bullet into the gun chamber. Aiming at the demon again, Ramses summoned a shield with divine magic to block the bombing of the Silver Wings. At the same time, he also saw the scene of the demon being shot through by armor-piercing bullets. This demon, who had just completed the summoning ceremony, did not know how to deal with this unfamiliar weapon. If he continued to fight, he would probably be slowly worn down by the cooperation of the palace knights and Silver Wings. Anyway, Ramses' plan to establish his prestige had been completed. As long as he could gain a foothold in Saroying City and develop the Gazing into the Abyss branch, he would have plenty of time to slowly play with the Azure Cathedral and all the supreme churches in Saroying City. Retreat to our preset evacuation zone. Ramses gave the order to retreat. After the first round of volleys from Silver Wings, he and his deputy changed the structure of the magic circle under their feet. The huge pit that was originally emitting hell flames instantly generated a huge suction force. The nearby church knights were sucked into the abyss before they could escape, and were swallowed by the fire pit with screams. The platform where Ramses stood also collapsed, and he and his deputy disappeared into the fire pit. The demon who received the retreat order no longer entangled with the palace knight. It took another round of shooting from the Silver Wing, and quickly turned around and jumped into the fire pit. In the new round of bombing, the flames in the fire pit dimmed rapidly, and the collapsed ground rose piece by piece and returned to its original state. The battle was over. The hot scene was quiet in an instant. It took only more than 10 minutes from the appearance of the demon to its departure. And in these 10 minutes, the Azure Cathedral Square and the surrounding blocks were beaten into a mess. The entire church square, except for the magic circle set up by the pagans, was intact, and the rest was full of potholes. The broken archangel statues were mixed with various rubbles, and it was impossible to tell which piece was part of the statue. In some places, flames were still burning and black smoke was rising. The palace knights with angel light wings and silver wings were hovering in the air, looking at the desolate ground. With a gloomy heart, the church knights who survived by chance supported each other to stand up, not knowing what they should do now, not knowing whether the devil really left or would appear at any time. This was the most serious loss suffered by the Azure Cathedral since its construction. Outside the church, the soldiers of the Empire continued to stay in their respective positions, and the whole city fell into a low silence. Everyone knew a demon was in this city. The cries sounded faintly, getting louder and louder. Terror enveloped the city. At this time, there was a farm in the western suburbs of Saroying City. All the cows in the cowshed on the farm died, and the stench attracted flies to circle around the cows' bodies. There was an open grassland next to the cowshed, and in the middle of the grassland there was a preset magic circle. In the middle of the magic circle were piled more than a dozen human corpses, including men, women, old people, and children. When the battle in the Azure Cathedral stopped, the ground within the entire magic circle collapsed instantly, and the flames that rushed out swallowed up all the bodies used for sacrifice. Then the flames extinguished in a short time, and the sunken ground returned to its original state piece by piece. But the grass on the ground was burned to ashes. 2 people wearing red smocks appeared on the black ground. The 2 were Ramses and his deputy, who had just attacked the Azure Cathedral. Ha ha ha. Ramses, who retreated smoothly, laughed out loud. The attack just now gave him the most perfect start in Saroying City. Although the president only assigned him a deputy. Although the Holy See of Goodness has a huge influence in Saroying. Although there are still many difficulties to establish the Saroying branch of Gazing into the Abyss. But what can I do? I have demons. Powerful demons. Did you see? What palace knights? What church knights? What silver wings? In front of demons. They are all weak chickens. My lord bishop. This attack is very perfect. We have successfully let the entire city of Saroying know about our existence. The next step is to secretly develop believers, accumulate funds, and build secret bases. As long as you give me time, I can definitely blow up the entire Azure Cathedral. My lord bishop. I have too many things to do in my mind. But the first thing we do is find a place to rest. Bishop, there are a few people over there. The deputy finally finished his words, and he pointed to a place not far away and reminded Ramses. Someone. How could there be someone? Haven't all the people in the farm been killed? Ramses looked where the deputy pointed, and indeed saw a few people eating around the dining table. When did they get here? Chapter 69, Action. Why are we here? Brown looked around with a confused look on his face. This seems to be a farm. But shouldn't we have lunch in the cafe and talk about acquiring the cafe? What happened to the explosions in the direction of the Azure Cathedral? What happened to the silver wings flying in the sky? What happened to the Imperial Army blocking the road? Did the war break out and someone attack the city of Saroying? But we were sitting in the cafe. How did we end up in this place that looked like a farm? Master Liang, what happened? Faced with a sudden change, Brown knew that it must be related to the ancient hero, the child who was sitting opposite him and eating donuts. Daliang took a sip of milk and said to Brown, "Let's talk about the acquisition of the cafe later. I have to interrupt with something else here. It has nothing to do with you. You can eat as you like." Okay. At this time, Brown also saw 2 mysterious people wearing blood-red smocks not far away. Guessing that the sudden space teleportation must be related to these 2 people, he decided to listen to Master Liang, eat, and pretend that he didn't see anything. But Brown wanted to be an ostrich. But the other party came to him, who made this table have only 3 people sitting, 1 adult, 2 children, and a servant and a maid standing next to them. If not Brown, who else should I look for? Hey, young man. Who are you? If you don't want to cause trouble, get out of here. Ramesses didn't know when these people appeared here, but they looked so calm, eating donuts, drinking milk, coffee, and in this farm full of dead bodies. They must have seen the vision of the magic circle just now, but they didn't look panicked at all, and seemed to be very confident in their own strength. Ramesses was not a reckless person. He had made a careful plan to attack the Azure Cathedral this time, arranged the magic circle in advance, and found out that the bishop of the Azure Cathedral had taken several palace knights to the Holy See, which was the weakest moment of the Azure Cathedral. Behind the pretentiousness, there are repeated drills. The premise of a successful attack is a plan that is accurate to the second from the beginning to the evacuation. To establish a branch of the Church of Gazing into the Abyss under the nose of the Holy See, you must be cautious to succeed. Ramses threatened Brown loudly, and secretly said to his deputy, "Prepare to summon the demons. They seem to have been waiting here for a long time, and they must not know about the battle in the Azure Cathedral. You will attack with divine magic, and then I will command the demons to rush over in one fell swoop. They are so young that they must not be 14th level extraordinary heroes, and they are carrying children. Kill them all in 1 minute." Yes, Bishop. When Ramses was secretly arranging tactics, Brown, who had intended to turn a blind eye to the matter, did not expect the other party to find him first. He replied helplessly, "Sorry, sir. I don't want to cause trouble. I'm just talking about a business deal with this young master. But it seems that this young master wants to talk to you first. Ramesses looked at Daliang, a little child, with milk stains on his mouth. The maid needed to wipe it clean with a tissue. Sir, thinking that the other party was teasing him, Ramses said angrily, no matter who you are, you should know that children here will be very dangerous. I'll give you one last chance. Leave here. Otherwise, when Ramses said this, he shouted, Go! Kill them! Pa! Just as Ramses gave the order to attack, his assistant fell straight to his left. Seeing the bloody hole on the assistant's back, Ramses was shocked and immediately summoned the devil. Bang! The devil's huge body fell to his right again. The ground shook. Ramses was shocked and sat on the ground. The sudden incident made him not know what to do. He shouldn't move like this. What happened? Ramses fell to the ground, with the demon's head at his feet. Its eyes were closed, motionless, and the magma covering its body cooled rapidly. Is it dead? But how could a 13th level demon die so easily? At this time, Ramses saw a woman standing on the demon's head, the breeze blowing her lavender hair, and the black flame swinging around her waist turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated. She looked down at him with contempt, then pulled out the white long sword nailed to the demon's head, and then inserted it into the scabbard handsomely. The demon formed by the divine power gradually dissipated, and the demon was really dead. What happened? What he saw completely overturned Ramses's understanding of the power level. He had just seen the demon killing people in the Azure Cathedral, and 5 12th level palace knights were helpless against it. If he could use the demon freely, even with the support of Silver Wing, Ramses believed that the demon would definitely cause greater casualties to the Azure Cathedral. This is a strategic level power, a demon from hell, and an extraordinary creature summoned by the church at great expense of resources. Even if he encounters a human with a 14th level extraordinary combat profession, a 13th level demon has the strength to fight. At least he can retreat unscathed. Why did he die here without a sound? Was he killed by this woman? Who is she? Where am I? As the demon's body dissipated, Ramses saw the beautiful woman with lavender hair slowly falling in front of him. Ramses just sat on the ground and looked up at this woman. Even though he was the bishop of the Church of Gazing at the Abyss, and had the strength of a 13th level Grand Mage. But at this moment, his mind was in a mess, and he didn't know how to resist. He was like a goose waiting to be slaughtered, and he didn't know how to resist. Boring. Seeing Ramses looking like he was waiting to die, the woman said with a little disappointment. And then a sword flashed, facing Ramses' neck. I'm dying, but what happened? Ramesses closed his eyes, knowing that he couldn't avoid this lightning-like sword. But before his eyes closed completely, another sword flashed. The nearby collision sounded like a thunderbolt, and the huge air pressure made Ramses feel like he was about to explode. But the pressure came and went quickly, as if something blocked the fatal shock wave for him. Then Ramses felt a foot stepping on his body that was almost blown away by the airflow. Ouch, broken ribs. Ramesses felt that he was about to faint, but the pain in his chest kept him awake, and he heard a conversation at the same time. Sister, I'll do the chopping. Even though he's a piece of trash, he's better than a skeleton, and it feels fleshy when I chop him. Juliet, the master wants to ask him something. Okay, you ask? I'll chop him after you're done. This is the last one. Don't fight with me. Life or death. The master decides. Chapter 70 Mirror Magic. In a semi-fainted state, Ramses felt that he was dragged for a distance and then thrown to the ground. The broken ribs had pierced his lungs, and blood with bubbles flowed from the corners of his mouth. Although he still didn't know what happened and who these people were. But Ramses was very clear about the difference in strength between himself and the other party. He didn't expect that the scene he treated the farm owner's family not long ago would appear on him. He could imagine that his appearance at this time should be no different from the farm owner, like a dead dog. But Ramses was not desperate. He had just heard a conversation between two women, one of whom wanted to kill him, but was stopped by the other. The master they were talking about had questions for him, which meant that he still had a chance to survive. Even if the hope was slim, it was worth fighting for in order to survive. Ramses tried his best to open his eyes. He saw that he was lying on the dining table, and the man who had just talked to him. Sir! Ramses wanted to get up, but was stepped on the ground again, and a warning voice came into his ears. You are not qualified to stand up in front of the master. Yes. 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 Please don't kill me. Lamansis lay on the ground, tilted his head, and looked up at Brown, begging this expressionless and majestic peerless strongman, "As long as you don't kill me, I am willing to tell you everything I know. I will leave Saroying immediately. No, leave Marcellus, the Vlaminck Empire, and the Order Continent. I have no intention of offending your majesty. I am just following your orders. I only ask you to promise to let me leave alive." Brown was also frightened by the demon that suddenly jumped out of the magic circle. He really didn't expect to see the extraordinary creatures of hell here. However, the next scene once again overturned his perception of the upper limit of power. Juliet, who Hannah repeatedly reminded him not to approach, instantly appeared behind the demon after it jumped out. And then, nothing happened. Brown didn't see Juliet's movements at all. He saw the demon jump out and open his mouth wide to roar. But before the sound came out, he fell straight to the ground and never moved again. Is this a fake demon? Brown was already stunned, and his blank brain made his face expressionless. However, when he heard the person stepped on by Julian begging him, Brown immediately pointed to the opposite side and said, "This matter has nothing to do with me. I just said that I am negotiating a business deal with this young master. Now this young master wants to talk to you. My business can wait." Ramesses finally looked at Daliang. He saw the boy sitting on the chair, holding a milk cup and looking at him. Still didn't believe it. He was the master in the mouth of the strong man who killed his deputy, and the devil in seconds. Respect. But whether you believe it or not, life is the most important. Ramesses was about to beg. But at this time, Daliang said, originally, "I came here to ask you a few questions. But when I got here, I saw something that made me feel very bad. I take my promises very seriously. You are not worthy of telling lies that damage my honor. Therefore, you don't need to beg me. I don't intend to let you leave alive for a few questions. Juliet, this man is in your hands. Wait until I leave, and don't let his blood stain my lunch." "Yes, my master." Juliet called the master with great sincerity. The surrounding scenery flashed, and Brown found himself back in the cafe. There was unfinished food on the table. Master Liang and Black Pearl sat opposite him, and Sophia and Hannah stood aside, as if they had not just crossed the space and appeared in that farm. Seeing that the guests around him didn't notice that the table had disappeared for a moment, Brown whispered to Daliang, "Master Liang, what happened just now, when Ramesses attacked the Azure Cathedral?" Julian, who was hiding and watching the battle, told Sophia about it through magic communication. Then Sophia quietly told Daliang, an important figure of the Church of Gazing into the Abyss was found. Daliang, who wanted to get a deeper understanding of the Church of Gazing into the Abyss, arranged this meeting. When Ramesses retreated with his deputy and the demons, Julian and Juliet located their teleportation point through the magic circle they used, and then sent Daliang and his friends there first, while Ramesses and the others were still passing through the teleportation array. Daliang, who was having lunch, was already waiting at the farm, and saw the dead farmer and his family. This made Daliang feel really bad, especially when he saw a child who was about the same age as himself. Therefore, he would rather not ask any questions and save Ramesses' life. As for deceiving, a little bishop who gazes into the abyss is really not qualified. If you want to get the secret of gazing into the abyss, there are many ways. Back to the cafe, Daliang replied to Brown, who seemed to have never seen the market. "It's just a small application of space and mirror magic." Well, it took up a lot of time. Now let's get back to the topic of acquiring this cafe. Go and invite the owner of this shop. A small application of space and mirror magic? This is just a small application. Ancient magic is really brilliant. With a longing for the ancient magic era, Brown called the owner of the cafe, Garfield Connie, to the table and introduced him. "Connie, this is Master Liang. He heard that you want to transfer this shop, so he came to discuss the acquisition of this shop." Connie is a slightly fat middle-aged man. He wears a chef's hat. His face is covered with a lot of flour, and there is some butter on his white apron. After hearing that the little boy in front of him was going to buy his cafe, he said to Brown in an angry tone, "Professor Jennings, please don't joke with me like this. The bleak business has already made me very distressed. And now, the Azure Cathedral has been attacked by the Hell Cultists, and a demon that eats human souls is right next to us. I really don't have the mood to play games with a child. The cafe is in a block not far from the Azure Cathedral. At this time, the news of the demon attack on the cathedral has spread, and some citizens who escaped from the vicinity of the cathedral hid in the cafe. talking about seeing the demon in panic. That was a real demon. A supernatural creature from hell that had disappeared, brought into this world and this city by the evil hell cultists. This was not a made-up story. Look at the Imperial soldiers blocking the streets, the war airships and silver wings in the sky, and the battle fortress passing by the door. The demon was really right beside them. The woman had already started crying, and the man's face was pale with fear. Where could they still see the pride they had just had as citizens of Saroying? Chapter 71. The first business. The business of the cafe was already bleak. And now Saroying has the hell cultists and demons. Connie didn't know how to continue to run his cafe, which was already doing bad business. At this time, Brown actually brought a child who was sitting on a chair with his feet not touching the ground to talk to him about buying the cafe. How could Connie not be angry when he was in a bad mood? If he didn't know that Brown was a professor at Saroying Magic Academy, he would have slammed the table and cursed. Connie has never been a good-tempered person. Brown also knew that it was difficult for normal people to accept a child talking to him about such a big business. So he patiently explained, "Connie, I'm not kidding you. I don't have time to joke with you like this. Master Liang is of a very distinguished status. We come with sincerity. He really wants to buy your cafe." Seeing Brown so serious, Connie finally took the matter seriously. He knew that Brown was not only a professor at the Saroying School of Magic, but also a nobleman of the Fleming Empire, a future baron. The people he brought, regardless of age, must have extraordinary status. And this boy brought his little sister, followed by attendants and maids. So his status must be very distinguished. He must be the child of a wealthy family in the empire. And he has the potential to be a dandy, since he was a child. This is a fat sheep, an imperial lamb raised by Marcellus. Although it is a bit unbelievable that a child would come to buy his own coffee shop. What if such a good thing really happened? Anyway, it's just a talk. Connie smiled and said to Dalian kindly, "Dear young master, please forgive me for my offense just now. If you really want to buy my coffee shop, I will definitely give you a price that is very suitable for your status." Dalian looked at Connie's eyes. It was as if he saw his former self. At that time, when he saw the walking gold coins, his eyes were also shining like this. "Mr. Connie." Dalian put on a negotiating posture. "This is my first time in Saroying City, and I want to start my first business with you. So don't doubt my sincerity. Tell me your offer." Connie was even happier, and he said, "Master Liang, you can see that the location of my store is very good. This is the Azure District, Saroying Magic Academy, Azure Cathedral, Élysée Avenue, Marcellus Parliament Building, City Hall are all nearby. There are also ports and coasts, only 3 kilometers away from here. And Connie pointed to the guests, who had already filled the entire restaurant, and said to Dalian, "You see how hot my business is here. Lunchtime is almost over, but my place is still full. In fact, if I hadn't ordered my waiter not to let anyone in, I guarantee that even the corridor would be full of people waiting for meals. This is intangible wealth, and it is also the most important wealth of a restaurant." When Connie was racking his brains to think of something to increase the value of the coffee shop, Dalian said impatiently, "How much? I want to know what price you are going to sell your shop to me." 50,000 gold pounds. Connie opened his mouth and said, "If it wasn't for Professor Jennings introducing you, if I didn't feel that I was very compatible with you, I would definitely ask for 70,000 gold pounds. Do you know that this morning there was another person who wanted to buy my shop, and he was willing to give me 80,000 gold pounds. But he is not an upright person. I have a very deep affection for this shop, and I don't want to give it to a dirty criminal just to make money. And your status is so noble, and your demeanor makes me feel very relieved to hand over the shop to you, even if I have to reduce the price significantly. 50,000 gold pounds. Dalian sneered. He did some homework before coming to this shop, wandering around the surrounding blocks for a while, and got some understanding of the housing prices and commodity prices in Saroying. In terms of purchasing power, 1 gold pound is about 800 to 1,300 renminbi. Citizens basically use silver dollars, copper coins and pennies for daily transactions, and gold pounds are only used for large transactions. Real estate transactions are large transactions. In the city of Saroying, in the core urban area of Saroying, the house prices are of course very expensive, especially for a street-side shop. However, for the scale of this coffee shop, 50,000 gold pounds is really a bit outrageous. Dalian said coldly to Connie, Mr. Connie. Don't think I'm easy to deceive just because of my appearance. Professor Jennings and I sat here at noon. And there were not so many people at that time. The guests here now are all those who ran in to take refuge because the Azure Cathedral was attacked. However, when it is unsafe outside, you close the store to prevent more people from coming in, which has already added a bad reputation to the store's already bad reputation. And it is a very serious negative asset. And the location of this store. It is indeed very close to the Azure Cathedral. I can hear the explosion that just happened there clearly. The tables here are shaking, as if it will collapse at any time because of the next explosion. I heard that the hell cultists who attacked the Azure Cathedral ran away. Since they attacked the first time, there will be a second and third time. Now, I wonder if my investment will become a ruin tomorrow. Connie immediately realized what kind of impact the attack on the Azure Cathedral would have on him. This place has really become very dangerous. This shop must be sold as soon as possible. Connie quickly looked around, and then whispered to Daliang, "Please keep your voice down. Don't cause panic here. The price can be negotiated. How many tens of thousands of gold pounds are you willing to pay?" Daliang said, 5,000 gold pounds. 5,000 gold pounds. Connie was furious. You must be kidding. As expected, the child knows nothing. It's a waste of my time to talk to you. Okay. After eating, pay the bill and leave here. There is also an additional charge for occupying the table for a long time. When Connie stood up to leave, Daliang said, 5,000 gold pounds is today's price. Do you think that Saroying, where there is a demon, will continue to maintain that ridiculously high housing price? And this place is close to the Azure Cathedral. Where would a demon who dares to attack the Azure Cathedral start to forage? Where do you think the killing will start to make the Church of the Good lose face? If you plan to sell the store to me tomorrow, I will only pay 4,000 gold pounds. If the demon starts killing people near the Azure Cathedral, I'm sorry. This place is worthless. Connie sat down again. His forehead veins popped out with anger. And he said, the Church of the Good will not allow demons to stay in Saroying City. As long as the Church of Hell and the demons are eliminated, Saroying will return to its original state. Do you know how long it will take for the Holy See to eliminate the demons? A few days, or 1 or 2 years. Daliang entered his state as a businessman. Do you know how many people the demons will kill during this period? What if the demons target this place? Even if this store is not destroyed, you are lucky enough to survive. With a reputation of being visited by demons. Who dares to come here to drink coffee? 5,000 gold pounds. I can bet this money that this store can survive this period of demon rampage. Can you afford it? Chapter 72 Deal. Daliang's words made Connie silent. He never thought that such words that only a high-level profiteer would say would come out of the mouth of a child. Every word and every sentence struck his fragile nerves, forcing him to face a crossroads of choice. Should he take 5,000 gold pounds and get out of here safely? Or should he gamble that the Holy See can solve this crisis as soon as possible, and this cafe can be safe and sound? But that is the devil. It is the evil hell church. Why should he gamble? If he loses, he may have to sacrifice his life and his soul. 5,000 gold pounds, too little. Connie's face was very ugly. He said, 10,000 gold pounds. My store is worth at least 20,000 gold pounds. This is the Azure district of Saroying City. Only 5,000 gold pounds. Daliang insisted on the price he gave, and it's today's price. I don't care how much this place was worth half an hour ago. It's worth this amount now. And tomorrow I will lower the purchase price to 4,000 gold pounds. Or even less than 4,000. You can wait and see if there are other buyers. I will leave after I finish this glass of milk. Connie collapsed on the seat like a deflated ball. At this time, it was too late for everyone to run. So who would dare to buy a house near the Azure Cathedral? It is conceivable that when the whole city of Saroying knows tomorrow that the Azure Cathedral has been attacked by the hell cultists, and there are demons lurking in the city, the unattainable housing prices in Saroying will fall to what extent? The neighborhoods near the Azure Cathedral will only fall more severely. When will the Church of the Good be able to deal with the demons? Connie doesn't know. But he knows that demons are extraordinary creatures. Extremely bloodthirsty, and like to devour souls. Now many people must have fled Saroying. And tomorrow, even the cafe will not be open in the afternoon. If the cafe is closed, who dares to stay here? If no one stays, will this place become a stronghold of evil believers and a den of demons? Today's sale can get 5,000 gold pounds. Tomorrow's 4,000 gold pounds. The day after tomorrow. With the demons right next to you. Staying here for a day is a challenge. You are a demon. Connie muttered. De Leon drank the remaining milk in the cup and said, if this is an adjective, I can forgive your slander against me. Have you thought it through now? Mr. Connie. Connie's mind has collapsed. He wanted to sell this store a long time ago. But greed made him reject people who wanted to buy this store again and again. Now he just wants to sell this store near the Azure Cathedral as soon as possible. Okay. I'll sell it. 5,000 gold pounds. Sign the real estate transaction contract now. No problem. Mr. Jennings will represent me and work with you to draft the transaction contract for this cafe. I have another business to discuss, so I won't stay here for long. You can get your gold pounds tonight. Tomorrow at the latest. De Leon jumped off the chair and said to Brown as he left, if you have money, you can consider buying a property nearby. Your apartment is too small, and Hannah needs her own room. Considering the rain, the eaves are not a good place to rest. When De Leon and Connie were talking about buying the cafe, Brown looked at De Leon with an idiotic look throughout the whole process. And bought such a large cafe for 5,000 gold pounds. He remembered what Hannah had said to him. The owner himself is also a very successful businessman. And he always says that he is a businessman. Brown thought that this comment was Hannah's blind worship of her master. But now it seems, this is no longer what a successful businessman can describe. He had clearly killed the demon. But he used the demon to scare Connie into selling his property at a low price. This is blatant robbery. But Brown will not tell the truth. Not only because he is afraid of his own life, but also because he can finally buy a house in Soroing City. Ha ha ha. He doesn't need to borrow money from his father. With his savings over the years, he can buy a nice house in the Azure District, cheap. Ha ha ha. Brown was so happy that he asked, Leon, Master Leon, will Miss Hannah still live with me? De Leon had already started to walk out. And he answered casually, I can feel that the situation in Soroing City is getting more and more complicated. Hannah is by your side to protect your safety. You are the first friend I know. And I don't want to be notified to attend your funeral one day. Don't let me down about the Pure Magic Academy. Yes, Master Leon. After confirming that Hannah would continue to protect him, Brown was happier than if he could buy a house. He said to De Leon, who had already walked out of the store, I will take care of your affairs, Master Leon. At this time, the aftermath of the attack on the Azure Cathedral had just dissipated. The knights of the cathedral put out the flames on the battlefield. The citizens hiding in the cathedral gathered together and walked out slowly and carefully. They were the people closest to the battle, separated only by a door. The shock wave of the explosion and the bursting rubble kept hitting the door panels. There were also the roars of demons, gunshots, and shouts of knights, making everyone feel that their lives seemed to have come to an end. Seeing the broken church square, the knights of the cathedral who were collecting the bodies of their companions, and the knights of the palace who pretended to be calm to maintain the majesty of the church. The citizens wondered if they could really protect the safety of the believers of the God of Light under the threat of demons? Believers of the God of Light, the priest shouted, please believe in the God of Light you believe in. Believe in the warriors of the God of Light. The rampant evil is just a momentary trance of the God, and his light still shines on the city of Soroing and the Azure District. Just now, the brave palace knights and church knights severely damaged the demons and evil believers. We will soon find his hiding place and completely eliminate them. The priests and clergy of the church comforted the frightened citizens and sent them away from the church. Robin was looking for the Julian sisters everywhere. They must have gone to find the demons. Damn. They are extraordinary creatures. No matter how strong the ancient heroes are, people of the same level are half a level lower than extraordinary creatures. If the two of them are injured or even killed by the demons, the group of ancient heroes will definitely overturn the entire Soroing. The evil believers and demons are already a headache. I don't know how Miss and will solve this crisis that happened just after she took office. At this time, this group of ancient heroes must not go crazy again. Chapter 73 Earthquake. Just when Robin was looking for someone around the Azure Cathedral, Julian and Juliet suddenly appeared beside him. No one noticed how they came back, just as no one noticed how they left. Oh, seeing that the two sisters were safe and sound, Robin's heart finally settled down. He said worriedly, where did you go? There is a demon outside. A very scary supernatural creature. I'm really afraid that you will follow the demon. What if something happens to you? How can I explain to Master Leon? It's not safe here now. Let's go back now. The Empire and the Church of the Most Good will find the demons and evil believers as soon as possible." Juliet smiled and said, "Are you afraid that I will be eaten by the demon? You are so cute. I am beginning to like you a little bit. When I need to kill you in the future, I may hesitate a little." Julian couldn't help but smile. "Thank you very much for worrying about us. Now let's go back to the Élysée Avenue. The master wants to see you. He said he wants to discuss a business with you." Talk about business? Talk to me? Robin didn't know what he had that the ancient hero liked. Could it be my intelligence? Robin led the sisters Julian and Juliet to follow the evacuated crowd out of the Azure Cathedral. Due to the attack, the rental carriages dared not approach this block, so they could only walk to the Avenue de Élysée. There were panicked people everywhere, and the Imperial Army blocked the road. Although the attack on the Azure Cathedral by the Church of the Gazing Abyss and the demons ended, the earthquake in the city of Saroying it caused has just begun. Before the citizens in the Azure Cathedral were evacuated, the conflicts between the parties had already broken out. The Saroying City Hall first raised the most serious protest to the Saroying Empire garrison, as the army guarding the city of Saros, as the most solid guard to protect the citizens of Saroying. The Imperial garrison did not do anything to stop the hell cultists and demons when they threatened the lives and property of the citizens of Saroying. As a soldier, you did not fire a single shot when the enemy killed the civilians who needed your protection. When the demons and evil cultists wantonly created explosions and panic in the core of Saroying, you just watched. How can such an army continue to protect Saroying? When you took military funds from Saroying's taxes, did you ever think about your responsibilities? When you trembled in front of the demons, did you see the blood of the citizens of Saroying? They would not have died. If the Imperial Army had been braver, many people would have survived. Now, due to the cowardice and incompetence of the Imperial Army, the demons escaped. The Imperial Army has an unshirkable responsibility for this serious consequence. When the City Hall of Saroying publicly condemned the Imperial Army, the Marcellus Parliament also urgently convened a meeting of key members. The Parliament once again protested to the Imperial Army headquarters in Marcellus, demanding that the Azure Corps stationed in Saroying City explain to Saroying City, remove the main generals of the Corps, and prosecute them for the crimes they committed in this incident. At the same time, it was proposed to form a Saroying City Guard to search for evil believers and demons hidden in the city. The attack on the Azure Cathedral gave politicians, with a keen sense of smell and opportunity, like bloodthirsty sharks. They guided the public opinion of the entire Marcellus and besieged the Imperial garrison in Marcellus. The Azure Corps stationed in the city of Saroying was pushed to the forefront. All newspapers controlled by the Parliament urgently published the attack on the Azure Cathedral, and all the spearheads were aimed at the Imperial garrison who were inactive, cowardly, corrupt and cowardly in the whole incident, emphasizing that the Imperial garrison had declined and was unable to continue to defend Marcellus. In front of the devil, the Azure Corps is just a crying child. A century of corruption has made them lose all their honor. This incident has lifted the last fig leaf of the Azure Corps, showing us how incompetent they are to eliminate demons and evil cultists. The citizens of Saroying cannot count on the Imperial Army, which is still wetting its pants. We need our own army. Only the citizens of Saroying are willing to sacrifice everything for this city, including their lives. Only by allowing the citizens of Saroying to form their own army can they protect themselves. Newspapers are not like politicians, who have a set of strict rhetoric and leave room for themselves everywhere. The newspaper writers, who received instructions from their masters, became real mad dogs. They wantonly belittled the Imperial garrison and the Azure Corps, guided the public opinion of the entire Marcellus, and angered the people. To build momentum for the establishment of a city army in Saroying, the Imperial Blue Corps stationed in Saroying did not expect that a correct military tactic would actually trigger such a serious political incident. In order not to intensify the conflict between the Empire and the Marcellus province, the Imperial garrison has been downplaying its presence. The military zone is isolated, and the soldiers are restrained from having conflicts with the Marcellus people as much as possible. But this incident really caused a big mess, or it was seized by the ambitious people of Marcellus, who wanted to take the opportunity to establish an army under their control. If Marcellus wants to be independent, it must have its own guns. The Imperial garrison was troubled by more than just the Marcellus Council, the instigated Marcellus people, and the citizens of Saroying. The Azure Corps stationed in Saroying surrounded the Supreme Church after the demons and evil believers who attacked the Azure Cathedral fled. Several other Supreme Churches in the city were also surrounded by the Azure Corps. When resisting the demon attack, The Azure Cathedral actually used 30 silver wings, an unknown number of artillery, and heavy machine guns, and there seemed to be a battle fortress. Although the Vlaaming Empire agreed that the supreme churches in its territory had their own armed forces, it did not agree that these churches had so many high-end and heavy weapons. In one battle, the Azure Cathedral showed off so many hard weapons. Who knows how many contrabands are in its arsenal? How many heavy weapons are there in all the supreme churches in Saroying City? What does the church want to do by storing these heavy weapons? No matter how loud the politicians shout or how high they jump, that is the Empire's business. And the Empire's politicians will deal with it. But the Supreme Church has extraordinary military power in Saroying City. So the Azure Corps cannot be careless. The Azure Corps surrounded the Church of the Supreme Church. And the Supreme Church also sent its own Church Knights to confront the Azure Corps. Each Supreme Church is a battle castle. And it also has various heavy weapons. Once the two sides go to war, the entire city of Saroying will become a hot battlefield. Multiple conflicts have made the nerves of Saroying City tense again and again. Politicians control public opinion to criticize the Azure Corps, constantly stimulating this elite corps that values honor more than life. While bearing the pressure, the Azure Corps must continue to put pressure on the Church of the Good. The Knights of the Church are required to lay down their weapons and accept the search of the Azure Corps. In order to maintain the majesty of the God of Light, the Knights of the Church are determined not to retreat. War may break out at any time due to accidental discharge of guns. And in this incident, the most troubled person is probably Miss N. Chapter 74 Special Security Bureau. Although the Special Security Bureau of the Marcellus Province is engaged in secret work, it is an open department. With such a big incident in the city of Saroying, the Special Security Bureau is under greater pressure than the Azure Corps. After the Empire learned of the tense situation in the city of Saroying through a telegram, it immediately sent a telegram to hold the Special Security Bureau accountable. The job of the Security Bureau is to maintain the stability of the Marcellus Province, no matter what means are used. Now the followers and demons of the evil church have attacked the Azure Cathedral, causing panic in the city of Saroying, and plunging the Azure Corps and the Empire into a serious political crisis. It is obvious that the Special Security Bureau has failed in its duties. When the Imperial garrison needed to be cautious and avoid causing greater contradictions and conflicts, the Special Security Bureau became an important force for the Empire to calm this crisis. Settle this matter as soon as possible. This was an order issued by the Emperor himself. The Azure Corps stationed in the city of Saroying also held the Special Security Bureau accountable. The evil cultists' attack on the Azure Cathedral was obviously a premeditated action. The Special Security Bureau failed to discover and stop it in advance, which was a dereliction of duty. And why are there so many heavy weapons in the Church of the Good? How did they get into the city of Saroying? If it weren't for the demon attack that caused the Azure Cathedral to use these heavy weapons, who knows what they would do with these weapons? This is all caused by the incompetence and inaction of the Special Security Bureau. When the Saroying City Hall condemned the Azure Corps, it did not forget another minion of the Empire. What did the Special Security Bureau do when the evil church and the demons caused panic in Saroying? The demons all ran away, and we didn't see a cockroach appear near the cathedral. The Saroying City Hall did not treat the Special Security Bureau as politely as it treated the Imperial garrison. They openly used the nickname cockroach, which obviously has a derogatory connotation, and even said you are the bugs that breed in the sewers, the vampires that lie on the body of Saroying City. Look at what you do every day. In addition to bullying the weak citizens, relying on privileges to slander and frame upright and kind people, what else can you do? What are you doing when citizens are killed by demons, and the safety of Saroying City is seriously threatened? Saroying does not need this incompetent organization. The Special Security Bureau should be abolished and replaced with a more efficient security department that truly works for Saroying and the province of Marcellus. Such a serious crisis has occurred in Saroying City, and someone must take the blame. No department is more suitable to take the blame than the Special Security Bureau. Even if the new director of the Security Bureau, Miss N, has only taken office for the first day, even if Miss N has not taken a good look at her office, and even doesn't know if there is ink in the pen holder on the desk. While she was meeting with Deputy Director Camille to learn about the internal situation of the Special Security Bureau, this happened. One after another, urgent intelligence was sent in. One after another, and one after another. Accountability was sent to the director's office by the intelligence personnel of the Security Bureau with various expressions. Deputy Director Camille, with a big belly, was sweating profusely and was fidgeting, looking at and who was reading the information across the desk. The person in front of her was the eldest daughter of the Marquis Whitehead, who was a high-ranking official in the empire. She had a prominent status and had just taken office. She was definitely not responsible for this incident. If this crisis requires a scapegoat, who is more suitable than himself? The previous boss was assassinated, and now there are demons in Saroying City. Deputy Director Kimir has sentenced himself to death. The desire to survive made him beg and look at his new boss, and whispered, "Miss Annie, please give me a chance. I will pull these damn evil cultists and demons out of Saroying City. As long as the Special Security Bureau can solve this crisis as soon as possible, all the pressure on you will disappear." Annie, dressed in a formal lady's dress, sat in her seat and looked at the information that had just been delivered. She really didn't expect such a thing would happen on her first day in office. She saw the expressions of the intelligence officers who had just come in to deliver the information. Some were worried, some were afraid, and more were gloating. The Empire airdropping a boss would indeed make many people unhappy and touch the interests of many people. The Special Security Bureau does dirty things, and few of its own personnel are clean. They need one of their own to be the director. While reading the information, Miss Anne glanced at Deputy Director Kimir with the corner of her eyes. In the face of this crisis, pushing this important deputy director out to take the blame can undoubtedly buy some time for the Special Security Bureau. However, a new boss who betrayed his deputy on the first day of taking office is simply putting himself on the opposite side of the entire Security Bureau. What I will face in the future is not just evil cultists and demons. If this matter is not handled properly, the next person to die in this office will be me. And put down the documents in her hand and glanced at her future office. A wooden compartment with a large office outside the half-floor window. Several important departments of the Special Security Bureau have desks and staff here, so that the director can receive intelligence at any time and pass on orders. And stood up from her chair, walked to the window, and looked outside. Several people who were secretly observing here immediately turned their heads away, pulled the hinges on the inside of the window to block the view from outside, and took out her magic wand again and cast a spell to search for possible eavesdropping magic. After confirming safety, and put away her magic wand and turned to Deputy Director Kimir and said, "Deputy Director Kimir, my father praised you as a very capable person when I came here. I must respect you and learn from your experience seriously when I take office in Saroying. In fact, the Empire asked me to serve as the director of the Special Security Bureau. It is a protection for you, because you are the best candidate to succeed the director of the Security Bureau. And you may also be the next target of the assassin. My rival will disrupt the other party's assassination plan, and buy time to find the murderer behind the scenes. So, you don't need to be too concerned about my opinion. And you can even ignore my existence. I came here for vacation. The Empire does not expect me, the daughter of the Marquis, to sort out the mess of Marcellus. How to deal with various incidents in the province of Marcellus is your task. Don't expect me to help you too much. What I can do for you is help you withstand the pressure from above. This is the only task my father gave me. Do what you want to do boldly, and solve this crisis beautifully. I will support the Empire, the Asher Corps, the Saroying City Hall, and the Marcellus Parliament." Chapter 75 The Second Business. Deputy Director Kimir suddenly felt relieved. To be honest, Deputy Director Kimir was the most unhappy person when the Empire gave the Special Security Bureau a direct superior. According to the regulations, seniority, and order, the former director was assassinated, so he should have been asked to remove the word deputy from his name. The entire Special Security Bureau believed that when the director was assassinated and the entire Security Bureau was in turmoil, the Empire should quickly give Deputy Director Kimir a good name and let him stabilize people's hearts. As a result, the Empire responded to the Special Security Bureau with a new appointment. And Whitehead, the eldest daughter of Marquis Whitehead, took office as the director of the Special Security Bureau. The agents of the Special Security Bureau were not convinced, and neither was Deputy Director Camille. As a result, the entire Security Bureau was passive and lazy. In name, all the staff were investigating the case of the assassination of the previous director. But in fact, the entire city of Saroying was in chaos. There was a vague intention to demonstrate against the new director. As a result, when the evil cultists and demons attacked the Azure Cathedral, the Security Bureau agents, who should have appeared at the scene at the first time, did not make an effective response after the attackers ran away. No wonder the Empire, the garrison, Saroying City Hall, and the Marcellus Parliament are all scolding the Special Security Bureau. If and push Deputy Director Camille out to take the blame at this time. It would not be unfair for him to take the blame. And a death penalty would basically be determined. And now, Annie pointed out that she wanted to protect him. With Anne's identity, she could definitely protect him. It was like escaping death. Deputy Director Camille pulled his butt out of the chair, stood up and saluted Miss Anne, saying, "Thank you, Marquis Whitehead, for your trust in me. And thank you, Miss, and for everything you have done for me. I have an unshirkable responsibility for this incident. But as long as Miss Anne gives me this case, I will turn the city of Sorroing upside down to find the damn evil church members and the devil." Annie sat back in her chair, picked up the book she had not finished reading from the table, waved to Deputy Director Camille and said, "Go do your thing. Don't disturb me unless it's an emergency. Another thing is about the Supreme Goodness Church hiding excessive heavy weapons. The Azure Corps takes this matter very seriously. I don't want it to be destroyed by war just when my vacation has just begun and I haven't visited the city yet. Let's find out the truth about this matter, do a good job in the Supreme Goodness Church, and give an explanation to the Azure Corps. Yes, Miss Anne, I will do these two things well." Deputy Director Camille saluted and again, after seeing the name of the book in Anne's hand, he picked up his hat from the table with a strange expression and left the director's office, and glanced at the closed door and continued to read her book. Can Deputy Director Camille solve these two problems? Annie doesn't believe it. At least, she doesn't believe Camille can find and eliminate the evil believers and demons lurking in Sorroing City in a short time. And the tense situation in Sorroing will not allow the Special Security Bureau to search slowly. Maybe we can ask those ancient heroes for help. When the situation in Sorroing City was tense, Robin accompanied Julien and Juliet's sisters back to the Avenue de Élysée, and then met de Leon in the main hall. "Dear Master Leon." Robin took off his felt hat, saluted to de Leon who was sitting on the sofa, and said, "Miss Julien said you have something to ask me, business matters. Sit down and talk." De Leon pointed at the single-seat sofa on the side, and after Robin sat down in panic, he asked, "I already know about the attack on the Azure Cathedral of the Holy See. You were there at the time. I want to know, based on your experience, what kind of damage these Hellsect believers and demons will cause to the city of Sorroing. With your ability, how long will it take, and how much manpower will it take to restore the city of Sorroing to normal? How strong are the ancient heroes?" Robin doesn't know, but he knows that the description of the strength of ancient heroes in the books must be extremely exaggerated. Therefore, he knows that this group of heroes from ancient times are very strong. But without a reference, he doesn't know at what level these ancient heroes are strong. It's like looking up at the mountains from the bottom of a mountain. They are all quite high. In the ancient magic era, demons were extraordinary creatures. They should be able to threaten the safety of these ancient heroes. Especially this Master Leon seemed to be an ordinary human child with little power. Robin thought that de Leon was worried about his safety, and he said, "Please rest assured, Master Leon. The demon that attacked the Azure Cathedral was not a real demon. It was a demon projection gazed out by the evil power. With the power of a demon, but without the mind of a demon. It was controlled by the evil church members. As long as the person who controlled it was killed, the demon with only power would also be killed. I believe the Special Security Bureau and the Imperial soldiers guarding the city of Sorroing have begun to search for the heretics throughout the city. Sorroing City will soon return to its original state." "How soon is soon?" de Leon continued to ask. Butler Mike poured a glass of red wine for Robin. "Thank you, Mr. Mike." Robin was still reluctant to drink the red wine he drank yesterday, but he resisted the urge to pick up the glass and replied, "It will take about 3 days, or 10 days. Or, sorry, Master Leon. I don't want to deceive you. I am just a civilian, and don't know how the Special Security Bureau will handle such an incident. Moreover, the city of Sorroing is so big that if the pagans hide, it is not easy to find them. Even if they are found, it is difficult to fight freely. This matter is very tricky. I suggest that you reduce the time you go out during this special period. I believe that you will be very safe here under the protection of your followers." At this time, Robin found that there were many more people in the house, including maids wearing maid costumes and guards with swords. They were all very beautiful ladies, and they all looked very powerful. "How many ancient heroes are here? I have a business to discuss with you." De Liang's words made Robin, who was secretly watching the maids, turn his head and asked, "What business?" De Liang smiled and said, 2 members of the evil church and a demon attacked the Azure Cathedral and are now lurking in the city of Saroying. I think every day they exist will cause immeasurable losses to the city of Saroying. And if they are allowed to spread their evil ideas in Saroying, then prosperity will be far away from here. Now, I am willing to help you solve these troubles. 2 members of the evil church. 100,000 gold pounds. 1 demon. 200,000 gold pounds. The money arrives quickly, and the trouble is solved quickly. Chapter 76 400,000 gold pounds. 100,000 gold pounds. 100,000 gold pounds. A total of 400,000 gold pounds. For Robin, whose weekly salary was just over 1 gold pound. 400,000 gold pounds was simply an astronomical figure. If there was no unexpected windfall, it was money he could not earn in his lifetime. This young Master Liang asked for 400,000 gold pounds. This is not how you rob people. More importantly, Robin asked again, do you have a way to find those evil believers and demons and kill them? De Liang leaned comfortably on the sofa and said in a relaxed tone, you know where we came from. At that time, we often dealt with demons and knew how to find them. Finding demons. Killing demons. We are more professional than any of you. If you want to solve this problem, I am your best choice. Robin did not doubt De Liang's words. They, like the demons, came from the ancient magic era. Although they came in different ways, they must know more about demons than people of this era. If they can kill the demon, then they can really help Miss Annie solve a big problem. But the price is 400,000 gold pounds. It's really too much to negotiate such a big business. Robin was a little scared. He bargained with De Liang, Master Liang. You may not know the purchasing power of gold pounds here. This is really a lot of money. You can buy several properties like this. Can it be a little less? It's too expensive. De Liang insisted on his offer. I know what 400,000 gold pounds can buy, but you don't know how much risk we have to take to kill a demon. See my subordinates? They are all beautiful ladies. If I take this task, you may never see them again. Think about the scene of them fighting with the demons in blood, their efforts, even sacrificing their lives for it. Are they not worth 400,000 gold pounds? Also, every day this demon hides in the city of Saroying. Your loss will definitely be more than 400,000 gold pounds. For example, real estate, a house worth 20,000 gold pounds will fall by 5,000 gold pounds in one day. And the corresponding is the soaring prices of daily necessities. The rich will flee the city immediately. And over time, ordinary people will also want to leave. As De Liang described, Robin imagined the scene of these beautiful ladies fighting the devil. They charged at the huge body of the devil, fought for their lives to stab the devil, and finally died. There were also scenes of soaring prices and citizens fleeing. But 400,000 gold pounds also stimulated Robin's brain nerves, and he didn't dare to agree to this deal casually. Master Liang, in order for these beautiful ladies not to die in the battle with the devil, I put forward a new suggestion. You only need to help us find the whereabouts of the devil and the evil cultists. And the Special Security Bureau and the Empire soldiers can complete the task of killing the devil in the end. We have silver wings, battle fortresses, brave warriors and magicians. And we will kill them. De Liang didn't expect Robin to be so stubborn. Couldn't he see that I had already taken this deal? De Liang was a little impatient. And he said to Robin, I think you need to tell Miss Annie my offer first. I think she is facing more than just the loss of Saroying's economy caused by the appearance of the demons. I think she will agree to this 400,000 gold pound deal. In fact, you have made a profit. After De Liang's reminder, Robin also realized what kind of follow-up events this time, when the evil cultists and demons attacked the Azure Cathedral, would trigger. And the economic loss was actually a minor part. As a former civilian staff member of an intelligence organization, Robin knew that the Special Security Bureau had seriously neglected its duties in this incident. In addition, the Azure Cathedral used a lot of heavy weapons in the battle with the demons, which was obviously excessive. It was also the responsibility of the Special Security Bureau. This was Miss Annie's first day in office. You can imagine what kind of pressure she is facing. Okay. After realizing the seriousness of the matter, Robin was also very surprised at De Liang's insight into the problems behind this incident. You know, he didn't know the situation in Saroying City, but he could see this potential crisis before himself. Robin didn't dare to waste time by bargaining. He hurriedly stood up and saluted De Liang. Dear Master Liang, I will go to see Miss Annie immediately. Please also start hunting demons. I think she will agree to this deal. Robin hurried out of 578 Avenue de Champs-Élysées, and then saw Eric, who was disguised as a cleaner, sweeping the street. Eric pulled Robin to a remote corner and asked Robin, "Do you know about the attack on the Azure Cathedral? Demons appeared during the battle. Was it done by these ancient heroes?" Robin looked around and replied, "It shouldn't be. My new boss just said he would help us kill the demon." "Kill the demon? Do they know where the demon is?" Eric frowned, and did not ridicule Robin on the new boss for this little thing. He said, "They just arrived in Saroying City, and the Azure Cathedral was attacked by demons. Don't you think this is too coincidental? Although the attacker said they were believers of the Church of Gazing into the Abyss, it is not ruled out that they are lying." Robin warned Eric, "Hey, don't do anything on your own. I am an expert in dealing with ancient heroes. Before there is clear evidence, everything will proceed according to my plan." Eric sneered at Robin's plan. "Your little brother's plan is really shameful. Didn't they say they would help us kill the demon? When they really kill the demon, I will believe that they have nothing to do with the attack on the Azure Cathedral." Robin said, "Although my new boss said he would help us kill the demon, it is not a free service. You arrange a meeting between me and Miss Annie, and I will tell her the price my new boss offers for killing the demon." Eric asked curiously, "How much?" "One evil cultist is 100,000 gold pounds. One demon is 200,000 gold pounds. And the total attack is 400,000 gold pounds. When you get the money, you can start working." Eric shouted, 400,000 gold pounds. He is so bold to ask for it. How dare you promise him?" Robin covered Eric's mouth with his hand, looked around to see if there was no one around, and said, "Keep your voice down. This is a business of 400,000 gold pounds. Don't let others hear it. Also, pay attention to your psychological quality as an excellent intelligence officer. Don't act like you have never seen money." When I heard this offer, I didn't change my face. My heart didn't beat. And I even bargained for my new boss. Eric shook off Robin's hand and asked, "Cut it down?" "No," Robin said without blushing. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Quickly arrange for me to meet Miss N. The sooner you spend money on this matter, the sooner you benefit." Chapter 77 Angel Alliance. When Robin followed Eric to find Miss N, De Leon got information about the Church of the Most Good from Julian. In fact, the Church of the Most Good is similar to the Church of Gazing into the Abyss. They are both based on the worship of a certain god, and can use worship to obtain the right to use specific divine power. Believers do not need to know too much about God, as long as there is someone to pray to. And the more mysterious God is, the less believers know about him, and the more pious they will be. Otherwise, when believers know that God can burp, fart, and pick his toes, their faith will definitely not be so firm. In short, no matter whether there are true records about the God of Light in the Church of the Most Good, it is impossible for low-level missionaries to know. After telling De Leon about what they saw in the Azure Cathedral, Julian said, "The bishop who believed in Urgus that we caught should have a high status in the Church of Gazing at the Abyss. It is a pity to kill him without interrogating him." De Leon did not regret killing Ramses. He said, "I was indeed a little impulsive at the time, but he was just a bishop, and he must know limited things. We don't need to worry about the line of Gazing at the Abyss. Jessica and Sir Charles, I have revealed to them that I have a close relationship with Urgus. If they want to investigate my affairs, they will definitely start with the Church of Gazing into the Abyss. Where are the two of them now?" Captain Sophia immediately said, "Your Highness, your personal guard Cindy is with Miss Jessica. Now Miss Jessica and Sir Charles have come to Saroying City from the Death Desert. They have an archaeological studio here, and seem to be planning to live here permanently." De Leon didn't expect Jessica to come to Saroying as well, and couldn't help but sigh at the coincidence of fate. After all, the world is so big. She happened to walk to the top of the great tomb when she crossed over from it. Now she has come to Saroying City again, in the same city as me. It seems that Jessica and I will have a fateful encounter. De Leon couldn't help but smile helplessly. He really didn't know how to face his great-granddaughter. After expressing his feelings, De Leon said to Sophia, "The Church of Gazing at the Abyss will definitely not give up after losing a bishop and a demon in Saroying, but will also be cautious. They will send stronger people to Saroying for a secret investigation. Let Cindy protect Jessica. If they encounter an enemy that cannot be solved, we must rescue them at any time." "Yes, Your Highness. I will notify Cindy." After talking about Jessica, De Leon said to Julian, The Church of Gazing into the Abyss has Jessica investigating the Holy See. We have to continue to follow it. You said there is a missionary in the Azure Cathedral who wants you to join the Holy See. Julian replied, yes, but I refused. I can't believe in their God of light. That God may have enslaved some angels. De Liang said, I don't believe in the God of death either. But this doesn't stop me from becoming the immortal king of the undead. We must know what happened in the history we missed. Why did the gods suddenly disappear? And will they suddenly come back? The Church of the Most Good has great power in this world. And they must know something we don't know. This line, you have to investigate. Julian listened carefully to Da Liang's words. When Da Liang broke into the plane of the kingdom of death, only Julian followed him, witnessing his growth from a small fish to a giant whale stirring up the storm in the plane of death, and also witnessing the moment when he was crowned as the Lord of Death, the Mentor of Death, the immortal king, and had supreme authority among the undead. The kingdom of death believed in the God of death before the God plane was opened. Julian knew very well that De Liang was definitely not a believer in the God of death, but he was regarded as the most devout believer in the God of death by the undead. Julian would not disobey De Liang's orders. She knew what she should do. Julian nodded and agreed, okay. I will go to the Azure Cathedral to tell the missionary. I am willing to join the Church of the Most Good. De Liang said, there is no rush to join the Church of the Most Good. You are a real angel. No matter how you hide, your temperament will attract them to come again. What you have to do during this period is to train, so that your angel combat skills look like the effects of divine arts, and the advanced divine arts such as angel advent. When you become a temple knight, you can't just spread your holy angel wings directly. Hearing what Da Liang said about training, Julian couldn't help showing an embarrassment. Do I need to reduce my power to such a low level? I have seen the so-called angel descending magic of the knights of the palace. Their angel wings are only energy bodies, not entities. I am afraid that I can't control them well. Da Liang turned his head and asked Princess Xiling, who was sitting beside him peeling an apple, does your highness have any good ideas? Princess Xiling gave the peeled apple to Black Pearl, and then replied, Julian has absorbed the power of the good attribute. The sacred energy she possesses is very pure and very strong. It is very simple to suppress power, and it can be done with subtle control for a short period of time. But it is inevitable that energy control errors will occur if one suppresses one's own power for a long time. However, Juliet was separated from Julian's body because of the evil divine power. The energies of the sisters restrain each other, and are balanced by the Artifact Angel Alliance. I think through the Angel Alliance, the two of them should be able to adjust their own energy levels to the standard of a normal person. When talking about the Artifact Angel Alliance, Julian drew out the long sword worn on his waist. Golden color, slender sword body, guard in the shape of angel wings, hilt decorated ornately. But the whole sword does not have any energy release, nor does it feel sharp. It looks like a work of art rather than a weapon. This is the top artifact that Da Liang obtained in the previous game world. Angel Alliance. Angel Alliance is closely related to the sisters Julian and Juliet, and has the function of balancing the conflicting energy between them. So this artifact is controlled by Julian for Da Liang. Julian has always worn Angel Alliance with him, and today he also took it to the Azure Cathedral for a walk. I wonder what the missionaries of the Church of the Good would feel when they know that they have passed by the artifact of the angels. Although Julian has the Artifact Angel Alliance, he is far from mastering it. Can the Angel Alliance adjust the energy levels of me and Juliet? Julian asked, stroking the sword. Princess Xiling peeled another apple and handed it to Da Liang, then replied, when you were infected by the evil power, my brother found the Angel Alliance and the good power to save you. And the Angel Alliance separated you and Juliet. Now you and this artifact have become one. Comprehended well. I believe that even if you meet a god, you have the strength to fight. Chapter 78 Real Estate. Brother? De Liang didn't expect that Princess Xiling would call him brother so easily. However, the age of this fairy dragon is measured in thousands and tens of thousands of years. So being her brother seems to be a good deal. De Liang curled his lips to comfort himself. He didn't argue too much with this dragon, who had a habit of forcing intimacy with young children on the name. What if Princess Xiling's maternal instinct came out and treated him like a black pearl? It was chilling to think about it. Since Princess Xiling said that the Angel Alliance can allow you to adjust your energy level, then you should train more during this period, De Liang said to Julian, and then emphasized to Juliet, that demon. I wanted to ask it something, but you didn't obey my order and killed it. You will be grounded for 1 day this time. I don't want this to happen again next time. After hearing the grounding, Juliet, who was sitting aside chewing an apple and had nothing to do with it, jumped up instantly. And then her body turned into a black light and was about to rush out. As a result, an irresistible force pulled her back. The Angel Alliance in Julian's hand shone brightly at this moment, and several halo belts wrapped around her and Juliet. And the two sisters began to merge with the energy that was stimulated. Juliet struggled and shouted, "Hey, a demon without mind. What can you ask?" However, before Juliet could finish her words, the light from the Angel Alliance completely enveloped her and Julian. Then the halo expanded and contracted quickly until it was completely retracted into the Angel Alliance. When the angel's wings were extended, Julian and Juliet completed the fusion, and the transformed Arbitration Angel stood in front of Daliang. 16th Order Supreme Angel, Arbitration Angel Julian. The Arbitration Angel is the 16th Order Supreme Angel transformed by the fusion of the Holy Angel Julian and the Hell Angel Juliet through the Angel Alliance. It has the divine power of the law level, and the consciousness is mainly Julian. This is also the reason why Juliet, who has a tendency to ADHD, has always been afraid of being grounded. Golden wings, black flame skirt, one blue and one purple eyes that see through goodness and evil, is a combination of justice and sin. After retracting her wings, Julian turned back into a human. After she put the Angel Alliance back into the scabbard, she apologized to Daliang. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I didn't take good care of Juliet during the time she was confined. I will discipline her well." Daliang took a bite of the apple in his hand and said to Julian, "We all know what kind of personality Juliet has. As long as she doesn't go too far, I can accommodate her, but it doesn't mean she can do whatever she wants. Although the demon is not conscious, it is the condensation of Urgus's divine power after all. Sending it to the alchemy laboratory in the Great Tomb can at least let us know something. She killed the demon without following my orders, so she must be punished. Tell her not to treat me like a child." "Yes, Your Highness." Juliet, the problem girl, was handed over to Julian. It happened that they were in the state of arbitration angels, so they could get to know the Angel Alliance together. Then, how should the 400,000 gold pounds be spent, now that the two abyss-gazing cultists and the demons have been killed? As long as Daliang hides them well, the Special Security Bureau will not be able to find them even if they turn Saroying upside down. If they can't be found for a day, the whole city of Saroying will be in fear for a day. The economic losses are certainly incalculable, but the crises in other areas are probably even more serious. Although Daliang didn't know how nervous Saroying was at this time, he was aware of the conflict between the Marcellus province and the Vlamic Empire. If no one took advantage of the evil sect's attack on the Azure Cathedral to cause trouble, Daliang would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. It's just a matter of whether the trouble is big or small. The former director of the Special Security Bureau was assassinated in his office. Today is the first day of the new director of the Security Bureau, Miss Anne, taking office. What she needs most is the stability of Saroying City. If this incident can be resolved, the sooner the better. 400,000 gold pounds. She must pay, can't wait a moment. Now a huge sum of money is about to arrive. You can't just pile it up in the house, or buy it all as jewels to show off. Daliang doesn't have such a hobby. Therefore, he decided to continue to use the money for investment. What is the most profitable thing in Saroying City at this time? Definitely real estate. A cafe worth 20,000 gold pounds was bought by him for 5,000 gold pounds. As long as the evil cultists and demons are still in Saroying City, the housing prices here will definitely fall terribly. What Daliang has to do now is to take the opportunity to buy at the bottom, and buy a batch when the housing prices in Saroying City are at their lowest. Then they just waited for the Special Security Bureau to release the news that the evil cultists and demons were killed, so that the 400,000 gold pounds could be multiplied several times. Ha 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 ha. Daliang laughed in his heart, and then said, "Let's go. Let's go shopping, and see what we can buy." So Daliang took Black Pearl and Sophia out again, and headed straight for the blocks around the Azure Cathedral. At the same time, he notified Hannah to bring Brown to meet them. 2 children and a servant went to buy a house. It is estimated that they would be kicked out by others after saying a few words. At this time, Brown should play a role. Daliang did not even plan to negotiate in person. He was going to give full authority to Brown to negotiate after he saw a property he liked. Let Brown buy it in his name. and then transfer it to his own hands. De Liang's task for the next 2 days is to exchange all 400,000 gold pounds into real estate, and then tell the news that the evil cultists and demons have been killed, and left the security bureau building at this time. According to the plan, she would meet with Eric in different places every day to exchange information or issue some orders. After walking through several blocks to shake off the tail behind her, and stood on the side of the road and picked up a newspaper from a newsstand and started reading. The headline of the newspaper was suddenly about the attack on the Azure Cathedral. And then, there was a long editorial condemning the Azure Corps guarding the city of Saroying for inaction. These politicians, don't they think Saroying is not chaotic enough? Annie picked up several other newspapers from different newspapers. The contents were all similar. They all took advantage of the issue to vilify the image of the Azure Corps. Some tabloids even used foul language to curse directly. Flipping through them one by one, and realized that the development of this matter was more serious than she had imagined. Saroying City Hall actually had the idea of forming a city army, although they proposed to form a city guard team based on the Saroying Police Department. It was obviously a prelude to forming an army controlled by the Marcellus Parliament. It seems that we can't wait for the Special Security Bureau. We must find that demon as soon as possible. Chapter 79 Meeting. Miss. Eric pretended to be a pedestrian buying a newspaper and picked up a newspaper from the newsstand. He lowered his felt hat and secretly observed his surroundings. After confirming that the old woman selling newspapers was dozing off, he quietly used whispering magic to greet, and, "Robin wants to see you." He said that those ancient heroes are willing to help find the evil cultists and demons who attacked the Azure Cathedral. Annie didn't expect that when she was thinking about how to get these ancient heroes to help her deal with this trouble. They actually offered to help. However, they were obviously a little too attentive. But no matter what their purpose is, they are the only ones to find at present. "Where is Robin?" Eric leaned aside to make way for Anne, and then said, "He's in the bookstore across the street." After that, Eric threw a copper rope into the cash box of the newsstand, and walked straight away with the newspaper, and glanced across the street, and saw the location of the bookstore. A shop facing the street. Through the glass window on the hinged door, you can see a lot of books inside. Picking up all the newspapers she had read from the newsstand, and took out a silver dollar, and threw it into the cash box. The sound of the silver dollar was different from the copper rope, and the old woman, who had just dozed off, immediately opened her eyes. She saw a silver coin lying on a pile of copper plates in the money box, and then saw a slim lady in formal clothes walking across the street with a newspaper. Knowing that she had met a rich man, the old woman shouted to Anne's back, "Thank you, dear lady. May the God of light bless you. May your family be happy and complete." Anne, who was walking towards the bookstore, couldn't help but laugh at herself after hearing the old woman's blessing. As a child of the Whitehead family, you are destined to have no happiness and completeness. Pedestrians on the street came and went in a hurry. At this time, the news of the attack on the Azure Cathedral had gradually spread, and everyone knew that a demon who eats human souls was lurking in this city. The already high-tempo pace of the city has accelerated again. No one dared to stay outside for long. If there was no need to go out, everyone was used to staying in a familiar environment when they were afraid, even though they knew that no place was safe, and pushed the door and walked into the bookstore, throwing the newspaper in her hand into the wastebasket next to the door. No clerk greeted her. Only the owner of the bookstore, a middle-aged man with thin eyes, sat behind the counter. The counter was full of old books. He was holding an old book and reading it. When he saw Anne coming in, he just smiled politely and continued to look at the quality of the old book in his hand. "The books here are all chosen by customers themselves." Robin saluted Miss Anne like a gentleman who came to chat, and then said, "Of course, if you don't know where the book you want is, you can also ask Mr. Gill. But Mr. Gill is a little busy now. He just collected some old books and needs to classify and price them. My name is Robin." "Beautiful lady. What kind of book are you looking for? I am very happy to serve you." "Thank you, Mr. Robin." Anne smiled and nodded to Robin as if she had just met him for the first time, and said, "There are really too many books here. I am thinking about how to find the one I want. Do you know where the selected poems of Awangso is? It must be on the poetry bookshelf. I think I saw it just now. Miss, please follow me." Robin winked at Anne, and then walked into the bookstore. The rows of bookshelves were filled with new and old books. There were historical biographies, poetry collections, and a lot of miscellaneous books. after the bookshelf blocked the view of the bookstore owner, Mr. Gill. Robin whispered to Anne, "Miss, Eric should tell you that my new Master Liang expressed his willingness to help us find the evil believers who attacked the Azure Cathedral. And the devil. They have the ability to kill those guys who cause panic in Saroying." Miss Anne asked, "These ancient heroes will not help us for nothing. What conditions did they put forward?" Robin told him the offer given by De Liang, 100,000 gold pounds for an evil cultist, 200,000 gold pounds for a demon. A total of 400,000 gold pounds. "Miss, I know this price is really high. I have tried my best to make Master Liang cheaper. But he insisted on this price. If you think it is too high, I can talk to him again." "No need. He wants 400,000 gold pounds. So give him 400,000 gold pounds." And did not hesitate at all on the price. In Saroying's current situation, no one knows what changes will happen with every day of delay. Compared to the pressure the Empire is facing, 400,000 gold pounds is nothing. After Anne decided to pay, she asked, "When can they solve the evil cultists and demons?" Robin had found the poetry anthology of Awangso on the bookshelf. After handing the book to Anne, he said, "Master Liang means, take the money first and then work. His subordinates are all ancient heroes. In the ancient magic era, they often dealt with extraordinary creatures such as demons. They know how to find demons and how to kill them. It shouldn't take too long." Annie flipped through the poetry anthology in her hand and replied, "Go tell Master Liang that if you kill the evil cultists and demons within 5 days, I will give him another 100,000 gold pounds." After saying that, Annie walked out with the books. Robin quickly picked up the 2 novels he had chosen earlier from the bookshelf and quietly handed them to Annie. "Miss, please help me buy these 2 books together. The prices in Saroying are much higher than those in the Empire, and my salary is not enough to spend." Annie looked at the names of the 2 books and chuckled. "Okay, I'll buy them. Remember to return them to me after reading them. 400,000 gold pounds. I will arrange for the Imperial Bank to prepare this money. You can take Master Liang and transfer the money directly. As a reward, I will give him 100,000 gold pounds after I see the bodies of the evil cultists and demons within 5 days. As for your salary, double it, plus a gold pound per week for fieldwork allowance. This money will be paid by the Whitehead family's property in Saroying. You know where to get it." The business of 400,000 gold pounds was successfully completed. Personal salary doubled and there was an additional fieldwork allowance. With an income of more than 4 gold pounds per week, Robin was so happy. But if you think about Master Liang again, you will earn 400,000 gold pounds in one go. And there is still a reward of 100,000 gold pounds waiting to be taken. The level of making money is not a little bit behind. Robin is more determined to be a younger brother. Chapter 80 Tighten Strings. In the following days, Saroying was in chaos. The evil cultists and demons attacked the Azure Cathedral and lurked in the city, causing increasing panic. Then, with the instigation of some people, the conflict between the citizens of Saroying and the Imperial garrison worsened. The people were organized to take to the streets to protest the Azure Corps stationed in Saroying City for inaction and inability to protect Saroying, accusing the Azure Corps of surrounding the Church of the Good and preventing the Church Knights and the Palace Knights from hunting down the demons. This is simply the accomplice of the devil. The Azure Corps has thrown itself into the arms of the evil sect. They want to turn the entire Saroying into a sacrifice to the devil. What we need is an army willing to sacrifice for Saroying. Support Saroying City Hall to form a city guard. Death to the Azure Corps. And get the barbarians out of Saroying. The tense situation has caused the Empire's Azure Corps stationed in Saroying to add more troops to the city. War airships and silver wings block the airspace to implement air control and impose a curfew at night. They even set up 10 groups of battle fortresses at the intersection near Saroying City Hall. There are also infantry teams patrolling near the Parliament building. The Azure Corps has an absolute advantage against Saroying citizens and some police officers who do not have heavy weapons. As long as the Empire issues an order to suppress them, they can easily eliminate all those who are making trouble. What really gave the Azure Corps a headache were the several Azure churches in the city. They had heavy weapons and well-trained church knights. There were silver wings, palace knights, and solid churches. If a war broke out with the Church of Supreme Goodness, Saroying would inevitably be dragged into the war. The losses and various later problems were not controllable by the Azure Corps. However, the Church of Supreme Goodness had always refused to accept the inspection of the Azure Corps. At the same time, the Holy See also joined forces with the Eastern countries to put pressure on the Vlaamic Empire, condemning the Azure Corps for rudely surrounding the Church of Supreme Goodness in Saroying City and interfering with the freedom of the Holy See to preach on the continent of order. Waves of pressure were pushed towards the Vlaamic Empire, and the Empire repeatedly ordered the Special Security Bureau to find the evil cultists and demons lurking in the city of Saroying. For a time, the Special Security Bureau was under unimaginable pressure. Deputy Director Kimir led his men to search for the traces of demons in Saroying City day and night, watching his fat body become thinner and thinner. However, the efforts did not get any rewards. Whenever they found the whereabouts of demons, they always found nothing. Fortunately for Deputy Director Kimir, the new director Annie never urged them to work, even though the documents sent by the Empire, Saroying City Hall, the Azure Corps, the Marcellus Parliament, and some unknown departments were piled high on her desk. Miss and did not call Deputy Director Kimir over to give her a lecture. She went to work on time and left work on time every day. She just held her books and read them at work. She didn't care about anything about the Security Bureau and didn't put any pressure on Deputy Director Kimir. Even when she saw that everyone was really working hard, she treated everyone to coffee and snacks. Therefore, although there was no progress in the search for demons, the entire Special Security Bureau was still full of energy, and everyone took the initiative to work overtime and stay up late. He was determined to find out the evil believers and demons and save the face of the Special Security Bureau. When everyone was busy, Dalian was buying houses everywhere. 400,000 gold pounds had been transferred to his account. His identity was naturally handled by professional agent Robin. A wealthy man in a remote town in the Vlaamic Empire suddenly passed away. This wealthy man had no children or partner, so one of his distant relatives became the lucky one. Light King is Dalian's name in this world. He is a lucky boy who suddenly inherited a huge inheritance. In addition to the uncountable gold pounds, he also got the rich man's manor and servants. The young Master Liang who inherited the inheritance did not choose to squander, but decided to come to Saroying City to study. It was very inspiring. And Robin, who was responsible for making up Daliang's identity, was slightly moved. In short, Daliang and his heroes all had legal identities, and they didn't have to worry about being questioned by the cockroaches all over the street. The already anxious security agents really made Saroying a mess. After getting the money, Daliang's real estate acquisition plan was also implemented smoothly. Of course, there were also times when it didn't go smoothly. For example, Mr. Connie in the cafe. After signing the real estate sales agreement and getting part of the deposit, he was reluctant to move his personal belongings out of the store. He also didn't show up to make the final handover of the real estate. He seemed to be hiding, watching the situation of Saroying in secret. If the evil cultists and demons were found and killed, he would definitely refuse to continue the transaction. Even if he had to pay a high penalty, he would find a lawyer to terminate the transaction. Dalian was not polite to Connie for this trick. There were many demons in the big tomb, and they were all real demons. Just call a demon and let it wander around the cafe, and Connie would pop out the next day. He completed all the handovers of the cafe at the fastest speed, took the remaining gold pounds, and fled Saroying. The other properties that Dalian took a fancy to were basically operated in the same way. Anyway, everyone knows that there are evil believers and the demons they summon in Saroying City. Whenever a demon appears, everyone who sees it will either faint on the spot or run away. No one will tell the difference between the demon they encounter and the demon that attacked the Azure Cathedral. The panic caused by the demons continues to spread, and the Azure Corps and the Church of the Good are incompatible with each other. Gun to gun and cannon to cannon. War will cause more deaths, and the souls produced by death will make the demons stronger. Coupled with the constant pressure from Saroying City Hall and the Marcellus Parliament, the citizens of Saroying rushed to flee the city, which directly caused the rooms in Saroying City to fall off a cliff. Therefore, although Dalian's plan to acquire real estate encountered some twists and turns during the process, he successfully acquired nearly 100 properties within 5 days. Most of these properties are in the prosperous areas of the Azure District, and a few are in other urban areas. Dalian, who has ample funds, took bolder steps. He was no longer satisfied with one fast food restaurant. A total of 28 street-side shops are scattered in various prosperous areas of the Saroying City, covering all densely populated areas. Dalian wants to engage in chain operations, and 28 fast food restaurants will open on the same day. However, he has spent all the 400,000 gold pounds. The money for store decoration and hiring employees needs the bounty given by Miss, and to fill this hole. So De Leon told Robin the address of the farm outside of Saroying. Then he asked the vampire guards to remove the space confinement on the farm. When De Leon decided to do this business, he asked his men to block the farm. The special space confinement can allow people passing by to bypass it unknowingly. The bodies of the bishop of the Church of Gazing at the Abyss and his deputy are there, and some traces can be found after the demons die and disappear. In addition, there are dead bodies and magic circles in the farm. As long as you check carefully, you can find that the space coordinates here are directly related to the magic circle of the Azure Cathedral. Chapter 81 Bishop Roland. On the 5th day after the Azure Cathedral was attacked by evil believers and demons, Douglas Roland, Bishop of the Azure Cathedral, and Paladin Fred Felton took the transport airship back to Saroying City. Although the Azure Corps stationed in Saroying City had blocked the city's airspace, they still let the airship carrying important figures from the Church of the Most Good pass. The Imperial Army was aggressive towards the Church of the Most Good in the city, but in fact it was looking for a peaceful solution to this military confrontation. There was no benefit in starting a war for the Vlaminck Empire. The Azure Corps was not only responsible for the ruined Saroying City, but also for the military intervention of the eastern countries, and even for the situation in the entire Marcellus province that was out of control. The Azure Corps wanted to use military pressure to force the Church of the Good to hand over the heavy weapons hidden in it. This was the bottom line of the empire. The Church of the Good also seemed to be sure that the Azure Corps would not dare to start a war, and it took a posture of strict defense and fearless death. Under the strict supervision of the Empire's Silver Wings, the airship guarded by the Palace Knights landed on the square in front of the Azure Cathedral as the main battlefield for fighting demons. The square was urgently repaired, but it was still in a mess. The 2 archangel statues in front of the church disappeared, and the walls on the front of the church were also scarred. At this time, the Azure Cathedral had completely entered a state of war, and the church knights used sandbags to build a circle of defensive positions around the church. The knights took off their heavy armor, changed into knight uniforms that were convenient for combat, and sat behind the bunkers with alchemical rifles. A heavy machine gun position was placed on the curved steps at the entrance of the church, and a layer of light golden divine defense shield covered the heavy machine gun position. On both sides of the church gate were 10 groups of battle fortresses, with multi-legged mechanical legs all fixed on the ground, and reinforced with a layer of sandbags to stabilize the vibration of the turrets when shooting. The 100-meter church castle was also covered with dense shooting holes, and various artillery and guns were aimed at the Imperial Army that was confronting the church knights across the street. Bishop Roland, wearing a black church robe, a bishop's crown, holding a copy of the Doctrine of the Most Good in his hand, walked into the cathedral expressionlessly. Paladin Felton followed Bishop Roland from the side. He was wearing a gorgeously decorated knight's heavy armor, with a knight's sword on his waist and one hand around his helmet, looking righteous. After entering the church, Paladin Felton said to the priests and palace knights who had gathered around him, all priest-level teaching staff and palace knights, go to the prayer room for a meeting. Think about what you want to say. The bishop needs to know what happened here. Bishop Roland did not speak and walked straight to the prayer room. All 14 priests and 10 palace knights of the Azure Cathedral immediately gathered in the prayer room. After praying to the statue of the God of Light together, Bishop Roland turned to his direct subordinates. The wrinkles on his face and the white hair on his head made him look extremely old, and the bloodshot eyes showed that he had not rested well in the past few days. On the first day of the attack on the Holy See, he wanted to return here. However, since the Azure Cathedral was in the hinterland of the Marcellus province, Bishop Roland, who was afraid of being detained, did not enter rashly. Instead, he waited for the Holy See to communicate with the Vlaminck Empire, and was promised safety by the Empire before he rushed back urgently. The situation here is more serious than I thought. Bishop Roland said slowly, I want to know why so many silver wings and heavy weapons are used. You should know that according to our agreement with the Vlaminck Empire, the size, type, and quantity of the church knights are strictly limited. What you did has brought a very serious diplomatic crisis to the Holy See. At the same time, it has put the Azure Cathedral and our believers in danger. Just as Bishop Roland finished speaking, a young priest said, Bishop, the attack of the evil side pagans and demons was very sudden. At that time, our church knights were severely damaged, and the remaining temple knights could not deal with the demons in a short time, and the 2 evil side pagans have not participated in the attack. We don't know if the pagans have other subsequent offensive means, whether there are other attackers hiding nearby, and whether the attack they launched is aimed at destroying the church. At that time, there were many believers in the God of Light in the church, and we had the obligation to protect them. Moreover, as the largest church in Marcellus, if the Azure Cathedral was destroyed, it would inevitably shake the position of the Church of the Good in the continent of order. It would allow evil heretics to develop space and false gods to be widely promoted. Paladin Felton was in his prime, and the heavy armor on him was like wearing an ordinary piece of clothing, without any burden. After the priest finished speaking, Paladin Felton said to Bishop Roland, "Your Excellency the Bishop, given the special circumstances at the time, and the Azure Cathedral had never dealt with similar incidents, under the premise of defending the cathedral as the first priority. Although Father Titus's handling was not well considered, it was still decisive. Even if we go to war with the Azure Corps, it is much better than the church being destroyed by the evil pagans. For the Holy See, violating the agreement to hide weapons, or even going to war with the Vlaamic Empire, is nothing. Even if they lose the war, it is only a loss of credit and reputation, and it will not have much impact on faith. But they will never allow the Holy Cathedral, which has such status and influence, to be breached by the evil pagans. This is a stain that can never be washed away in the struggle for faith." Bishop Roland knew that Father Titus did the right thing, but he still said worriedly, "But this batch of weapons was ordered by the Marcellus Council from the Holy See. If we hand them over, how can we bear the loss?" Father Titus was the priest who just reported the attack on the cathedral. He was in charge of the operation of the Azure Cathedral, while Bishop Roland and Paladin Felton were away. After hearing Bishop Roland's troubles, the young priest said, "My Lord Bishop, these weapons have already been sent by the Holy See, but the timid Marcellus Council has been reluctant to accept them. After these weapons are exposed, the Marcellus Council will be more anxious than us. Now they are preparing to set up the Soroing City Guard. If they really set up the guard and operate it a little, they can legitimately accept these weapons." Bishop Roland asked again, how could the Vlaamic Empire allow the Marcellus province to openly have an army? If the city guard cannot be established, what should be done? The priest smiled and replied, "That is also the business of the Marcellus Council. Anyway, the Azure Corps will not attack us easily. If the Marcellus Council does not want the buyer of this batch of weapons to be known by the Empire, it must handle this matter properly." Chapter 82 Secret Weapons Deal. Father Titus answered Bishop Roland's questions well, showing his excellent emergency response ability and political sense. Bishop Roland was very satisfied with his disciple, which was why he left the Azure Cathedral to the priest when he left. The crisis facing the Azure Cathedral now is only superficially serious. The Soroing City Hall and the Marcellus Council should be the most anxious people. This batch of weapons purchased from the Holy See is of great importance. The Marcellus Council will never let these weapons fall into the hands of the Azure Corps. If the Vlaamic Empire gets evidence of the rebellion of the Marcellus Council, it will never continue its current policy of tolerance and forbearance, and will inevitably start a major purge of Marcellus. At the same time, the City Hall of Soroing will not watch the Holy See and the Azure Corps go to war in Soroing. It is not an easy task to build this coastal city into an international metropolis, and most of the officials of the City Hall are celebrities in Soroing, who have industries and relatives here. If a war breaks out, they will be the ones who suffer the most. Therefore, don't think that the Marcellus Council and the City Hall of Soroing are the most clamoring. In fact, they are the ones who are most guilty. The fundamental reason why they propose to form the Soroing City Guard is to solve the troubles caused by this batch of weapons. The Marcellus Council will never allow this batch of weapons to fall into the hands of the Azure Corps. And if they want the Azure Cathedral to continue to bear the blame, they must give enough benefits. The bad things suddenly turned into good things, and Bishop Roland finally smiled. "Father Titus, you really have never let me down. The Holy See of Goodness needs young and promising priests like you to become the backbone of the Holy See. Fresh and energetic blood will allow the light of the God of Light to continue to shine on this vibrant world. From now on, all dialogues with the Soroing City Hall and the Marcellus Council will be left to you, on the premise of safeguarding the interests of the Holy See. Try to help people who yearn for freedom and light." Father Titus heard that Bishop Roland wanted to promote him, and he happily saluted the bishop and said, "Yes, Bishop, I will handle this incident properly and safeguard the Holy See of Goodness's right to free preaching in the continent of order." Bishop Roland nodded, and then said to Paladin Felton beside him, "You will take over the defense command of the Azure Cathedral again. Not only must you maintain the dignity of the church when confronting the imperial army, but you must also actively hunt down the evil pagans who have escaped and the demons they summoned. Every day they exist in Saroying City is a blasphemy against the God of Light. You will lead the team in person and must eliminate those heretics before the Vlamic Empire finds them. They attacked our church, and we must use their blood to wash away the shame we have suffered and restore our image in the hearts of believers. Yes, Bishop. I will immediately go to find those hidden heretics. Paladin Felton bowed to Bishop Roland, and the steel armor made a clanging sound. However, at this moment, a missionary broke into the prayer room and reported to Bishop Roland, Bishop, Paladin, the Special Security Bureau of the Fleming Empire in the Marcellus province has just announced. They have found and eliminated the pagans and demons who attacked the Azure Cathedral, and they have sent people to the Vatican, asking us to send priests to identify the bodies. The prayer room couldn't help but exclaimed. Most of the priests and palace knights here have actually seen the demon and witnessed the demon's terrifying power. They were able to evacuate calmly despite the siege of 5 palace knights, 30 silver wings, and the large and small artillery and guns of the church knights. The demon was in front of the Azure Cathedral, showing the power of ancient extraordinary creatures. Paladin Felton, who has reached the 13th level of strength, did not dare to say that he could easily surround and kill the demon with the palace knights. However, the Special Security Bureau said that they not only found the demon, but also killed it. The Azure Cathedral did not receive any news throughout the whole process, and there was no sign of large-scale fighting in and around the city, which shows that the Special Security Bureau did a very clean and neat job. The demon who beat the Azure Cathedral into a mess was found and killed by the Special Security Bureau of the Vlamic Empire. This is a naked slap in the face, and they invited the Azure Cathedral to identify it for demonstration. 4. The prohibited weapons in the church. Paladin Felton said to Bishop Roland, could it be that the Special Security Bureau just found a scapegoat? After all, demons are summoned creatures, and they will disappear when they die. They just need to find 2 people at random, these cockroaches that the God of Light is unwilling to accept as believers. And they often did this in the past. As the military chief of the Azure Cathedral, Paladin Felton is the person who is most reluctant to see demons die in the hands of others. He can summon the 14th level archangel to descend, and he thinks he is an angel walking on earth, the closest warrior of the God of Light. And demons are the mortal enemies of angels, and they are born to die under the swords of angels. In view of the past misdeeds of the Special Security Bureau, Paladin Felton suspected that they deliberately found a scapegoat in order to calm the tension in Saroying. Bishop Roland did not answer immediately. He looked at Father Titus and asked, do you think that was the scapegoat found by the Special Security Bureau? Faced with this question, Father Titus answered cautiously, it is not ruled out that the Special Security Bureau created a scam to appease all parties. But if this is a scam, they shouldn't have the courage to let us send someone to identify it. Bishop, I'm willing to go and take a look. Bishop Roland thought for a while and said, okay. Let Father Titus go and see if the pagans and demons killed by the Special Security Bureau are real or fake. Yes, Bishop. Father Titus saluted Bishop Roland, then remembered something and said, Junior Priest Bob told me, on the day the church was attacked, he met a person. A lady. He thinks this lady has the potential to become a Knight of the Temple. Knights of the Temple can use the magic of angels descending, and are the backbone of the military force of the Holy See. The Knights of the Temple who can transform into angels are also the best spokespersons for developing believers of the God of Light. However, becoming a Knight of the Temple is not a simple matter. In addition to the most firm belief, it also requires talent, that is, the innate temperament. It is a sense of justice and unwavering will from the inside out. Therefore, whether a person has the potential to become a Knight of the Temple can be seen from the appearance. And whenever the Church of the Most Good finds someone with the potential to become a Knight of the Temple, it will spare no effort to recruit him into the church and train him with heart. Chapter 83 The Idea of a Fast Food Restaurant. At this time, Julian was following Daliang in the cafe, where the property handover had just been completed. The former owner of the cafe, Mr. Connie, had already run away from Saroying City with the gold pounds, and the former employees of the cafe had also disappeared without a trace. What they saw the night before made them all lose their souls. A demon walked across the street in front of the cafe in such a swagger, and the sharp claws left 4 hideous scratches on the wall of the cafe. It seemed as if it had left some mark. It was this scratch, and the demon's low roar, that made Connie collapse. He no longer resisted stubbornly, and completed the handover of this property at the fastest speed. Now, this 200-square-meter street-side shop located in the center of the blue city of Saroying City has become Daliang's property. In front of the coffee shop, Daliang pointed to the scratch on the wall and said to Brown, who was called by him, "Knock down all the walls facing the road in this shop and replace them with transparent glass walls, so that people outside can see the whole picture inside at a glance." Brown looked at the 5 floors above the shop and said worriedly, "Master Liang, if all the walls facing the street are removed, will it affect the structure of the entire building? What if it collapses?" Daliang, who has some knowledge of architecture, looked down on Brown and said, "These walls are not load-bearing walls at all. Removing them all will not have any impact on the building. And even if there is an impact, what's there to be afraid of? As long as my subordinates are here, you can bombard it, it won't fall." Yes. Yes. Due to the height difference, Brown didn't see the eye roll from Daliang. But he still praised Daliang's wonderful ideas. "Master Liang, your design of the exterior wall of this store is very unique. Looking at the shops on this street, all of them have only doors and windows. The cyan exterior wall is not only monotonous in color, but also makes it impossible for passers-by to see the furnishings inside. If we replace the wall with transparent glass, Miss Hannah's food will definitely attract more customers. Thank you for the compliment, sir." Daliang has promised to hand over the shop to Hannah, which makes Hannah very happy. She likes the satisfaction she gets when her food is praised. Seeing Brown being so attentive to Hannah, Daliang couldn't help but shudder. I wonder if this little noble will still have any thoughts about Hannah when he knows that he is not of the same species as her. Anyway, Daliang has no thoughts at all in his current body. The outer wall is set. Let's go in. Daliang took the lead and walked into the coffee shop. It was a mess inside, with tables and chairs tilted, showing how embarrassed the people inside were when they left. Daliang pointed at the excessive tables and chairs and said, "All these things can be made into fuel. I require my restaurant to give enough space to the guests. Provide free newspapers for the guests waiting for their meals. Provide heating in winter and air conditioning in summer. Provide candy to the children. And if there is enough space, you can also set aside a corner for children to play." Hannah, hearing Daliang's call, Hannah replied, "Master, I have written it down. Do you have any other instructions? Pay attention to the hygiene here. I require our kitchen to be open. Although the guests cannot enter, they can see every step of his food preparation. We serve fast food, but we want to provide customers with aristocratic service." After instructing Hannah, Daliang said to Brown, "I'll let you decorate all my fast food restaurants. Is that okay?" Brown patted his chest and replied, "No problem. The Junior Magic Department of the Pure Magic Academy is also undergoing a comprehensive upgrade. With the funding from the Saroying Magic Academy, we have sufficient funds. More than 20 engineering teams have already started construction work. I can hand over these shops of yours, Master Liang, to them, and ensure that you can decorate them with the best effect with the least money." Brown is now in charge of the upgrade and construction of the Pure Magic Academy, while helping Daliang purchase properties all over the city. He also contacted several construction companies in Saroying City. After a fierce bidding, the Pure Magic Academy began to upgrade. As the vice president of the Pure Magic Academy, and the person in charge of the entire upgrade project, Brown asked the engineering team to renovate Daliang's store at a cheap and affordable price. It was just a matter of words. The decoration was handed over to Brown, and the business work was handed over to Hannah. With this store as a model, the other more than 20 stores can just copy this model. For the store employees, Daliang decided to split the staff between the Great Tomb and the locals of Saroying. Gradually let the Great Tomb be connected with this world. Just when Daliang, Hannah and Brown were discussing some decoration details and how many people the fast food restaurant needed, Juliet opened a portal and walked out. "I have completed the task. It was just a fire. Why did you send me to do such a small thing?" After being grounded, Juliet's temper was obviously much calmer, although she was still stubborn. At least she was obedient and didn't do anything unnecessary. Daliang found a relatively clean chair, sat on it, and asked Juliet, "I asked you to wait for a while on the farm after setting the fire. Tell me what you saw." Seeing her sister beside her, Juliet said obediently, "After I set the farm on fire, the little cockroaches from the Special Security Bureau came over soon. And then they saw the fresh corpses that we had saved for them. After acquiring the property, De Liang told Robin that he had killed the evil cultists and demons. Robin told in the news, but did not directly receive the body. Instead, she transferred the reward of 100,000 pounds and asked De Liang to help set fire to the farm where the body was. De Liang, who had been busy buying houses everywhere, did not know that and was walking on thin ice in the security bureau and was very cautious. He also did not know much about the situation in Saroying. He was curious about what this woman, who had never met, was up to. So he sent Juliet to perform the fire prevention task and see how the Special Security Bureau dealt with the bodies. Juliet also has the ability to move in the demon subspace. As long as she is careful, she will not be discovered. One day of confinement made the active Juliet feel like she had been in prison for a year. Although it was just arson, she went there happily. A big fire set the farmhouse on fire and soon attracted the agents of the Special Security Bureau. Then, the first agents found the dead animals all over the farm, and then saw the bodies of Ramses and his assistants, staring at the costumes of the Abyss Church, the magic circle with evil energy, the scorched ground left by the dead demon, and the evil props used to summon it, such as a still-beating heart. The agents immediately realized what they had found. So the Special Security Bureau sent a large number of personnel as quickly as possible to block the entire farm and inform the public that the Special Security Bureau had eliminated the evil believers and demons who attacked the Azure Cathedral. Chapter 84 Holy Juliet. I have never seen such a thick-skinned person. Such people do not deserve to live. Being chopped by me is their last value. Juliet was extremely angry when she saw that the Special Security Bureau did not hesitate to put the credit for killing evil cultists and demons on her head. She also found a reason to kill all these people. But she also thought of the order given to her by De Liang: just set fire and observe secretly. De Liang said, speaking of the point, I was very obedient. I didn't kill them. Juliet gave De Liang a good smile and continued, there is a fat man who seems to be the manager of the Special Security Bureau. After he arrived, he ordered people to shoot everywhere, pretending that they had fought here. Finally, he called all the officials of the Saroying City Hall, the parliamentarians, the imperial generals, and the people of the Holy See. And those guys called reporters took cameras and took pictures everywhere. I believe that soon all the people in Saroying will know that the pagans and demons that made them scared have been killed by the Security Bureau. After listening to Juliet's description, De Liang said, this credit was bought from me by the Special Security Bureau with 500,000 gold pounds. Therefore, after getting the money, this matter has nothing to do with us. Let our demons go back to the Great Tomb. Now I need the city of Saroying to be restored to its original state. I don't want my property to continue to depreciate. And I don't want to see no customers come to my shop after it is renovated. Juliet sat on the table with her legs swinging, and said, you are the master. I listen to you. What do you want me to do now? I need to do something to release my excessive energy. Otherwise I really can't help it. Kill some guys who are dangling in front of me. Seeing Juliet looking at him, Brown quickly stood behind Hannah, thinking that it was wrong. He stood up again and said to De Liang, if there is nothing else, I will go back to the Pure Magic Academy. The upgrade of the Junior Magic Department needs to be completed before the end of the holiday. And we also need to complete the enrollment work for the new semester. This time, the Saroying Magic Academy allowed us to openly cooperate with them. I believe that many outstanding students who were rejected by the Saroying Magic Academy will choose our Pure Magic Academy. There are really many things that I need to deal with at the Pure Magic Academy. De Liang waved his hand to allow Brown to leave, and reminded him, by the way, the renovation of my 28 fast food restaurants cannot be delayed. After the renovation of these stores is completed, I have new business plans. Let your people work hard for me. This will be a big deal. I understand, Master Liang. The renovation of your shop and the upgrade of the Pure Magic Academy will be carried out at the same time. Brown left the cafe, and De Liang said to Juliet, who couldn't sit still, you and your sister go around the Azure Cathedral. It has been so many days since the evil cultists and demons attacked the cathedral. Why are the Imperial Army still surrounding the cathedral? If they don't withdraw, it will affect our business. Okay. Juliet jumped off the table lightly, then pulled Julian to walk out, and said to De Liang, the investigation of the cathedral can continue to be left to us sisters. We can already suppress our power to the same level as ordinary people. Even if I stand not far from my sister, I can use the sacred energy in the Angel Alliance to disguise myself as a knight of the temple. That will be fun. And it will be even more fun when they find out our true identity. Julian also felt that this mission would be very interesting. She said to Juliet, I have been observing the Knights of the Temple today. You are very different from them now. I am not talking about strength, but about bearing. Knights of the Temple will not be like you, jumping around. Juliet made a face at her sister, then suddenly became serious and said, Is this what you are talking about? You don't need to worry about me. You and I once shared a body. I know what you angels look like. Isn't it just a straight face? Everyone can do that. Then, call on a little more holy energy. Juliet and Julian were in tune with each other. After getting permission from her sister, she called on a part of the holy energy in the angel alliance. The originally troubled girl suddenly became extremely holy. The two sisters stood together, except for the difference in hair color and clothing. Their appearance and temperament were the same. The sense of integrity from the inside out made people willing to believe in them and open their hearts to them. This is the impression given by angels. De Leon didn't expect that Juliet actually had such a side. Although he knew that she was pretending, thinking of her usual style, he still couldn't believe that this devil could still act so holy. How is it? I said that disguising as an angel is not difficult. De Leon laughed. It looks the same on the outside, but it will be exposed once you start talking. Juliet took off her disguise and returned to her free and easy appearance. Don't worry. When I see those believers of the God of Light, I promise that I will speak in the standard voice of an angel in Cloud City. Now I am ready. Can we set off? Yes. De Leon felt that the angel sisters were no problem, and said first, check what the Azure Core and Azure Cathedral are doing, so as not to affect the opening of our store. Okay. Yes. Your Highness. Sisters Julian and Juliet left the coffee shop and went shopping around the Azure Cathedral. It would be hard for them not to be noticed by the Holy See. De Leon handed over the store affairs to Hannah and took Sophia back to his home on the Avenue de Champs-Élysées. 100,000 gold pounds had been received, which was more than enough to decorate all the fast food restaurants. There was still a considerable amount of money left, and De Leon decided to spend it all. After returning home, De Leon, who was a little tired, sat down on the sofa, then called the butler Mike to him and said to him, with your talent, it is really a waste to manage this house. Among the properties I bought these days, there is a large warehouse with an area of 10,000 square meters. If you have time, help me take care of it. Mike asked, Master, do you want to rent out the warehouse? Just leave it to me. I will manage it well. No. 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 De Leon thought about his idea and said, it's not completely wrong. I have an idea in my mind now. Every day we have to buy a lot of things for food. There are stores that specialize in selling food for wine. There are stores that specialize in selling wine for daily necessities. There are also stores that specialize in selling these things. If a person wants to buy a lot of different things, he needs to go to many places. Some special goods may require him to go around the whole city. If we gather all these goods together and sell them in a large supermarket, can it provide great convenience for the citizens of Soroing? When they experience the convenience of shopping, when they lack something in their daily life, will they think of this supermarket with everything at the first time? Chapter 85 Concept of Supermarket. The concept of supermarket is too common sense for people on Earth. In a super large market, there are commodities that can almost cover all the daily needs of a family. Comprehensive and convenient. When a person wants to buy something, the first thing that comes to mind is probably the name of a supermarket, at least before online shopping became popular. During his investigation in the past few days, De Leon did not find any supermarkets in Soroing City. Although there are several large markets here, these markets are still composed of independent shops. Some popular and hot-selling items are sold by everyone, while some products with less daily demand are difficult to find. At the same time, because each store is operated independently, it causes repeated investment in the cost of the entire sales process. The high rent and staff salaries of the stores, as well as some uncountable losses, make the selling price of the goods much higher than the normal price. Brown has been complaining about the high cost of living in Soroing. This is one of the most important reasons. Therefore, when De Leon acquired the property, he paid special attention to places where large supermarkets could be opened. After repeated searches, he finally found a warehouse that was eager to sell. The plummeting housing prices in Soroing allowed De Leon to buy this warehouse with an area of 10,000 square meters at an unimaginably low price. When De Leon said that he wanted to open a supermarket, the elf butler Mike listened carefully to what he said. As a butler, whether it was the Destiny Manor, the Great Tomb, or the current villa that Mike had managed before, purchasing is always a headache for him, because the villa consumes a lot of supplies every day. Flour, rice, condiments, cloth, buttons, silk thread, spices, soap, washing powder. Behind DeLeong's comfortable life here are the busy butlers and maids. Shopping takes up a large part of their time and manpower. So when DeLeong proposed to open a supermarket to sell all the daily necessities of the family together, Mike immediately realized the convenience that the supermarket brought to him, which is definitely a huge temptation for all families. But Mike still put forward his own opinion based on his own experience. Master, I admire your wisdom. You can always come up with amazing ideas. But there are some things I need to remind you. Among the daily necessities of the family, some can be stored for a long time, such as tableware, kettles and teacups. But there are also some things that cannot be stored for a long time, such as eggs and meat. At the same time, we also have to consider that some things may go bad during storage, such as flour getting damp and rice getting worms. We can throw away a small amount of broken and spoiled things. But once we want to open such a large and comprehensive supermarket, there will definitely be huge losses. If there is continuous bad weather, or other reasons that cause the goods to be unsold for a long time, the loss will be even greater. In addition, not all goods can be sold quickly. If there is a large backlog of some goods, it will also increase our operating costs invisibly. Mike, the calculating butler, easily grasped some of the drawbacks of supermarkets. That is, how to control unnecessary losses. Small shops are easy to manage. The investment cost is not high. Broken items can be thrown away, and items with low sales can be purchased less next time. Supermarkets are different. Once there is excessive loss or a decrease in circulation speed, it can cause a serious financial crisis. DeLeong said, this is easy to deal with. We build the supermarket and then invite merchants in. We rent the venue to them. Let them display their own products. Manage their own products. They are responsible for any losses. We only help them sell, and we pay them for each item sold. The supermarket is only responsible for sales and providing the venue. How to store the items and stop losses are the business of the merchants. Mike, who had never seen such a business, was stunned. He turned DeLeong's words over in his mind 3 times before he got a little clue and asked, Master, what you mean is, I only provide the venue, and do not pay any fees for the purchase of goods. Then I will pay the merchant for the goods after the goods are sold. I can earn the difference in the middle without spending a penny, and I don't have to pay for the damaged goods. At the same time, I can also collect rent from the merchants by renting the venue? What's the difference between this and fleecing? And it's fleecing someone else's wool. After selling the wool, you still have to collect a fleecing fee. This is too shameless. Looking at the human child sitting on the sofa, smiling and talking to him about the supermarket concept, Mike felt that he was the most evil demon. No, he is the world-destroying demon king, the master of hell. Just like what he often did before. How many strong people were deceived by him, and even lost themselves. And I am also a poor guy who fell into his hands. No. 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 DeLeong pointed out the mistake in Mike's understanding. We are not paying any fees. Didn't I spend money to buy this warehouse? We have to pay salaries to the supermarket's managers, security personnel, and sales staff. And then, there are the costs of sanitation, packaging, and electricity, all of which should be recorded in the expenses. Don't think that opening a supermarket is too simple. If you don't manage it well, you will still lose money. How to spend the least money to do the most is your job. I'll leave the supermarket business to you. Please give me a complete plan as soon as possible. If you need any manpower, you can recruit in Saroying or directly transfer from the Great Tomb. I will give you sufficient rights. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Mike, who can manage the big tomb, has become clear at this time. With the framework given by DeLeong, he only needs to fill in the details. There is sufficient funds and manpower. The only trouble is how to convince those merchants to drive the sheep here so that Master Leong can get the wool. But Mike is still very confident in himself. For example, the lady he met by chance on the train. Not long ago, he met this woman who seemed to have some status in Saroying again. They talk happily. The lady's family has some power in the city. Through her, he can get in touch with the upper class of Saroying City, and then get to know some merchants. Yes, Master, I will do a good job of opening a supermarket. De Liang nodded. Managing a supermarket is a real test of the manager's ability to coordinate and ensure the smooth flow of every link. He is still very confident in Mike's ability. He is smart and careful. And his heart is dark enough. The idea of the supermarket came to an end for the time being. Looking around, De Liang suddenly found something missing and asked, "Why don't I see Black Pearl?" Reporting to the master, Miss Black Pearl is changing clothes in Princess Ziling's room. Her Royal Highness wants to take her to the Pure Magic Academy to have a look. Chapter 86 Fiancé. Captain. Captain. As Black Pearl was talking, she ran down from upstairs, turned around in front of De Liang to show off her new skirt, and said coquettishly, "Captain, look, isn't my skirt pretty? It was given to me by Her Royal Highness the Princess, who said it was the school uniform of the Pure Magic Academy. I will wear this beautiful dress to school in the future." At this time, Black Pearl had taken off her usual princess dress and changed into a set of school clothes. She wore a dark gray suit on the upper body, a light gray short skirt with dark stripes on the lower body, white stockings, and a pair of brown round-toed leather shoes. On the pocket of the jacket, there is a school badge with an anchor pattern, and the school badge reads Saroying Pure Magic Academy. The new style of clothes made Black Pearl very happy. Without waiting for Dalian to answer, she took Dalian's hand and ran upstairs, saying, "Come with me. Captain, Her Royal Highness the Princess has also prepared clothes for you. You should change quickly, and then we will go to the Pure Magic Academy together." The princess said that the Pure Magic Academy is close to the sea, and we can go to the sea to play. Go to the Pure Magic Academy? Dalian also felt that he needed to see the environment of the academy where he was about to study. Although Brown praised the future of the Pure Magic Academy like a flower, Dalian always had an unspeakable worry. It would be safer to see it with your own eyes. It's not like I'm going to school now, so there's no need to change clothes. Thinking of entering Princess Ziling's room, Dalian felt a little scared. Would this dragon do anything to him? Just as Dalian, Black Pearl, and Princess Ziling were leaving for the Pure Magic Academy, Brown, who was sitting in his office, was staring blankly at a telegram. He had just returned to the Pure Magic Academy from Dalian's cafe when he received news from home. The telegram used a secret code used exclusively by the Jennings family. Those involved in the transmission of the telegram didn't know what was written on it, and only Brown could understand the content. All good news. First, Brown's father, Hereditary Baron Jennings, was promoted to Hereditary Viscount for his outstanding contributions to the Empire. Second, Brown's younger brother, Reed Jennings, who served in the Royal Musketeers, was promoted from lieutenant to major and served as the commander of the 3rd Regiment of the 1st Division. At the same time, Reed Jennings will follow the 1st Division of the Royal Musketeers to Saroying to assist the Azure Corps in strengthening the defensive forces of Saroying City. Third, Viscount Jennings was received by the Imperial Cabinet Minister Marquis Whitehead, and a marriage was arranged for Brown, now Marquis Whitehead's eldest daughter. And Whitehead is Brown Jennings' fiancé. Are you kidding me? The Marquis of Whitehead is a popular figure in the Vlamic Empire and a trusted minister of the Emperor of the Empire. The difference in status between him and the Jennings family in the countryside is not a little bit. Did the Marquis get kicked in the head by a donkey? He actually betrothed his eldest daughter to the heir of a baron. Now he is the heir of a viscount. But to be eligible to marry a lady from such a prominent family, he must be an earl. No, the earl is not eligible either. As the eldest daughter of the Whitehead family, she must marry a prince. Brown did not think that he had anything special to attract the favor of the Marquis of Whitehead, but he knew that his father would definitely not joke with him about the honor of the Whitehead family. So, it must have something to do with the ancient heroes he met. His father was promoted to a higher position. His brother was promoted to a higher rank, and he had a new fiancée from the Marquis family. The only explanation was the ancient hero. And Whitehead. This name sounded familiar, and I seem to have heard this name recently. Viscount Jennings also said in the telegram, Miss and Whitehead is working in Saroying at this time, and asked Brown to ask Miss and out as soon as possible, to leave a good impression on your fiancé. At the end of the telegram, there was Miss Anne's address, in the military management area. This lady from the Marquis Whitehead family was also in Saroying. Brown soon knew who his fiancée was. He remembered that Hannah had told him about the identities of the two people he met at the train station that day. They were agents of the Special Security Bureau, who followed the new director of the Security Bureau, Miss N, to Soroing to take office, and then discovered the identities of these ancient heroes on the train. Although N is a more popular name, Brown was able to confirm that N, the intelligence chief of the Special Security Bureau, was his fiancée and Whitehead. It turned out that the Special Security Bureau did not intend to let him go, and the trap set for him was waiting here. What should I do now? For a while, Brown really couldn't think of any good way. His family in the Vlaminck Empire decided that he could not refuse this fiancée, but he didn't think that the Marquis of Whitehead would really marry his eldest daughter to him. She was just using him to get close to and understand those ancient heroes. When he was no longer valuable, this marriage contract would naturally be invalidated. Alas, I just solved the problem of Master Liang going to school and thought I was out of danger. But I didn't expect to fall into the tiger's mouth again. I can only take one step at a time in the future. Miss N should not be interested in dating me, so I don't need to look for her. Hannah is still good, gentle, kind and considerate. Today in the cafe, De Liang asked Hannah to continue to protect Brown, thinking of seeing Hannah every day in the future. Brown couldn't help but smile. But a knock on the door interrupted Brown's reverie. He quickly tidied up his messy desk, then sat up straight, and said, "Come in." The door of the office opened, and a beautiful lady walked in from outside. She was wearing the popular shoulder-bearing fashion in Soroing, a knitted mesh shirt on the outside, a small lady's bag hanging on her arm, and a beige one-step skirt, showing her beautiful figure and charming charm. Brown found that the person who came in was not a staff member of the Pure Magic Academy. So he asked the woman, "Hello, beautiful lady. I am Brown Jennings, the Vice President of the Pure Magic Academy. May I ask, is there anything I can do for you?" The woman did not answer Brown immediately. She slowly looked around the furnishings in the office and walked to the window. "From here, you can see the main teaching building of the castle of Soroing Magic Academy." Then the woman turned to Brown and said, "Hello, Mr. Jennings. I am in Whitehead. I believe your father, Viscount Jennings, has told you everything. From now on, I am your fiancé. It's a bit fast." Chapter 87 Brown's Visitor. Miss Whitehead, I am honored to meet you. Brown stood up immediately. He did not expect that he had just received a telegram from home and his fiancée walked into his office. In view of the other party's prominent status, Brown saluted the lady of the Marquis' family with aristocratic etiquette, and then said, "I just received this news." Thanked the Marquis Whitehead for his care for the Jennings family, and did not put on the airs of a high-ranking noble in front of Brown. She walked to the desk and sat down opposite Brown, and then said, "Just call me N. I call you Brown," which seems intimate. Maybe you have guessed something. And I admit it. Our engagement is to facilitate my contact with your friends. After all, your friends don't want too many people to know their identities, and I will definitely not be able to avoid meeting Master Liang in the future. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I need a reasonable identity. As a noble son of the Empire, the future Viscount Jennings, you have the obligation to contribute to the Empire, and need to tell me everything you know. Brown sat back in his seat. He looked at Anne, thinking about how he should deal with the current situation. After repeated thinking, he replied to Anne, "Miss Anne, the honor of the Jennings family is indeed bestowed by the Empire. As a citizen of the Empire, I have the obligation to serve the Empire. But I can't get involved in this matter. Since you said they are my friends, I can't betray my friends. At least before they threaten the safety of the Empire. I won't reveal any information about them to you." Annie didn't expect Brown to be so stubborn. Robin and Eric knew very little about these ancient heroes. They probably only got a few names, and then spent £500,000 on her. Although Anne was very happy to give this money, she was actually very painful. Brown, the eldest son of the Jennings family, came to Soroing City with this group of ancient heroes, and has done some research these days. Brown left Vlaminck alone by train, and the train he took was 1 day earlier than hers. That is to say, Brown left the train in the Death Desert, and then boarded the train again in the Death Desert a day after he disappeared. The train will not stop in the Death Desert. He must have met these ancient heroes on the day he disappeared, right within the Death Desert. From this, it can be concluded that Brown must know a lot of secrets about these ancient heroes, much more than Robin and the others. And these secrets are what Anne is eager to know. Even let Anne disregard her own reputation and ask the Marquis of Whitehead to marry her to the eldest son of a country baron in order to obtain more intelligence and the opportunity to to contact these ancient heroes. However, Brown still refused to reveal the secrets about the ancient heroes. Even though his father was promoted to Viscount, his brother was promoted to Major, and even though he had a fiancée from the Marquis family, and did not show anger due to her training since childhood, she smiled and said, "I don't mean to ask you to betray your friends. If you don't want to say anything, I won't force you to say it. But your father has agreed to the marriage proposal proposed by my father. So you need to treat me like a fiancé in the future. Go shopping with me. Play with me. Watch movies with me. You don't need to be wary of me. Maybe I will really fall in love with you. And you will fall in love with me. And then we will have a happy and complete family." Brown frowned and said doubtfully, "You don't really intend to marry me, do you? This is just an engagement. For the Vlaming nobles, the engagement serves the interests of the family, and can be torn up at any time. I am just a professor at the Magic Academy without political ambitions. If you just want to contact my friends through me, as long as you don't do anything out of line, I can help you. Dating is not necessary. I don't know much. To you, I will soon be of no value. I am also willing to take the initiative to cancel the engagement to protect your reputation." And kept looking at Brown, trying to see what he was thinking from his eyes. Whether it was true or not, marrying the Whitehead family would bring him huge political benefits. If he could really marry her, he would definitely become a new noble in the empire. In fact, and did not reject marrying Brown, as long as Brown had this value. This was also the fate of being born in the Whitehead family. "You are a kind person," and could only give Brown such an evaluation, and began to re-examine the eldest son of the country nobles, saying, "But dating, sending flowers, and other things that a fiancé should do. You must do it, because there are many people watching me in Saroying. Most of them have bad intentions. If you don't want to cause a lot of trouble for your friends, play your current role well." Before Brown could answer, the door of the office was pushed open, and a voice came in first. "What trouble? Brown, have you caused any trouble?" Hearing the voice, Brown immediately stood up to greet him, and said, "Dear Master Leong, I didn't expect you to come, and Miss Siling, Miss Black Pearl, Miss Sophia. Please let me introduce you. This is Miss Anne Whitehead, the eldest daughter of Marquis Whitehead." It was De Leong who came in to visit the Pure Magic Academy. Following him were Princess Ziling, Black Pearl and Sophia. Miss Annie didn't expect to meet this group of ancient heroes here. She also stood up with Brown and saluted to De Leong, saying, "Master Leong, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Annie. I guess you already know my job. I'm the new director of the Special Security Bureau. Robin and Eric who serve you are my subordinates." De Leong walked straight to Brown and Annie, then sat down on the floor. Princess Ziling waved her hand, and a crystal chair appeared behind De Leong, just enough to hold up his butt. Then the crystal chair rose to a height where Brown and Anne could look each other in the face. "Miss Anne, of course I know you. Thank you for giving me another 100,000 gold pounds, which gives me money to do more things. This is my first cooperation, and I am very happy. If there are still evil cultists and demons that need to be killed in the future, just come to me. You should have seen how efficient my people are. 500,000 gold coins." Anne's heart ached again. She looked at the child in front of her and felt the pressure coming at her. Just like what Robin and Eric reported. She must not treat him as a child. It is not something a child can do to earn 500,000 gold pounds from her in 5 days. And Anne also knew that the other party used the money she gave to buy a lot of real estate when the housing prices in Saroying plummeted. She even suspected that the evil cultists and demons had been killed by them long ago, because they waited a few more days to hand them over in order to suppress the housing prices. Otherwise it would not be so coincidental. As soon as the reward of 100,000 gold pounds arrived, they notified Robin to receive the goods. Now this child has become an invisible rich man in Saroying City, treating these heroes from ancient times. Anne and Robin have already reached a consensus, appeasement, cooperation, and making friends. Therefore, Anne replied, "This money is really worth it for me and the Empire. The evil cultists and demons that threaten the safety of the city have been eliminated, and the city of Saroying will soon be able to resume its prosperity. Thank you, Master Leong, for everything you have done for this city. Thank you for taking care of Brown." After saying that, Anne leaned towards Brown, looking intimate. Leong thought, are the two of them having an affair? Chapter 88, Visiting the Pure Magic Academy. Scumbag. De Leong immediately had a very bad impression of Brown. He could see that this first person he met after crossing over seemed to have some interest in his maid Hannah. De Leon actually liked this timid, but responsible little wizard, and wanted to see how far he and Hannah could develop. Could they create a shocking and soul-stirring interracial love? Then he would play the role of a bad parent and break up the couple. It's exciting just to think about it. But now it seems, this Brown is very fickle. Eating what's in the bowl and looking at what's in the pot. And while he was being attentive to Hannah, he was actually having an affair with, and De Leon's gossiping mind was aroused. And he was looking forward to the alternative development of the plot. However, and was close. And Brown was also quick to hide. He jumped aside alertly and quickly explained to De Leon, Master Leon. It's not what you think. I just got the news. The Marquis of Whitehead is Miss N's father. He and my father have just made an engagement between Miss N and me. This is not what I want. Miss N and I can't get married. After listening to Brown's words, De Leon, who was ready to watch the show, immediately became serious. It was obvious that the fundamental purpose of this engagement was to get close to him. He questioned N. You should know that I don't want more people to know my identity. You are engaged to Brown, which should be your way to get close to me. How many people know my identity now? Annie just witnessed the shaping magic released by Princess Xiling. There was no chanting of spells, no gestures, and no spell props. Just a wave of her hand, and a crystal chair appeared there. Annie knew very well that as long as Miss Xiling wanted, she could summon a crystal knife and stab it into her chest. These ancient heroes have the power to kill demons at will. If they are forced to the opposite side, it will definitely be a disaster for the Empire. Please listen to my explanation. And took a step back in fear and said, I still abide by the agreement and have not told anyone about you, including my father. I just told him I want to establish an engagement with Brown. And I didn't say a word about the rest. Although my father asked me the reason, he agreed to my request without further questioning due to my insistence. De Leon looked at Anne for a while and asked, Marquis Whitehead is your biological father? Yes. Anne replied, at least there is no evidence now. I was picked up by him. De Leon shook his head and sighed. As a collaborator, I am very happy that you did not reveal my identity to your father. But from another perspective, I am surprised by the indifference of your family. A father can so easily betroth you to a stranger, just because of your insistence. What are you to him? But this is your family affair. As an outsider, I don't know the details. So it's not good to speculate. Since you didn't reveal my identity, we are still good friends. I came to the Pure Magic Academy, this time just to see where I will go to school in the future. Brown, can you take me to visit here? De Leon said casually. But it still hurt Annie's sensitive nerves. She wanted to explain that her father agreed to this marriage without asking for reasons, which was a trust in her. But she also knew that this was self-deception. Just as when she proposed this marriage, she knew that her father would definitely agree, because this was the training and education she received since childhood. In the past, and subconscious mind prevented her from thinking about these things deeply. And her identity also made others dare not say anything in front of her. But the moment De Leon suddenly pointed out this relationship in front of her, she only felt a piercing pain and a chill that penetrated her bones. She didn't even realize that Brown had left the office with De Leon. Go to school? When it came to her senses, her professional acumen reminded her of De Leon's last words. She couldn't believe what she heard. With so many powerful ancient heroes as subordinates, you still have to go to the Pure Magic Academy to study. What a joke. Anne, eager to find an answer, immediately left the vice president's office to look for De Leon and Brown. At this time, Brown was taking De Leon and his party to visit the Pure Magic Academy. From the outside, the Pure Magic Academy has the style and momentum of a famous school. After all, most of the buildings here are imitated from the Sorroying Magic Academy next door. And the Sorroying Magic Academy is a well-known architect in the Empire who has devoted his efforts to design the layout and architectural style of the school for this magic palace. The combination of retro castles and pointed towers makes it easy to think of the glorious ancient magic era. The college environment that is almost integrated with the Sorroying Magic Academy once attracted many students to the Pure Magic Academy. The lighthouse-shaped magic tower standing on the seashore has become the only building that records the history of the Pure Magic Academy. Brown took De Leon around the Pure Magic Academy and came to the front of a tower building. The 30-meter-high tower is connected to a 2-story quadrangular building, about 50 meters away from the castle-like main teaching building. A stone path connects the two buildings, and there are lush groves on both sides of the road. At this time, the quadrangular building and the tower are a construction site. Construction workers have set up scaffolding outside the building with steel pipes. The surrounding area is full of cement, sand and gravel, and other construction materials. Some teaching equipment is wrapped in wooden boxes and placed aside, waiting to be installed. The sound of sawing, knocking, and the shouting of workers are mixed together, showing how busy it is here. Brown introduced to Daliang when the main teaching building of the Pure Magic Academy was built. It was not built to the scale of the main teaching building of the Saroying Magic Academy due to cost issues. After the academy is fully upgraded, the number of faculty and students will be equal to that of the Saroying Magic Academy. If they are all concentrated in the main teaching building, it will become very crowded. So I moved the primary teaching department to this four-corner tower teaching area. In the future, we will build 2 more four-corner towers around the main teaching building, which will serve as the teaching areas of the intermediate teaching department and the advanced teaching department respectively. Then connect the 3 teaching areas with the main teaching area to form a new castle teaching building. The appearance can be distinguished from the main castle teaching building of Saroying Magic Academy. Daliang saw that the Wharf Magic Academy was indeed under construction, and the teaching equipment to be installed outside the building were indeed brand new alchemy devices. It seems that the Wharf Magic Academy is determined to take off the hat of a fake school and move closer to a famous school. He was originally worried, but he could finally put it aside, and was very satisfied with this quiet little building. Then Daliang asked another question, before the end of the holiday. Can this place be upgraded to the teaching level of the elementary magic department of Saroying Magic Academy? Brown assured, although the teaching level of the Wharf Magic Academy is far lower than that of the Saroying Magic Academy, all the buildings here meet the requirements, and it saves time without rebuilding the teaching building. What we are doing now is to renovate the interior of the teaching building, set up the magic circle, and finally replace all the teaching equipment with new ones before putting them into use. When the magic professors and teaching assistants from Saroying arrive, all students in the junior magic department of the Pure Magic Academy will be able to receive Saroying-style education. Chapter 89 The Magic Professor of the Saint Order. With Brown's assurance, Daliang felt more relieved. The hardware is on par with that of the Saroying School of Magic, and the teachers are provided by the Saroying School of Magic, studying at the Pure School of Magic, with the convenience provided by Brown, the vice president. Daliang believes that his study journey will be very comfortable. Daliang said with satisfaction, I was right about you. I am looking forward to the start of the new semester. Miss Xiling should not have any difficulty in finding a job here. At this time, Annie had found him. She did not disturb the conversation between Daliang and Brown, but stood aside and listened quietly. When talking about Miss Xiling who could cast the magic of shaping instantly, she couldn't help but look at this noble and mysterious woman, and the cute little girl who followed her closely. According to the information provided by Brown, this little girl named Black Pearl was also a very powerful ancient hero, and was very curious about how such a young child could have such a powerful power. The sensitive Black Pearl immediately noticed Anne's gaze, and she quickly hid behind Princess Xiling, hugged her legs with her hands, and stared at Anne with only her eyes, full of vigilance. Princess Xiling stroked Black Pearl's head and said to Anne, Please don't look at Black Pearl like this. She is a very shy child. If you make her angry, it will cause a lot of trouble. I don't mean to offend. Annie immediately retracted her gaze. She could see that, no matter how powerful Black Pearl was, her mind was that of a child. Such a child can change her face very quickly. So it's better not to provoke her easily, unlike that Master Liang who looked like a child, but was as shrewd as an old fox. Annie gave Princess Xiling a kind smile, and continued to listen to the conversation between Brown and Daliang. The current Brown is not the Brown who was just arrested. At that time, he was a basic educator with no power. But now, he is the vice president of the Pure Magic Academy, fully responsible for the construction of the primary magic department. He wants to recruit magic professors for the Pure Magic Academy, which is really just a matter of filling out a form. Brown said, I have already taken care of Miss Xiling's employment at the Pure School of Magic. Miss Xiling only needs to provide a magician's level certificate, and I can now include Miss in the official teaching team of the Pure School of Magic. Miss Xiling smiled back at Annie, and when she heard Brown talking about her employment, she said, Magician's level certificate? I don't have it. Without a magician's level certificate, can't I be a professor at the Pure School of Magic? Of course not. That's not what I mean. Brown hurriedly explained that he knew Zi Ling was a princess in the ancient magic era. Although it is not clear which country she is a princess of. She must have received the best magic education since she was a child. And her spellcasting ability is indeed the highest among these ancient heroes. Brown judged her strength to be 15 saint level. Brown did not have the courage to reject the request of a saint-level magician to be a magic professor at the Pure Magic Academy. He continued, "The Pure Magic Academy is a private magic academy recognized by the Magic Association and has teaching qualifications. We have the qualifications to issue magician-level certificates. And we can fully provide Miss Zi Ling with magic-level certification, but the test process still needs to be completed. Therefore, Miss Zi Ling should not mind us doing a test for you." Princess Zi Ling answered readily, "Of course not. Where is the test?" Seeing that Princess Zi Ling was willing to cooperate, Brown said easily, "The written test can be skipped. And the practical application of magic will be evaluated in the Magic Test Hall, which requires the professors of the Pure Magic Academy and the magicians stationed in the Magic Association to score together. Please follow me. This must be a very simple process for Miss Zi Ling. Of course, please do not destroy my venue, and keep your strength a little higher than mine." "No problem." Princess Zi Ling was very confident in her ability to control magic. De Liang was also very curious about the magic application evaluation and was about to go with him to take a look. But Miss Annie said first, "Master Liang, the magic application evaluation is actually very boring. It is just to test the highest level and magic concentration that can be released. For Miss Zi Ling, it should be over soon. I have something to talk to you about. Can you give me some time? I have been out for too long. If I don't go back, I am afraid I will cause a lot of trouble." De Liang did not treat Annie perfunctorily like he did Robin and Eric. After all, he just received 500,000 gold pounds from them, and had a good start for cooperation. Besides, he would live in Saroying for a long time in the future. And with the industries that were about to be run, he would have to ask the director of the Special Security Bureau for some backdoors and some small privileges. Giving Princess Xiling a magic test was just a farce. A child's trick. So he would not watch it if he did not want to. De Liang really wanted to hear what Annie was going to say at this time. Then let Brown take Miss Xiling to do the magic test. And Miss Annie and I will talk about other things. De Liang made arrangements. And Black Pearl ran out from behind Princess Xiling, wanting to follow De Liang, but was grabbed by the collar by Princess Xiling and pulled back, coaxing her and saying, "Black Pearl, your captain has something important to talk about. You and Auntie go to take the magic test together. Okay? I'll give you a task to control your magic power to the level of a primary magician. This is very difficult. Can you do it?" Black Pearl said unconvinced, "I can definitely do it. If I do it, what reward will I get?" Princess Zi Ling pretended to think about it, and said, "I'll take you to the beach to play. And we'll catch a big fish to eat together." "Okay. Okay." Black Pearl clapped her hands and said happily, "I can definitely catch the biggest one." Brown took Princess Zi Ling and Black Pearl away. And De Liang pointed to the forest path not far away and said, "There is a bench there. Let's sit there and talk. Sophia, don't let anyone get close to us." "Yes, Master." Sophia had noticed the person following Annie a long time ago. The security of the Pure Magic Academy was full of loopholes. Basically, anyone could walk around the academy as long as they climbed over the wall. And Annie said, "Miss Sophia, if they have no intention of attacking, please don't hurt them. It's best to pretend that you didn't see them. I need to slowly find out who is behind them." Chapter 90 Discussion in the Forest. De Liang thought that those people who were sneaking around here were Annie's bodyguards. But he didn't expect that they were actually following the director of the Special Security Bureau. He remembered that Robin had said that the former director of the Security Bureau was assassinated. It seems that Miss Annie herself is also in a lot of trouble. Listen to Miss Annie. If they don't get too close, don't disturb them. Also, set up an anti-detection barrier to prevent them from listening to my conversation with Miss Annie. After saying that, De Liang walked towards the long chair in the forest path. Annie followed behind De Liang, following his footsteps, walking slowly. Sophia waved her hand imperceptibly, and several bats quietly shuttled through the woods, and then hung upside down on the branches around the bench. Annie used cleaning magic to clean the bench, and said when inviting De Liang to sit down, "I'm sorry, Master Liang. I didn't know I would meet you here, so I didn't deliberately get rid of those who followed me. If they cause trouble for you, I will get rid of them." De Liang sat on the bench. except for the awkwardness of not being able to reach the ground with his feet. The curved seat was quite comfortable. The woods were trimmed very neatly, and there was a little fragrance of flowers in the air. It seems that the Pure Magic Academy has put a lot of effort in packaging. After Annie sat down beside him, De Leon asked, I hope you can solve it. If I take action, I'm afraid many people will die. So, what do you want to talk to me about? First of all, the transaction of 500,000 gold pounds has ended. The payment is settled, and we don't owe each other anything. Therefore, I can't guarantee that I will help you with the difficulties you encounter. After all, my main purpose is to learn magic. At this time, Annie has made a conclusion that this young Master Leon really has no power, and she can easily hurt him or even kill him. Of course, Annie doesn't plan to do anything out of the ordinary. Attacking the child next to her will not benefit her, and she probably won't have the opportunity to take action. But what Annie couldn't understand was why so many powerful ancient heroes would be willing to become his servants, willing to squeeze into this not-so-big villa, and listen to the orders of a powerless child. You know, any of them who are willing to serve the Empire will be treated as a guest of honor and enjoy supreme power and wealth. The secret in this needs to be slowly explored by yourself. Thinking did not delay Annie's answer to Da Yang's question. She said, I am very curious. You have so many powerful subordinates who are proficient in magic. Why do you still come to the Pure Magic School to learn magic? Of course, this is your freedom. I have no right to interfere. But I am also willing to provide you with all the help I can. Da Liang did not hide his physical condition. After the new semester begins, the other party will know what is wrong with his body. He said, I came to Saroying to study because I don't have any magic talent. And here there are technologies that allow ordinary people to learn magic. This is something we didn't have in our time, because at that time we never had to consider letting ordinary people learn magic. Therefore, you don't have to doubt that I will be detrimental to your country. I really just come to learn magic. I won't take sides on your national interests. An ordinary child, who doesn't even have a magic talent, leads a group of ancient heroes with extraordinary strength, and secretly complained about this strange combination in her heart. And then entered the formal topic, Master Liang. You should have some understanding of the current situation in Saroying. Gazing at the attack on the Azure Cathedral by the evil believers and demons of the Abyss, all the contradictions that were already lurking in Saroying surfaced at once. The Marcellus Parliament, Saroying City Hall, Azure Corps, Vlamink Empire, Special Security Bureau, Supreme Church, pagan sects, as well as ordinary citizens and Eastern countries. Interests and rights pull at this already fragile chain. If any link is broken, it may cause the collapse of the entire Saroying situation. If the situation in Saroying is not under control, once the war begins, it will inevitably affect the Pure Magic Academy. I believe you have the ability to protect this place in the war, but it will definitely affect your studies. I think a stable and prosperous Saroying has the same interests as you and me. De Leon couldn't help but nod his head to agree with Annie's point of view. These days, he was busy acquiring real estate, but he also noticed the tense situation in Saroying. The Azure Corps has been slow to withdraw from the city, and the Marcellus Parliament has controlled public opinion through newspapers, constantly building momentum for the establishment of the Saroying City Guard. Both sides are fighting in the city with great fanfare, but they are afraid to really cross the red line and cause an irreversible situation. The entire Saroying is a taut string. A misjudgment or an accidental discharge of a gun may trigger a more intense conflict. Thinking of this, De Leon couldn't help but ask, doesn't the Marcellus province have its own army? All the military forces of Saroying come from the Empire. Does Marcellus have the force to resist the Imperial army? If things are really irreparable, the Azure Corps should be able to easily suppress the Marcellus Parliament. With guns, cannons, and silver wings, what are you afraid of? Speaking of the situation in Marcellus, and couldn't help but sigh, although I have only been in office for 5 days, I find that the situation in Marcellus is more dangerous and complicated than I expected. The province of Marcellus is 600 kilometers long from east to west, and 400 kilometers long from north to south. It is not big, but it is not small either. Most of the imperial garrisons are stationed on the border to guard the eastern countries, and there are very few troops stationed inside the province. Although the province of Marcellus has no army, it has a large number of police, mercenaries, and some private armed forces. There are also magic academies and private silver wing flying clubs in various places. It can be said that, as long as there are enough advanced heavy weapons, Marcellus can form an elite army in a short time. It was at this time that a large number of overstaffed heavy weapons and silver wings appeared in the Azure Cathedral, which is why the Azure Corps has been surrounding several churches of the Supreme Goodness in the city of Saroying. Dalian found that the situation between Marcellus and Saroying was more complicated than he had judged. No wonder the Marcellus Council dared to confront the Imperial garrison. It turned out that they already had a paramilitary force. Now they are going to form a city guard in Saroying City, which is to prepare to arm this army step by step and legalize it. It seems that Saroying is really likely to fight. Then the war will indeed affect his studies. Dalian said, "Do you suspect that the excess heavy weapons and silver wings in the Azure Cathedral are related to the Marcellus Council? This is just a guess." Speaking of the arms in the Azure Cathedral, Annie couldn't help but show a sad face. "What I am more worried about is, someone in the Special Security Bureau is involved in the smuggling of these weapons. And even someone in the Azure Corps is involved in the smuggling.